Chapter 102. I will defend all the beauty in the galaxy until the last moment. Defend until the last moment. Defend too. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched slightly, and they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. This pure and beautiful knight is still defending. Keep defending. Every time there is a defense, someone will fall down and someone will die. Sarath and his group hid in the corner, shivering. It's so scary, it's really scary. As expected of Bishop Sarath, he seems to have seen through everything a long time ago and knows that the knight in front of us is not someone we can afford to offend. Even if a titled Douluo were in person, it would be impossible for him to deliver such a heavy blow, 2 blows, 3 blows, 4 blows. Is it over yet? Yu Yuanjin's calf trembled and his pupils shrank again and again. I just felt my scalp tingling and cold sweat dripping down my forehead. It seems like he shouldn't come today. This dance emperor was so terrifying that he was no match for him at all. Focus on the fourth sister, this is the hope of survival. Only if he can capture the fourth sister will he be qualified to negotiate terms with Inji. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanjin's eyes became extremely determined. At this moment, 8 spider legs stretched out from behind the fourth sister, and the aura of a ferocious beast that was more than 300,000 years old spread throughout the entire place. Black, 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 red, red, red. 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, quickly rose from under the fourth sister's feet, causing Yu Yuanjin to fall into deep thought again. He is no match for a knight without a spirit ring. It seems that he still cannot defeat this lady with a spirit ring. This is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. He was uneducated but felt cheated. His whole body shook again, living up to the name Yuanzhen, he just liked shaking. His pupils shrank again, as if he had seen something horrible. Impossible. How is this possible? Even if she was a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, it would be impossible for her to possess such a soul ring. Do you believe me when I say this is a misunderstanding? Yu Yuanjin felt like crying but had no tears. He was really at a loss. Even if Inji and fourth sister are both soul beasts, so what? Can you win? Guaranteed to die. How can I possibly win? Last year in this gate today, people's faces and peach blossoms are red. The fourth sister murmured expressionlessly, staring at Yu Yuanjin intently. At this moment, her 8th soul ring flashed, as if countless peach blossoms were falling, and the pink petals flew towards Yu Yuanjin. These petals contain endless murderous intent and poison and cannot be touched directly. Yu Yuanjin felt uneasy when he saw this. 100,000-year soul skill was used. You really think highly of Yu Yuanjin. This old man has not gained his reputation in vain. Dragon. Without waiting for Yu Yuanjin to finish his words, the fourth sister smiled evilly, as if she was asking herself, or as if she was asking Yu Yuanjin. Is it? I don't know where to go, Taohua still smiles at the spring breeze. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, carrying the peach blossoms towards Yu Yuanjin. Before Yu Yuanjin could even react, his body was wrapped and corroded by the peach blossoms. He let out a scream before falling silent. After a while, the peach blossoms dispersed, and the figure appeared in front of everyone again. It was said to be a human figure, but when the skeleton was pushed, 3 bones were shining. On the other bones, there was a pink light shining, which was the color of the toxin after the human-faced spider emperor reached 100,000 years. With a casual move, 3 soul bones appeared in the fourth sister's hands. Dead, dead. Yu Yuanjin, he died so easily. Those who were still alive all had a look of fear on their faces. You know, Yu Yuanjin is one of the leaders of the top 3 sects. The terrifying existence of level 95 was completely powerless in front of the fourth sister. This is not because Yu Yuanjin was careless, but the strength of the 2 sides was indeed very different. Moreover, the fourth sister's essence also includes ice and fire attributes, as well as some special attributes. With such a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides, he was able to withstand a blow before dying. He is truly very powerful. Dugu Bo just felt his scalp tingling. He was the titled Douluo who was the most powerful in using poison in the entire Douluo continent, but in front of the fourth sister, his poison was just like that of a little kid who had not grown up. As if he had thought of something, Dugu Bo glanced at Inji, the knight whose roses were scattered all over the ground. Then he looked at his fourth sister, the human-faced spider emperor with peach blossoms all over the sky. A perfect match. Do those who believe in pure beauty all like to play with flowers? Now, he also believes in the goddess of pure beauty, but he doesn't play with flowers. That old man is just playing with flowers. Thinking of Yu Guan, a black line appeared on Dugu Bo's forehead. He wished he could rush to Yu Guan and slap him hard twice. There is a heart-to-heart story between him and Yu Guan. It's not that they have a deep hatred, but just different interests. Now that Yu Yuanjin is dead, it won't be long before the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is destroyed. I will defend until the last moment. Give it to him. Inji's words marked the end of the battle. The dean of the Four Elements Academy and the people they brought with them fell to the ground, dead. With a wave of his hand, Inji put away the spear, spread out his hands and embraced the warm sunshine. I won this battle. I hope you on the other side will admit that the pure goddess Idrila is unparalleled in beauty. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched slightly, but they didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that Inji couldn't help it and would hit them a few times. The destruction of the group is imminent. As expected of you, you are the Silver Branch Knight, your martial arts are truly the pinnacle, your spear skills are so pure and beautiful, every strike is fair and just, and you fight with strength. Sarath said excitedly with a look of adoration on his face. The members of the Spirit Hall glanced at the old guy and felt that the Sarath in front of them was a little unfamiliar. Bishop Sarath, this body has gone through countless pure and beautiful experiences before it has the qualifications to protect the weak, it still needs to go through thousands of trials and tribulations. Excessive modesty is not what a knight does. Besides, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with what Sarath said. With so many powerful people, it is normal to have one or two soul bones. For Inji, this soul bone has no effect on him. But for others, soul bones are treasures. But at this time, they could only watch Inji's spoils. The fourth sister did not have these concerns and directly accepted the soul bones. Including the 3 pieces dropped from Yu engine, a total of 5 soul bones were harvested in this battle. Seeing this, Saras and others did not dare to stay any longer and retreated directly. Dugubo reminisced with Inji, and then returned to Tiendo City with Meng Shinji and the other 2. In just a short period of time, so many powerful people were killed or injured. The entire Douluo Continent is about to change. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Inji, as he is burying these masters at the moment. Chapter 103. With the death of Yu engine and many other masters, the entire Douluo Continent has changed. Yu Yuan was shocked to death. When Ning Fengji heard the news, his whole body shook again, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. You know, Yu engine is the leader of one of the top 3 sects. Yes, it was the Silver Branch Knight. So it's the Silver Branch Knight, that's not surprising. Before the subordinate finished speaking, Ning Fengji nodded and murmured, this old guy could have offended anyone else, but he offended the Silver Branch Knight, he deserves this. No, Master. Master, Yu engine was not killed by the Silver Branch Knight, but was killed instantly by the Silver Branch Knight's adopted sister. According to rumors in Tiendo City, this adopted sister of the Silver Branch Knight possesses 6 black and 3 red. After hearing this, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian and Gu Rong all fell silent. They had heard the rumors about Tiendo City, but they didn't expect them to be true. The thing is like this. After recounting the entire incident, the subordinate's expression became very strange. Suspect that Inji is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It turned out that Inji was not there. There was indeed a 100,000-year-old soul beast beside him, and it was this 4th sister. That would have been fine, Yu engine and the others didn't even bother to test him, and attacked directly. Such things are happening all over Douluo Continent, of course, among the big powers. The whereabouts of Old Man Hua and his men were no secret, and they did not hide what they were doing, so it was very convenient to investigate them. Among them, the Four Elements Academy and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan felt like the sky was falling. Their pillar of support is broken. The Four Elements Academy dispatched a large number of experts, including the dean, and no one survived. I heard that they died defending to the very last moment. Yu engine was the only titled Douluo and the pillar of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Now he was killed instantly, and all his direct disciples looked ashen. Their status as the #1 beast spirit in the world is in jeopardy. Fortunately, Yu Luomian was no pushover. Relying on his status and strength as the second in command, he quickly stabilized the situation and reassured people's hearts. He thought about taking Yu engine's position, but the last thing he wanted to do was to use this method. Without Yu engine, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect could at best be one of the lower 4 sects, and there was no way it would become one of the upper 3 sects. For the lower 4 sects, Yu Yuan was knocked down, which was a very good opportunity. Especially those who already have ideas. Everyone, I invited you here today, I believe you already know what I want to say. Now that old dragon has offended someone he shouldn't have offended, he is dead. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is leaderless, now is a good time to clear our name. Conquer the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and let's have a competition. No one rejected Hu Yenjin's proposal. If they had, they would not have come here. If one of their sects becomes one of the top 3, it means that there will be one more spot for the lower 4 sects, and the weaker ones will also have the opportunity to become one of them. Give it a try, there is still a chance. After becoming one of the top 3 or lower 4 sects, the resources they possess are not comparable to those of ordinary sects. This is why everyone is trying so hard to improve. Otherwise, what's the point of fighting for this title? Don't worry, everyone, my Xiangjia sect will lead the charge. With Hu Yenjin's promise, everyone felt much more relieved. They knew Hu Yenjin's ambition, and Hu Yenjin also had the ability to do so. The lower four sects and some unnamed sects are now actively preparing for war. Ready to give the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect a severe blow. The only one of the lower four sects that did not show up was the White Tiger sect. The White Tiger sect had the Xingluo royal family as its background, and they had no intention of attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. The remaining senior members of the Four Elements Academy gathered together, many of whom were in despair. Among the senior members who died, there were inevitably their elders, teachers, and the like. Huo Wu and the others were even more furious. They never thought that a misunderstanding would cause old man Hua to lose his life. Revenge, must take revenge. Revenge, what can we use to take revenge? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Yes, even if they are tied together, they are not enough to be killed by others. How can they take revenge? Practice well, after a few decades, maybe you can really avenge the dean and his men. As for now, we have to consider how to avoid being swallowed up by other colleges. There are conflicts not only between sects, but also between academies. Without a contra-level strongman in charge, they will always be envied for occupying such a good geographical location. Either we four-element academies merge into one, or we sign an alliance contract. If one of us is in trouble, the three parties will support us. No one had any objection to this proposal, so this was the only option for now. What needs to be considered is which approach to take. The first option is the best. It will make the new academy instantly powerful. Even if there is no Contra in charge, ordinary villains will not dare to come. After a while, everyone finally adopted the first option. Even the representatives from Qianshui College had no objection. Then, we have to choose a new address for the college. After discussing for a while, someone suddenly brightened up and said, how about the Blue Tyrant Academy in Qiando City? They all knew the background of Blue Bull Academy. But this matter was raised by a representative of Thunder Academy. Let them give us half of the campus, and let us develop freely. Those who want to attack us in Qiando City should also think twice. Will Lu Erlong agree? She was able to successfully establish Blue Tyrant Academy with the help of the sect. The sect is in danger now. If she loses her protection, she won't be able to protect Lan Ba Academy. We went there and actually defended half of Blue Tyrant Academy for her. She had no reason to refuse. A little soul saint established an academy in Qiando City, a place where every inch of land is valuable, and it is 1/3 the size of Qiando Royal Academy. It is conceivable that without the support of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, how could this be successful? Finally, the Four Elements Academies gathered towards Qiando City. Although Lu Erlong is strong, what the representative of Thunder Academy said makes sense. She had no intention of managing the academy, so giving up half of the positions was not a big deal. After some thought, he finally agreed to let the Four Elements Academy enter Blue Tyrant Academy and gave half of it to the Four Elements Academy for survival. Of course, it is rented to the Four Elements Academy. This is Lu Erlong's bottom line. She is not the kind of person who will suffer losses. The once peaceful Douluo Continent was once again in turmoil due to the death of Yu Yuanjin. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan also had their own experience. Faced with the siege of several sects, it is unclear whether a powerful sect like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex will collapse. Wuhuan City, the Pope's Palace. After receiving the news, Bibi Dong was silent for a while, and finally asked everyone not to interfere. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan should be destroyed. As long as the Spirit Hall does not take action, it will not cause panic in another major sect. Right, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Bibi Dong smiled evilly, with murderous intent in her eyes not concealed at all. Chapter 104. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Flanders, this is fake news, right? Yu Xiaojiang grabbed Flanders' collar and asked crazily. But Flanders' firm look, with some pity in it, could not be faked. Yu Xiaojiang sat down on the ground, feeling his head buzzing. He hadn't yet proved to Yu Yuanjin that he, Yu Xiaojiang, was not a waste. He hadn't had enough time. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes went dark and he fainted. Even though he ran away from home, he never blamed Yu Yuanjin. He knew very well how much Yu Yuanjin doted on him. Just to prove that I'm not a waste as soon as possible. He never expected that his father, a titled Douluo at level 95, would be killed instantly. Fortunately, there were only 2 people in the room and no one else witnessed it. I didn't expect that Master Yu would leave so easily. The fate of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Cold sweat rolled down Flanders' forehead. He was not worried about whether the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan would be destroyed, but what he was worried about was what would happen to Lu Erlong. No, I have to find an excuse to go to Qiando City, otherwise Erlong will be in danger. With the 3 of us here, we should be no match for a titled Douluo, but we are not afraid of a soul Douluo. Thinking of this, Flanders looked at Yu Xiaojiang and finally sighed. If the soul power level of this good brother is higher, he can reach the soul saint level. The world is so big, there's nowhere they can't go for the three of them. Unfortunately, the soul power of Yu Xiaojiang, the main body, is only level 29. Let's discuss it with the brothers. After all, we are going to join Erlong, alas. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. What surprised Shrek and his crew these days was that the master who loved to guide them in their cultivation was sick. Tang San had a worried look on his face. He didn't know what was going on with Yu Xiaojiang. Since Yu Xiaojiang didn't say anything, he had no other choice. What was strange today on the playground was that, except for Yu Xiaojiang, all the teachers had arrived at the playground, as if something big had happened. Students, for the sake of your future, I have something to announce. Flanders said with a serious face. I guess he is the only one who believes this. If he really cared about the future of these students, he would not have tricked them into coming to Shrek Academy. Seeing Flanders so serious, everyone was curious about what Flanders was going to say. Teacher, what's going on? Under the guidance of you, the teachers, and the master, don't we have a bright future? What's the matter? Tell me. Ma Hongjun said with a smile that it was truly meaningful for young men like them, who were only 12 or 13 years old, to have achieved what they have today. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has a bright future and is capable of becoming a titled Douluo. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong and others nodded. This little fat guy can really talk. You must be mentally prepared. After giving Ma Hongjun an appreciative look, Flanders continued, I plan to take you to Tiendo City to join my good friend. She opened a high-level Soul Master Academy in Tiendo City. Whether it is the training ground or the training resources, it is not comparable to the current Shrek Academy. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into deep thought. Especially Xiao Wu, her expression was changeable and no one knew what she was thinking. Dean, to open an advanced Soul Master Academy in a place like Tiendo City where every inch of land is valuable, your friend's identity and strength are extraordinary, Dai Mubai pondered for a while and spoke. Tiendo City is the capital of the Tiendo Empire, and has the same status as Xinglua City in the Xinglua Empire. Rumor has it that it is several times more prosperous than Xinglua City. Of course, the rumors are not false. Tang San, Oscar and Ning Tian did not speak. Especially Ning Tian, he scratched his head and felt a little upset. The academy in Tiendo City? If he guessed correctly, this college should be Blue King College. In the entire Tiendo City, there is only one high-level Soul Master Academy, Lanba Academy. Even the Tiendo Royal Academy is outside Tiendo City, that is, in the suburbs. You just came to Soto City from Tiendo City not long ago, and you want to go back again? Flanders nodded at Dai Mubai's words, but didn't say much. How about it? Are you willing to go with us old guys? Once we get there, we should teach you. Flanders couldn't guarantee other things because he hadn't contacted Lu Erlong yet, but he could guarantee this one thing. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were the only ones who felt a little conflicted about Flanders' proposal, but since everyone else had agreed, they didn't say much and just nodded in agreement. Very good, let's set off tomorrow, I'll give you a day off today. Dean teacher, so fast. Yes, Flanders, always work with efficiency. The next morning, everyone set out for Tiendo City. Dean, you said efficiency is important, so why did you ask us to walk? This is an experience. Flanders said without changing his expression. Everyone already knew what kind of person Flanders was, so they didn't say much. Asking Flanders to pay is more painful than asking him to die. Tiendo City, the young master is here. Ma Hongjun didn't care and even shouted at Lu. Zhu Zhuqing had a blank expression on her face, still as cold and aloof as when she first arrived. She walked silently at the end of the team. I hope I can find out some of your deeds when I get to Tiendo City. It would be even better if you were in Tiendo City. There is no one else like him except Inji. Unfortunately, Inji is not only not in Tiendo City, but is very far away from Tiendo City. He and his fourth sister are in Xinglua City right now. The architectural style of Xinglua City is simpler, but it is like a torrent of steel, giving people a spirit of perseverance. Different from the luxurious Tiendo City, everyone in Xinglua City is very martial regardless of gender, age, or whether they are noble or not. In Xinglua City, there are more than 3 large fighting spirit arenas. Moreover, unlike the nobles of the Tiendo Empire, the nobles of the Xinglua Empire have a faint aura of murderousness. They became nobles not because of heredity, but because of the army. Only those who have made outstanding military achievements can become nobles. Even the children of nobles must serve in the army for training. Even a prince can only have one child alive, so how can the nobles enjoy such luxuries? In the Xingluo Empire, the bigger the fist, the more power you have. Butler, please give me some information about this knight. A noble lady said this in a heroic and bold voice, without any concealment. If you like someone, then you like them. Why are you afraid of others knowing? The fear of being known is also because this person is not good enough. Chapter 105. This knight's appearance is impeccable, he looks like he is wearing nothing in his armor, he is truly a hero. Is it fake armor? After so many years in the Luo Empire, how could I not know? Just by looking at it, you can tell that this armor is not simple. How can a knight wearing it be a simple person? Butler, tell him my message and invite him to the restaurant for a drink. Yes, miss. As expected of a noble lady from the Luo Empire, she is truly heroic. After a while, the butler returned alone. The young lady was neither surprised nor frightened. She murmured, "What an interesting guy, not bad, I am more optimistic about you." Housekeeper. Inji and Chunmei were walking on the street. Chunmei lowered her head, but her eyes were not looking at her toes, but at Inji. "Second brother, you are really popular. This lady from Luo City is going to invite you to drink right now." The fourth sister said with a smile. This was not the first time she had seen such a thing. In the past few days, Inji has received at least dozens of such invitations. Faced with such an invitation, Inji was not interested. If the other party wanted to communicate some concepts of pure beauty, he would be very happy to do so. "I have dedicated my body to the goddess Idrila, I should always maintain a pure and beautiful posture and spread the name of purity and beauty. Let's put off drinking for now." After hearing this, the fourth sister sighed slightly. Is it really as the god of love said? There is really no possibility for her and Inji. Although she was a little disappointed, the fourth sister did not give up. In the world of soul masters, if you like something, you have to grab it and get it. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns and leaves me covered in scars. At this moment, the appearance of two figures broke the fourth sister's fantasy. Inji seemed to have seen this man and woman somewhere before, but she was sure that this was the first time they met. "Hello, knight and lady. I'm Davis, this is my fiancée Zhu Zhuyun, welcome to Luo City." Davis looked very kind when he spoke, but there was a hint of fear deep in his eyes. If the news is correct, this knight is the silver branch from the Pure Beauty Knights. Although no one knows what the Pure Beauty Knights are, the name of this Emperor Hanwu is very famous. As for this evil-looking girl, she is not a human being at all, but a soul beast. A very, very terrifying soul beast. 100,000 years is far from her limit. Judging from the performance of the fourth sister, people call soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old ferocious beasts. A very ferocious beast. It instantly killed a veteran titled Douluo at level 95. I wonder how terrifying the strength of this ferocious beast is. Why go to Luo City when there are so many good places to go? Wouldn't it be better to continue to promote the Qiando Empire? Of course, Davis only dared to think about this in his heart, and he remained very respectful on the surface. If you anger these two, the consequences will be disastrous. After listening to Davis's introduction, Inji thought about it for a moment and knew the identities of the two people in front of him. Davis, the eldest prince of the Luo Empire and Dai Mubai's biological brother. Zhu Zhuyun is the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, a noble family in Luo, and the elder sister of Zhu Zhuqing. No wonder there was a strange sense of familiarity. It turned out that they were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's older brother and sister. They looked at least 70 similar. "Hello, I'm Silver Branch of the Pure Knights, and this is the fourth sister." "Hello." The fourth sister said expressionlessly that she always felt that the human in front of her knew their identities. You know, human fear cannot be faked. After Davis and Zhu Zhuyun saw them, the fear in their eyes could not be concealed at all, even though they pretended nothing had happened. "Can you not be afraid? This is a super soul beast and a terrifying unknown strong man. If it wasn't for the order from above, they wouldn't have come." The passers-by around were stunned. They never expected that the eldest prince would be so close to two people of unknown origin. What are the identities of these two people? Anyway, it's not simple. You two are new here, and we are quite familiar with Luo City, why don't we take you on a tour? Davis spoke with real emotion, as if he was really very happy. Zhu Zhuyun, however, felt like crying but had no tears. When she received the task, she was completely stunned. Inji did not refuse Davis's invitation. He and his fourth sister originally came here for a trip, and it couldn't be better to have an acquaintance to lead the way. Today is a special day. It was the day when several major sects joined forces to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Of course, this matter is rather secretive, and the only major force that knows about this is the Spirit Hall. Except for the White Tiger sect, almost all of the lower four sects secretly defected to the Spirit Hall, but they did not make it public. Before it was made public, the actions of these sects had nothing to do with the Spirit Hall. The reputation of the Spirit Hall will not be damaged. Huyenjin gathered the new upper three and lower four sects in the original time and space. In the original time and space, Huyenjin even won the position of the leader of the new upper three sects, which shows that his strength is not weak. The disciples of the Elephant Armor sect took the lead, followed by the disciples of the Earth Dragon sect, Wind Sword sect, Black Tiger sect and other sects. During this period, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was already in a panic, fearing that someone would take advantage of Yu Yuanjin's death to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Yu Luomian finally stabilized the situation and sent people to patrol the surrounding area and be on high alert. They are different from the Haotian sect, as they do not have the natural dangers brought by the mountains as a protective barrier. We can only deal with the enemy by relying on our own hard power. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect has more than 2,000 people, including the elders. It is a tough nut to crack. Everyone, Hu Yenjin, just like to crush such tough guys, follow me and kill them. After dealing with the patrolling disciples, Hu Yenjin raised his arms and shouted, then charged towards the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Because Yu Yuanjin was killed, almost all the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan who were outside returned to the sect. This was also to prevent attacks from villains so that they could have the strength to fight. But they never expected that there would be someone who was not afraid of death and would come to their door at this time. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. Just waiting for you to gather. Except for the outsider, Lu Erlong, even the two brothers Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin returned to the sect. When the army came, the shaking of the ground told the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan that they were not friendly. Who dares to break into my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? Yu Luomian roared in a very domineering manner, but it was of no use. He is just a soul Douluo. His brother is alive. Everyone gives Yu Yuanjin face and calls him the second in command, but Yu Yuanjin is dead. It's you, Hu Yenjin. There are us too. When he saw the people coming, Yu Luomian's pupils shrank. These guys actually united together to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. No wonder Hu Yenjin has such confidence. Chapter 106. Fengji, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan has been destroyed. Gu Rong walked into the meeting room with a very interesting look on his face. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was one of the top 3 sects, but now it has ended up being destroyed. After Yu Yuanjin's death, there was no one in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan who could take up the role of the clan leader. The clan was also in a period of transition, so it was normal for the clan to be destroyed. Ning Fengji nodded expressionlessly. He had guessed this ending a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Did the Spirit Hall make a move in secret? No, no one from the Spirit Hall was found at the scene. No one from the Spirit Hall took action, which surprised Ning Fengji. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is a tough nut to crack. It can only be attacked by the lower 4 sects and some sects that have the potential to become the lower 4 sects. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is captured, there will be heavy casualties. How many casualties? No one from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect survived. The major sects suffered heavy casualties. Especially the Elephant Armor sect and the Earth Dragon sect, they were the vanguards, and their casualties exceeded half of the sect's total. After hearing this, Ning Fengji fell silent. Just as he guessed, even if they took down this tough nut to crack, all the sects would suffer heavy casualties. Fengji, should we take over the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's assets? The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is gone, but its resources are still there. If those sects benefit from it, they may pose a threat to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect after using these resources. Taking advantage of the severe damage to the strength of these sects, they seize the legacy of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, thereby enhancing the strength of their own sect. After hearing this, Ning Fengji thought for a while and nodded. Regardless of whether they take action or not, both sides are enemies, and they will not offend the other side by not taking action. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect had a legitimate reason to take action against these sects. You know, the 3 upper sects are of the same blood. When they attacked the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect was slow to provide support. Isn't that reasonable? Uncle Gu, thank you for your help. The two looked at each other, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. These words clearly showed Ning Fengji's attitude. Soto City is not very far from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, and it will take the army at most 1 day to get there. Led by Gu Rong, under the banner of supporting the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, they charged towards the direction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Now or never. This time, Gu Rong is ready to give these peasants a ruthless blow. For a titled Douluo, those without the power of a titled Douluo are no different from being a peasant. Besides, these sects had just fought a great battle with heavy casualties. They were now recuperating and reaping the fruits of victory. They never expected that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect would actually take action. Ha ha ha. Hu Yenjin smiled heartily. After paying a heavy price, he finally managed to break the hard bone of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Now that he was sitting on Hu Yenjin's throne, he just felt that it was all worth it. Brother Hu Yen, don't forget the agreement between us. Everyone looked at Hu Yenjin, who had a smug look on his face, and reminded him. Whoever sits in this position needs to speak with strength. I remember, of course I remember, I just wanted to feel the atmosphere in advance. Hu Yenjin waved his hand and said with a smile. Almost all the clan leaders who participated in this battle were injured. It was because Yu Luomian's dying counterattack was too fierce. This Yu Luomian was indeed a man, he never uttered a word of surrender until his death. How could someone like Yu Luomian, who values honor more than life, surrender? Knowing that you can't win, but still fighting to the death is a foolish act, but it is worthy of admiration. Yu Luomian had no soul bones on his body, so his body remained intact. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. Everyone looked puzzled and looked at the newcomer in confusion. How unbecoming is it to be in a panic? Hu Yenjin said with dissatisfaction that this was the direct descendant of his sect and he couldn't embarrass himself in front of everyone. Report. Metropolitan. The man's face was pale and his eyes were filled with panic. In an instant, all the sect leaders felt that something bad was happening. As expected, the man continued, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect has surrounded us. Led by Bon Douluo Gu Rong, there are at least 2,000 people. When these words were spoken, all the sect leaders were shocked and some of them could not believe it. At this critical juncture, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect actually took action. How can it be? How could someone like Ning Fengji attack them? If it were normal times, the combined strength of the several sects would not take these 2,000 people seriously at all. But they had just been through a great battle, with some dead and some injured. Although they still had the strength to fight, they could not be the opponents of these 2,000 soul masters. Without the Spirit Hall taking action, they were able to destroy a sect, and it was because Yu Yuan was killed. Kill. Before everyone could come to their senses, the sound of killing was deafening and the fighting had already started outside. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tiles sect is not in Tiando. I was just about to ask, isn't the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect in Tiando City? How could the support be so quick? But before he could finish his words, he remembered what happened half a year ago. The entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect left Tiando City, including their mountain. Oh my god, it turns out they were waiting here. I'm afraid today won't end peacefully, lead your disciples to break out, go as far as you can. They don't have the capital to engage in a head-on confrontation now. Going up there would be seeking death. The only way is to escape from this place and recover first. Will Gu Rong give us this opportunity? No one can guarantee whether Chen Xian has also come. Facing two title Douluo, they, the Soul Douluo, have no power to fight back at all. I didn't expect the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect to be so insidious. If I don't give you a chance, I have to create one. Yes, if you don't escape, you will die. If there is no opportunity, you must create one to escape. There is a long way to go, and there is plenty of time to target the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect. Brothers, avenge the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. The three sects are of the same blood, kill them. Hearing such a voice, everyone's eyes twitched. What the hell, we are all of the same blood. If they were truly of the same blood, they wouldn't have waited until the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was wiped out before coming out to kill them. Revenge for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? You really want to inherit the legacy of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? Everyone's mind was as clear as a mirror, but they dared not speak out their anger. Just as everyone was about to leave the conference room, a figure appeared at the door of the conference room. Everyone, please stay today. Gu Rong smiled evilly, and the pressure of a title Douluo spread throughout the entire venue. Bon Douluo, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are a title Douluo. Even if you run out of energy today, you can't kill all of us. We can give up the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's things, but the premise is that you let us go. Although it hurts to be indebted to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, there is nothing that can be done about it. Chapter 107. If there is a chance to kill them, Gu Rong will never let it go. Even though the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and the Spirit Hall appear to be polite to each other on the surface, the suppression from the Spirit Hall is no less. In order to keep you here, my Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect has made perfect preparations. Also, what does it mean to hand over the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's things to my clan? We are seeking revenge for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Gu Rong said this righteously, his expression did not change at all. After hearing this, everyone's faces changed and their pupils shrank. Chen Xian is here too. Under normal circumstances, one of Gu Rong and Chen Xian must stay in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect to prevent villains from attacking the sect. But this time it's not a normal situation. That's right, not only Chen Xian came, but Ning Fengji came as well. The moment the colorful light shone on Gu Rong, everyone's faces froze, they looked at each other, and then they were possessed by their martial spirits. They knew that this war was inevitable. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect must kill them all. We can only feel at ease if we get rid of you. Kill. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, Chen Xian, you will definitely be punished. Your Holiness will avenge us. Facing the attacks from Chen Xian and Gu Rong, everyone shouted. The three people's faces changed, but they did not stop their actions. As expected, these sects have long become running dogs of the Spirit Hall. Their actions this time must be related to the Spirit Hall. This time, the three of them really wronged the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong did not take any action. She just acquiesced to the matter and did not even send out any tidal DOLOU to suppress the situation. If a tidal DOLOU came, the battle would not be so brutal. We are all enemies anyway, so we can just accuse them. The major sect leaders are not ordinary people either, they are at least Soul DOLOU level warriors. A peak Soul DOLOU like Hu Yenjin can be compared to many tidal DOLOUs who have just broken through. But, Contra is just Contra after all. What they were facing was not some tidal DOLOU who had just broken through. Instead, he was facing a tidal DOLOU who was above level 95 and had the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Don't underestimate me. Hu Yenjin roared, and his 7th and 8th soul rings flashed almost at the same time. The entire hall collapsed in an instant, and a huge diamond mammoth appeared before everyone. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. The 8th soul skill, Dot. Just as he was about to shout out the name of the 8th soul skill, Hu Yenjin's face changed. Gu Rong and Chen Xian's 9th soul ring flashed almost at the same time. The bone dragon goes out to sea, soars into the sky, and flies freely, soaring to the 3 poles, and the wind follows it. The 9th soul skill, Bone the Dragon. The 9th soul skill, Slash both gods and demons. Chen Xian has not lost his arm yet, and has not yet comprehended the sword art of Chen Xian. Therefore, his 9th soul skill is only the double slash of gods and demons. When Hu Yenjin saw this, his face turned pale. You don't have martial virtues. Isn't it? To deal with him, a Soul DOLOU, these 2 old guys actually used the 9th soul skill at the same time. They really wished he would die. Facing 1 9th soul skill, Hu Yenjin was still stubborn, but facing 2 9th soul skills. Time passed and the battle lasted for half a day. It was 2 days later when Ning Fengji, Chen Xian and Gu Rong returned to the meeting hall of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. How many casualties were there this time? 500 disciples died, and as for the injured, almost everyone was injured. Facing the counterattacks from the disciples of various sects, they also paid a heavy price. Ning Fengji nodded with a gloomy expression. The harvest this time was much more than he had imagined. Not only did he take the legacy of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, but he also got the legacy of Hu Yenjin and others. Let the disciples cultivate themselves well, and the pensions must be in place. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect lacks many things, but the only thing it does not lack is money. There will definitely not be a single cent deduction from pensions and the amount will be even more than normal. Yu Yenjin is dead, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is gone. The balance of Douluo Continent has been completely turned upside down. If we don't take action, what awaits us will be a slow death. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect must take action this time, and they must be dealt a heavy blow. Otherwise, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be the next target. The Haotian sect hid itself like a turtle. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was destroyed. Only the 7 treasures glazed tile sect remains on Douluo Continent. If we don't deal with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, who should we deal with? The 3 of them chatted until midnight, and just as they were about to leave, a figure walked in. Report. What's the matter? Reporting to the sect master, Ning Tian sent a message that he bought a weapon from Tang San. This weapon can cause great damage to soul masters below the level of Soul King, and it does not require soul power to use. After hearing this, the 3 of them were slightly stunned, and then they were shocked. What? No need for soul power, but it poses a huge threat to soul masters below the level of Soul King. Could it be that Ning Tian hasn't woken up yet? Master, this is the weapon, called Zhuge Divine Crossbow. After saying this, the messenger recounted how Ning Tian and the others fought against the evil god team, leaving Ning Fengji and the other 2 confused. Pure beauty and glory be upon you. My 7 treasures glazed tile sect is about to rise completely. I'm not afraid that this Zhuge Divine Crossbow is expensive, I'm just afraid that the production can't keep up. As I said, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect lacks many things, but the only thing it does not lack is money. Ning Fengji immediately took the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to test it out, and was overjoyed to see that its power was indeed as described in the letter. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect has no shortage of people or money, but the direct lineage lacks combat effectiveness. If everyone had a weapon like this. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Where are they now? Master, they are still on their way to Tiendo City, according to their speed, they should be arriving at Tiendo City soon. Good. Ning Fengji nodded and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That was Ning Tian. If it was Ning Rongrong, she would definitely not have thought of this. Uncle Gu, let's go to Tiendo City tomorrow. Ah. Gu Rong did not refuse. If this could be accomplished, the combat effectiveness of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect would be greatly enhanced. Star Luo City. After staying in Xinglua City for 2 days, Yinji and fourth sister left the capital of the Xinglua Empire. During these 2 days, they saw a lot of things. With the eldest Prince Davis acting as their tour guide, they were able to see many places that ordinary people could not enter. Silver Branch Knight, come to Xinglua City often when you have time. Davis waved his hand and said reluctantly. After 2 days of communication, he realized that Yinji was not the kind of person who was difficult to get along with. On the contrary, this knight is full of chivalrous virtues. That Yu Engine really deserves to die. I don't know what he did to anger this knight. Chapter 108. On an unknown official road, the fourth sister followed Yinji silently. She didn't make any sound and just followed Yinji quietly. These days, she really enjoys wandering around aimlessly like this, and when she meets someone in need, she helps them. But she could never get involved in the fate that Yinji talked about. The road is long and cannot be forced. He is always full of enthusiasm for the world. According to human terms, the second brother has a sincere heart. Always helping others unconditionally will leave a deep impression on others. After going around in circles, the fourth sister frowned. As they walked, the road became more and more familiar. Second brother, are we back in the Star Do Great Forest again? After hearing this, Yinji looked at the surrounding scenery. Don't say it, really don't say it. They really came to the Star Forest. But he did not enter from the Tiando Empire, but from the Xinglua Empire. The Xingdo Great Forest is a giant mountain range that spans half of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. For the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, this is an indestructible barrier. The two empires often quarreled over the Star Forest, claiming that the Star Forest belonged to their own territory. It was impossible for the two empires to let go of such a large primeval forest, and the quarrel was fruitless. They used force to prove it, and were mediated by the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, the Star Do Great Forest did not belong to any force. Yinji nodded and said, we have indeed come to the Star Forest again. This shows what? It's not really fate, it's just that Douluo Continent is too small. After walking around, there are still only a few places. For the fourth sister, isn't the Star Do Great Forest just like returning home? Danger? She is the biggest danger. Of course, this is because the fourth sister didn't know about Emperor Tian and other beasts, so she could only speak so arrogantly. Star Forest, Lake of Life. The dark demon evil god Tiger had arrived here a long time ago, but he was full of doubts. This place is full of vitality. Practicing here for a day is more effective than resting outside for a few days. But why is there no powerful soul beast guarding it? Even the small lakes on the periphery can give birth to the azure bull python, the titan giant ape, and the 2 rabbits. There is nothing in this lake of life. It is terrifyingly quiet, but I always feel that there are several pairs of eyes staring at it from behind. What's going on? The dark demon evil god Tiger was puzzled, his eyes filled with doubts. But it didn't know that its feeling was not wrong. There were indeed many pairs of eyes staring at it. If the dark demon evil god Tiger makes any unusual movements and comes to where they are, they will definitely not hold back and will attack directly. If they were not afraid of that human, no, it should be said that the god had come to their doorstep and caused trouble, they would have taken action long ago. After the dark demon evil god Tiger breaks through to 100,000 years later, I should not be its opponent. The one who spoke was the 3-headed dog of hell. It had only cultivated for 200,000 years and was the weakest among these ferocious beasts. It is also very self-aware and knows that it is no match for the dark demon evil Tiger. The dark demon evil god Tiger is indeed too terrifying. It not only masters several types of attack attributes, but also masters part of the evil god's inheritance. If he could break through to 1,000,000 years, he would definitely be the evil god. It is very possible to become a first-level god. It is only at the 10,000-year level, but it can fight against super soul beasts such as the titan giant ape or the azure bull python, which shows how strong its origin is. Perhaps only the true dragon clan can be the opponent of the dark demon evil god Tiger of the same level. Humph, you are a waste. Xiong Jun folded his arms and sneered with disdain. Facing the mockery of the Bear Lord, the Hellhound did not say much. It was no match for this guy. It just relies on hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, if you are at the same level as it, He snorted in his heart, but said nothing more. The only one of the same level who dares to say that he is better than the dark demon evil god Tiger should be D. Tian, right? Stop making noise and see what it wants to do. If you're just practicing here, just let it go. Before D. Tian finished speaking, the beasts understood what he meant. If the dark demon evil god Tiger acts recklessly, we can only kill it. Even if it would offend the god. The dark demonic evil god Tiger cannot practice on its own and can only devour energy to accumulate cultivation. This is also why D. Tian gave such an order. Kill the dark demon evil god Tiger in the cradle. As well as tiger-type soul beasts, they cannot become ferocious beasts. It is possible to break through 100,000 years, but it is impossible to break through 200,000 years. The main reason is that I don't want to upset the balance. Tiger soul beasts are really too fierce. Suddenly, the beasts frowned. This guy. The dark demon evil god tiger actually jumped into the lake of life and began to devour the life energy in the lake of life. These life energies come from the life gold at the bottom of the lake. It simply absorbs the life energy in the lake water. Ditien. Don't worry about it. It's just the life energy in the lake, it doesn't matter. As long as the gold of life does not disappear, the energy of life will continue to flow. The life energy in the lake overflowed when the Silver Dragon King was healing. After entering the lake, the dark demon evil god tiger was still not attacked. After a while, it began to devour the life energy in the water. These life energies can quickly make it stronger. There must be something strange here. If even it thinks this is a good place, how could there not be something weird about it? Who knows, it might be some extremely evil thing. It's just that the other person is not at home. With my 100,000 years of cultivation, I can escape even if I am defeated. Let's absorb the energy first. How could it know that if it was really attacked, how could it possibly escape? Unless it has cultivated for more than 300,000 years or even 400,000 years, it will be possible to escape. Unconsciously, the energy in the lake seemed to have decreased a lot, so the dark demon evil god tiger came out of the lake. It is indeed life energy. In such a short period of time, my cultivation has increased by 30,000 years. No wonder the azure bull python and titan giant ape grows so fast. Azure bull python and titan giant ape. Is there a possibility that they are eating what others have left? Leave some for fourth sister, I don't know when she will be back. After saying this, the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to sense something and his eyes lit up. It felt the breath of the human-faced spider king. But why is this aura so powerful? Could it be another human-faced spider king? But in the Star Do Great Forest, there is no human-faced spider king that is more than 100,000 years old. The fourth sister is not the strongest among the human-faced spider kings. But after she devoured the azure bull python, she became a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and became the most powerful among the human-faced spider emperors. Chapter 109. A human-faced demon spider that reaches the 50,000-year level can be called a human-faced spider king. Because there is no existence of the 100,000-year level among the human-faced spider emperor. Moreover, the human-faced demon spider will evolve once every 50,000 years. Therefore, the human-faced demon spider that is more than 50,000 years old is called the human-faced spider king. After hesitating for a while, the dark demon evil god tiger decided to go and take a look to see whether this human-faced spider king was the fourth sister. At the same time, Ditian, Xiong-jun and other beasts fell silent. Even the dark demon evil god tiger sensed the fourth sister, let alone them. The dark demon evil god tiger didn't know what level of soul beast the fourth sister was, but they knew. Because their cultivation is much higher than that of the fourth sister. 360,000 years. How could she have broken through from 100,000 years to 360,000 years in such a short time? How many creatures must be devoured to achieve this? The expressions of the beasts were very strange. They were basically one of the earliest soul beasts in the world. Only then can we achieve what we have today. But what about fourth sister? She is the one they watched break through to 100,000 years. How long will it take to break through to 100,000 years? In just a few months, she broke through to 360,000 years. This is the result of more than 200,000 years of cultivation. The three-headed hellhound looked confused. Could it be that it was really a waste as Mr. Bear said? But the demonic dragon king of hell, ZG, only has 200,000 years of life. Impossible. Even if she were to absorb this ice silkworm, she would not be able to break through the limit twice and reach 360,000 years in just a few months. Tian frowned and fell into deep thought. What's going on? At this moment, an ethereal voice sounded. She has the aura of the water and fire dragon king, she must have inherited or gained some benefit from him. Greetings to the Lord. The source of this voice is the silver dragon king. The breath of the water and fire dragon king. Aunt Shui, Uncle Hua, have their bodies been discovered by the beasts? As the dragon god's most beloved grandson, Tian naturally knew the water dragon king and the fire dragon king. The water dragon king, also known as the ice dragon king. The dragon god once hinted to his sons that they could pursue the water dragon king. This human-faced spider king is really lucky. The animals began to envy, why didn't they have such luck? Those are the corpses of two dragon kings. Speaking of which, the silver dragon king, the leader of the soul beasts, can be considered their sister. Of course, as the incarnation of the dragon god, the status of the gold and silver dragon kings is higher. Listening to the discussions of the beasts, Tian ignored them and said respectfully, Master, what should we do? The corpses of the water and fire dragon kings will help the silver dragon king recover. She has been the leader of the elemental dragon kings since she was born, so it is no problem for her to absorb the energy left by the two dragon kings to restore herself. Tian, please go for a walk. After a long while, the silver dragon king finally spoke. This matter is too important, even if a little information is exposed, it is not impossible. But she had no idea that her landing on the Douluo Continent and recuperating in the Star Do Great Forest was all a plot against her. Even if she was infected with the power of Shura, how long it would take to eliminate it had already been calculated. All of this was arranged by her most beloved father god, the dragon god. If the divine beasts hinder the development of human gods, then we should eliminate them. The dragon race blocked the development of human gods, so we should eliminate the dragon race. Before humans give birth to a truly powerful person. And before the new dragon god returns to his position, no soul beast can become a god. Even if aliens become gods, they cannot seize the position of gods. He just doesn't believe that human gods will pass the throne to soul beasts. God of love. After hearing this, Tian hesitated slightly, then nodded and agreed. It doesn't matter if he is exposed, as long as the Silver Dragon King is not exposed. I guess only soul beasts think humans are so stupid. What kind of beast is Emperor Tian? He is the commander of the Dragon God's guards. Grasp the existence of the Dragon Claw. Now that he has been exposed, he should know where the Silver Dragon King is without having to think, right? It's impossible to be anywhere in Douluo Continent, and it's even more impossible to be in the Star Do Great Forest. 10,000 years later, the gods have not left, but Emperor Tian has become famous and has become the leader of the 10 fierce beasts. The one who has the most contact with him is the dog of the sea god. Ahem, how could the gods not know the existence of the Silver Dragon King? At this time, by the small lake. The dark demon evil god Tiger walked over with confusion, and was slightly stunned when he saw Inji and the fourth sister. Oh my god, it's really her. Second brother. Looking at Inji and then at the fourth sister, dark demon evil god Tiger asked in confusion, Fourth sister, what's going on with you? The fourth sister, whose cultivation level was originally similar to its own, suddenly made rapid progress in strength, which made it a little confused. Thinking of the lake of life and some of the energy it left for the fourth sister, dark demon evil god Tiger couldn't help but blush. Shame on me. With fourth sister's strength, does she need that little bit of life energy? Inji rubbed the head of the dark demon evil god Tiger and didn't say much. The fourth sister then told the whole story, saying that they were all partners who had shared life and death together, so it would be no big deal if she told the dark demon evil god Tiger about it. After hearing what the fourth sister said, the dark demon evil god Tiger was stunned. 360,000 years. Ha ha ha. She broke through to 360,000 years. Absorbing so much energy from the lake of life only increased its cultivation by 30,000 years. The fourth sister had an opportunity that lasted for 260,000 years. As if she had thought of something, the fourth sister took out a few shiny soul bones from the storage soul guide and handed them to the dark demon evil god Tiger. This is the soul bone I obtained by killing a blind human. Brother Tiger, these are for you. After hearing this, the dark demon evil god Tiger looked at Inji, and when he saw that Inji had not changed at all, he looked at his fourth sister before accepting the soul bone. For humans, soul bones are treasures. For soul beasts, especially evil soul beasts like them, soul bones are the essence of a soul beast. Devouring soul bones can also quickly increase your cultivation. Of course, not all soul beasts have this ability. After receiving the soul bone, the dark demon evil god Tiger told Inji and fourth sister about the lake of life and invited the two people to go there. He did not refuse the kindness of the dark demon evil god Tiger, and arrived at the destination in a short while. Strange, I have clearly absorbed most of the energy in this lake, so why is there any sign of recovery? The dark demon evil god Tiger is particularly sensitive to energy. How could it not know how much life energy is here? After a short while, the energy in the lake was restored a little. It would take at most 100 years for it to return to its original state. At this time, Tian was a little hesitant about whether he should show up. Neither he nor the Silver Dragon King sensed the existence of Silver Branch, which is why they came to look for the dark demon evil god Tiger and the human-faced Spider King. I never expected that two beasts and one man would come to the Lake of Life. Chapter 110. After all, this is a mission from the Silver Dragon King. Maybe she has discovered this night. Silver Dragon King, She really didn't notice this night, otherwise she wouldn't have let Tian go out at this time. Inji was not surprised by Tian's sudden appearance because he had already noticed him a long time ago. The dark demon evil god Tiger and the fourth sister were slightly stunned and subconsciously became alert. Just one glance and you can tell that this human in a black robe is not ordinary. He faintly exudes the aura of a superior being, the aura of a soul beast. Mr. Black Dragon, what can I do for you? Inji asked subconsciously. This time, he did not directly praise the other party because Mr. Black Dragon looked like he was worried about something. Tian was shocked. Could he have figured out his identity at just one glance? It's really not simple. This was the first time that Tian had seen such a polite god. Hello, strong human. It's difficult to hear these words from Tian's mouth. With his level of cultivation, even if DALU was present, the latter would have no choice but to be beaten up. DALU, without the help of angelic power, is just a pseudo-demigod. Even with the help of angelic power, he is only at the demigod level. Above demigods, there are quasi-gods. However, Emperor Tian is the most powerful being among the quasi-gods. Without the soul core, DALU, even with Tang Chen, would not be a match for this man. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the pinnacle of the world. Black Dragon. The dark demon evil god Tiger and the fourth sister fell into deep thought. The dark demon evil god Tiger, which had just broken through to the 100,000-year mark, was not yet clear about the exact situation with Emperor Tian. But the fourth sister, who has 360,000 years of cultivation, is different. She knows that after a breakthrough of 200,000 years, soul beasts can directly transform into human appearance without transforming. The black dragon in front of her should be a being similar to her. After Tian finished greeting, he said, "This little spider has the aura of my dragon elders. I want to ask what the situation is with those two elders." There are not so many circles among soul beasts, Tian said bluntly. Now that he has shown up, he naturally has to complete the mission. Little spider. The dark demon evil god Tiger and the fourth sister were a little stunned. You know, the fourth sister now has 360,000 years of cultivation. This black dragon, whose power was unknown, called her Little Spider. This is the human-faced Spider King. Where does he get the confidence from? After hearing this, Inji suddenly realized. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are the burial place of the water and fire dragon kings. The fourth sister opened the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire again, and it was normal for her to have the aura of the water dragon king on her body. As for the dragon elder that Tian mentioned, Inji also knew something about him. Because he had just come out of the Dragon Valley. You are lucky to have cultivated for more than 300,000 years. I am the golden-eyed black dragon king Tian. Hearing Tian's name, the fourth sister and the dark demon evil god Tiger were shocked, then spread their hands to indicate that they had never heard of it. Tian's eyes twitched, and he was a little confused. Although he has not been active for a long time, his name and his race should be imprinted in the hearts of soul beasts. But if you think about it carefully, the two soul beasts in front of you are evil soul beasts, and they are hunted by all soul beasts. It is normal that they have never heard of his name. The beast who gave the order to hunt down these evil soul beasts is him. Tian. More than 300,000 years of cultivation were not taken seriously by Emperor Tian at all, so the way dark demon evil god Tiger and fourth sister looked at Emperor Tian changed. It's not fear, but murderous intent. With the bond here, how can you be afraid of this black dragon king? Devouring this guy will definitely greatly increase their cultivation. When Tian saw the expressions of dark demon evil god Tiger and fourth sister, he knew that his order was correct. These two guys want to kill him, the beast god. To say that they are extremely daring is no exaggeration. Not to mention that he is just a beast god. In the original time and space, the dark demon evil god Tiger was ready to kill the descendants of the sea god and the Shura god. If Tang San hadn't been cheating, even at level 90, he would not have been a match for the dark demon evil god Tiger. Beast god Emperor Tian, I have admired your name for a long time. After seeing it today, I can see that the reputation is well deserved. Inji bowed slightly and continued, fourth sister doesn't know about the dragon clan elders. But I know a thing or two. After hearing this, Tian was slightly stunned, looked at his fourth sister, and nodded. It would be strange if this little spider knew about the water and fire dragon king. He has already introduced himself, but the other party still wants to attack him, the beast god. He really doesn't take him, the beast god, seriously at all. Please also let us know that the dragon clan would be grateful. If he asks for something in the future, the dragon clan will definitely do their best. This is Tian's promise. At least on this Douluo Continent, he can fulfill this promise. Inji shook her head, opened her arms, and said, Chunmei allowed us to meet each other. Helping you is a pure experience for Chunmei. How can I accept rewards? Pure beauty will appear wherever it is needed. Pure beauty is everywhere. Mr. Tian, if I tell you the address of the dragon clan ancestor unconditionally, can you swear to acknowledge that the pure goddess Idrila is unparalleled in beauty? Tian was stunned, blinked, and looked at Inji with a confused look on his face. He would rather pay Inji than admit that the beauty of that goddess was more beautiful than that of the Silver Dragon King. This is simply asking him to betray his own beliefs. Wait, what kind of goddess is the goddess of pure beauty? He basically knows all the gods in the divine world. With human capabilities, there definitely won't be many new god thrones after the dragon god dies. Because there are very few gods who can create their own thrones. Glancing at Inji and seeing her determined expression, Tian knew that if he did not swear to acknowledge that the pure goddess Idrila was unparalleled in beauty, the other party would definitely not tell him the news. Beat? There is a high probability that it cannot be defeated. If the Silver Dragon King's injuries have healed, we can give it a try. Unfortunately, the Silver Dragon King's injuries had not healed, so he had no chance at all. If he doesn't fight, he will swear to acknowledge the beauty of the other goddess. As if remembering something, Inji took out a spear. After being modified, the spear showed many colors on it, like dragon scales, and faintly, the sound of thousands of dragons roaring could be heard. This is the spear that has been transformed by thousands of dragon souls, and it is called the Dragon Soul Spear. Originally there was the aura of the dragon god on it, but it was directly wiped out by the silver branch. That was the breath of lies and deception, and Inji didn't need such power. Seeing Inji take out a spear without saying anything, Tian was shocked. I just imagined that Inji was going to take action to protect the beauty of his goddess. As a result, after he felt the aura on the spear, he was stunned on the spot. Even the Silver Dragon King in the dark was stunned at this moment. Chapter 111. The will of 10,000 dragons is condensed on this spear. And Wanlong's blessings, thank you. The human in front of him held the spear without any discomfort. This shows what? He is truly recognized by all the dragons. What on earth had he done to deserve such recognition? Could it be that he saved the entire dragon clan? Holy Dragon of Light, Holy Dragon of Darkness, Golden-Eyed Black Dragon, Mountain Dragon King, Fire Dragon, Water Dragon. The aura on the spears is all that of a real dragon. This is the most terrifying place. You know, after that ancient war, the true dragon clan had either died or been injured, and there were only a few left. The aura on this spear is all that of a real dragon, and even has the aura of the Dragon King. There were no distracting thoughts, only a positive aura, which showed that these dragons did this out of genuine gratitude to each other. Human strongman, what have you done? Emperor Tianxia subconsciously took a few steps back. If he were to become an enemy of this human, this gun alone would be enough to cause him trouble. This is the person recognized by thousands of dragons, and this is the person who carries the luck of thousands of dragons. It is easy to deal with other races that are his enemies. At most, they will be killed by his force, and they will not be retaliated by these things. But he is different, he is also a dragon. Even if the Silver Dragon King wanted to attack Inji, he would have to think twice. Mr. Tian, are you asking about the origin of this spear? Yes, please let me know. Facing the Silver Dragon Spear, the Golden Dragon Spear, as long as it is not the dragon-slaying sword, Tian will not panic. But this spear brought him fear. The dragon-slaying sword is a divine weapon used to kill dragons that have made mistakes, and it has special effects against dragons. After killing the dragon clan, the dragon clan's resentment can be condensed, making the dragon-slaying sword even more powerful. That was condensed negative emotions, but this spear was different, it was full of positive emotions. But that doesn't mean it's weak. Once the will on the spear is angered, there will be a very terrifying counterattack. After hearing this, Inji did not hide anything and directly told the story of Longu. What, Dragon God? Father God? The Dragon God is dead, but his dragon soul is still in the Dragon Valley. As for what happened to this spear, they also knew it. It is because of the silver branches that these dead warriors have returned from dust to dust. Into the ground is safe. These dragon souls formed the Dragon Soul Spear out of gratitude to Inji. Tian and the Silver Dragon King were stunned. This night, he actually wiped out the aura that the Dragon God left on the spear. Should he be so honest? Wait, he can actually erase part of the Dragon God's dragon soul. He swallowed and looked at Inji with a clearer look in his eyes. Such a strong man would not bother to lie, so Inji had no reason to lie. Human strongman, why would you erase the aura left by the Dragon God? Both Tian and the Silver Dragon King were very dissatisfied with this. You know, the Dragon God is the source of the Dragon Clan. Without the Dragon God, there would be no Dragon Clan. At least this is the case for the Dragon Clan in Douluo Continent. This body does not need the power of lies and deception. Faced with such an honest Inji, Tian and Silver Dragon King became even more angry. The power of the Dragon God is full of lies and deception. Why does someone who slanders the Dragon God so much deserve the gratitude of thousands of dragons? At this time, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger and the fourth sister were stunned. They never thought that their second brother had actually seen the Dragon God. That is the origin of soul beasts. If there were no Dragon God, there would be no soul beast species. It was after the death of the Dragon God and many mythical beasts, their blood, bones and souls fell on the Douluo Continent, and soul beasts and martial spirits were born. Most of the original martial spirits were transformed from fragments of divine artifacts and the residual souls of divine beasts. Yes, this can be seen from the fact that Poseidon can refine his own martial spirit into a divine weapon. Since martial spirits can be refined into artifacts, it means that artifacts can also be transformed into martial spirits. This is the original rule on Douluo Continent. Why do you slander my god like this? Emperor Tian couldn't hold back any longer. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to clear the name of the dragon god. If no beast doubts Inji, the dragon's soul spear formed by thousands of dragons is the best proof. My second brother never lies, don't you know whether it is slander or not? The fourth sister roared at Tian without any worries, with a tendency to transform into her original form. She is just disguised as a human, not a real human, and her human form will affect her true combat effectiveness. Only her true form can unleash her full strength. How dare you, a little human-faced spider emperor, behave so violently in front of me? Tian's whole body trembled, and his 800,000 years of cultivation burst out, and his terrifying aura pressed towards the fourth sister. But the fourth sister was standing next to Inji. Before Tian could do anything, and before Inji could respond, a golden light flashed from the dragon's soul spear, and the will of 10,000 dragons burst out at this moment. Tian is the second-generation golden-eyed black dragon king. It is impossible for ordinary dragons to defy his will. But the dragons in Dragon Valley are different, they are all real dragons, and there are also Dragon King-level beings. The wills of thousands of dragons were released at the same time, suppressing Tian to the ground in minutes. He kept roaring, with cold sweat on his forehead. What on earth are you doing? This person slandered the dragon god, but you protected him. I am unworthy of being a dragon, unworthy of being a true dragon. Tian was suppressed to the ground and kept roaring. However, the power exerted on him by the dragon's will did not weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger because of his resistance. Only their wills were left, and they could not think at all. They only knew that Tian was preparing to take action against their benefactor. If they did not suppress Tian, who should they suppress? When the dark demon evil god Tiger saw this, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. It doesn't know any Emperor Tian, let alone any despicable dragon god. Want to hurt its recognized sister? He. Evil god Hook. No matter who you are, I'll kill you first. A grey airflow burst out from the dark demon evil god Tiger, and its figure pounced towards Tian. Like a scorpion's tail, it stabbed towards Tian's heart. Ding! It was like the sound of metal knocking, and the dark demon evil god Tiger felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Its evil hook was actually unable to break the black dragon's defense. That's impossible. This is a magic weapon that can break through defenses. Why can't it break through the defenses? The heart is where the dragon's reverse scale is located, and it is the hardest scale on the dragon's body. The Xiong-jun's sneak attack on Tian was successful, but he only left a white mark on Tian's body. There is a huge gap in strength between the two. Although the dark demon evil god Tiger is strong, the golden-eyed black dragon king is not a vegetarian. With a bang, the dark demon evil god Tiger flew backwards. Tian also slowly stood up from the ground. Faced with a will of 10,000 dragons, he was caught off guard and suppressed to the ground, but that didn't mean he didn't have the strength to fight. He is the beast god, Emperor Tian. Chapter 112. A loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. This dragon roar represents Tian's anger. Tian, stop it. Suddenly, a voice sounded, causing Emperor Tianxia to subconsciously stop his next attack. Lord. He didn't quite understand why the Silver Dragon King wanted to stop him. Even though he knew he could not win, he still fought to the death. He wanted to clear the name of the dragon god. You can say he is brainless or that he doesn't care about the overall situation. He just wants to maintain the face of the dragon god. What has he done wrong? If you die, the dragon race will really be desolate. The Silver Dragon King spoke again. Tian is the strongest among the remaining elites of the dragon clan. He cannot die yet. He still has a lot of things to do, and he cannot fall down yet. The burden on him is still very heavy. No buts, this is an order. You don't even obey my orders. The Silver Dragon King said firmly. She always felt that the knight in front of her was not lying, and she was in this vortex. Dragon God, is it really not full of lies and deception? At this moment, the Silver Dragon King fell into deep thought. Yes. My subordinates dare not. Tian gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. The Silver Dragon King was right, he couldn't die yet. He must not die before the Dragon Clan sets foot on the mountain again. I know you will have doubts, perhaps our first acquaintance is not enough for you to trust me. Why don't you go and ask in person? It also proves that what I said is absolutely true. After hearing this, Silver Dragon King and Tian fell silent. Let them ask the Dragon God Spirit, have you deceived a pure and beautiful knight? How dare they question the Dragon God? Even if they knew that the dragon god had done it, what else could they do after they found out? Should I blame the dragon god for playing such a trick, or should I blame myself for questioning Inji? No matter what the outcome is, they are not acceptable. The main reason is that one's spiritual heart has been damaged. The dragon god is their belief. In their hearts, the dragon god is omniscient and omnipotent, the most perfect, and there is absolutely no possibility that he can have any negative qualities. But reality slapped them in the face and told them that the dragon god was not perfect and that today's result was entirely caused by the dragon god. Shura's sword did not kill the dragon god, but instead split him into the gold and silver dragon kings. Is there really no conspiracy behind this? Wait, what Inji just said was, you guys. It turns out that he had discovered it a long time ago. You have to know that the communication between them just now was telepathic, and there was no possibility of being intercepted. That means Inji had already discovered the Silver Dragon King. Second brother, why do you have to be with him? If it remembered correctly, Inji was talking about you just now. For a moment, the dark demon evil god tiger fell into deep thought. It shook its head and looked at Dtion again, still confused. Just one target? After thinking for a while, it continued, second brother, this black dragon actually questioned you and even had the intention to kill you, why should we waste time talking to them? Just kill them directly. I don't know how many real creatures there are here, so the dark demon evil god tiger is talking about them. As soon as these words were spoken, the corners of the beast's eyes twitched slightly. As expected of the products of the evil god, they were full of murderous intent and would start killing at the slightest disagreement. Doesn't it know that without the silver branch, it is nothing? Except for the three-headed hellhound and Bridget, other ferocious beasts are confident that they can deal with this 100,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger. Pure beauty's glory is above, second brother, this black dragon is questioning pure beauty, he has the means to die. Yes, second brother, we can tell at a glance that this black dragon is not a good beast otherwise, how could the titan giant ape and azure bull python outside make the star doe great forest so foul? Fourth sister and dark demon evil god tiger are arguing with each other, and they really want Dtion to die. The Dtion in front of them made them extremely disgusted. This was an inexplicable disgust. Anyway, when I see Dtion, I always feel like I'm seeing the enemy who murdered my father. This kind of thing is not so urgent when it comes to humans. The corner of Inji's eyes twitched slightly. He glanced at fourth sister and dark demon evil god tiger. He always felt that there was something wrong with these two guys. What is questioning pure beauty, what is the way to death? It is normal to question pure beauty. After all, many people don't believe in the existence of pure beauty. I believe that there is no absolute pure beauty in this world. Faced with this kind of questioning, Inji had no idea how many times she had experienced it and how many times she had been looked down upon. I am on my own path, and I am very determined. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, even if the journey is difficult. The corner of Dtion's eyes twitched slightly. If Inji hadn't been here, he would have done something to the two beasts and killed them all. Thinking about it carefully, he did issue such an order. When encountering the dark demon evil tiger and the human-faced demon spider, they should attack them together. But he did not take the initiative to attack them and still gave them a way to survive. This was his greatest kindness. Unexpectedly, his kindness was met with alienation, and he even wanted to overthrow his superiors, which was simply courting his own death. You and the azure bull python and the titan giant ape have made the star doe great forest a mess, without these evil soul beasts like you, the star doe great forest will be peaceful. Dtion thought to himself, this is really hypocritical. They both eat soul beasts for cultivation, so it is natural for auspicious beasts to eat soul beasts, because auspicious beasts can increase the cultivation speed of the soul beasts around them. But the evil soul beast can't do this, it only knows how to eat. Human, even if my god really did this, he must have some deep meaning. Dtion said without changing his expression, he already believed it at this moment. The dragon god was not honest enough in dealing with this pure and beautiful knight and used some tricks. As a member of the dragon clan, although he felt a little pity for this human who was recognized by all dragons, he firmly believed that the dragon god had his own reasons for doing so. How upright is the dragon god? He must be feeling guilty for doing this, right? The Silver Dragon King thought for a long time and came to the same conclusion as Emperor Tian. The dragon god had his own reasons and had to do this. After hearing this, the fourth sister and the dark demon evil god tiger were stunned, their mouths slightly open, as if they wanted to say something but stopped. The way they looked at Dtion changed again and again. This black dragon is so shameless. He already believed Inji's words in his heart, but he was still making excuses. Inji seemed to have thought of something and nodded, but didn't say much. The dragon god's difficulties. He just wanted to gain power for humanity in the end, and he didn't seem to have done anything wrong to humanity. As for the soul beasts and the dragon clan, the entire dragon clan was created by him. Without him, there would be no soul beast clan. Therefore, Whether the things he created are destroyed or not, and how they are destroyed, doesn't it all depend on his will? The dragons occupied and squeezed the living space of humans. Only after destroying most of the dragons could humans stand up. This shows how loving this dragon god is. Chapter 113. Tian's attitude towards Inji deteriorated visibly. You can tell from the name. A strong human. Humanity. Obviously, the golden-eyed black dragon king was very dissatisfied with Inji because Inji told the truth. Lies don't hurt, truth is the knife. Powerful human, can we talk alone? An ethereal female voice came into Inji's mind, and she didn't even need to guess who its owner was. After a little thought, Inji agreed to the request. Tian also received a message from the Silver Dragon King, asking him to bring Inji to a place to recuperate. After hearing this, Tian hesitated. He was afraid that Inji would attack the injured Silver Dragon King. For a moment, he fell into deep thought. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. He hadn't felt so aggrieved in many years, and he was angry but dared not speak out. There was no other way. One was his master, and the other was someone he couldn't afford to offend at the moment. After explaining things to the fourth sister and the dark demon evil god Tiger, Inji and Tian jumped into the lake of life. Seeing this, the dark demon evil god Tiger hesitated to speak. If its perception is correct, then the previous feeling of being spied on was real. They were at the bottom of the lake, and it foolishly thought they had gone out. When they arrived at the bottom of the lake, there was a huge cave. Not long after entering the cave, Inji saw a huge silver dragon. Whether from the perspective of human aesthetics or soul beast aesthetics, this silver dragon is very exquisite. Tian, you go out first. Tian paused, looked at Inji, and finally left without saying a word. After Tian left, the Silver Dragon King realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the human in front of him. He actually kept looking at her dragon body, with something hidden in his eyes. Anyway, there is no desire or craving. Appreciate? There's only admiration in his eyes. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King was stunned. Can a human understand the aesthetics of the dragon race? Ms. Silver Dragon King, I sincerely praise your beauty, your scales that are more dazzling than gems, and your strong and powerful wings. Under the astonished gaze of the Silver Dragon King, two rays of light appeared from nowhere and shone on her and Inji. It was as if at this moment, she and Inji became the protagonists. What is he doing? The Silver Dragon King blinked. She understood every word, but when they were put together she was confused. Is this human in front of her praising her dragon body? As if he had thought of something, the Silver Dragon King did not blush, nor did his heart beat faster, but was considering the pros and cons. The Silver Dragon King is not in the form of an Eastern dragon with big wings. She looks like a Western dragon and has a pair of large wings that can fly. The wings are silver like the body, looking very noble and elegant. 2 hours later. Ms. Silver Dragon King, I am very sorry, I am not talented enough to fully express your beauty. Inji bowed slightly and spoke sincerely. This silver dragon is truly beautiful, but the wound on its chest makes it look somewhat hideous, ruining the most beautiful scene. The Silver Dragon King just felt dizzy, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. She wanted to say something to Inji, but for a moment she forgot everything. The beasts like Tian in the outside world were like ants on a hot pot, running around anxiously. It had been 2 hours, why was there still no movement? Tian, how about we go and take a look? No, we can't disturb the Lord. Tian directly refuted. He was also very anxious, the most anxious, but he had no choice. We're just going to wait like this. If it doesn't work, let's deal with those two soul beasts first. A bang sound was heard on Xiong-jun's head. Brainless thing, if I could have taken action, would have done it long ago. Tian said with a gloomy expression. Those two evil soul beasts actually said that he, Tian, had the means to seek death. It's really a bit against Tiangang. I don't know what the master was talking to that human about, it took so long. Tian murmured something, and then waited again. There was a fierce gleam in Xiong-jun's eyes. He was Xiong-jun, didn't he have any dignity? Soon, he restrained his ferocity. This black dragon is a traitor and a vicious person at home. How could he obey his heart when facing Inji? Tiando City, at the entrance of Lanba Academy. Looking at the sign of Lanba Academy, Yu Xiaojiang was stunned and a little confused. It has been almost a month, and he still hasn't recovered from his grief. As he walked down the road, even sadder news reached his ears. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is destroyed. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang felt as if the sky had collapsed. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was destroyed, and no one in the clan survived. Among the direct descendants still alive, he is the only waste with a mutated martial soul. It can be said that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit has become the dust of history. No. Yu Xiaojiang has not yet proved that he is not a waste, he has not yet gained the recognition of the entire sect, his father is gone, and the sect is also gone. For a moment, Yu Xiaojiang felt that life was meaningless. Didn't he work so hard just to get everyone's recognition? As a result, everyone is gone. Everyone stood at the gate of Blue Tyrant Academy. Flanders looked inside the academy and felt that something was wrong with Blue Tyrant Academy. How come there are so many different types of uniforms for students? Flanders also recognized these school uniforms. After all, the Four Elements Academy was not an unknown academy, but a school with hundreds of years of history. Sky, water, divine wind, blazing fire, thunder. Why are there students here? Just as Flanders was puzzled, a figure walked out from the gate. Hello everyone, my name is Yin Shu, and I am one of the teachers at Lanba Academy. May I ask what can I do for you? Since all the Four Element Academies had come to Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong had no intention of recruiting teachers. Flanders and others did not come through recruitment advertisements. Please ask this teacher to inform your dean that Flanders is visiting. Flanders bowed to the news and said. After hearing this, Yin Shu hesitated and looked at Flanders and others. Judging from the way this group of people are dressed, we can roughly infer that they are from the countryside. Such a group of people want to see the dean. After thinking for a while, Yin Shu finally nodded. This is a special period, so it is better to pass on the message. After all, this Flanders looks very kind and doesn't seem like someone who is looking for trouble. Please wait a moment, I will go and ask the dean for instructions. But don't hold out too much hope, the dean may not necessarily meet you. After saying this, Yin Shu left dejectedly without waiting for everyone to finish speaking. Chapter 114. Lu Erlong had been in a daze all day because of Yu Xiaojiang's affairs. Suddenly, bad news came that Yu Yuanjin was gone. Yu Yuanjin is her uncle and the pillar of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. This uncle feels that he owes her something. Therefore, no matter what she did, she would get the unconditional support of her uncle. The sadness hasn't passed yet, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is gone. Her father, nephew, all gone. Lu Erlong, who was already confused, almost went crazy at this moment. This is also the reason why the news will sigh. Their dean has a hard time. The wait was long. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the plaque of Lanba Academy and felt something was wrong. Blue Tyrant. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Could it be that this academy has some relationship with the sect? The sect was destroyed, but he, the son of the sect leader, was still alive. How could he have the face to meet the direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? Tang San and the others didn't know what was going on, they just looked at it curiously. Although the Four Elements Academy occupied half of the area of Blue Tyrant Academy, they could only be considered as dependents and did not do anything out of the ordinary. The signboard is still that of Blue Bull Academy. As for the interior, that half of the area is divided into 4 areas, representing the territories of the 4 element academies. Of course, under normal circumstances, this area does not affect everyone's freedom of movement. There is no one willing to submit to the other among the elemental academies. After such a major event, the students worked even harder and would exchange ideas with each other from time to time. A small fight half a day, a big fight every other day. The remaining senior executives acquiesced to this situation. It is a good thing for the college to grow rapidly in this way. They urgently need contra-level combat power so that they can return to their homeland and take back what belongs to them. But gradually, the top management of the Four Elements Academy discovered that something was wrong. After they merged, the students seemed to improve their strength much faster. How about we not separate then? What is meant here is that the colleges are not separated, not that meaning. After hearing this, the current deans of the other 3 colleges nodded. They also discovered the drawbacks of a single attribute, and when everyone came together, they were able to develop something different. This is a good thing. For example, wind and fire, water and thunder. They are such a perfect match. No one opposed this proposal, but instead agreed with it. The back mountain of Lanba Academy is where Lu Erlong lives. Even after the Four Elements Academy joined, no one came to the back mountain to disturb this person. Seeing the news coming, Lu Erlong frowned, a little unhappy. Seeing how hurried the other person was, he finally put away his displeasure. At this time, Lu Erlong was dressed in white, in mourning, and looked a little cute. The entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is gone, so it is normal for her to be in mourning. News, what's the matter? Lu Erlong said expressionlessly. Dean, there is a group of people outside, and the leader said something about Flanders visiting. Yin Shu replied honestly. After hearing this, Lu Erlong was shocked and said subconsciously, brother. Why is he here? She and Flanders are sworn siblings, and usually, she calls Flanders, Big Brother F. Without thinking too much, Lu Erlong didn't even change her clothes and disappeared into the cabin in a flash. Yin Shu was slightly stunned. That person turned out to be the dean's eldest brother. Wow, no wonder the other party had no ill intentions and just said a name. The dean's outfit is really pretty. Yin Shu murmured something, and the next moment, he covered his mouth, looked around, and saw that Lu Erlong had disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left the back mountain. The speed of the Soul Saint was still very fast when he burst out with all his strength. In just a moment, Lu Erlong arrived at the gate of Lan Ba Academy. Boss Fu. 2 dragons. Flanders was standing at the front, and Lu Erlong recognized him at a glance. After seeing Lu Erlong's outfit, Flanders was controlled for 2 seconds before he came to his senses. Two dragons. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils shrank. He had thought of many possibilities, but this one was the only one he hadn't thought of. Flanders, you're cheating me. Yu Xiaojiang cursed in his heart and subconsciously retreated behind the crowd. But how could he hide this little trick from the Soul Saint Master Lu Erlong? Xiao Gang, is that you, Xiao Gang? With a flash, Lu Erlong grabbed Yu Xiaojiang, with endless sadness flashing in her eyes. Tang San and the others looked at each other and subconsciously distanced themselves from Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. This lady seems to be very familiar with the master. Erlong, you got the wrong person. Everyone. Do you take everyone for fools? Erlong, I brought Yu Xiaojiang to you intact, but please don't let him escape again. Flanders said sadly, what could he do? His goddess has someone she loves, but she can't get the happiness she wants. 20 years, a full 20 years. Xiao Gang, do you know that I have been trying to find out about you all the time in the past 20 years? Don't worry, Boss Fu, he can't escape from me again. Lu Erlong smiled evilly, which made Yu Xiaojiang feel a little nervous. As Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, Tang San was a little confused at this time, but this noble lady did not seem to have any intention of harming the master. Lu Erlong grabbed Yu Xiaojiang and dragged him towards the academy. Boss Fu, follow me. Ah. Those who were unaware looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Did Flanders sell his good brother to this noble lady? Everyone followed in confusion. After eating and drinking, everyone finally understood the whole story. For Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong can be said to have lost all her face. She told everyone about her relationship with Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang knew he couldn't run away, so he just held his head and said nothing. I didn't expect that when the master was young, there was actually such a story. It's just the relationship between them. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Oscar and others looked at Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong with strange eyes. They are cousins. It would be fine if they were just cousins, but their identities and relationship were really too shocking. Even they felt shocked, so one can imagine how others would view Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Boss Fu, you will be the dean of Blue Bully College from now on, you can do whatever you want. Is this woman so generous? This is the academy in Tiando City. I have to take some time to keep an eye on him to prevent him from running away again. It is good. After hearing this, Flanders agreed without thinking. Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders, UXXXXXX. Chapter 115. Lu Erlong also told Flanders and others about the Four Elements Academy. Flanders was quite surprised that the Four Elements Academy would join Blue King Academy. I didn't expect that because of a misunderstanding, the Four Elements Academy would fall to this point. You know, the Four Elements Academy is a time-honored brand in the Tiando Empire and is considered a benchmark for high-level Soul Master Academies in the Tiando Empire. As for Tiando Royal Academy, almost no one looks up to this aristocratic academy. This is true even for the Four Elements Academy, otherwise, they would not have come to Blue Tyrant Academy. After listening to the explanation, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Tang San's eyes, as if he understood the cause and effect. But he secretly wondered why so many Soul Douluo had to die in the fight against a transformed soul beast. Even the veteran titled Douluo Yu Yuanjin lost his life. Yu Yuanjin is the leader of one of the top 3 sects, and his strength has reached level 95. What kind of terrifying existence is he facing? Dean Lu Erlong, do you mean that Blazing Fire Academy gathered a group of strong men and prepared to attack the suspected 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, which led to this happening? Seeing Tang San ask doubtfully, Lu Erlong was stunned and nodded. Yes, they were preparing to attack a pure and beautiful knight named Yingji. They never expected that this knight was not a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. After saying this, Lu Erlong paused, and continued, but the woman next to him is a soul beast with 6 black soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings. The real owner is not a soul beast, it was a misunderstanding. But it was not a wasted trip, because there is indeed a 100,000-year soul beast beside the real owner. But, they can't win. After hearing this, everyone shuddered and felt their scalps tingling. This is not a secret, because nothing was concealed when it was done. The pure and beautiful Knight Silver Branch. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Tian were slightly stunned, and subconsciously said, how could he be a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast? The two of them did not pay attention to the things behind them, but were concerned about Yingji's affairs. Zhu Zhuqing already had complicated emotions towards Yingji, and whenever Yingji said something like, "I like you," she could betray the Xing Luo Empire and the Zhu family in any minute. As for Ning Tian, he knew clearly how he went to Soto City. Also, the goddess of pure beauty is his belief. After these words were spoken, it was Lu Erlong who was surprised. "Why, you know him. It doesn't matter if they don't say it. Except you Xiaojiang, who here doesn't know Yingji?" "Except for Xiaojiang, we have all seen this night." Seeing that Lu Erlong had a strange expression, Flanders quickly tried to smooth things over. "How should I put it? His strength has reached the pinnacle, even the veteran masters at the titled Douluo level are no match for him. But he doesn't rely on his strength and superiority to promote the name of pure beauty aimlessly." Even Tang San couldn't help but nodded at this. There was no hatred between him and Yingji. But he regards Yingji as his mortal enemy. Because Yingji killed Xiaowu's two brothers. Ugh. Lu Erlong was confused. "You know, the #1 enemy of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was precisely this knight and the 100,000-year soul beast. But someone familiar with her told her that the knight was a very good person. This is so dreamy. Could it be that all the mistakes are to blame on Yu Yuanjin and others? That Yingji was carrying a 100,000-year-old soul beast, didn't he do anything wrong? He brings a 100,000-year-old soul beast with him and calls them brother and sister. He must be a traitor to humanity. Indeed, this knight possesses all the chivalric principles, humility, justice, honesty." Ning Tian said without hesitation that he wanted to clear the name of the pure and beautiful knight. This knight, who doesn't believe in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect nowadays? He was a terrifying existence that could move mountains and fill the sea. But facing this knight, they did not feel any discomfort. He always mentions the beautiful goddess Idrila. It is impossible for the Silver Branch Knight to kill someone unless he comes looking for trouble. Ning Tian's words were sonorous and powerful. When he was competing with Chen Xian, he could clearly kill Yingji with one strike, but did he do it? He didn't. Ning Rongrong teased Yingji. Was Yingji angry? Neither. He even really thought that Ning Rongrong was lost. What about him colluding with the soul beast? Lu Erlong said with a dark face. After hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. How to say? Colluding with soul beasts or something? Everyone looked at each other and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Wu. If being with soul beasts is a crime, then all of them are unforgivable. After being together for so long and going through so many things, everyone is not stupid and they have known Xiao Wu's identity for a long time. If Tang Hao hadn't been in the dark, he might have had some inappropriate thoughts. Cough cough. Tang San coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Dean Lu Erlong, you can't say that. As for colluding with soul beasts, it also depends on what kind of soul beast it is. People have good and evil, and so do soul beasts. Kind soul beasts shouldn't be killed by humans, they can even become friends. Tang San had already said this very subtly. Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and others glanced at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu, their eyes twitching slightly. A kind soul beast? How to say? I know the pure and beautiful knight Yingji, I saw it with my own eyes when we were in the Xingdo Great Forest. His friends are two very evil soul beasts. After saying this, Tang San subconsciously looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Tian, because these two people thought differently from what the mainstream people thought. These two people will protect Yingji even if they fall out with them. Therefore, the art of speaking is very important. He didn't say anything bad about Yingji. But his friends are bad. It's still a very bad and evil existence. One is a human-faced spider emperor who is over 50,000 years old. I believe everyone knows what kind of soul beast this is. The other one is even more terrifying, it's a dark demon evil tiger. Even though they had known about this for a long time, Flanders and others still took a deep breath. There is only one dark demon evil god tiger in the entire Douluo Continent at the same time. Unless this dark demon evil god tiger dies, there will not be a second one. The dark demon evil god tiger does not represent a tribe, it only represents itself, it is a tribe. At this time, Yi Xiaojiang stood up and explained this matter. He was familiar with it. You know, the information about the dark demon evil god tiger is exclusive to the Spirit Hall, and even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect does not have it. If he had not studied in the Spirit Hall for a period of time, he would not have known about soul beasts such as the dark demon evil god tiger. Chapter 116. These things are the treasures of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the Spirit Hall for many years, so they are naturally not fake. Whether he is a thief or a cheater, a large part of what he knows is correct. What is criticized is that he shamelessly attributed these things to his own research. Take the dark demon evil god tiger for example, even if it is only a 10-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, it is not something that a mere great soul master like him can study. The human-faced demon spider, the titan ape, each of these species is not something he can come into contact with. If Yu Xiaojiang was a title Douluo, there would be nothing wrong with him saying these words, but he is just a great soul master. Because of his own reasons, Wu Huan became a useless person who can only fart. The two soul beasts, the human-faced spider king and the dark demon evil god tiger, are both top predators. There is no way they can be friends with humans. Even if it's a soul beast, it's impossible to be friends with these two soul beasts. In their eyes, there's only food. Yu Xiaojiang talked freely, completely ignoring the changes in the expressions of the people present. Master, do you think it is possible that soul beasts can also be influenced? As soon as Ning Tian finished speaking, Yu Xiaojiang waved his hands and said, impossible. Only some low-level soul beasts with low growth limits can be tamed, not reformed. A soul beast, even a rabbit, can never be friends with humans. After hearing this, everyone present except Ning Tian's expression changed. He subconsciously glanced at Xiao Wu, then calmly moved a little further away from her. The Xiao Wu in front of him was definitely a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. The master is a professional. He said that it is impossible for humans and soul beasts to be friends. So, did Xiao Wu come to the human world to find out some information? It must be so. Once suspicion is formed, it is difficult to prove one's innocence. Tang San's face changed. He didn't expect Yu Xiaojiang to stab him in the face. Doesn't he know whether Xiao Wu can be a friend? For the first time, Tang San refuted Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, soul beasts can become friends with humans. Birds of a feather flock together. In Inji's case, he must be from the evil camp. As for kind soul beasts like rabbits, those who become friends with them are kind people. Tang San said with a calm expression and his heart not beating. Yu Xiaojiang touched his chin and looked at Tang San with some confusion, not quite understanding what Tang San was emphasizing. To humans, soul beasts are just soul beasts. Where is good and evil? Tang San never refuted his words and was a very obedient disciple. On what basis do you come to this conclusion? Yu Xiaojiang frowned and said. As long as there is evidence to prove that what he said is correct, he will immediately change his mind. If there is no evidence, he will stick to his opinion. The information about Spirit Hall and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is all well-founded and not groundless. This is also one of the reasons why he was laughed at when he proposed the 10 core values of Wu Huan, which are obviously common sense. Proposing the 10 core values of Wu Huan has no basis, it is just fantasy, but it is also common sense. After hearing this, Tang San was a little confused. He knew the master well, but he never expected that the master would ask such a question. Could it be that he said Xiao Wu is a soul beast, or a rabbit? Obviously, he couldn't say that. Although he didn't want to deceive the master, he had to make up a story on the spot. Teacher, the last time I went to the Star Do Great Forest. The story is very simple. He and Xiao Wu met a rabbit soul beast. The soul beast was very kind and invited Xiao Wu to eat carrots. Can a soul beast that shares food be evil? After hearing this, Xiao Wu's face looked a little strange, but she didn't say much. The rabbit asked her to eat carrots, wasn't that normal? She is the queen of the soft-bone rabbit clan. That's not called an invitation, that's called tribute. Yu Xiaojiang touched his chin, thoughtfully. I see. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang nodded, then sat down and stopped speaking. Instead, he was wondering if what Tang San said also applied to other soul beasts. Is it possible that soul beasts are really divided into good and evil? As if he had thought of something, Tang San turned to Lu Erlong and said, Dean Lu Erlong, what is the martial spirit of the soul beast next to Inji? Human-faced spider emperor. Without any hesitation, Lu Erlong spoke directly. This is not a secret. Rather than calling it a martial soul, it would be better to say that her true form is the human-faced spider emperor. It was this human-faced spider king that killed Yu Yuanjin instantly. Her strength is so terrifying. What? Human-faced spider emperor. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Wu and Tang San quickly shook their heads and spoke in unison. Although the human-faced Spider King is not a soul beast unique to the Star Do Great Forest, the most powerful human-faced Spider King is in the Star Do Great Forest. There is no way it could be more than 100,000 years. Even if the human-faced Spider King beside Inji devoured Daming and Erming, its age is at most over 100,000 years old. It is also impossible to instantly kill a title Douluo at level 95. As if she had thought of something, Xiao Wu spoke. She has 6 black and 3 red, and she is a soul beast, which means she is at least 360,000 years old, making her a super fierce beast. But the most powerful human-faced Spider King in the Shindo Great Forest is only more than 90,000 years old. Xiao Wu said without changing her expression. If the human-faced Spider Emperor beside Inji was the one that was more than 50,000 years old, she wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. Everyone's eyes twitched. Those who didn't know Xiao Wu's identity, especially Ning Tian, Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, were full of question marks. Xiao Wu, are you serious about what you said? Yu Xiaojiang said excitedly, this is theoretical knowledge that has never been discovered. Above the 100,000-year soul beast, there is actually an even more terrifying existence. As for how Xiao Wu knew, those who knew her identity had no doubts, but had strange looks on their faces. This rabbit, she is afraid that others will guess her identity, right? Is it possible for a soul master like her to know such news? It's just too sick. In the Xingdou Great Forest, the most powerful human-faced Spider King is only more than 90,000 years old. Ha ha. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's fiery eyes, everyone was speechless. You know, this human-faced Spider Emperor was the enemy who killed his father. He was actually excited because of this little bit of knowledge. Teacher, Xiao Wu is right. Tang San held his forehead and said speechlessly. He was speechless whether it was towards Xiao Wu or Yu Xiaojiang. Above the 100,000-year soul beasts, there are fierce beasts. Fierce beasts do not need to transform, they can become human-like, they can also disguise themselves as humans, and their true bodies disguise themselves as martial spirits. Chapter 117. A 360,000-year-old beast, how strong is she? Do not know. Xiao Wu also realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. Her expression remained unchanged, but her heartbeat quickened a little. She really didn't know about this because she had never seen a ferocious beast. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she knew the path of 100,000-year soul beasts. Either transform into a human form and try your best to become a god. Either continue to practice and face the heavenly calamity. If it survives the heavenly tribulation again, it will become a ferocious beast of 200,000 years level. As for how powerful the beast was, she really didn't know. It can kill a level 95 title Douluo in seconds, which shows that the strength of the beast should not be underestimated. Everyone, Wasn't the one who was killed instantly your own father? At this time, everyone already knew the master's true identity, but no one expected that he was actually Yu Yuanjin's biological son. No wonder he fainted after Yu Yuanjin's death. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Flanders interrupted everyone's speech and continued, let's arrange accommodation and enrollment first. Even if you want to avenge Master Yu, you still need strength. If you don't have the strength above level 95, seeking revenge on them is just courting death. I hope you will practice well and not get your focus reversed. After hearing this, everyone nodded. Only Ning Tian and Zhu Zhuqin curled their lips, thinking that they had different ideas and could not work together. It was clearly Yu Yuanjin's fault, he deserved to die. Still want to seek revenge on Yingji? Nonsense. Ning Tian knew how terrifying Yingji was, so he would not be as stupid as these people. If it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't have come to Shrek Academy. Even if you come, it's time to go. Dean Flanders, I'm kindly reminding you. The Grand Elder of our sect, Chen Xian, is a level 96 Super Douluo. I didn't survive a single move in the hands of the Silver Branch Knight. You don't think that at level 95, you can be more powerful than Qian Douluo? After saying this, Ning Tian kept silent. I've seen fools, but I've never seen a fool who's looking for death like this. According to the sect leader's inference, Yingji is an extremely powerful god. He is a god, not some titled Douluo. Even if you become a god, you are still an ant in this person's eyes. Everyone opened their mouths slightly, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Especially Flanders, he just felt his scalp tingling. Knowing that Yingji was very strong, what he said was nothing more than to stimulate everyone's potential. Hatred can bring motivation for cultivation. Yu Yuan was killed and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was destroyed. Yu Xiaojiang is still at level 29, without any change. This shows what? This means that he is indeed stuck at level 29 and cannot move. If he knew that you were talking bad about the swordsman behind his back, he. Suddenly, something like a black hole appeared in the room. Two figures slowly walked out of the black hole. Space Soul Skill. It's Sect Master Ning and Bone Douluo. The people who came were Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. They had actually been there for a while and could hear everyone's conversation clearly. The expressions of the two people in the dark are very interesting. Especially when Tang San talked about kind and evil soul beasts. It turns out that this girl named Xiao Wu is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. What a double standard. Knowing that Tang Hao was in the dark, the two looked at each other and chose not to make a move. Taking down Zhuge Shen's bargaining chip gave them another point. Greetings to the sect master, and greetings to the Grand Elder. Ning Tian's eyes twitched. Is he so unlucky? As soon as he finished speaking, these two people arrived. Greetings to Sect Master Ning, His Majesty the Bone Douluo. They are not direct descendants of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, so the names they address are naturally different from Ning Tian's. When Xiao Wu saw Gu Rong, she subconsciously hid behind Tang San. This is title Douluo. I've met you all. Ning Fengji said this very kindly. As for what Ning Tian said, he didn't care. Well, he is not Chen Xian. Ning Tian didn't say anything wrong. I wonder why Sect Master Ning came here. Flanders cupped his hands and asked. No one comes to the temple for no reason. People like Ning Fengji would never come to an academy if they had no reason. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he doesn't have that much time. Seeing this, Ning Fengji did not hide anything and said straight to the point, I do have something to discuss on this trip, I want to talk to little brother Tang San alone. I wonder if your hospital can arrange it. The fact that Ning Fengji didn't take direct action showed that he had no ill intentions. After thinking for a while, Flanders nodded. It's just a private chat, it's normal, soul masters all have their own secrets. Because of the arrival of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, everyone ended the meeting and arranged for those who were going to enroll and those who were going to live in the dormitory to clean. Only Tang San, Ning Fengji, and Gu Rong came to a meeting room. Tang San sat opposite Ning Fengji, neither servile nor arrogant, looking very steady, as if he was not facing the leader of a sect. Ning Fengji was also looking at Tang San, thinking about how to maximize his benefits. He did not say that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect had helped the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect to avenge. This matter has not been concealed, and the outside world will know about it soon. He said it himself, and it is a different concept from what others know. After taking over the assets of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect and other sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has become even more terrifying. Hello, Tang San, you are the son of my old friend Tang Hao, if you don't mind, you can just call me Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji was the first to say that as a businessman, he was very good at understanding people's hearts and winning them over. As the leader of one of the top 3 sects, he is so courteous and approachable. How many young people can resist him? A false beauty trap, using beautiful women to accomplish one's goals. A true honey trap, an approachable person in a high position. As the saying goes, a gentleman will die for his friend. The fact that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect can be what it is today has a lot to do with its philosophy. Knowing the identity of the person in front of him, Tang San looked at Ning Fengji with a new respect after hearing what he said. As expected, he is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. And many more. Uncle Ning, do you know my father? Tang Hao, the son of an old friend. Isn't his father a blacksmith? Forehead. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong looked at each other, somewhat confused. They are from the same top 3 sects, the same generation, and they are all sons of the sect leader. How could they not know each other? Both he and Tang Hao were trained as successors, so they had naturally met each other when they were young. Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, the youngest title Douluo on Douluo Continent, we naturally knew each other when we were young. It's just that I haven't seen Brother Hao for more than 10 years. Of course, this is false. Last time at Shrek Academy, he had seen Tang Hao make a fool of himself. The youngest title Douluo on the continent. Tang San knew that Tang Hao had something, but he never expected that he had so much. Haotian Douluo. Chapter 118. If he remembered correctly, the title of Haotian Douluo had a lot of meaning. Because this title was inherited by the strongest person in a Haotian sect at that time, it is a title of inheritance. Haotian Douluo, Haotian Hammer, Haotian sect. The number 1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect. So, the hammer in his left hand is the Clear Sky Hammer. Uncle Ning, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Me, my father is just a blacksmith in the village. Tang San said somewhat uncertainly. He couldn't believe that a dignified title Douluo, Haotian Douluo, who was the number 1 in the world, had fallen to the point of working as a blacksmith for the villagers. Village, blacksmithing. My dear nephew, I will not make a mistake, your father is the contemporary Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Ning Fengji frowned, then said with certainty. How could he have recognized the wrong person? That day, Tang Hao admitted it himself. After hearing this, Tang San fell into deep thought. How could his father, who was so capable, become a blacksmith in the village? What unspeakable secrets forced him to leave? And many more. As if he thought of something, Tang San's eyes lit up and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He understood why Tang Hao left. If this is true, perhaps Tang Hao has never left. He still remembered that when he was in a Star Do Great Forest, he and Xiao Wu were watching a battle by the lake, but suddenly everything went black in front of their eyes, and when they woke up again, they were already out of the Star Do Great Forest. Everyone said that it was Zhao Wuji who saved him and Xiao Wu, but he knew that Zhao Wuji did not have the ability to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so hesitant and unable to explain clearly. His father Tang Hao did not leave, but protected him and Xiao Wu in secret. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast others may not be able to tell, but Tang Hao, as a title Douluo, can definitely tell. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but frown. Although he hoped to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, he did not want Xiao Wu to die. Seeing Tang San's thoughtful look, Ning Fengji didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Disturbing others while they were talking or thinking was a very bad habit. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, Ning Fengji knew clearly how to get along with others. After a while, Tang San came back to his senses, bowed to Ning Fengji, and said, "Thank you Uncle Ning for telling my father's information." Tang San is grateful. Gratitude is gratitude, but it is impossible to repay it. Even if Ning Fengji doesn't tell him now, he will know Tang Hao's situation later. Tang Hao must have his reasons for doing this. As a filial son, Tang San was tolerant enough towards Tang Hao, even though Tang Hao had never cooked for him after he was 2 years old. Ning Fengji waved his hand. He didn't take such a small matter to heart. In this world of soul masters, there is only profit. He didn't believe that Tang San would really be grateful to him. "My dear nephew, let's not beat around the bush, I have something very important to discuss with you today." After saying this, Ning Fengji moved his fingers, there was a slight fluctuation of soul power, and then a black metal card appeared in his hand. "Here are 2 million gold soul coins, I want to trade with you, my nephew, for the production method of Zhuge's divine crossbow." Ning Fengji's expression remained unchanged, but he was confident of victory. You know, 2 million gold soul coins is not a small amount for any force. To the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, it was just a drop in the bucket. After hearing this, Tang San's whole body trembled, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The man in front of him actually came here for the Tang sect's hidden weapons. With only 2 million gold soul coins, he wanted to get the blueprint of Zhuge's magic crossbow. You know, Tang San had long regarded Tang sect's things as his own. This person dared to try to get the Tang sect's hidden weapons today, and he will try to get the Xintian treasure record tomorrow. He is doomed to die. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. How powerful are Ning Fengji and Gu Rong? Tang San's fleeting murderous intent was still captured by them. Just as Gu Rong was about to take action, Ning Fengji shook his head, signaling Gu Rong to wait and see. "My dear nephew, I will not hide it from you, although our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is wealthy and powerful, it is also one of the top 3 sections. But the sect's direct descendants don't have any offensive capabilities. Although the power of your Zhuge divine crossbow cannot threaten the strong, it is a timely help to us." Without waiting for Ning Fengji to finish his words, Tang San waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Ning, I cannot accept this gold soul coin, please go back." Tang San revealed his cards, and Uncle Ning stopped shouting. There is no way he would sell Zhuge's magic crossbow. Even a clay man can be a little angry, let alone Ning Fengji. He is determined to get this Zhuge divine crossbow. "Nephew, feel free to ask for any conditions you have, don't kill the business with one blow," Ning Fengji said with a smile on his face. The transaction failed, most likely because the gold soul coins were not in place. As long as this thing is valuable, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is willing to negotiate. This is the confidence of the richest sect in the world. This is not a matter of gold soul coins, I will never sell the production method of Zhuge divine crossbow. Tang San said without any humility. If he didn't know his father's identity, he might have spoken a little more weakly, but after knowing Tang Hao's identity, he didn't care about Ning Fengji and Gu Rong at all. As long as he doesn't want to trade, no one in this world can force him. Ning Fengji's face darkened, his brows furrowed, and he grinned as if he had thought of something. This change made Tang San look confused. Could it be that Ning Fengji's soft approach didn't work, so he had to use a hard approach? Since my nephew is unwilling to sell the blueprints of Zhuge's divine crossbow, I won't bother him anymore. After saying this, Ning Fengji put away the cards on the table and continued, "Uncle Gu, that girl named Xiao Wu, she is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, right?" After these words came out, before Gu Rong could say anything, Tang San glared and stared at Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, as if he wanted to kill them both. "Is such that?" Gu Rong suddenly realized and nodded quickly. The two looked at each other and did not continue talking, but walked towards the door. Upon seeing this, Tang San went crazy and clenched his fists. The other party seemed to have said nothing, yet seemed to have said everything. "Ning Fengji, what do you want to do?" Tang San roared, he said, "If you want to kill Xiao Wu, you have to step over his body first. Absolutely, absolutely not let Xiao Wu get hurt." He experienced the same helplessness as last time again. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong paused, turned around and looked at Tang San. "My dear nephew, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect treats people with kindness and never causes trouble, let alone Douluo. The 3 upper sects are of the same blood, don't worry, we will not take action against anything that Douluo has set his eyes on." Tang San. "Yes, if you don't take action and sell the news, countless people will come to kill us in an instant." Chapter 119. Inji, the fake 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, was hunted down by a titled Douluo, several soul doyuos, and more than a dozen soul saints. Or because of the message transmission, it is not that fast. Otherwise, who knows how many strong people would go there. If this is the case with fake news, one can imagine what a real 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast would be like. His father Tang Hao is powerful, but can he stop the greed of so many people? Threat, Ning Fengji's threat is a naked threat. Brother Hao and I are as close as brothers, and I will never snatch anything that Brother Hao likes. Even if it's 100,000-year spirit ring or spirit bone that can be easily obtained. Tang San. I guess Ning Fengji doesn't even believe this. Silence, dead silence. Tang San knew that if he did not agree to Ning Fengji's conditions, he would have to take Xiao Wu and start his escape journey tomorrow. I can help you make the Zhuge divine crossbow, but I won't give you the blueprint. Tang San said with a determined look on his face. This was already a big step backwards. After hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head and said, My dear nephew, since you don't want to exchange, let's put this matter aside for now. Put it down. Put UXX down. Tang San almost vomited blood. If he could beat Gu Rong, he could send Ning Fengji and Gu Rong down in minutes. Why would he bother talking so much with them? This old fellow clearly wanted the production drawings of Zhuge's magic crossbow. Brother Hao and I are like brothers. Stop. For the first time, Tang San felt that the Ning Fengji in front of him was even more annoying than that Inji. If we say that Inji was bad, it was because he destroyed the hidden weapon, but at least he knew to compensate with an equal amount of ore. But Ning Fengji was different. He came here specifically for the Tang sect's hidden weapons. If he wasn't weak enough, I really wanted to let him know what it means to die. Master Ning, I can give you the blueprint of Zhuge's divine crossbow, but you must swear by your martial spirit that you must not attack Xiao Wu, let alone pass on any information about her. Tang San stared at Ning Fengji and Gu Rong and said. Just wait, one day, I will go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and seek retribution. This time, it was Tang San who was in trouble, and he admitted it. The other party actually threatened him with Xiao Wu's safety. If it was him, Tang San, he would naturally not be afraid. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never tell the production method of Zhuge's divine crossbow. But it's different now. Xiao Wu is his sister, the person he will protect for his whole life. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, you will pay the price for what you did today. The entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect will be buried with this. Tang San thought expressionlessly, the murderous intent in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Seeing Tang San compromise, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong looked at each other and nodded. They didn't have much in mind for Xiao Wu in the first place, so it was not impossible for them not to take action against her. Tang San, you must also swear on your spirit to keep the blueprints authentic. It is good. A deal was concluded with the oaths of 3 people. In Douluo Continent, soul masters swear to keep their oaths. If they break their oaths, at best their cultivation will not improve, and at worst they will die. The oath sworn by the martial spirit must be observed. Tang San very unwillingly took out the method of making the Zhuge divine crossbow and handed it to Ning Fengji. If there was a flash of murderous intent and reluctance in his eyes. He held on to the drawing and couldn't bear to let go. Ning Fengji saw this and whispered, we will never tell anyone else about Miss Xiaowu's information. Tang San let go of the blueprint and sighed. He knew that Ning Fengji was threatening him, but so what? Would he dare not accept the threat? I just regret that I don't have enough strength, and I just regret why Ning Fengji knows about Zhuge's magic crossbow. There is a mole. If you think about it carefully, there really is a traitor. Then isn't Ning Tian the traitor? After the battle with the evil god team, the other side privately purchased a Zhuge divine crossbow from him. Anyway, his Zhuge divine crossbow has a safety feature. Once it is disassembled, the internal parts will be damaged and cannot be restored. 1,000 gold soul coins for a Zhuge divine crossbow. We are classmates after all, so I might as well sell it. Unexpectedly, because of the Zhuge divine crossbow, Ning Fengji actually came to the door and discovered Xiao Wu's identity. Damn Ning Tian. He originally planned to give his classmates a set of equipment so that they would have weapons for self-defense. Unexpectedly, before he could deliver the ball, he was suddenly stabbed in the back. After putting away the drawings, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong turned around and left without saying a word. With the ancient banyan tree there, the two of them flashed and disappeared. Seeing this, Tang San felt something was wrong. The other party took the drawings directly. Is there something missing? Where are the gold soul coins? That's 2 million gold soul coins. The blueprints have been given to Ning Fengji, but he hasn't left his gold soul coins. 2 million gold soul coins are more than enough to buy the materials to make the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Tang San looked at the place where Ning Fengji and Gu Rong disappeared in bewilderment, feeling a little dazed. If he had agreed to Ning Fengji's conditions at the beginning, he could have received 2 million gold soul coins. Moreover, he will not be threatened by Ning Fengji. Fengji, the way you acted when you left was not like you. Uncle Gu, since the relationship cannot be eased and has become so rigid, it is right not to give Tang San a gold soul coin. Did Ning Fengji forget? No, he did it on purpose. Even if there are changes in the transaction content, he will not give less gold soul coins. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect is not short of this little bit of gold soul coins. But he is not stupid. Knowing that he is the enemy, he still gives him 2 million. Isn't this aiding the enemy? Ning Fengji would definitely not do such a thing. Tang Hao watched the transaction secretly, but in the end he did not take any action. Use that Juga divine crossbow in exchange for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, not having any thoughts about Xiao Wu, in exchange for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect not stabbing her in the back. For Tang Hao, it's worth it. If that thing is very important, just wait until Tang Sen grows up and then get it back. It's not that he was afraid of Gu Rong and Ning Fengji. As both of them were titled Douluo at level 95, Gu Rong was no match for him, even with Ning Fengji. But Tang Hao's body would not allow him to do such stupid things again. Every time he attacked, it might trigger his old injuries. Unless it is a life-and-death situation, he will not help. That rabbit has become Xiao San's weak spot, it seems that she must become Xiao San's spirit ring. Only in this way can Xiao San's strength advance by leaps and bounds. Star Forest, Lake of Life. At the bottom of the lake, the Silver Dragon King came back to his senses. Neither in her memory nor in the Dragon God's memory had she ever received such praise. For a moment, she really felt a little bit adrift. As the Silver Dragon King, this was the first time she heard such words. Wait, that's not right. What on earth was the purpose of letting him come down? At this moment, the Silver Dragon King fell into deep thought. Chapter 120. The Silver Dragon King decided not to pursue Inji's slander of the Dragon God for the time being, and she was not clear about the main reason. Logically speaking, since humans have slandered the Dragon God, as members of the Dragon Clan, we should fight to the death with them. But this human, he really doesn't look like someone who would lie. It's definitely not because he speaks nicely and is kind. After hearing this, Inji shared what he saw and heard with the Silver Dragon King without thinking. The sound was so immersive that the Silver Dragon King knew what had happened in the Dragon Valley. Inji was talking to herself, but a tear rolled down the corner of the Silver Dragon King's eye. Dragon Valley. What was once one of the Dragon Clan's holy places has now become the burial place for most of the Dragon Clan members. The Silver Dragon King found it difficult to accept such a thing. Why did that happen in the first place? Can you tell me where Dragon Valley is? Dragon Valley is on another continent, from the ocean. Douluo Continent and Sun Moon Continent are located on Douluo Star, one is the easternmost and the other is the westernmost. Separated by the vast ocean, it is difficult for the indigenous people of the two sides to meet. Even if someone is lucky enough to reach Douluo Continent or Sun Moon Continent, going back is still a problem. You know, you may encounter storms or sea beasts at any time when sailing on the sea. Even if you make it to the other side by chance, you can't go back. Moreover, because the living habits on both sides are very different, it is also difficult to survive after arriving on the other side. For example, the Sun and Moon Continent would issue a wanted notice for people coming from other places. This is Inji's personal experience. Silver Branch Knight, I have a question, could you please answer it? The Silver Dragon King seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Inji again. Without waiting for Inji to say anything, the Silver Dragon King expressed his doubts. According to my inherited memory, the Water and Fire Dragon King died before the Dragon God died. Also, their bodies should not be in the Dragon Valley. It was obvious that the Silver Dragon King had doubts about Inji, and felt that it was irrelevant. She was clearly asking about the Water and Fire Dragon King, but Inji was talking about Dragon Valley and Dragon God. He didn't mention anything about the Water and Fire Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King expressed doubts and questions about this situation. Beautiful Miss Silver Dragon, I am very happy to answer your questions and I am also willing to sense the burial place of the Water Dragon King. But before that, are you willing to swear to acknowledge that the pure goddess Idrila is unparalleled in beauty? Inji said with a smile on his face, he did not forget to spread pure beauty and the good name of Idrila. It is our duty to protect Idrila's beauty. After hearing this, the Silver Dragon King, like Emperor Tian before, was somewhat stunned and fell into confusion. What is this knight talking about? Like Qian Renxue, the Silver Dragon King is extremely confident in his beauty. Qian Renxue considers herself the most beautiful woman in Douluo, and she also has such conditions. It doesn't matter if she is the most beautiful woman in Douluo, because she really meets the requirements. The Silver Dragon King believes that she is the most beautiful creature in the world. Whether in dragon form or human form, she is flawless. There is no need to be modest when saying that she is the most beautiful woman in Douluo. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King frowned and asked her to admit that the pure goddess Idrila was unparalleled in beauty. Wouldn't this make her more uncomfortable than killing her? Who is the pure beauty goddess Idrila? His subordinate gods are so powerful, so he must be very extraordinary. But who is the pure goddess Idrila? Anyway, the Silver Dragon King has no impression at all. She had never even heard of this goddess before, let alone seen her. After thinking for a long time, the Silver Dragon King seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and finally said, "As long as you tell me where the Water and Fire Dragon Kings are buried, I will swear to recognize the pure goddess Idrila, whose beauty is unparalleled in the world." The Silver Dragon King almost gritted his teeth when he said this. This is simply torture. Ms. Silver Dragon King, since you already know about pure beauty and the goddess Idrila, are you willing to believe in pure beauty and the goddess Idrila? Inji said almost subconsciously that this had become his business. Years of habits made it seem impossible for him to change. After hearing this, the Silver Dragon King was slightly stunned. She felt that the injuries on her body didn't seem to hurt so much anymore. Because there was a place in her body that was hurting even more at this moment. I really want to say one word to Inji, get lost. But she had sworn to recognize the pure goddess Idrila. What did her beauty mean? If she said this, wouldn't all her efforts be wasted? No, absolutely not. I only have the dragon god in my heart, sorry, I cannot believe in pure beauty. The Silver Dragon King said to Inji with a dark face. She is the Silver Dragon King, one of the incarnations of the dragon god. This human actually asked her if she was willing to believe in pure beauty. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. After hearing this, Inji just nodded and had no intention of continuing. Whether or not you believe in pure beauty is entirely up to your personal will, but it is very necessary to strengthen your understanding of pure beauty, that's all. Inji told the Silver Dragon King the location of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, where the Water and Fire Dragon Kings were buried. But he also informed the Silver Dragon King of the situation of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings. Given enough time, the dead Water and Fire Dragon Kings are likely to be resurrected. Yes, resurrection. The Water and Fire Dragon Kings are now just a remnant of soul. If there is enough time for the two to recover, they may be able to condense their souls, regain consciousness, and be resurrected. After hearing this, the Silver Dragon King was stunned. From what Inji said, it seemed that regardless of the words of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings, they would most likely revive and become Water and Fire Dragon Kings again. For the Dragon Clan, the resurrection of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings is more interesting than their own sacrifice. The Silver Dragon King originally planned to use the remaining power of the two to recover from his injuries. But after hearing Inji's words, she hesitated. Since it is possible that the Water and Fire Dragon Kings could be resurrected, she, as the Silver Dragon King, had absolutely no reason to persecute the hopes of their resurrection. In Douluo Continent, resurrection is not impossible. You know, they are still plotting to revive the Dragon God, so why is it impossible for the Water and Fire Dragon King to be resurrected? I see, thanks for letting me know. The Silver Dragon King said solemnly. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and a silver-white scale appeared in her claws. Knight Silver Branch, please accept this dragon scale as my token of gratitude. This is her Achilles heel and one of the most important things to her. Giving it to Inji is not only to thank Inji for the news, but also to thank Inji for what she has done for the dragons. The dragon god may have some plans, but she is different. To describe the Silver Dragon King in one sentence, it is silly, innocent and sweet. She is like a noble lady who occupies a high position. She holds great power but has no understanding of worldly affairs. Chapter 121. Silly, innocent, and sweet. The Dragon Clan's young lady who knows nothing. White, silver body, the whole body is white, like snow, beautiful beyond words. Tian, when she decides on someone, she is no different from a normal woman. Because of her great power, she is even more jealous than normal women. The dragon has reverse scales, which will kill you if you touch it. There is another reason for giving Inji Nilin as a gift, which is to tell those who are interested that Inji is under her protection and is considered her person. When Inji took the dragon scale, the Silver Dragon King was a little annoyed. She really couldn't understand why she should give the scale to the other party. Inji was so annoying, yet she asked her to swear in front of her that Idrila was the most beautiful and unparalleled in the world. This is just so annoying. But, even though she clearly hated it, there was an indescribable feeling that forced her to give Nilin to Inji. Inji was stunned at first. Is this considered a commission? Not accepting gifts from others is also an ugly behavior because it puts the other party in an unjust position. Thinking of this, Inji took the dragon scale from the Silver Dragon King's hand. For Inji, a piece of dragon scale seems to be nothing. After carefully looking at the dragon scale in his hand, Inji discovered that this dragon scale seemed to be somewhat different from the one on the Silver Dragon King. A dragon has only one reverse scale, so it is naturally different. Only Inji didn't expect that the Silver Dragon King would give him the reverse scale, which is why he accepted it. Without thinking too much, Inji reached out his hand and the scale in his hand disappeared. When the Silver Dragon King saw this, his eyes widened. You know, there is no storage soul guide that can store her reverse scale. This thing can only be worn on the body, rather than put into a storage soul guide. But Inji actually put the reverse scale into a special space, temporarily isolating her connection with the reverse scale. Unless she takes the reverse scale out from that space, she won't be able to sense its existence. There was something she didn't know whether she should say it or not. If she didn't say it, she wouldn't be able to get over it. If she told him, she was afraid that Inji would misunderstand. Before completing the Dragon Clan's mission, she would not consider other issues, let alone the illusory love. If he doesn't love it, why praise it? He must like her very much, whether it is her appearance, beauty, or inner qualities. Unfortunately, we won't get any results in the end. The Silver Dragon King thought to himself that the matter of Lin's loss of contact was completely forgotten. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King didn't know what kind of person Inji was, otherwise, she would never have such wild thoughts. Inji only had praise for her and appreciation for her beauty. As for everything else, it was not even within his scope of thought. The praise and appreciation for the Silver Dragon King comes completely from the heart. This also gave the Silver Dragon King the illusion that Inji liked her. He is an existence recognized by all the dragons and is extremely powerful, qualified to become the husband of her, the Silver Dragon King. Unfortunately, now is not the time. If the great cause has been accomplished, she would be willing to have a good chat with Inji. Ms. Silver Dragon, you seem to be seriously injured. Do you need help? After hearing this, the Silver Dragon King shook his head and refused Inji's help. This was the erosion of Shura's divine power. Even she needed the help of the Gold of Life to slowly consume the expansion of Shura's divine power and thus eliminate the influence of Shura's divine power. She didn't think that Inji, a pure and beautiful knight, could dispel Shura's divine power. As long as the Shura's divine power is removed, her injuries can be restored to their original state in a very short time. The Dragon Clan is powerful, and their recovery ability is naturally first class. She is also one of the most powerful dragons besides the Dragon God. He naturally has a unique talent for recovering from injuries. Seeing the Silver Dragon King shaking his head, Inji was stunned and looked at the Silver Dragon King in confusion. Isn't this a bit weird? She doesn't want to recover. It is easy for Inji to get rid of Shura's divine power. This is much easier than resurrecting the Dragon God. Ms. Silver Dragon, this injury has destroyed the beauty of your body, don't you want to recover? I want to, but... The Silver Dragon King replied and looked at Inji again, as if to say, are you okay? She wanted to recover quickly all the time, but she was well aware of the severity of her injuries. Without tens of thousands of years, there was no hope of getting rid of the Shura power. Inji's help to her was limited, or in other words, he could not provide her with direct help. Since you want to recover, Ms. Silver Dragon, as a pure and beautiful knight, I am willing to use my meager strength to help you get rid of this strange energy. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. A meager amount of power. He is quite self-aware. For her, there are not so many twists and turns. What is one is one. She doesn't understand Inji's humility at all. Ji saw Inji spread out his hands, and 2 rays of light fell from somewhere, landing squarely on him and the Silver Dragon King. Suddenly, some energy burst out from Inji's body and fell on the wound of Silver Dragon King. Countless rose petals fell, and a rain of flowers made the Silver Dragon King stunned. Her cave was covered with petals. The Silver Dragon King, who was concerned about Huayu, did not notice at all that the Shura power of the God King disappeared in a moment as soon as it came into contact with the power burst out by the silver branch. The Shura power gave him an immense headache and unbearable pain. When he saw this power, he was as terrified as a mouse meeting a cat. The old cat's presence alone was enough to scare the mouse out of its wits. Silver Branch Knight, how can I clean this up? There are so many petals. Okay. As if he sensed something, the Silver Dragon King paused and looked at the wound in front of him in disbelief. Hi. I don't know, I'm scared. She couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The Shura power that had been bothering her actually disappeared. Her wounds were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, this little strength of my body is effective against this abnormal energy. Inji's serious look made the Silver Dragon King fall into deep thought. This sincere look seemed to indicate that what he said was right. But he actually dispelled Shura's divine power with just a wave of his hand. It's incredible. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Finally, in Inji's puzzled eyes, the figure of the Silver Dragon King suddenly appeared with a white light, but this white light was not dazzling to Inji. He watched the Silver Dragon King's transformation process, but he remained calm, his face did not turn red, and his heart did not beat fast. As long as you have nothing in your heart, what does it matter even if a beautiful woman is right in front of you? After a moment, the Silver Dragon King completed his transformation, and the white light faded away at this time. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Inji without reservation. To this figure, it seemed that she had done nothing wrong. In her memory, being honest was just a word. Chapter 122. It's strange, why hasn't Inji come out yet? What are he and the master doing? Tian murmured anxiously, his brows changing from cloudy to bright. Seeing this, the beasts dared not say a word, for fear of displeasing Emperor Tian and being beaten up by him. Among them, the most fearful one was Xiong Jun, for he knew clearly how big the gap was between him and Tian. Among the soul beasts, there are also Bg and Zg, who silently support Tian. Their idea is very pure, which is to help Tian realize his dream. Whatever Emperor Tian thinks, is what they think. The importance of the Silver Dragon King to the Soul Beast clan is self-evident. Bridget and Zg also understood this truth. The two beasts could do nothing but watch Tian anxiously. The master is very powerful, even if this human is also a strong man, he will never be able to make any waves in front of the master. Bridget is an emerald swan. Her status among soul beasts is equivalent to that of the nine-hearted begonia spirit among humans, or even better. Bridget is the clan leader of the Emerald Swan clan. She is a ferocious beast who has survived 5 heavenly tribulations. Even though she is good at healing, her strength should not be underestimated. There is a sincere love story between her and Tian. But before Tian completed the Dragon Clan plan, he could not and dared not talk about love. To him, the continuation of the race and the glory of the Dragon Clan were the most important. Before this, the communication between him and Bridget was at most spiritual, and there was no practical communication. You have to know that Tian is a dragon, and like almost any other creature, he can give birth to offspring. What's more, it is a ferocious beast that is hundreds of thousands of years old. But he suppressed his nature and did not create offspring. Without the constraints of offspring, he can devote himself wholeheartedly to his career. Fortunately, Bg and Zg both supported this, otherwise, Tian would have a green glow on his head. After hearing this, Tian nodded imperceptibly, agreeing with Bridget's words. He also firmly believed that Inji was no match for the Silver Dragon King, but what he was more worried about was not that Inji would assassinate the Silver Dragon King, but another thing. You know, the Silver Dragon King is at most a young lady, who is not very worldly wise, she can be easily deceived. Protecting the young lady is what his bodyguard should do. But he can't do anything now. I hope so. Seeing that Tian was still worried, Bridget felt a little distressed, but she didn't know what to say. As if she had thought of something, a green light flashed on her body, enveloping Tian. I hope her treatment can help Tian relieve his irritable mood. When Emperor Tian saw this, he did not say anything to stop it. No matter how many years pass, Bridget is still so kind. Although the Emerald Swan's fighting power is not very strong, they shoulder the important task of saving lives and healing the wounded. Almost all races have received favors from the Emerald Swan clan. Because of this, the Emerald Swan clan is the object of protection of all races. Of course, this does not include evil soul beasts. If any human or soul beast wants to kill members of the Emerald Swan clan, they will be hunted down by the righteous soul beasts. Under normal circumstances, every Emerald Swan would be guarded by many, many soul beasts. They were all followers who had received favors and were willing to protect the Emerald Swan. It is almost a dream for humans to hunt an Emerald Swan. It is impossible. Bridget once had many followers, but after the appearance of Tian, or after Tian expressed his attitude, she no longer had any followers around her. Tian is the beast god of the Star Do Great Forest. If even he cannot protect the mother beast, who else can? Most animals become followers of the Emerald Swan with the same goal. Which is to get the beautiful animal. Because the Emerald Swan is quite special, there are no male swans in this clan. Soul beasts are special. Even if they are of different species, they can still reproduce. Lake of Life, bottom of the lake. The Silver Dragon King transformed into a white robe at this time. Her face was slightly red, and she turned her head slightly, not daring to look at Inji. She really didn't understand the importance of clothes, because this was her first time in human form. For the dragon's body is naturally more perfect and can transform into a human appearance, but the aesthetic taste remains on the dragon. Therefore, when it comes to clothing, she is not even as good as Tian and other beasts. Sorry, this is my first time transforming into a human form, I'm sorry. After listening to Inji's explanation, the Silver Dragon King said with a blushing face. She tilted her head, a sly look and a hint of loss flashed in her eyes. Because she didn't see any desire in Inji's eyes. This made the Silver Dragon King, a member of the Dragon Clan, a little confused. No problem, Ms. Silver Dragon. Inji bowed slightly, her expression not changing at all. As if she had thought of something, Inji continued, Ms. Inlong, it is time for me to leave now. It feels great to retire after a successful career, and I am very lucky to be able to help you in some small way. After hearing this, the corner of the Silver Dragon King's eye twitched slightly. A small contribution. Did Inji misunderstand his power? You know, that was the power of Shura, and it was broken so easily by him, but he just said it was just a tiny bit of power. Does he know how powerful the Shura god is? That's the fighting power of the God King level. How many God King level fighters are there in the entire God realm? The Shura god is a particularly special existence among them, as he has mastered 2 whole laws. The power you possess is so tiny, and the power I possess is nothing but a mirage. The Silver Dragon King thought to herself that she always felt that Inji was not confident in a power she possessed. As if he had thought of something, the Silver Dragon King's expression became very strange. You know, if Inji is so strong, how powerful must the pure and beautiful goddess Idrila behind him be? As a being that can be believed by Inji, her strength may have surpassed the dragon god of that time. When he thought of this possibility, the Silver Dragon King's expression changed slightly. In her memory, the dragon god is probably the most powerful being in the entire god realm, bar none. But this pure and beautiful goddess Idrila was not well known, and she had never heard of her before she met Inji. It is really unbelievable that such a god would have a believer like Inji. Could it be that Idrila's beauty is truly unparalleled, which is why Inji has faith in her? This is not impossible. After all, what Inji promoted was Idrila's beauty, not anything else. Looking down at her figure, the Silver Dragon King wanted to meet Idrila and see how beautiful she was. As the most perfect creature in Douluo, she refused to accept it. Chapter 123. Because from the very beginning, she didn't believe that Inji had such strength. The result was a slap in the face. Not only did Inji have such strength, but he also did it perfectly. In almost an instant, he eliminated all of Shura's power. Only the rose petals on the ground made her feel a little confused. How long will this clean take? As time passed, Silver Branch and the Silver Dragon King separated and arrived above the Lake of Life. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger and the Human-Faced Spider King were looking forward to it anxiously, fearing that Inji would suffer something if he reached the bottom of the lake. Seeing Inji return safely, the 2 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief and silently followed Inji towards the lake outside. Tian witnessed Inji's departure with his own eyes. After Inji left with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger and the 4th sister of the Human-Faced Spider Emperor, he came to the Silver Dragon King's cave, ready to ask the Silver Dragon King what had happened. Come in. Just as Tian was about to speak, the voice of the Silver Dragon King rang out. He paused for a moment, then walked into the Silver Dragon King's cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he was stunned. Rose petals all over the ground, the Silver Dragon King in human form. What's happening here? At this moment, Tian felt a little numb and dazed. He still knew what roses meant. In the human world, if you like a girl, give her roses. There were rose petals all over the ground and he had nowhere to stand. This was the first time even Tian had seen the Silver Dragon King in human form. Her face was still a little pale, but it had a rosy look to it. When Emperor Tian saw this, the entire beast was stunned. Damn, can it be really like that? Tian always felt that the Silver Dragon King in front of him was a little abnormal. He was very different from the previous Silver Dragon King. Although he has never had that experience, he has lived for so many years and is considered to be well informed. My lord, you are not with that human. Speaking of this, Tian found it difficult to speak. Even though the world of soul beasts is straightforward, the Silver Dragon King is his master after all, and it is wrong to question her. After hearing this, the Silver Dragon King was also stunned. She didn't quite understand what Tian meant. Tian, the Silver Branch Knight is a great benefactor of my dragon clan. Don't always mention that human being. Inji even dares to slander the dragon god, so he must be the mortal enemy of the dragon clan. He never thought that the Silver Dragon King would say such a thing. My lord, you are not acting on love, right? It's not good to be in love. My lord, please forgive me for not doing this. Inji slandered the dragon god, so she should be our enemy. As soon as Tian finished speaking, the Silver Dragon King frowned and said, Are you teaching me how to do things? Forehead. Faced with the Silver Dragon King's questioning, Tian didn't dare to say a word. He never imagined that the traitor would be the Silver Dragon King. Emperor Tian, the Silver Branch Knight helped me get rid of Shura's divine power, how can he not be a great benefactor of the dragon clan? Tian and the Silver Dragon King both knew that Inji's words should not be false, but Inji's slander of the dragon god had to become true. What? Tian was shocked, his eyes widened, he was about to speak but stopped. How strong must Inji be to be able to help the Silver Dragon King get rid of Shura's power? In an instant, Tian realized how powerful Inji was. You know, even the Silver Dragon King was helpless against this Shura power, but it was eliminated by the Silver Branch. Hearing this, Tian felt like he was listening to a heavenly book. Time passes in Tiendo City. 3 figures have met, and one of them is naturally the prince. Prince Xueqinghe, what kind of status is that? If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the most honorable person in the Tiendo Empire in the future. Rumor has it that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is very kind and good at making friends with all kinds of soul master geniuses, nobles, and even commoners. He is also very kind to civilians. Hearing the voice beside her, Inji was slightly stunned. Is this his imagination? Why, this voice was extremely similar to his, except for a slightly different tone. Turning his head to look at the source of the sound, Inji was slightly stunned. Standing in front of him was a handsome young man with blonde hair, who looked very kind and elegant. Hello, I am Silver Branch of the Pure Knights, beautiful lady, we meet again. Inji bowed slightly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunmei's pupils shrank, his whole body trembled, and he looked at Inji in disbelief. Beautiful lady, we meet again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a level 99 peerless Douluo couldn't see any problem with her disguise. How could this knight possibly know her identity? He must have said that the beautiful lady was used to it, that's why she acted like that. The two dandies passing by twitched their eyes and a few black lines appeared on their foreheads. This knight must be mentally ill. He actually called Her Royal Highness the Crown Prince a beautiful lady. He even said, we meet again. Chunmei tried to remain calm, smiled awkwardly, and said. Knight, you must have recognized the wrong person. My name is Chunmei, not the beautiful lady you know. After hearing this, Inji shook her head and said, Miss, there is no error in my memory. There should be no creature in this world that could cause errors in his memory. As if she had thought of something, Inji said without changing her expression, you are now full of lies, which is not beautiful. A white lie is also a kind of pure beauty, but your lie belongs to chaos. The more Chunmei listened, the more he felt something was wrong. This pure and beautiful knight, could it be that he really knows something? She couldn't let him continue talking, otherwise, she would be in danger of exposing her identity. Knight, I don't understand what you are saying. Chunmei's face darkened and he quickly interrupted Inji's words. But she felt mixed emotions. Is the other person really sick? Not necessarily, maybe he really knows something. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. Why did she want to reminisce with this knight? Seeing Chunmei's rebuttal, Inji did not give up. He decided to bring this lady who was full of lies back to the right path. He had done this many times before, helping others to regain their original intentions. Justice, honor, faith, supreme glory. Inji opened his hands, and the sunlight around him seemed to dim a little, with a faint focusing effect. This was not the first time that Chunmei had seen such a scene. This knight could even control the sunlight and pass through the dense forest. Wait, is he talking about the code of chivalry or something else? Why does this taste exactly the same as that of their angel family? End of this chapter. Chapter 124. He ran away. In front of Inji, Chunmei seemed to have made up his mind and ran away without looking back. Seeing this, Inji retracted his outstretched hand. He really didn't know what to say. The pure knights never force others to believe in purity, nor do they ask others to do things they are unwilling to do. Since Chunmei didn't want to listen more, he just kept silent. What a pity for the real Chunmei. With a sigh, Inji looked at her fourth sister beside her, and the two of them set out on their journey again. In the prince's mansion, Chunmei's face turned pale. She never thought that Inji could see through her true form and know her identity. He was on high alert and treaded on thin ice, but the mission almost failed because of Inji, a girl he only met once. Am I really wrong? Chunmei lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Her purpose of coming to the Tiendo Empire was not for the people of the world, nor for the civilians, but just to prove to Bibi Dong that she was useful and not a useless daughter who could be killed at any time. Yes, her purpose was very simple, just to prove her worth. In order to prove her worth, she personally killed Chunmei who adopted her. This prince was very kind, just as he showed himself to be. He had no desire for the throne and never bullied the common people by taking advantage of his power. His prestige among the common people is very high because he does not look like a noble. It was Chunmei who killed Chunmei. Until the moment of his death, he looked at Chunmei in disbelief. I don't understand why this girl wanted to kill him. You know, he is kind to others, never makes enemies, and never takes the initiative to provoke anyone. He is always humble. But even in this state, he was still killed by the person who adopted him. One can imagine what Chunmei felt at that time. Chunmei is doing this for the mission, and Inji just wants to bring her back on the right track, because this girl is not a bad person by nature, and she is not the kind of person who is unforgivable. Lack of teaching and guidance of correct values. This thing is almost non-existent in Douluo Continent. Now that Inji has arrived, he is naturally ready to make some changes, so that the Douluo Continent will have the correct values. Chunmei, so, I died in vain. P.S. Author, what can I do? It's because she is so popular. Young master, you almost exposed your identity today, She long stopped talking here. It was really that Inji and the fourth sister were too terrifying. He and Sishue together were no match for each other. What can I do? Unless this matter is reported to the worship hall, there might still be a chance to deal with Inji and the fourth sister. This Silver Branch Knight is so despicable that he actually exposed Qian Renshue's identity in broad daylight. Fortunately, Qian Renshue did not get too entangled with Inji, and fortunately there were no people around. As for the two passers-by, people have been sent to keep an eye on them. They just thought Inji was a lunatic and did not doubt that what Inji said was true. Come to think of it, Qian Renshue has been operating in Tiendo City for so many years and has never revealed any flaws. If someone suddenly says that Qian Renshue is fake, who would believe it? Even if someone believes it, so what? Produce evidence that Xue Qinghe is fake. Without any evidence, isn't this just slandering someone's innocence? Uncle Shilong, just keep an eye on those two. I feel like if we take action against them, Inji will do something crazy. This may be a test. Qian Renshue is not stupid. On the contrary, the fact that she has been able to stay in Tiendo City for so many years without being exposed is enough to prove that she is very smart. Inji can tell her about this in private and let her return to the right path. But Inji didn't say that. Instead, she said it in front of two passers-by. Inji, who is familiar with the code of chivalry, would never make such a small mistake. He is fishing. Inji. It was not as complicated as Qian Renshue thought. Inji just wanted to get Qian Renshue back on track at that time and had no other thoughts in his mind. But Qian Renshue did not appreciate it. After hearing this, Shilong nodded subconsciously and said, "Yes, young master." He really wanted to say that Inji had a way to die. But, he really couldn't beat her. Since I can't defeat Inji who has the means to kill himself, I can only use this stupid method. In Douluo Continent, strength is ultimately respected. If he had the strength to defeat Inji, why would it end up like this? The burden of protecting Qian Renshue does not make her so passive. I have to make preparations for both scenarios. If I am really exposed, I will have a way to stir up trouble in Tiendo City again. Xue Qinghe said with a gloomy face that in order to gain Bibi Dong's recognition, she really gave up too many things that should have belonged to her. As a descendant of the six-winged angels, she should have lived in the sun and enjoyed the supreme glory of justice and glory. But now, she is wearing a hypocritical mask and speaking insincerely. After Shilong left, Xue Qinghe sighed again and fell into silence for a long time. The past is too painful to recall, and she doesn't know whether what she is doing now is right or wrong. If we look at the overall situation, if the Spirit Hall unifies the Douluo Continent, it will definitely be counterattacked by the two empires. He was able to take down the Tiendo Empire without bloodshed, and then join forces with the Spirit Hall to destroy the Xinglua Empire. With this, the Spirit Hall unified the Douluo Continent. This is the way with the least casualties. Xinglua and Tiendo had been fighting for thousands of years, and during this process, countless soldiers were killed or injured. If the Spirit Hall unifies the Douluo Continent, it will surely cause a bloody storm with rivers of blood. But such a sacrifice is worth it. The short-term pain is worth it in exchange for no more large-scale wars in the future. Thinking of this, Xue Qinghe's eyes became much firmer. This was a question she had never thought about in the past, but now a flash of inspiration came to her, giving her a reason to kill Xue Qinghe. The necessary sacrifices before accomplishing such a feat are worth it. Xue Qinghe, you are so weak, but you will become the greatest emperor in history in name only. This can be considered as compensation for you. When Qian Renshue thought about this, the guilt in her heart instantly disappeared. How could a mere silver branch corrupt her mind? Male homosexuality is as fierce as wolves and tigers. Qian Renshue dare not even think about touching him, let alone thinking about it. Especially a man as handsome as Inji is like a rose with thorns. If you squeeze his hand, you might get a hand full of blood. Don't say it, really don't say it. It seems that Inji really likes roses very much. Thinking of this, Qian Renshue was stunned and didn't know what to say. The thorny silver branch, she was almost covered with bruises the second time she met him. Qian Renshue decided that next time she saw Inji or knew where he was, she would just take a detour. If she couldn't afford to provoke him, could she not hide from him? Chapter 125. They are clearly using our Shrek venue, but they act as if they are the owner. Ma Hongjun said to Dai Mubai beside him. At this time, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar were pressing floor tiles in Tiendo City. It is not difficult to tell from the expressions of the four people that they are very annoyed now. The Four Elements Academy are of the same blood and don't take Shrek Academy seriously at all. It's really despicable. Although the other party is hateful, they really can't do anything to Feng Xiaotian, Wu Wu, Shui Binger and others. As for Yu Tianxin, he is already dead. I can't beat him, what can I do? Dai Mubai spread his hands and said helplessly. They have people in Shrek. If a fight really comes, Zhu Zhuqing can handle it alone. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't take any action. She was either practicing or on the way to practice all day. This made the Four Elements Academy even more rampant, and they have begun to compete with the students of Shrek Academy for the simulated training environment. Of course, it wasn't an open robbery, but a fight. Take the initiative to provoke, and the loser will give up the simulated training environment. Shrek's main character is a mediocre person who dares not cause trouble. After Flanders came to power, the situation has become increasingly serious. They have already provoked me, how can I not accept it? I accepted the call but couldn't win, and the cycle continued. No wonder the simulated training environment was snatched away. Third brother, please think of a solution. Seeing that Dai Mubai was really helpless, Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San. Tang San is relatively stable and has extraordinary strength, so he should be able to find a way. After hearing this, Tang San paused and shook his head. We can help those people once, but we can't help them twice or 3 times. Feng Xiaotian and the others still have a bottom line, as long as they refuse the challenge, their simulated training environment will not be taken away. This is true, but they are all passionate teenagers and young men. Who can stand being provoked? This is a close-range attack, no one can withstand it. Ma Hongjun sighed. If his teacher was not Flanders and Flanders was not the dean of Shrek Academy, he would not bother to care about this matter. But there is nothing he can do, after all he is Flanders' disciple. If he hadn't left the academy, he would most likely have been the dean of Shrek Academy in the future. It would be unreasonable not to fight back after being provoked like this. After the death of the dean of the Four Elements Academy, the students practiced hard, just to get revenge one day. This is the last resort. Tang San and the others also knew this truth, but the people being targeted were from Shrek Academy. Seeing Ma Hongjun's expression, Dai Mubai sighed. He also understood Ma Hongjun's difficulties. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Fatty, I am the most fearless person, I will accompany you to get back at you tomorrow. Dai Mubai's character is not that good, but he is very good to people he approves of and to his brothers. He is willing to risk his life for his brothers, to stand by them at all costs, and at the critical moment, to risk his life to give his brothers a chance to escape. The prerequisite is that you call him Boss Dai. As expected of you, Boss Dai, tomorrow Fatty will go crazy with you. Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix is so terrifying, so my evil Fire Phoenix is not any less powerful. How can you be considered a phoenix? You are at most a turkey. Dai Lao Hu, I am a phoenix, there is no way I can be a turkey. He didn't care if people called him fat, he was fat anyway, so what was the big deal? But to talk about his martial soul, that's not possible. Even if all his ancestors were Grass Cohen, his martial soul is still the phoenix. This is what his teacher Flanders told him. How could a martial soul with an innate 9th level half soul power, which is almost at the level of innate full soul power, be a chicken? Okay, you fat guy, you called me Dai Boss 1 second and called me Dai Tiger the next second. Dai Mubai looked angry, of course, he was just pretending and was just joking with Ma Hongjun. But when these words fell into Tang San's ears, he always felt that there was some innuendo, and he felt a little uncomfortable. When I was young, I wore the boss's hat. When you need help, bro. After some time surpassing, Mu Bai. Beyond a lot, Xiao Bai. Compared with the neighboring Yan who called him teacher for life, and Hai Lao, and Do Di was still high, Tang San's changes are really puzzling. Suddenly, the 4 people whose complexions had improved a little turned pale and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, as if they had seen some horrifying scene. Why is he here? She couldn't be the human-faced spider emperor. The 4 of them swallowed their saliva, and their bodies couldn't stop shaking. Even Tang Hao, who was secretly protecting Tang San, was looking at the person next to Yin Ji in surprise. She really looks like a spider, but no one would have thought that her true form is the human-faced Spider King. Even though the 4th sister had concealed her aura, Tang Hao still felt the threat from his instinct. This woman. No, it should be said that this was the human-faced Spider Emperor. She was extremely scary. 100,000-year soul beast is extremely rare, mainly because it is too scarce and very hard to come across. There was one right in front of him, but Tang Hao gave up the unrealistic idea. He felt that if he faced the 4th sister, he would only be seeking death, even if his injuries were healed. According to the news, the age of this human-faced Spider King is at least 360,000 years. An ordinary 100,000-year soul beast is not comparable to an ordinary titled Douluo. What's more, she is the top predator, and her history is not just 100,000 years, but more than 300,000 years. Even if 1 + 1 does not equal 2, she is not someone that anyone below the Super Douluo can deal with. If Xiao Sen adds 8 spirit rings to the 2nd martial spirit, maybe we can give it a try. After looking at his 4th sister and then at Inji, Tang Hao finally gave up the idea. It was indeed this Inji whom he dared not offend, nor could he afford to offend. The weight of more than 300,000 kilograms was still vivid in his mind, and he had not forgotten it. That is simply not something that can be done by human power. His grandfather, Tang Chen, was the best in the world, a peerless Douluo at level 99. But there was no way his grandfather could lift something weighing more than 300,000 kilograms. Therefore, Yingji is not a human. Xiao San, please don't commit suicide. Tang Hao felt it necessary to tell Tang San about this, lest he become arrogant and seek death. Didn't you almost die last time in the Star Do Great Forest? If the other party didn't care, Tang Hao would probably have to stay there. Tang San and his 3 companions saw Yingji and the 4th sister, and Yingji and the 4th sister naturally saw them as well. After nodding to Tang San and the others, Yingji and 4th sister left the street. Tang San and the others were slightly stunned, somewhat confused as to why Yingji nodded to them. What does this mean? If you think about it carefully, the hatred between Shrek and Yingji seems to be a joint relationship, and there is no direct hatred. It is normal for the other person to nod when meeting an acquaintance, right? Chapter 126. Why don't I even have the courage to look them in the face? My body was shaking, my heart was beating non-stop, they were all instinctively afraid, so much so that I dared not even look at them. Ma Hongjun slapped himself on the face and said in frustration. He tried hard but still didn't have the courage to look the other person in the eye. Only after Yingji and 4th sister walked away did he dare to look up. It can be said that the heart is excited, the hands are shaking, and the body is sweating. Fatty, this is not your fault. Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said expressionlessly. He looked at the place where the two left and fell into silence for a long time. Before meeting the real person, I always spoke with great righteousness and without any scruples. After meeting the real person, he still didn't have the courage to look at the other person. We are the same. Xiao San, you are the only one with better mental quality, you can stay calm in front of these two. After taking a look at Tang San and finding that Tang San was not trembling or anything like that, Dai Mubai began to praise him. Boss Dai, stop talking and give me a hand. If we were to say who was the most terrified, it would be Tang San. Because when he was in the Star Do Great Forest, he asked Yingji for help and finally, sold Yingji. With the opponent's strength, there is no need for a second strike to kill him. Among the 4, he was the one who was most worried and frightened. Even though his strength is the highest among the 4. Whether you are afraid or not has nothing to do with your strength. If God King Tang San were here, he would definitely say, you have already chosen the way to die. Good fellow, it turns out that you were just pretending, Tang San. Oscar was speechless, thinking that Tang San was truly fearless, but unexpectedly, he was just pretending to be calm. If they think about it carefully, although they know that Yingji is very terrifying, they have never seen Yingji actually take action. But Tang San was different. He had seen Yingji take action, and that horrific scene was still vivid in his mind and hard to forget. Okay, it's normal to be afraid when facing such a strong person. As if he had thought of something bad, Dai Mubai said this in an unpleasant tone. Isn't it instinctive to fear the strong? Just like him back then, facing Davis, who was 6 years older than him, he simply did not have the courage to confront him, so he fled Xinglua City and came to the Tiando Empire. He hoped that by escaping in this way, Davis would let him go. Davis is quite talented, and he is 6 years older than him. In 6 years, how big would the difference in soul power be? If hard work is useful, what is the use of genius? As a genius, when Davis's martial spirit awakened, he didn't know what shape it would take. Seeing Dai Mubai's serious expression, Oscar immediately covered his mouth and didn't make any sound. As a food-type soul master, Oscar's combat power is almost negligible. In the eyes of ordinary people or low-level soul masters, he is like a god. A food-type soul master can provide supplies to a team of 1,000 people. The most important thing is that his martial soul is carnivorous and has a sense of fullness. It is conceivable what kind of role he can play among ordinary people or in the military. It is no exaggeration to say that a food-type soul sage can even turn the tide in a war involving tens of thousands of people. A soul master was able to turn the tide in a small-scale war, which was already very powerful. But in the academy, he was just a weak and pitiful little thing. After a while, Tang San finally recovered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. We can tell Dean Flanders about this, but we must not let teacher Lu Erlong know. Of course, I can't let my teacher know. Tang San was afraid that Lu Erlong and Master would get carried away and send them directly to the door. This is not revenge at all, but suicide. Xiao San, I know what you mean, but I have a better idea. Dai Mubai's mouth corners slightly raised and his eyes narrowed, like a fox whose plan had succeeded. Boss Dai, can you come up with any ideas with your brain? Ma Hongjun said subconsciously. After hearing this, Dai Mubai's face darkened and he clenched his fists. He felt that he hadn't punished Ma Hongjun for a long time, which made him a little naughty. Fatty, I have to teach you some practical skills when we get back to see if you have made any progress recently. Dai, Boss Dai, I was just kidding. I'm not kidding. Boss Dai, tell me your idea first. The fat guy must be joking with you. Seeing this, Tang San tried to smooth things over. Third brother, what do you mean I must be joking? I am. Ma Hongjun felt that if he didn't explain, something might go wrong, so he quickly explained. Tang San and Dai Mubai looked at each other and ignored the little fat boy. My idea is very simple, I will accidentally spread this matter to the Four Elements Academy, hee. Dai Mubai smiled evilly. The purpose of his doing this was not to target Inji and fourth sister, but the Four Elements Academy. To be precise, Shrek has no grudge against Inji and the fourth sister. It is the nepotism between Xiaowu, Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang that caused the little conflict. But the Four Elements Academy is different. They have a blood feud with Inji and the fourth sister. There was almost no one who didn't want to kill Inji and fourth sister, but unfortunately, they simply couldn't do it. As long as they have a fool who falls for it, won't the problem of simulating the training environment be solved? Dai Mubai's words made the three of them fall into deep thought. After a while, the three of them came back to their senses and nodded in unison. This is the truth, but it is difficult to implement. Knowing that Inji and fourth sister were so terrifying, was it possible for those people to be fooled? Faced with this question, everyone, including Dai Mubai who asked the question, fell into deep thought. I don't know how long it took, but Tang San's eyes lit up. They are not Inji and the human-faced Spider King. Seeing Tang San's smiling face, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were slightly stunned, their heads full of question marks. If it weren't for Inji and fourth sister, could their previous feelings have been wrong? Don't be confused, just listen to me. They are real, and only we know that. We say they are fake only because they are imitating Inji and the fourth sister out of admiration. Do you think the students of the Four Elements Academy will commit suicide? Can't they defeat the real enemies or the fake ones by imitating them? After understanding Tang San's words, the three people's faces changed. They never expected that Tang San, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, could be so dark-hearted that he could think of such a method. This is no longer just a normal loss, it is a loss without any bottom line. Of course, not all students in the Four Elements Academy are fools, but there are inevitably some students whose brains are not so normal. Chapter 127. Be bold. With a loud bang, the table broke into pieces. Knowing that we have a grudge against the Pure Knight Silver Branch and the human-faced Spider King, they actually dare to dress like the trend. You totally don't take our Four Elements Academy seriously. Due to the careless words of Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and others, someone from the Four Elements Academy learned the news about the fake Inji and the fourth sister. At this critical juncture, someone actually dared to imitate Inji's fourth sister, which was really a disrespect to their Four Elements Academy. This is not only disrespectful, but also very close to the face. It is really infuriating. Feng Xiaotian, I think there is something fishy going on, could it be that someone is deliberately trying to provoke us? Shui Binger's face hardened and she spoke cautiously. Although the last incident was sad for her, she did not experience the death of a loved one. Her relative is the vice president. The current dean of Tianshui. As for the old dean, although he was very good to her, they were not blood relatives after all. Shui Binger, this is already a close attack, they don't even take us seriously. It would be fine if they were the real ones, but they are imitating those two. Why imitate Inji and fourth sister? It would have been fine if they just went far away, but they even came to Tiando City. Can the laws of Tiando City really restrain soul masters? When you are in a good mood, call him your majesty. When you are in a bad mood, just call him Shuiyi. So what? Soul master is the real god of this world. After hearing this, Shui Binger was still confused, but didn't say much. The person who spoke just now was not Feng Xiaotian, but Huo Wu. The death of old man Hua had a great impact on her. At the same time, there was something very big that she, including other students from Blazing Academy, had not told the other three parties. There is a grudge between their Blazing Academy and Shrek Academy. Blood feud. Back in the Star Do Great Forest, in order to escape, old man Hua tricked Shrek Academy. I don't know how these people came back alive, it's really surprising. What's even more surprising is that these guys are actually related to the Dean of Blue Bully Academy. As soon as the Shrek people arrived, Blue Bully Academy was immediately renamed Shrek Academy. This is no ordinary relationship. Neither Blazing Academy nor Shrek Academy mentioned this matter. Of course, this doesn't mean that the matter is over. Both sides are prepared to strike the other side with such a blow at the critical moment. This is a deep hatred, and unless the other party is stabbed to death, the thought will not come to fruition. The reason why Dai Mubai, Tang San and others tricked the Four Elements Academy was not just because of the simulated training environment. More importantly, they just wanted to trick Chihua Academy. As we all know, soul masters with fire attributes are almost all very irritable, which means they have no brains, or they have brains but are too lazy to use them. They almost all prefer to use force to solve problems. After giving out such false news, Kamikaze, Lei Ting, and Tian Shui might not be fooled, but someone in Qihua Academy will definitely not be able to resist. A big part of the reason why Feng Xiaotian was angry was because of Huo Wu, not himself. Before this, they had already talked for a long time, and the main reason for their anger was that Huo Wu felt very aggrieved. For him, the most important thing is to cultivate to the level of title Douluo and seek revenge on Yingji and fourth sister. As for these two imposters, he doesn't care. People like strong people, that's their freedom. Killing them might alert the enemy and bring disaster to the Four Elements Academy. They are fans of Yingji and the human-faced Spider King. If they kill each other, isn't that just a signal to Yingji and the human-faced Spider King? This behavior is no different from seeking death. Let's make it clear before we go, don't kill the enemy, at most, find a reason to humiliate him, or beat him until he is paralyzed. Feng Xiaotian also had concerns, but for Huo Wu, these were nothing. You guys go ahead, I'm going back to practice first. I will also go back to practice and try to avenge the dean as soon as possible. Shui Binger and Lei Dong said expressionlessly. After Yu Tianxing became disappointed, Lei Dong became the representative among the students of Thunder Academy. Shui Binger and Lei Dong always felt that things were not that simple, but since Feng Xiaotian insisted on accompanying Huo Wufeng, they had no choice. The right way is to practice well and strive for revenge as soon as possible. Shui Binger and Lei Dong had no intention of going, and Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu would not force them. They were just two young people, and as the best of the younger generation, they had nothing to fear. After Shui Binger and Lei Dong left, Huo Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaotian, I remember Dean Lu Erlong, she seems to be the illegitimate daughter of the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, right? That's what happened, Grandpa told me about this before. Feng Xiaotian nodded, with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. His grandfather practiced for more than 80 years and became a top Soul Douluo master without a title, but what was the result? His grandfather was just a small soldier who besieged Yingji. With a wave of Yingji's spear, he was killed. It is like a peerless genius from the lower world, who, after working hard to ascend, becomes just an ordinary person. Huo Wu, why are you asking this? Feng Xiaotian asked doubtfully. Although Lu Erlong was an illegitimate daughter, she could have such a family business in Tiando City. It was conceivable that she also had a high status in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is gone, Lu Erlong is a soul sage-level warrior whose strength should not be underestimated. This Tyrannosaurus is not someone that these young people can afford to offend. Huo Wu looked at Feng Xiaotian. She knew that Feng Xiaotian liked her, and she also knew that as long as she asked, Feng Xiaotian would be willing to do anything for her. Xiaotian, to be honest with you. Huo Wu talked about the feud between Qihua Academy and Shrek Academy. This matter will break out sooner or later, so it is better to prepare early. Kamikaze is the best target to win over. Now that we are all under the same roof, who knows when Shrek Academy will stab us in the back, so it's better to strike first. What, there is such a thing? Feng Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise, a little dazed. He never expected that Qihua and Shrek would have such a feud. You know, this can be considered as letting Shrek die for them. Huo Wu didn't know that although she wanted to strike first, she was still one step slower than Tang San and the others. Xiaotian, we use this information. Feng Xiaotian looked at Huo Wu. A trace of resentment flashed across Huo Wu's face at this moment, which made him frown. Lu Erlong took them in out of kindness, but isn't it too shameless to do this? After looking at Huo Wu twice again, Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously as if he had made up his mind. For love, it's worth it. On the other side of the academy, Tang San and others gathered together. Chapter 128. Ha ha ha. I saw Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian get together with my own eyes, they must have been fooled. Ma Hongjun said this excitedly, the flesh on his face trembling, looking extremely obscene. It is not so easy for him to forget what happened in the Star Forest. You know, Ma Hongjun and Buluf fought over a woman, and in the end Ma Hongjun was beaten up, but his life was not in danger. But Ma Hongjun's way of revenge was to make Buluf have no descendants. Don't be fooled by his honest appearance, he is still black when cut open. If they are fooled, they will be fooled. If they are really so stupid as to go and die, it only shows that they are not worthy of being our opponents. How can you achieve anything great if you can't even keep your cool with a few simple provocations? Those who achieve great things are magnanimous. If they all fall for it and run away to die, that is their fate. Just wait and see, I believe there will be news soon. Tang San said without changing his expression. If Xiao Wu had not been tricked by Blazing Academy, she would not have been taken away by the Titan Giant Ape. If Xiao Wu had not been taken away, he would not have been seriously injured, and the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python would not have died. That is a soul beast that is very suitable for his soul ring. Although they are kind, there are many ways to obtain spirit rings, and there is always one way that is suitable for the two brothers. What a pity for those 200,000-year spirit rings. In addition to the characteristic of a 100,000-year soul beast that its soul bones will definitely explode, it would be a pity to lose 200,000-year soul bones. Third brother, you are the one who keeps your composure. When the fake news was spread before, you were the best at acting. 2 words, professional. Ma Hongjun praised him a lot, but everyone felt it was weird. Dai Mubai and Oscar looked at each other. They didn't know whether Ma Hongjun was praising Tang San or pointing Tang San. Yeah, Xiao San, you are really professional, fatty. Xiao Ao and I were almost exposed. Not to mention, Tang San was really professional. With that expression and that way of speaking, it seemed as if he wanted to kill the 2 people who were disguised as Yingji and 4th sister. Tang San opened his mouth slightly, looked at everyone, and hesitated to speak. He had no idea what Ma Hongjun meant, whether he was insulting him or something. But when he thought that Ma Hongjun was not a scheming person, he felt relieved. Ma Hongjun must be praising him, there is no way he is scolding him. It's not good, it's not good. Suddenly, Ning Tian shouted something and pushed open the dormitory door in panic. Ning Tian, what's wrong? Tang San asked doubtfully. They were not very familiar with Ning Tian. In addition, he was tricked by Ning Tian before and his hidden weapon was sent back to the sect. If not for this, he would not have been controlled by Ning Fengji, and he would not have given the drawings of Zhuge's magic crossbow to calm the matter down. As for Ning Tian, people couldn't say they liked him, nor did they hate him. They just felt that Ning Tian was insignificant and out of tune with them. Maybe it's because Ning Tian always talks about pure beauty. Ning Tian paused for a moment before saying, Tang San, your sister. Speaking of this, maybe it's because I ran too fast and got a stitch in the side. Ning Tian couldn't recover for a while. My sister? Tang San's eyes were filled with confusion. If he remembered correctly, your sister. This should be an insult. Ning Tian came running here panting, just to scold him. He wanted to say something but hesitated because the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect had something on him. He has already handed over the manufacturing drawings of Zhuge's divine crossbow. Could it be that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect intends to keep this secret for the rest of its life? The entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect has a way to seek death. Tang San thought to himself, clenching his hands tightly, wishing he could break through to the title Douluo right away, and then let the entire 7 Treasures Glazed sect be buried with him. If you hurt Xiaowu in the slightest, the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect will be buried with her. At this time, Ning Tian also calmed down. After all, he was a soul master, and this distance was nothing. Your sister, she was blocked at the bathroom door by Tyrone. Tang San was stunned, and Dai Mubai and others were also stunned. After a while, Tang San and the others came back to their senses. Ning Tian didn't come here specifically to scold Tang San, he came to report the news. What? Tang San slapped the table and stood up immediately. He now understood that just now, he had wronged a good man. Ning Tian didn't want to know the secret, maybe Ning Fengji never mentioned it to him. How could Xiao Wu be trapped in a place like that by Tai Long? Tang San thought with some doubt. Tyrone knew that before Shrek entered Blue Tyrant Academy, Tyrone was the face of Blue Tyrant Academy and the strongest among the younger generation. That Tai Long wanted to pursue Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu disagreed. Xiao Wu hit Tai Long 3 times today, I never expected that Tai Long would be so shameless. Tai Long is a pure power type soul master. Although he is not a defensive type, his defense is also very powerful. Xiao Wu didn't kill him, after all, they were classmates. But when Tai Long saw this, he didn't care at all. Instead, he seemed to enjoy Xiao Wu's beating very much. Xiao Wu also didn't expect that this guy would come to a place like this and block people. Tai Long's way of chasing shocked Xiao Wu for tens of thousands of years. It's really outrageous. It's impossible for her to hit Tyrone in a place like this, right? Everyone was a little stunned after hearing Ning Tian's explanation. They had seen shameless people before, but this was the first time they had seen someone as shameless as Tyrone. At this time, Tang San had a dark face, and wanted to hide the murderous intent in his eyes, but he couldn't hide the look that wanted to kill someone. Tang San, I'm sorry, I'm a support-type spirit master, and I'm no match for Tai Long, so I can only come here to tell you. Ning Tian scratched his head, looking very sorry. Everyone also understood Ning Tian's difficulties. He was just an auxiliary and could not help at all. After hearing this, Tang San still had a gloomy face and nodded. Take me to see it. It is good. Tang San was skeptical about Ning Tian's goodwill. After all, they were also plotting to harm Blazing Academy. Who knows if this is a trap? If Xiao Wu gets into trouble, even if it's a trap, he will jump in without hesitation. If you want to bully Xiao Wu, you must first step over his dead body. You're pursuing Xiao Wu, right? Tang San smiled evilly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He didn't understand who his feelings for Xiao Wu were. But the thought of Xiao Wu lying in the arms of someone else made her feel very uncomfortable. The love he has for Xiao Wu is definitely not just a pure brotherly love. Xiao Wu, wait for me, I'm coming to save you. After a while, Ning Tian and a few others arrived at their destination. Tang San, this is it. As Ning Tian finished speaking, a voice rang out. Xiao Wu, be my girlfriend. Chapter 129. Xiao Wu, be my girlfriend. My father told me to grab it if I like it, but I'm afraid you'll get hurt, so I won't. Don't worry, follow me, I promise to treat you well. Tyrone was already very tall, and his voice was like thunder. At this moment, Xiao Wu wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What on earth is going on with this gorilla? How can you chase a girl like this? He was beaten several times, but he never fought back or responded. To be honest, such a man is indeed a good man. It's a pity that she has no affection for Tyrone at all. Tyrone, just give up on this idea. Xiao Wu said unhappily. This kid, Tyrone, still had some shame and didn't rush in. I do not. Xiao Wu, I really like you. Your legs, your waist. After hearing these words, Xiao Wu was not sure what she felt, but Tang San on the side was furious. This Tai Long actually peeked at Xiao Wu's legs and waist, it was really a way to seek death. As for the bear, it's small and cute. Everyone, be bold. Tang San shouted angrily and pointed at Tai Long tremblingly. He didn't expect Tyrone to be so shameless. Tai Long was shocked all over and was really frightened. When he was picking up girls, a wild boy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Are you looking for death? Can't you see I'm picking up girls? Why are you yelling so loudly? Tang San was furious. Picking up girls? This is fucking his Tang San's sister. Wait, that seems to be true. Whose father are you? Tang San said with a gloomy face, this person actually dared to say such a thing. He has only two fathers, one is Tang Hao, his biological father. One is Yu Xiaojiang, once a teacher, always a father. Tyrone has a bad temper. Just because he can tolerate beautiful women doesn't mean he can tolerate punks. I'm your father, so what? Where did you come from, you little jerk? How dare you interfere in my business? After saying this, Tai Long folded his arms, not taking Tang San seriously at all, and it could even be said that he did not regard Tang San as a human being at all. Just when Tang San was about to go berserk, Xiao Wu came out because she heard a familiar voice. Third brother. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang San asked with concern. I'm fine, it's just that this gorilla is a bit annoying. Then I'll tell him to shut up. Tang San looked at Tai Long with a grim expression. He would never allow Xiao Wu to get hurt. This Tyrone is just looking for death. When Tai Long saw this, he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. It turns out to be my brother-in-law, I thought he was some little jerk. Tai Long scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, sorry, brother-in-law. Just leave Xiao Wu to me, I will definitely treat her well. Don't worry, I'm pretty good at that, and I'll definitely make you my uncle soon. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and Ning Tian slapped their foreheads in unison, somewhat speechless. Does Tyrone know what he is talking about? He didn't know the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu at all, and he dared to say such frivolous words. Is he going to die? What a fucking uncle. At the beginning, he wanted to be Tang San's father. Now saying this again. For a moment, Tang San wanted to take out the Zhuge divine crossbow and beat Tai Long into a sieve. Over the years, no one like Tai Long has ever escaped from Tang San's hands alive. Without any hesitation, Tang San touched the 24 bridges on moonlit night with his right hand, and a golden particle appeared in his hand. These golden particles are barely noticeable. Fortunately, Tai Long is a powerful soul master and can discover what Tang San is holding. After seeing the golden particles, he couldn't help but frown. Brother-in-law, you don't have to be so polite, you should spend this little gold on yourself. When I marry Xiao Wu, I will offer her 10 gold soul coins with both hands. Speaking of this, Tyrone felt a little painful. You know, their entire clan depends on blacksmithing for a living. No soul master in the clan, no matter what level, can receive half a gold soul coin in the spirit hall. It is also impossible for them to go to the spirit hall to receive subsidies. It's not just a way to save face. The spirit hall killed so many of their clansmen, which is simply unforgivable. How could they possibly come to collect the gold soul coins? Only Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San would do such a thing. Yu Xiaojiang knew that Tang San was a disciple of the Haotian sect, but he still let Tang San go to collect the subsidy, saying that it was the gold soul coins of the two empires and the spirit hall was just issuing it on their behalf. 10 gold soul coins are only 1 month's subsidy for a great soul master. For a soul master, it is only 1/10 of a month's subsidy. But for Tyrone, this was money that he would have to work hard to earn. Although 10 gold soul coins are not a lot, they are his entire fortune. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Tang San and his companions, as well as those who were just watching the fun, twitched slightly. 10 gold soul coins. My goodness, if 10 gold soul coins could buy someone like Xiao Wu, auction houses would no longer exist. The maids in the auction house are each priced at 100,000 gold soul coins. This Tai Long actually wanted to use 10 gold soul coins. Tang San's brow was filled with black lines. He waved his right hand and the golden particles instantly turned into a golden needle as thin as a hair. With a shake of his right hand, the golden needle shot out towards Tyrone's brother. With a scream of, "Ah," the pain was too much for Tyrone to bear. Especially that feeling of tearing and dividing. Once the dragon beard needle loses its soul power support, it will automatically shrink into a ball. If it had been stabbed in the chest, there would have been pain, but he wouldn't have covered it like Tyrone did. It hurts too much. This feeling is even more painful than direct cutting. Hi. In just a dozen seconds, Tyrone's clothes were soaked with sweat, and cold sweat continued to appear on his forehead. He had never thought that there would be such a strange thing in history. It was just a moment, and he had no time to react, before his brother was seriously injured. This Tang San must be jealous of him. He was showing off before, and thought Tang San would be as honest as him, but he never expected that Tang San would play dirty tricks on him. It's useless, it must be useless. When he said this, Tyrone just felt that he couldn't go up, he was already a useless man. No. Snowflakes are falling and the north wind is blowing in this case, it is impossible not to waste. Dai Mubai and the others subconsciously closed their legs, especially Ma Hongjun, who looked at Tang San with eyes full of awe. Isn't this too scary? No more descendants. When will a man stop being lustful? If you give up even this, what's the point of living? Good guy. Third brother is just as ruthless as I am. Seeing this scene, Ma Hongjun thought of Douluo. If it weren't for the fact that they both fell in love with the same girl, they might have become good friends. Chapter 130. Tyrone gritted his teeth, curled up on the ground, and his whole body twitched. It was difficult for him to describe the feeling at that moment, and tears were streaming down his face. It hurts too much. There is no point in a man living in this world if he loses even his brothers. It looks like it hurts. Ma Hongjun subconsciously took a few steps back, visibly putting some distance between himself and Tang San. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was extremely grateful that he had not offended Tang San, let alone Xiao Wu. Terrible. Making people childless at every turn would make Tyrone feel more uncomfortable than killing him directly. Killing people is not enough, and causing Tyrone such pain is really too much. And many more. Ma Hongjun seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Tai Long twice and then glanced at Tang San. Are he and Tang San in the same group? Since they are our own people, what is there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun moved a little closer. The corners of Tang San's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. For a useless soul master like Tai Long, he is not afraid of any number of them as long as he has enough hidden weapons. Of course, the prerequisite is that his physical strength and soul power can allow him to persist until the end of the battle. If a powerful being like a title Douluo does not escape, he will be surrounded and killed by a legion of ordinary people. Because the title Douluo at this time does not have a soul core, after using up his soul power, he needs to meditate to restore his soul power. When the soul power is exhausted, being slaughtered will only take a moment. The title Douluo 10,000 years later are different. They all have soul cores and can continuously restore their soul power. It is difficult for an army composed of ordinary people to pose a threat to such title Douluo. Even the title Douluo is like this, and he, Tang San, is just a soul master now. How can he be qualified to deal with a large number of soul masters? Looking at Tai Long's painful expression, Tang San felt very happy. This Tyrone deserves to die. Fortunately, Tang San knew that this was an academy, and that if he injured the students, nothing would happen given his relationship with Flanders. Flanders might even ask Tyrone to apologize to him and Xiao Wu. If Tyrone were beaten to death, it would be difficult to explain. The students of the original Blue Bully Academy were all civilians, without a single aristocratic student. If he is not a noble, it means that Tyrone's family has no power, so he can be killed. But he was a civilian after all. If he was beaten to death by Tang San in public and Tang San did nothing wrong, it would definitely arouse public indignation. Although Tyrone's behavior was a bit excessive, he did not use any physical force, and he did not even fight back or retaliate when he was beaten or scolded. However, he ended up without any descendants. If Tang San is not punished for intentionally harming his classmates, all the senior students in Shrek Academy will definitely rebel. After a while, Tai Long fainted. Tang San shook his head and left with everyone. The cold stone slab seemed particularly hot under the scorching sun. Tyrone lay on the ground, feeling weak all over, trying to break free from the constraints of the floor. Oh my god, Tyrone was beaten. At this time, everyone reacted. You know, Tai Long is the top student in Lanba Academy. With his strength, he was beaten. No, it should be said that he was ambushed and then killed in seconds. It was so terrifying. Brothers, Tyrone getting beaten should be considered a small matter, right? After hearing this, everyone was a little confused. When you are in college, you will inevitably get hurt. As the chief, didn't Tai Long get beaten often after the Four Elements Academy came? Being beaten became secondary because Tyrone was often beaten. But Tyrone has a father who protects him, and a grandfather who protects him even more. It would have been fine if they had defeated Tyrone fairly, but this was clearly a sneak attack, and Tyrone was forced to cover that area. It was obvious that the place he was attacked from was so dark that it was hard to describe in words. This is truly the end of the lineage and the extinction of the entire family. When they thought of Tyrone's grandfather, they couldn't help but tremble all over. This was a powerful man at the level of Contra. In Tiendo City, no one dares to offend Tyrone's grandfather, Titan. Now that Tyrone has become like this, the wrath of his grandfather Titan will probably affect the entire Shrek Academy. A Soul Douluo level warrior is not so easy to defeat. You know, the soul power of this Titan is not that of a Soul Douluo who has just broken through, but that of a veteran Soul Douluo who has broken through a long time ago. Let's send Tai Long back to Lizzie first. Everyone decided to send the unconscious Tyrone back to the Power Clan first, so that they could reduce some of the burden on the academy. That kid named Tang San really doesn't know how to hold back when he attacks. As time passed, when Hu Wu and others accidentally revealed the news about the fake Inji and a fourth sister to Lu Erlong, the entire academy seemed to be plunged into a solemn atmosphere. Lu Erlong was extremely furious. She also had the fire attribute and had a very bad temper. She was the type of person who didn't have much brains or didn't like to think. She wanted to kill these two people. Having done this, he has been included in her kill list. Lu Erlong had a gloomy face. Just as she walked to the gate of the academy, she saw Flanders and others who were confronting Titan. Okay, my grandson was fine when he came this morning, but when he left in the afternoon, he was childless, right? Hand over the murderer, or I will destroy your Shrek Academy today. Titan's face was dark, his anger had accumulated to the extreme. Tyrone is really useless. There is no other way. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. He can only be killed with one blow. When seeing clearly how Tyrone was hit, even Titan, a knowledgeable soul fighter, couldn't help but gasp. What a vicious method. The other party was targeting Tyrone. From now on, Tyrone can only be raised as an abnormal granddaughter. At this time, Titan still had some rationality and just asked Flanders and others to hand over the murderer. He wanted to break all the bones of the murderer so that he could help his grandson and avenge his crime. I don't know what kind of expression that kid will have when he wakes up. Will he feel like the sky is falling? It's understandable that we can really say that the sky is falling. The Titan lineage is already sparsely populated, with only one heir in each generation. Tyrone is the only grandson of his lineage. But now, Tyrone is useless. Sir Titan, is there any misunderstanding here? Flanders said tentatively, asking him to hand over the murderer. How could it be possible? It is impossible to hand over the murderer. Not daring to cause trouble is mediocre. But this time, I offended someone I shouldn't have offended. If we were to ask who is most familiar with Titan among those present, it would naturally be Zhao Wuji. Thinking back then, Zhao Wuji just couldn't stand Titan's cousin, so he beat him up, and then he was chased by this soul fighter. More than a year. That's more than a whole year. Chapter 131. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji was standing relatively far away and protecting everyone in front of him, so he was not noticed by Titan. Otherwise, today we would have to settle all the new and old grudges together. Misunderstand? Titan threw some unknown object on the ground. You told me this was a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding made Tyrone's brother become like this. This beast is so vicious that he actually plotted against my grandson like this. Everyone's face changed. They didn't expect that Titan didn't care about the family scandal at all. Thinking about it carefully, he really had nothing to worry about. The Haotian sect closed its mountain, and the 4 affiliated clans became victims. Fortunately, they survived, otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to become a joke. The other 3 tribes have some grudges against Tang Hao and the Haotian sect, but Titan is different. He is Tang Hao's slave and he possesses the imprint of thought. Believe that whatever Tang Hao does is right. Fortunately, he doesn't know yet that the one who turned Tyrone into this state was his master's son. This is really sad. Dragon Beard Needle. Zhao Wuji recognized what this thing was at a glance, because he had been hit by it before, and it was released by Tang San. It seems that Titan really did not wrongly accuse Tang San. This is something that Tang San could really do. Directly crippling the other party's grandson is somewhat tinged with hatred, and it is a fight to the death. How strong is Contra's hearing? Even if Xiao Wuji's voice of surprise was a little smaller, it would not affect Titan's hearing. You said it wasn't you, I don't even know what this thing is, but you. After taking a closer look at Xiao Wuji, Titan was stunned. The more he looked, the more familiar he looked. Wait, it's really that guy. Good boy, I hunted you down back then, and this is how you take revenge on my grandson. Brother Titan, I just know you, even if you give me 10 times the courage, I won't do this kind of thing. Xiao Wuji felt like crying but had no tears. He hid behind the crowd but was still caught by Titan. After hearing this, Titan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, even if this guy had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't be able to do anything. When he beat Xiao Wuji, didn't he have to hang him up and beat him? He is already able to restrain Xiao Wuji, and has a stronger soul power level. This matter was indeed too much for Xiao San. The things in front of me can only confirm one thing, that is, this was really done by Tang San. I don't have any other requests, I only have one grandson, so I have to do something. Bring that kid here, I'll kill him myself. Anyway, just make him the same as Tyrone. Titan folded his arms and spoke bluntly. He came here today just to take revenge. Apart from this, he has no other purpose. Misunderstand? Do you think you can eliminate such hatred with just 2 words? Bullying the honest people, huh? If Tyrone didn't have any background, they might have gotten away with it. Fortunately, Tyrone has a grandfather like him, otherwise, today's incident would have to be treated as a misunderstanding. When Flanders saw this, he felt his scalp tingling and cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Tang San could have caused any other trouble, but he had to pick on this guy. I don't know if he still cares about what happened back then. If he does, I'm afraid it won't be resolved peacefully. The double buffs are stacked together, and even if what happened today hadn't happened, it couldn't be resolved normally. Seeing that Flanders and the others had no intention of handing over Tang San, Tai Tan was furious. He had already made so many concessions, but Shrek Academy was indifferent. In an instant, Tai Tan burst out with the momentum of Soul Douluo level, and pressed towards Flanders and the others. Since these people are unwilling to hand over the culprit, he has to do it himself. Flanders, I gave you a chance. Mr. Titan, if you have something to talk about, please sit down and talk. Flanders really didn't know what to say. Hand over Tang San. Tang San's father is Haotian Douluo, how could he have the courage to hand over Tang San? Flander, there's no point in talking to him, it just so happens that we haven't fought side by side for a long time. These words were spoken by Yu Xiaojiang with a gloomy face. Ask them to hand over Tang San. This is his disciple, how could he watch Tang San die? Isn't it just Contra? It just so happens that their golden triangle is all here. After hearing this, Flanders looked at Lu Erlong standing beside him. This matter still required Lu Erlong's approval. Titan frowned when he saw this. Not only do these guys refuse to admit their mistakes, they are even more aggressive and are preparing to use force. Isn't this a bit too inhumane? Even someone as protective of his child as he was, felt that Shrek was being rude and too much of a bully. Lu Erlong had no reason to refuse Yu Xiaojiang's proposal. Let's try Senior Titan's methods. Lu Erlong nodded in agreement. As for the search for the fake Inji and the 4th sister, it could be put off for a while. Sun and Moon brilliant golden turn. Facing Soul Douluo, the 3 of them directly used the Soul Fusion technique. If we fight a wave first and then use it, we might be overturned by Titan. The correct choice is to use it directly and maintain the highest combat power. So, it's you guys. The Trinity Martial Soul Fusion technique, the golden rotation of the Sun and the Moon, the golden Holy Dragon. The name of the golden iron triangle is still widely known in Douluo Continent. I didn't expect to meet him today. Unfortunately, the one you met was not an ordinary Contra. If it were an ordinary Soul Douluo, he might not be able to defeat the golden Holy Dragon, which is a fusion of the 3 martial souls. But he is not an ordinary Contra. The pure strength points added make him comparable to most title Douluo in terms of strength. Even a title Douluo like Dugu Bo is no match for Titan in terms of strength attributes. After a moment, the golden Holy Dragon appeared, and Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders, and Lu Erlong were all shining with golden light. Because their martial souls were separated from their bodies, when the 3 of them performed their martial soul fusion techniques, their original bodies were unable to move, defend, or attack. The golden holy light can effectively block the opponent's attacks. Unless the golden holy dragon is defeated and killed, they cannot be harmed. The soul rings of 2 soul saints and 1 great soul master, a total of 18 soul rings, were added to Luo Sanpao, allowing it to reveal its true form. Ma Hongjun, Tang San and others also appeared at the gate of the academy at this time. This matter was caused by them, so when something happens, it is naturally up to them to solve it. I never expected that Tyrone's grandfather was actually a piece of iron. This time, he really hit a wall, but he did not regret it. Soul Douluo. There is also a Trinity martial soul fusion technique. Third brother, look, if the master was not only at the level of a great soul master. As if he had thought of something, Ma Hongjun simply kept silent. Chapter 132. Tang Sen slightly side-glanced at Ma Hongjun. In his heart, the master is like his father. How could he tolerate others saying anything wrong? Fortunately, Ma Hongjun stopped talking at the critical moment. Otherwise, this brother might have no job. Tang Sen withdrew his gaze and looked at Titan. He never imagined that there was a Soul Douluo level warrior in a civilian family. Tang San is not without background. You know, his father Tang Hao is the youngest title Douluo in Douluo Continent. Unfortunately, he didn't know where Tang Hao was. Otherwise, how dare a mere Soul Douluo act so presumptuous? This old man can't tell right from wrong, it's clearly his grandson's fault, but he wants to blame me, Tang San. He is seeking death. Tang San's face was gloomy, and he thought to himself. The Trinity martial soul fusion technique formed by two soul saints and the teacher should be more than enough to deal with a Soul Douluo, right? Tang San was not worried that Yu Xiaojiang and the others would lose, because they had no reason to lose. However, he didn't know that Titan was not an ordinary Soul Douluo, but a special existence who had reached the level of title Douluo in one aspect. It could be that the one who came was Titan. If it was Yang Wudi who came, he would have poked hundreds of holes in a golden holy dragon in minutes. Although Yang Wudi's soul power level is not as high as Titan's, he is the most powerful among the 4 affiliated families. Moreover, he is a person who can truly fight against title Douluo. The soul-breaking spear can only attack but not defend, and its power is extremely terrifying. The Trinity martial soul fusion technique has been completed. Titan is also possessed by the martial soul, and without any hesitation, he directly uses the martial soul's true form. In an instant, a giant and powerful gorilla appeared at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Roar! A roar and terrifying pressure made all the weaker students faint. You know, with Titan's soul power level, plus the enhancement of his spirit body, his attributes are completely comparable to those of an ordinary title Douluo who doesn't use his spirit body. Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong all looked unhappy. They knew that this old gorilla had no martial ethics, but they didn't expect him to go all out and use his martial soul's true body right from the start. He is the stronger party, but he treats the weak like this. You can imagine his character. Zhao Wuji and others wanted to help, but they did not dare to act rashly. This time, it's not just Titan himself who comes, but also members of the powerful clan. Although the Li clan is not a big family, of course, this is the case now. Before the incident, the Li clan was still very powerful and had no problem competing with the other 4 sects. Because of Tang Hao's incident, too many people from the 4 affiliated families died. Even those with the least losses suffered more than half of their casualties. One can imagine how brutal that battle was. If the Haotian sect had not fled, or had said something before fleeing, they would not have hated the Haotian sect so much. It was their duty to protect the main sect from disaster. After all, they enjoyed the protection of the Haotian sect and could not let down at the critical moment. Therefore, no one escaped. But you can't fucking run away, and you can't run away without saying a word. In Douluo Continent, if you set up your own sect, you will be looked down upon by everyone and will be hunted down by the sect. But when it comes to the 4 affiliated families, none of them exist. The Haotian sect ignored them. They were the first to abandon the 4 affiliated families. The 4 affiliated families set up their own factions, and neither the Haotian sect nor the world dared to say anything. In turn, they will think they are doing the right thing. The situation at that time was really tense. You know, even the elder sons, daughters-in-law, and grandsons were killed or injured, and they could only let the 4 major affiliated families take the blame. Give the direct descendants of the Haotian sect enough time to retreat. To put it bluntly, they did not treat outsiders as human beings. As soon as his martial soul's true form was activated, Titan pounced directly at the golden holy dragon, and slapped the golden holy dragon's face heavily with his huge palm. A pop sound resounded through the sky. Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders, and Lu Erlong tilted their heads, as if the damage had also fallen on the 3 of them. Yes, it does. Even though the 3 of them are now in a protected state and cannot be attacked directly on their bodies, they still need to bear the damage caused to the golden holy dragon. This can be seen from the fact that Luo Senpao was bitten by a mandrake snake and Yu Xiaojiang was also poisoned. When the martial soul leaves the body, the main body will also suffer the injuries of the martial soul. Of course, if you are strong enough, you can directly break the shields of the 3 people and attack their bodies directly. In the original time and space, when Dugugbo was fighting against the golden holy dragon, he was afraid that his own soul skills were too overbearing and would destroy the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, so he also attacked the real bodies of the 3 people. No matter how weak Dugugbo is, he is still a title Douluo. If he is given some time, he can break the shields of the 3 people and directly attack their bodies. As the saying goes, great strength makes miracles happen, and the strong clan has plenty of strength. In terms of strength, the Titan is unrivaled in its class. Unless the opponent's soul power level is higher. High. Everyone gasped and felt their scalps tingling. He is worthy of being a strong man at the Contra level and one of the representatives of single attributes. With just one slap, the golden holy dragon formed by the fusion of the three martial spirits had red and swollen cheeks. It was truly terrifying. Without any hesitation, Titan continued to slap the golden holy dragon's face, as if venting his anger. Indeed, Titan was venting his anger. It is impossible for Yu Xiaojiang and others to keep being beaten, so Yu Xiaojiang, the wise horn, controls the golden holy dragon. After making a hand seal, Yu Xiaojiang said confidently, "Farting is like thunder, lightning and fire Luo Sanpao." Due to the fusion of martial souls, Yu Xiaojiang's soul skills have also undergone some changes, but the general direction remains unchanged. For example, farting. Thunder and lightning, fire. Luo Sanpao was originally a mutation of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit and carries the power of thunder and lightning. With the help of the fire power provided by Lu Erlong, this could be successfully performed. Lu Erlong's martial soul was also mutated from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, but it was not a mutation like Yu Xiaojiang's. Instead, it changed its attributes and was still powerful. Of course, she had no way of practicing the secret techniques of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. The golden holy dragon could be slapped several times because it did not fly too high before and Titan did not follow martial ethics and directly used his martial spirit avatar, which is why he hit it. But the golden holy dragon can fly. He used his flying ability to distance himself from the Titan and released an energy attack at the Titan. The golden energy contained lightning and fire, which was exactly the soul skill used by Yu Xiaojiang. If he could be level 40 or 50, the attack of the golden holy dragon would be able to injure Titan. Unfortunately, he is only a level 29 great soul master. Titan made no unnecessary movements, with his hands protecting his body. In the state of his martial spirit's true body, his defense was also terrifying. There is absolutely no problem in blocking this attack directly. Chapter 133. At this moment, two figures came uninvited, one red and one black. They were as fast as meteors and appeared at the gate of Shrek Academy in almost a blink of an eye. Second brother, they seem to be fighting spirits. The woman in black said to the knight beside her. The two people felt the powerful energy fluctuations, so they came over to take a look. You should know that except for some special places in Tiando City, private fighting is prohibited. The entrance to Shrek Academy is a public area, where private fighting is prohibited. Of course, the Tiando royal family would turn a blind eye to such a fight at the entrance of the academy. After hearing this, the red figure nodded and said, "It's really a evenly matched duel. Whether it's this old but strong gentleman or the martial soul fusion skills of these three people, they are all very powerful." It was Inji and the fourth sister who were traveling in Tiando City. The fourth sister was silent. She turned her head and looked at Inji. He had said at the beginning that she was very powerful. After knowing the truth, she almost cried out loud. How can these weak, pitiful and helpless humans be strong? Well, on the human side, they are indeed pretty good. Yes, what a powerful human being. The fourth sister said this without changing her expression, her eyes full of determination. These weaklings, who could be killed in large numbers with just a wave of her hand, were actually terrifyingly powerful beings in the eyes of 99.9% of human beings. There is nothing wrong in saying that they are strong. When Inji and Chunmei appeared, some spectators discovered them. Neither the members of the Power Clan nor the students of the Elemental Academy and Shrek Academy said anything, and continued to watch the battle between the Trinity Fusion Technique and Contra. It was true that they did not see how Inji and fourth sister appeared, otherwise, they would not have had this expression. Of course, the main reason is that they don't know Inji and Chunmei. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and the others' pupils shrank and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Others may not know Inji, but they know her. I never expected that the fight here would attract these two people. Swallow your saliva, a little impatience can ruin a big plan. They looked at each other and pretended not to know each other. Feng Xiaotian and the others were slightly stunned. The appearance of the two people in front of them could not be said to be very similar to Inji and the fourth sister, but they were exactly the same. Could it be that they are the two imposters? Most of the people at the Four Elements Academy and Shrek Academy were confused as to what happened at the academy gate. They only knew that someone was looking for trouble with Tang San. But before he could say anything, he felt someone grab his hand. He looked at the person next to him in disbelief. She was Huo Wu. Happiness came too suddenly, Sister Huo Wu actually took the initiative to hold his hand. Turning his head and looking at Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian realized that something was wrong. Huo Wu's face was pale, her eyes were filled with fear, and her whole body was shaking slightly with fear. Huo Wu, what's wrong with you? What duel, what fake, how can it be more important than Huowu? Feng Xiaotian's entire attention was focused on Huowu. Xiao Xiaotian. Don't be impulsive. Huowu said with difficulty, even her speech became hesitant. Feng Xiaotian looked confused. What did Huowu mean? They are not fakes. Feng Xiaotian's whole body trembled, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Not a fake. Huowu had seen Yingji before, so she was naturally different from Feng Xiaotian and the others. She didn't even know what her enemy looked like. At the beginning, Huowu also thought it was a fake. When she looked at Yingji carefully, she realized that something was wrong. The Yingji in front of me is not a fan at all. Silver Branch is Silver Branch, and the human-faced Spider Emperor is also the human-faced Spider Emperor. Who on earth spread the false news that almost destroyed my blazing academy? And many more. As if she had thought of something, Huowu looked at Tang San and the others. She's enlightened. Fortunately, she was smart and passed the false news to Lu Erlong. As long as Lu Erlong believes it, they will have themselves to blame. Feeling Huowu's gaze, Tang San and the others' expressions remained unchanged, as if the fake news had nothing to do with them. Huowu sneered and took Feng Xiaotian to protect everyone in front of her. Although she doesn't like Feng Xiaotian now, Feng Xiaotian is top-notch in terms of both talent and love for her. With Feng Xiaotian around, revenge will be more likely. As for love, before taking revenge, she doesn't want to talk about that kind of love. Let's keep Feng Xiaotian hanging for now. He's been hanging for so many years anyway, so a few decades won't make a difference. They are fearless when it comes to counterfeits. When facing me, they were timid and even dared not speak loudly. This is the fear that death brings. Titan is not a fool. Facing the Golden Holy Dragon, he has no advantage because he cannot fly. But he still has a way to deal with the three people on the ground. The first, second, and third soul skills were released almost at the same time, and then rushed towards the three beams of light. As long as any one of these three beams of light is broken, the Golden Holy Dragon will no longer be a threat. He wants to attack our main body. Yu Xiaojiang said something, and then directly controlled Luo Sanpao again. One of the most powerful secrets of the Golden Holy Dragon, the Holy Dragon's true form. They can only give it a try. If the Titan breaks the light column, they will have no chance. Golden light burst out from the Golden Holy Dragon and pounced towards the Titan's body. At this time, Titan had come to the middle of the three people and started punching and kicking at the energy beam. A powerful force hit the light column, causing ripples that seemed as if it would destroy it at any time. At this time, the energy attack brought by the Holy Dragon's true form had already fallen on Titan. Even though Titan was a powerful soul Douluo level warrior with a martial soul avatar by his side, he still suffered some minor injuries. Boy, if you were also a soul saint, I would be in trouble today. Unfortunately, you are just a great soul master. Titan sneered, his fifth soul ring flashed, his body expanded again, and he smashed towards Yu Xiaojiang's beam of light. Yu Xiaojiang's face changed, and Lu Erlong and Flanders also had gloomy faces. The three of them share common ground. Titan's humiliation of Yu Xiaojiang is a slap in their faces. Well, it's been played before. One of the most powerful secrets of the Golden Holy Dragon. Without waiting for Yu Xiaojiang to cast another spell, Titan, with a force comparable to that of a tidal Douluo, directly shattered the shield and smashed towards Yu Xiaojiang with the remaining force. Chapter 134. Old man, stop it. As soon as this statement came out, it was shocking. In the eyes of most people, this Titan is currently the strongest person here. How dare someone call him an old thing? I am the Tang San you are looking for, let my teacher go. The one who spoke was Tang San. He took a step forward and walked out of the crowd. Facing a powerful soul Douluo level warrior, his heart was pounding. Originally, Tang San was not planning to show up, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The correct approach should be to flee from here immediately, sever ties with Tang San, and then come back for revenge after finding Tang Hao. This is the way of a killer, don't fight a battle you are not sure of winning. But Tang San also felt that if he didn't show up, he would lose a lot of things. This feeling was inexplicable. Ultimately, he trusted his instincts. Tai Tan's hand paused slightly, he looked at Tang San, then at Yu Xiaojiang. Very good, I admire young people like you who don't know how to live or die. The corners of Titan's mouth rose slightly, hiding his anger. If a child is not taught well, it is the fault of the father. If a child is not taught strictly, it is the laziness of the teacher. Since this crew-haired guy is your teacher, he must also receive the punishment he deserves. Don't worry, I won't hurt his life. As soon as Tai Tan finished speaking, Lu Erlong spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, Tai Tan, what are you going to do, old man? Let go of Xiaojiang, come at me if you dare. After hearing this, Tai Tan was stunned again. After glancing at Lu Erlong, he shook his head and said, you can't punish him on his behalf. What do you mean? Lu Erlong and everyone else had a puzzled look on their faces, feeling a little confused. It seems that Titan's meaning is that he can really let someone replace Yu Xiaojiang, but Lu Erlong does not meet the punishment requirements. Seeing this, Flanders subconsciously said, "So what do you think of me, senior? I am the dean of Shrek Academy, and Tang San is also my student. I am also responsible for what happened. Let me take Xiao Gang's place." Flanders said sincerely. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. Anyway, he felt a chill on his back, especially after seeing Titan's evil smile. Titan was in no hurry to take action. After sizing up Flanders, he nodded and said, "You do deserve to be punished. Come on. Lu Erlong can't do it, but Flanders can." Seeing this, the former did not stop Flanders. Boss Fu. Although Flanders is very important and is her lifelong elder brother, if she has to choose between Yu Xiaojiang and Flanders, she will still make the same choice as before. Seeing this, Flanders' heart sank. He knew that Lu Erlong didn't love him, but he couldn't let her go. Yu Xiaojiang is his brother, and Lu Erlong is the person he likes and loves. In order to help both of them, what's wrong with him making some sacrifices? Anyway, he is not planning to get married in this life. Flanders knew that the three of them could not defeat Titan at all, so he walked towards Titan, hoping that this senior would keep his word. After all, with so many eyes watching, Titan would not abandon his reputation. Don't say it, really don't say it. When did Titan become famous? After the younger ones are beaten, the older ones come over. This is a tradition. The Li clan carried forward the traditions of the Haotian sect. After Flanders walked up to Titan, the uneasy feeling became even stronger. The next moment, a huge hand seemed to cross time and space and grab somewhere. Flanders, who was caught off guard, was slightly stunned. Fate grabbed him by the throat. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. No wonder Titan said Lu Erlong is not good enough. It turns out that Lu Erlong didn't have it. Seeing this, everyone's eyes twitched slightly, especially Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others, who couldn't help but put their legs together. Damn, this guy called Titan actually wanted to take revenge like this. Wouldn't this ruin Flanders' rest of his life? At this moment, the most nervous person was Flanders. His expression was wonderful. Just now he said that it was for the happiness of Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, and just now he said that he would not get married in the future. He never expected that this Titan would help him achieve it from the root. Senior, no, not that serious, right? Flanders trembled all over, and at this moment he didn't dare to move at all. If Titan exerts a little force, Flanders will become a laughing stock in the entire Douluo Continent. A powerful soul saint is actually a eunuch. Seeing this, Lu Erlong slightly opened her red lips, wanting to say something but stopping herself. This move by Flanders really saved the happiness of her and Yu Xiaojiang. It is not an exaggeration to say that, sir, you are so righteous. Yu Xiaojiang lost his previous arrogance and his face was filled with fear. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of dying in vain. Of course, he was afraid that such a scandal would affect his reputation. Some people are willing to sacrifice their lives for this. Why did he do that when my grandson was being plotted against by Tang San? Does my grandson deserve to be extinct? Titan said with a gloomy expression. That kid can't beat others because he hasn't practiced well enough, he deserves to be beaten. Even if others don't beat me, I will. Yes, if Tyrone fights outside and wins, it doesn't matter, he will be given delicious food. If he loses, what awaits him will be the iron fist of love from his father and grandfather. In the academy, there is growth only when there is competition, if there is a conflict, just fight it out. Why bother destroying his lower body? If I don't take revenge, I won't be worthy of being the leader of the Lizzie clan. Flanders smiled bitterly, he understood all these principles. He also told Tang San and others that students were forbidden to kill or injure anyone directly. You can discuss, but you can't hurt the harmony. But now there are more people and more things to do, and I can't manage them all. Suddenly, Flanders frowned, and a sound like an eggshell breaking was heard. Intense pain spread to his mind, and at that moment, he was ruined. It's not that his cultivation and soul power are wasted, but that he, as a person, is wasted. Hi. Flanders took a deep breath. After all, he was a soul saint-level warrior and was over 50 years old. He didn't need to shout. It was just a minor injury, not enough to make him cry out. Just when Flanders was about to say something, Titan was quick-witted and used the same method on Yu Xiaojiang. Ow. Yu Xiaojiang was just a great soul master, and the pain made him scream out. Titan, you old man, don't keep your word. You've already destroyed Boss Fu, why do you want to destroy Xiaogang too? Lu Erlong roared at Titan. After hearing this, Titan was a little surprised and looked at Flanders. You. Flanders lowered his head in shame. Ultimately, Titan didn't speak out. Flanders is really miserable. There is no need to continue talking about him. When did I say that I would release Yu Xiaojiang after crippling Flanders? What I'm saying is that Flanders, as the Dean of Shrek Academy, should be punished. Chapter 135. Come to think of it, Titan seems to have really said that. He did not promise to not destroy Yu Xiaojiang if he destroyed Flanders. Since there is no promise, what's the point of destroying both of them? Teacher. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang rolling on the ground, Tang San hurried forward to check Yu Xiaojiang's injuries. Tang San didn't know that if it weren't for his throat stab, Yu Xiaojiang would have either died or been rescued by Tang Hao. There is no way it could become what it is now. Titan is a powerful soul Douluo, and his strength attribute has even reached the title Douluo. He struck out in anger, and Yu Xiaojiang would either die or remain intact, there was no third possibility. But Tang San's shout just triggered the third possibility. Xiao Gang. Lu Erlong also stepped forward and looked at Yu Xiaojiang anxiously. Someone, come and treat Xiaojiang quickly, we must save him. Seeing this, Flanders subconsciously said, what about me? Boss Fu, you are a soul saint, unlike Xiaojiang, he can't endure this kind of pain. I'll treat you after I treat Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong said bluntly without even thinking. Flanders stood there in a daze, his mouth slightly open, but something seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. His body was shaking, not because of the cold nor because of pain. Sister Erlong is right, how can I, a soul saint, compete with Xiaojiang for a healing soul master? That's right, Boss Fu, I will remember your kindness. Everyone, Even the former teachers of Blue Bully Academy couldn't bear to watch it anymore and their whole bodies were shaking. Dean Flanders, I'm quitting my job without any reason. Me too, I feel exhausted physically and mentally in this kind of academy, I'd better change the environment. He didn't say this directly, but looked at Lu Erlong with disdain. Such a madman was actually their former dean. If they had known earlier that the dean was so abnormal, they would have left long ago and would not have stayed until today. Dean Flanders, I'm sorry, I have to leave too, there is nothing wrong with the reform of Shrek Academy, I can't stand this kind of environment either. In less than half a minute, almost all the teachers of the former Blue Bully Academy resigned. Titan is an old and experienced man, and he knows the real reason behind all this. It didn't stop these people from leaving. He also asked the tribesmen to make way for him. These teachers may not be very strong, but they are relatively normal. Flanders, I have something to say. At this time, Zhao Wuji said, since arriving in Tiando City, the brothers have not had a happy day. Although you may not be considered a man now, your heart shouldn't change so quickly, right? Let's go back to where we were before and teach these little monsters. Anyway, you have sent this master here, so your mission has been completed, hasn't it? Here, you are no longer who you once were. After hearing this, Flanders fell silent. He looked at the old brothers, then at Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. He knew it was impossible, and it was even more impossible now, but he still couldn't let it go. Brothers, it's not easy for Erlong, a woman, to support such a large academy. Shall we stay and help her? Flanders is beyond help. Alas, Zhao Wuji sighed and said no more. He was not afraid that Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang would remember what happened today. If they didn't want him here, he would find another place to stay. After all, Zhao Wuji is a powerful soul saint. Most of Shrek's teachers have life-or-death relationships with Flanders, otherwise how could they have stayed in Shrek Academy for so long? Hiding in Shrek Academy was also meant to avoid enemies, but more importantly, it was out of Flanders' kindness. The relationships within Shrek Academy are really complicated. Is it really okay that we are in the same campus as them? The people from the Four Elements Academy fell into deep thought. It's better than Tiando Royal Academy, right? After hearing this, I immediately felt much better. Lu Erlong only cared about Yu Xiaojiang's injuries. As for the affairs of the teachers and Shrek's teachers, she didn't care at all. If she wants to leave, just leave anyway, she has sent her to Blue Bully Academy, so she doesn't care what the academy looks like. As long as Yu Xiaojiang is okay. At this moment, the fourth sister turned her head, looked at Inji, and said, second brother, is human duel so cruel? Inji's eyes twitched and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. There's no such thing in the original book, right? Why did it turn out like this? It has been a while since I came here, and Inji has collected enough information to know roughly what happened. First, Tai Long pursues Xiao Wu. Secondly, Tang San destroyed Tai Long, and his move was extremely cruel, causing Tai Long to be without any descendants. Then Titan came to ask for an explanation. This. How is he going to explain this to fourth sister? This was not a duel, this old gentleman came here for revenge but was blocked, which led to a conflict. Is this how humans seek revenge? Inji. What the knight said is correct, my original intention was just to avenge my grandson, I had no intention of killing innocent people. But these people kept blocking us, so we had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. This person is Tang San's teacher, and the other is the dean of the academy. They have an unshirkable responsibility for this kind of thing happening in the academy. Not only did they not hand over the murderer, they were also prepared to shield the murderer and let him go unpunished. Tang San deserves to die, and they deserve to die too. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Titan explained things to the fourth sister. For some reason, he always felt that the two people in front of him were a little strange, as if he had heard of such people somewhere, but he couldn't remember where for a moment. Titan's words were well reasoned, and even though he came to cause trouble, he did not cause discomfort to the audience. It is only natural to take revenge when there is a grudge. What's more, Tang San's actions were indeed very ruthless. The fourth sister nodded thoughtfully, as if she understood something. Thank you, old man, for clearing up my doubts. May the pure beauty be with you. The fourth sister clasped her hands together and spoke softly like a devout believer. After hearing this, Titan's hands trembled, and he remembered. Pure beauty. What a pure beauty. Titan's pupils shrank, and fear flashed deep in his eyes. This is the human-faced Spider King. The knight standing next to her is the pure and beautiful Knight Inji. They are the culprits who killed Yu Yuanjin and the top leaders of the Four Elements Academies. Everyone was shocked. The word pure beauty really made their scalps tingle. The enemy was right before their eyes, but they dared not look directly at him. Spider Emperor, cough cough. Titan didn't know the fourth sister's name, and was about to say something like Lord Spider Emperor, but he couldn't say it. What if the other party doesn't like to reveal his identity? Chapter 136. No wonder the other party kept talking about humans. How humans are. It turns out that she is not a human being, but a human-faced Spider King. Tai Long secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a strong man, he really had no confidence. Even his master Tang Hao is probably no match for such a powerful being, let alone a mere soul Douluo like him. Miss, it is my honor to help you. Titan placed his right hand across his chest, bowed slightly, and said. Everyone was a little uncomfortable seeing Titan being so humble. Where is the Titan who was so powerful just now and crushed 4 eggs? Didn't he call himself the old man? How did it become me now? It turns out that this old guy also has such a polite side, which is really impressive. Lu Erlong's face changed. She had wanted to make trouble for the fake fourth sister and Inji before. At the very least, they would have their hands and feet broken, and at the worst, they would have to open a new bank account. I never expected that the rumors turned out to be false. That's not right either. It can only be said to be half true and half false. The three of them couldn't even defeat Titan with their martial soul fusion skills, so how were they going to deal with Inji and the fourth sister? Didn't you see that the Titans were so respectful, afraid of offending each other? The fourth sister nodded and didn't say much. With her strength, she didn't need to care about human relationships. Titan didn't feel any discomfort when he saw this. It was a blessing for him to be able to talk to a strong man. As for the fact that soul masters and soul beasts are in a state of hostility, what does it have to do with him, Titan? Could it be that if he lost his temper now and then died, he would be loyal to the soul master and to humanity? Silver Branch Knight and this lady, I have some things to deal with, so I will withdraw for now. I hope you two will not blame me. Titan cupped his hands again and said. If this old gentleman is in trouble, I might be able to help. As soon as Inji finished speaking, Titan and everyone else were shocked. What does this knight mean? Is he planning to aid the tyrant? Punish the evildoers? The Four Elements Academy and Shrek Academy are not on good terms, especially Chihua, who has a grudge against Shrek. For them, if Shrek Academy were to disappear, it would actually be a good thing. Thank you for your kindness, Knight Silver Branch, but why would you use a butcher knife to kill Kuan? Let me avenge my grandson myself. Tang San's backers are all lying on the ground. How can he deal with this soul master as he pleases? When it comes to revenge, it's most satisfying to do it yourself. Old sir, please be careful when it comes to revenge and don't hurt innocent people. Inji said sincerely. After hearing this, everyone's faces darkened, especially the people from the Four Elements Academy. They all want to seek revenge on Inji. If you think about it carefully, it was their dean and senior management who first wanted to kill Inji and fourth sister. They only killed the main culprit and did not involve their colleges, which shows that he really thought so. I am qualified to say this. For a moment, everyone felt mixed emotions. Although they knew that Inji and fourth sister were not at fault, they still killed the dean and senior members of the Four Elements Academy. This vengeance must be avenged. Please. You. He really made me cry to death. For such a strong man, it only takes a word to decide whether to take action or not. Does Titan dare to resist? But he not only said please, he also used the honorific. You. Is this what it feels like to be valued? Is this the mentality of a strong person? This feeling comes from recognition. I finally understand why even an extremely evil soul beast like the human-faced Spider King is willing to follow Chunmei. He will not bully the weak and think he is superior to others just because he is stronger than others. But, in this case, what is the meaning of cultivation? If it is not for showing off, then cultivation will be meaningless. Wait, was he just pretending? Otherwise, why would I think so much? He is pretending in a forced way, relying on his strength to make people feel that he is very powerful, and thus gain happiness. Silver Branch's outfit is an invisible outfit. People know that he is very powerful, but he maintains the posture of a knight. If he does not agree to Inji's request, the consequences will be disastrous. What a good strategy of using courtesy before force. But this feeling is so great. The other party is giving him a way out. Thinking of this, Titan said with a righteous face, Silver Branch Knight, please rest assured that I, Titan, am upright and never bully the weak or take advantage of my power to bully others. Zhao Wuji. He really wanted to tell the truth, but he hesitated. My purpose of coming here is to punish the main culprit and never harm innocent people. Please look, none of those lying here are innocent. Those students were so close, but I didn't hurt them at all. This Tang San used a dirty trick to make my grandson inhumane and make him have no descendants. As my grandson's grandfather, how can I not take revenge? Tyrone did something wrong, so beat him up. Even if he's seriously injured, it's because he's inferior in skills, so he deserves to be beaten. As if he had thought of something, Titan quickly added. Of course, if he does something wrong, even if he wins, I will clean up the mess. But he, Tang San, actually did such a despicable thing, sneak attack, and used dirty tricks. Silver Branch Knight, please rest assured, if no one stops me from taking revenge, I will not harm innocent people. Inji blinked her eyes. This old Mr. Titan was really eloquent. I have been in Douluo Continent for such a long time, and among all the people I have chatted with, this old gentleman is the one who talks the most. And, it's well-founded. Revenge is natural. Old gentleman, great justice. Inji cupped her hands and said. The students of Shrek Academy breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They thought that Titan was bringing people to destroy Shrek. Unexpectedly, this knight who was rumored to have killed countless people and always defended himself actually saved their lives. What a polite knight. Why are those old guys so stubborn? The world of Soul Masters is not only about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social etiquette. Tai Tan thought to himself, but his eyes were looking at Tang San. The distance between him and Tang San was only 7 or 8 meters. With his Soul Douluo speed, it would be easy for him to catch Tang San even without riding a fast horse. Tang San looked at Inji and fourth sister, then looked at Titan who seemed to have him in his grasp, and stood up. He didn't have time to care about Yu Xiaojiang who was rolling around. It was really embarrassing that Yu Xiaojiang couldn't even bear this little pain. But who made Yu Xiaojiang his teacher? Titan, your grandson relied on his strength to tease Xiao Wu. I did this just to get rid of harm for the people. What's wrong with that? Tang San's words were sonorous and powerful, and his eyes were extremely firm. Chapter 137. Titan was so angry that he almost laughed. What a good way to get rid of a harm for the people. No matter how wrong Tyrone was, he was still Titan's grandson. He had his own decision on how to deal with Tyrone. Why does Tang San need to be the judge? You said my grandson flirted with Xiao Wu, did he ever touch her? After hearing this, Tang San was stunned and fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, it seems that Tyrone didn't do anything. Never. Such things can be easily found out by casually checking, and Tang San has no way of saying that someone is dead but alive. Did he use coercion or inducement? Not even. So you said he flirted with that girl? Xiao Wu clearly rejected him and even beat him up a few times, but he still kept pursuing her. This has caused Xiao Wu a lot of trouble. Tang San said bluntly. At this time, everyone's eyes on Tang San changed. She just pursued you relentlessly without doing anything to you, and you just ruined her. Hi. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and subconsciously looked at Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu. Huo Wu had rejected Feng Xiaotian many times, but he still pursued her relentlessly. No one, including Huo Wu, formed a group to beat Feng Xiaotian. If one person can't beat Feng Xiaotian, how can a group of people beat him? And how many times did you beat Tyrone? Tai Tan was stunned, and subconsciously said, did the old man's grandson fight back and hurt the girl? Never fought back. Tyrone didn't fight back or respond, he just chased after the man relentlessly, even to the toilet door. Although Xiao Wu and Tang San have not confirmed their relationship, in Tang San's opinion, Xiao Wu should be his. Tai Long's actions showed that he did not take Tang San seriously at all. Coupled with Talon's verbal provocation, it was reasonable for Tang San to directly destroy Talon. He never fought back when he was beaten, never retaliated when he was scolded, never used physical force, and never used threats or inducements. Then what was your original intention in destroying him? Titan said with a dark face. I have told Tyrone that if you like someone, you must take him back no matter what, and that means you must be a man. But he didn't fight back when he was beaten, didn't respond when he was scolded, and even let the other person cripple him. It's such a shame to have a grandson like this. If my intelligence is correct, which girl are you the brother of? Why are you acting like this when someone is pursuing your sister? Are you planning to do something unethical like Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence, and one could hear a pin drop. Titan still knew about the little things between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. At that time, he had not yet left the Haotian sect and treated this matter as a joke. If Yu Yuanjin hadn't been gone, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan would have been gone too. He really didn't dare to attack Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang today. At most, they would find fault with Flanders and Tang San. Who made them have no background? Even if they killed him, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan would never attack the other powerful clan for the sake of outsiders. Besides, who doesn't know his loyalty to Tang Hao? It is said that when beating a dog, one must look at the owner first. Hitting him is equivalent to hitting Tang Hao in the face. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, one of the top 3 sects, has to think about it. Now that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is gone, he is completely fearless and doesn't even need to think about the consequences. After hearing this, everyone's eyes on Tang San changed. Xiao Wu is just the sister that third brother has recognized, not his biological sister. Ma Hongjun said subconsciously that he had no good feelings towards the soul Douluo who had ruined his teacher, and he even wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he lacks the strength, so this idea is just an idea. If he had half, or even a quarter of Ingji's strength, he wouldn't be so cowardly. He wouldn't even dare to breathe when facing his enemies. But what Ma Hongjun said confirmed one thing, that is, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. In order to be with Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong was not afraid of being criticized by others, nor did she care what others said. Her purpose was simply to be with Yu Xiaojiang. She remained silent in response to Titan's words. Yu Xiaojiang, who was in unbearable pain, almost fainted after hearing this. The thing Yu Xiaojiang cared about most in his life was his reputation. Now, thanks to Tang San, he had just made a little progress, but because of this kind of thing, his reputation was ruined. The saddest thing was that he was heartbroken. So it's my beloved sister, I wonder why you would do this. That's not the case, Titan, don't ruin Xiao Wu's reputation. Facing Tai Tan's teasing voice, Tang San retorted without even thinking. Nowadays, a stepsister is still a sister. Although he wouldn't be gossiped about, people would say that he had planned it in advance. Tang San couldn't accept such a thing, even if he really had feelings for Xiao Wu now. It is one thing to have an idea, and another to have it spoken out. Xiao Wu and I are innocent, the mountains and rivers are our witnesses, the heavens, the earth, the sun and the moon are our witnesses, how can we allow others to frame us? Tang San said this with a righteous look on his face, but he secretly thought in his heart, this Titan is just like Tyrone, both have the way to die. After hearing this, everyone's eyes twitched and they subconsciously stepped back a little. They were afraid that the thunder from the sky would fall and kill Tang San. She's not my beloved sister, so it doesn't make sense for him to do this. That's not the case. Why did Tang San destroy Xiao Wu's suitor? So, my grandson did nothing wrong. Tang San. His mind was full of question marks at this moment. He just felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. How could Tyrone be right? But it seems that Tyrone did nothing wrong. Xiao Wu was not injured, nor was she threatened, and she did not even beat anyone. The most she did was just being chased by him, and he never got tired of it. Just like the legendary reader, he was pursued by a group of girls because he was too handsome. Tang San's temporary silence caused some people who supported him without knowing the whole process of the problem to retreat. I originally thought that Tang San was at least 30 reasonable, but in the end it turned out to be nothing. Titan looked at the sky and saw that it was already evening. We can't waste any more time. One step forward, a full 3 meters away. Taking another step, Titan came in front of Tang San. Tang San's pupils shrank, and a strong sense of oppression swept over him. It was a pressure at the soul Douluo level. The soul fighter who can take one step to 3 meters is so terrifying. Tang San, I want you to experience Tai Long's pain, and then I will kill you to commemorate his lost youth. Titan's face darkened and he reached out to eliminate the source of evil. And many more. Titan paused for a moment, looking at Tang San in surprise. Could it be that Tang San had some hidden card? Tang San's expression remained unchanged. He was also a man who had seen big scenes, even 100,000-year soul beast could not make him retreat, let alone a soul Douluo. Titan, do you dare to bet with me? Inji, what a familiar feeling. Chapter 138. As the protagonist of the original novel, Tang San can be said to win every gamble. No matter how strong or weak his opponent is, he will always be the one who wins the bet in the end. But Tang San didn't know that he was in someone else's story at this moment. The distance between Titan and Tang San was only a little over 1 meter, so it was no exaggeration to say that they were very close. Tang San stared at Titan, without looking away, not caring about Titan's identity or strength at all. A bang sound echoed at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Tang San's face tilted, his body flew into the air, and spun 2.5 circles in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Titan withdrew his hand, his face full of disdain. He, a sole Douluo, made a bet with Tang San. How dare Tang San think of this? Covering his face, Tang San looked incredulous, not understanding why Titan would attack directly. You are a sole Douluo, but you don't even have the guts to gamble with a soul master like me? Tang San asked. If he takes a gamble, he still has a chance to turn the tables. If he doesn't, then he's doomed. He is still young and has a future ahead of him, which cannot be ruined here. Tang San, I only want to avenge my grandson. As for the bet, let's wait until I have my revenge before we proceed. Are you going to do it yourself, or will I do it myself? Titan said without changing his expression. The strong cannot be arranged by the weak. Tang San wants to gamble, so he will gamble with Tang San. Doesn't he, Titan, have any dignity? The strong dominate the weak, this is the eternal truth. Tang San knew that if he really took action, his life would be ruined. There are 3 kinds of unfilial piety, and no one is the greatest. As the only son in the family, this was a big deal for him. Just when Tang San was about to take out the Zhuge divine crossbow and give it a try, a sigh was heard. Ah! This voice is extremely vicissitudes of life and full of entanglements. If there is a way to solve the problem right now, he would not want to and would not come out. What a pity, it has come to this. As the voice fell, a tall and majestic figure appeared in front of everyone. He didn't know when he stood between Titan and Tang San. At this moment, Titan and Tang San were both stunned, their mouths slightly open, as if there was something stuck in their throats. How many years have they not seen this figure? Tang San was fine, it only lasted about 7 years. Titan hasn't seen Tang Hao for more than 10 years. When Tang Hao appeared, Titan was slightly stunned, looked at him carefully, and his whole body was shocked. Is it you? Owner. It was a little hard to believe that the Tang Hao who was so high-spirited and powerful back then, the Tang Hao who beat Qian Xuanji to death, would become like this. Even some beggars looked much more normal than him. Is it you? Father. Tang San's words and Titan's were spoken almost at the same time. The two were slightly stunned and looked at each other with strangeness in their eyes. The expression on his face was even more interesting, showing confusion and bewilderment. It's me, Tang Hao. Tang Hao sighed again. If possible, he really didn't want to come out. He himself did not expect that the person Tang San crippled was actually Titan's grandson. Although they are master and servant, this is really difficult for him to deal with. Titan was loyal to him, but his son destroyed Titan's grandson. How should he deal with this? Titan's slap was considered to have offset it. Titan, I only have this one son, you've beaten him and scolded him, just let him go. I've never asked you for anything in all these years, but this time I'm begging you. After Tang Hao said this, he closed his eyes, painfully. He knew what choice the loyal Titan would make. His son is still young, so he can just work overtime when the time comes. But Tang Hao only has this one son, a son with twin martial souls and innate full soul power. Titan stood there in a daze, wanting to say something but unable to speak. He had not expected that his reunion with Tang Hao would be in this form. You have only one son. I only have one grandson. Titan did not say this, but fell silent. The audience also fell silent. Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang seemed to be hesitant to talk. The culprit was Tang San, and they both suffered as a result. After a while, Titan, who had closed his eyes because of pain, opened his eyes again and then knelt on one knee. Master, I have sworn to follow you for the rest of my life. The Power Clan is also willing to die for their master. Tyrone has offended the young master, he deserves to be put to death. God knows how painful Titan was when he said this, but what could he do? After all, this world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. 13 years ago, Tang Hao, just after breaking through to the title Douluo, was able to fight 3 at once. Even if the entire Heli clan were tied together, they would still be no match for Tang Hao. If he refuses to give in, the Li clan may not live to see tomorrow. Asking him for Titan's help is giving him face. If you don't give him face, a mere soul Douluo is nothing. It is said that those who know the current affairs are heroes. Titan, it is indeed Xiao San who did something wrong. When he grows up, he will give Tai Long some compensation. Xiao San, what do you think? Tang San was very reluctant to admit that he was wrong, because he felt from the beginning to the end that he was not wrong. Since Tang Hao said this, let's just assume he was wrong. It's all up to Dad. Ah. Titan, what do you think? It's all up to the master. What else can Titan say? The father and son had discussed it in unison, so he had no choice but to accept it. As for compensation, he couldn't even think about it. Because of his lack of strength, Tang San just thought that he was wrong now. If he waits until he reaches the soul Douluo level, he will definitely be right. When he cultivated to the title Douluo level, it was all the fault of Tai Long and the Li clan. Who is he? The people from the Four Elements Academy looked at Tang Hao with curiosity. Who on earth is this person who can make the arrogant Titan bow down and call himself an old slave? Titan is a terrifying existence at the level of Contra. His master. Zhao Wuji, I need a quiet room. Tang Hao turned his head and gave Zhao Wuji a bad look. This guy didn't even help Tang San, he deserves a lesson. What? Zhao Wuji didn't react for a moment, but after he came to his senses, he nodded quickly. Your Majesty Haotian, please come this way, please come this way. As for why Zhao Wuji knew Tang Hao, everyone chose not to pursue the matter. Tang Hao ignored Zhao Wuji and bowed to Yingji and fourth sister. Greetings to the Silver Branch Knight and the Spider King, I still have some family matters to take care of, so I'll take my leave now. If you have anything to do, just go ahead. The fourth sister didn't say anything, but just nodded at Tang Hao. She always felt that this man named Tang Hao was much more dangerous than Yu Yuanjin. Titan gasped when he saw this. Who is Tang Hao? He actually took the initiative to greet Yingji and the human-faced Spider King. Chapter 139. Brother, the fun here is over, let's go shopping and buy some supplies, shall we? The fourth sister said tentatively. She found that Yingji basically would not buy things from humans, and was more like a soul beast than her who didn't know how humans lived. It wasn't until the end that I discovered that silver branches were actually gold soul coins that weren't used to purchase anything. Yingji doesn't have any gold soul coins, but she has quite a few. How could Yingji accept spending other people's money? I rejected it on the spot. Brother, the bond between us, what's mine is yours, isn't it? Besides, you can exchange something of equal value with me. Fourth sister said the following sentence because she was afraid that Yingji was a fool. In fact, Yingji is not short of money. He owns a mine, which was given to him by the dark demon evil god Tiger in the early days, as well as deep-sea sunken silver given by the deep-sea demon whale king. The amount is at least several hundred tons. He was not short of money, he just didn't have cash. Okay, we do need to restock some supplies. Without rejecting the fourth sister's invitation, Yingji answered straightforwardly. Sometimes, replenishing supplies is not due to one's own needs, but to the people who need help. They need it. At the same time, a silver figure entered Tiando City. Her long silver-white hair fell to her shoulders and reached her calves. Her eyes, eyelashes, and eyebrows were all silver-white. She has a slender figure and a face that is rare to find in history, without even a single flaw. Got you. The silver-white figure raised his mouth corners and then entered Tiando City. The guards didn't even dare to breathe, they just stood there in a daze. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because she saw a ghost in broad daylight. The woman clearly did not release her martial spirit, but her bare feet were 1 foot off the ground, walking in the air. If this isn't a ghost, what is this? Even among the titled Douluo, there has never been anyone so terrifying. It is also for this reason that even though she is beautiful and the most beautiful woman in Douluo, no one dares to approach her. If she was a ghost, it would be normal not to dare to talk to her. If she is not a ghost, then what kind of strength does she have? Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to seek death? The dandy boy is just arrogant and domineering, but he is not stupid. Yingji, who was purchasing supplies, seemed to sense something and frowned. There is a familiar aura running towards me at a speed of 80 miles per hour. To be precise, it should be flying here. Second brother, what does 80 miles mean? Mile is a unit of speed, I'll explain this to you later, first, welcome an old friend. Oh. The fourth sister scratched her head and responded. Having been with Yingji for some time, the fourth sister always feels that Yingji is not from this world. Because he is totally incompatible with other humans. He always says something that others can't understand. Yingji brought her fourth sister to an empty street, then stopped and waited for their old friend to arrive. After a moment, the old friend he had met once appeared before him. Before the figure could speak, Yingji opened her hands and 2 beams of light fell from the sky, landing squarely on Yingji and the visitor. As if sensing something, Yingji looked at her fourth sister. She pouted, looking very dissatisfied. Yingji waved her hand, and another beam of light fell from the sky and landed on the fourth sister. At this moment, she smiled happily. She had that feeling. The feeling when I first met Yingji. That encounter made her realize that there was someone in the world who understood her and the human-faced Spider King. Sharp spider legs, long and full of poison. The hard shell protects itself and resists harm. For the order Insecta, all of them are fatally beautiful, isn't this pure beauty? Beautiful MS Silver Dragon, welcome. The other party's purpose was clear, they were coming for him. Inji could sense this clearly. This is also why he said welcome instead of saying that meeting again is fate. Hello, Silver Branch Knight. The person who came was the Silver Dragon King who was resurrected with little health. The Shura power in her body was removed by the Silver Branch. Without this Shura power, it became very easy for her to recover from her injuries. Although his strength has not reached its peak now, it has recovered to about 80. After some time, she will be able to fully recover from her injuries. Your ability is really strange, I didn't detect any fluctuations, it's as if the sunlight gathered here automatically. With my strength, I can't even figure out what this is made of. The Silver Dragon King sighed. She really didn't understand how Inji was able to control the light column. You know, as the Silver Dragon King, it's not an exaggeration to say that she is the master of elements. The element of light is one of them. But she just didn't understand what was going on. The Silver Dragon King did not delve into this question, but looked at Inji with strange emotions in his eyes. The reason she came here was because she had something very important to discuss with Inji. Silver Branch Knight, can I discuss something with you? After saying this, the Silver Dragon King's expression became very interesting, with a hint of blush, and a hint of unwillingness, or perhaps some other emotion. Obviously, she remains neutral on this matter. This is also the reason why she came to look for Inji. Miss Silver Dragon, you can say whatever you want. If I can help, I will do my best. But before that, can you first admit that the pure goddess Idrila is unparalleled in beauty? Silver Dragon King, For some reason, she had an urge to beat Inji to death. After thinking about it carefully, her clenched fists finally loosened. Why bother with him so much? He is a piece of wood with Idrila's name carved on it. Inji's attitude was sincere and his voice was also very sincere. But the Silver Dragon King did not buy it. Instead, he wanted to beat Inji up. In the end, he gave up the idea because he was afraid he was no match for him. Silver Branch Knight, this is not for your help. According to the humans, when you helped me remove the Shura power, my mistake allowed my human form to be fully revealed to you. According to human terms, even if you didn't do it on purpose, you have ruined my innocence. Therefore, I marry you. Inji and Chunmei were full of questions. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. They understood every word this girl said. To sum it up, was she trying to repay kindness with enmity? Just take one look at her and you want to marry her. No, she married him and brought him home. Ridiculous. Even though the fourth sister was the human-faced spider emperor, she felt that this was too ridiculous. If that's the case, can she follow suit? Inji has never been so speechless in her life, or in her 2 lifetimes. Miss Silver Dragon, doesn't she know her own position? Chapter 140. Miss Silver Dragon, your race is the dragon race, why do you have to restrict yourself according to human terms? Inji said with some confusion. Marry him. After hearing this, he felt his scalp itchy. No way, sister, I saved you, and you do this? Before that, please allow me to reject your unreasonable request. I have dedicated my body to Idrila, finding a partner is out of my reach. Inji bowed slightly, without the slightest emotion. The theory proposed by the Silver Dragon King is truly explosive. Even among all living creatures, it is quite explosive. After hearing this, the idea that had just come to the fourth sister's mind was instantly extinguished. She knew that Inji would never joke. Even if she did so and threatened Inji in this way, the one she would get would definitely not be Inji herself. Maybe, until I see that light again, I will defend all the beauty in the galaxy. The fourth sister's eyes dimmed a little, and she thought to herself what a pity. Soon, she recovered. As long as she had no worries in her heart, she would not feel disappointed. She had never thought about this problem before, and her disappointment was only temporary. Praise the pure beauty, praise Idrila. The fourth sister murmured something, but her eyes were fixed on Inji. She didn't know who Idrila of the Silver Branch was. But Inji is the light in her life, Inji is her Idrila. Whether in the eyes of the fourth sister or the eyes of the dark demon evil god Tiger, the Silver Branch Knight is the boss. As for the pure and beautiful goddess Idrila worshipped by Inji, they don't care. It doesn't matter whether this goddess exists or not. The silver branches are a ray of light in their darkness, and it is this light that illuminates their entire sky and hearts. Even if it costs them everything, they will maintain this light. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, I would extinguish this light. Second brother seems to be talking about the Silver Dragon King, I should also be involved. The fourth sister thought to herself that she was not a human being either and did not need to use human morality to restrain herself. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. She had never expected that Inji would directly reject her proposal. As the most beautiful creature in the Douluo world, isn't this man in front of her the slightest bit moved? How can that be? The Silver Dragon King is more confident about his own beauty than Qian Renxue. Xianren might be able to find some flaws, but a goddess like her is flawless. This guy, does he have eyes? Silver Branch Knight, your last name is Silver, and I am the Silver Dragon King, my last name is also Silver, doesn't this mean that we are destined to be together? I am indeed not a human being, I do not need to use human moral concepts to restrain myself. But is the fate between us fake? You guys removed Shura's power, and I just happened to be injured by Shura. You are in the right place at the right time. As expected of the Love Continent, she had just come into contact with humans, but she was already a love-brained person. Is it so scary? Could it be that there are still remnants of Shura's divine power in his mind? Ms. Silver Dragon King is not your name, but your race. A super powerful person once said that when immortals and gods become emotional, the three realms will be in turmoil. With great power comes great responsibility, I know exactly what I should do and what to do next. As for love, companionship, and the like, I shouldn't have them in my life. If you don't have anything else to do, please go back, your people need you more. Of course, as a pure and beautiful knight, I am only giving you a small suggestion, whether you adopt it or not is none of my business. The gods are moved and the three realms are in turmoil. Who said this? How did you come to this conclusion? Why can't I even feel emotional? What the great god said was not wrong. Everything was normal before Erlangshen's nephew modified the heavenly rules. After the heavenly laws were modified, the whole world changed. For you, I will overthrow the three realms. For anyone who hurts you, I will slaughter the three realms. Without you, I would not want to be the master of the three realms. This is the serious consequence of the gods being emotionally aroused. The stronger you are, the more you should restrain yourself. The Silver Dragon King looked at Inji, and when she saw that the other person's eyes were sincere and without any distracting thoughts, she fell silent. If it wasn't for her people, would she really come here? No one knows what the dragon god is planning, but for the sake of her people, she must win over all the fighting forces she can. As for Inji, he has the ability to eliminate Shura's divine power and is the best candidate, no doubt about it. Even though he is not a dragon and has no connection with the dragon clan. The Silver Dragon King is willing to trust Inji unconditionally as someone who is recognized by all the dragons. Marriage is the best choice. Unfortunately, it failed. Is the Silver Dragon King a race? But I don't have a name, Knight of the Silver Branch, would you like to help me choose one? The Silver Dragon King tilted his head and said to Inji. As for the words that the gods and immortals were moved and the three realms were in turmoil, she did not think much about it, but kept it in mind. Three realms. The human world, the divine world, and where is the other world? The Silver Dragon King was a little confused about this. Inji touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, Miss Yinlong, you are beautiful and intelligent, and you are one of the avatars of the dragon god, you have existed for much longer than many creatures in the world. Why not use Gu as your surname? Ancient. The Silver Dragon King nodded subconsciously. She felt that this surname was good, so she took Gu as her surname. Okay, thank you, Knight Silver Branch, from now on, my last name will be Gu. Now that you have just recovered from your serious injury, all the past troubles have vanished into thin air, you should be named Rian. Gu Rian, how is it? For some reason, the Silver Dragon King felt that the two words, like smoke, were full of wisdom and seemed to have the potential to become an emperor. If his surname was not Gu but Lu. Thank you, Knight Silver Branch, for helping me with the name, from now on, I will be Gu Rian. Gu Rian bowed to Inji and said with a smile on her face. She is not in a hurry now. It is still very necessary to win over Inji, but she will not rush to attack directly. She is so beautiful that the other party is not attracted to her. Even if she continues like this, it will probably lead to nothing. It's better to give up this thought for the time being. When the time is right, she believes that her own charm and material things will make Inji fall in love with her. It's good that Miss Rian likes it, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave. It would be best if the Silver Dragon King likes this name. If he doesn't like it, he can just pick another one. The name doesn't matter, it's just a code name. For example, the pure goddess Idrila, her name is also a code name. Idrila is different in the perception of different people. Therefore, Idrila is also a code name. Wait, Silver Branch Knight, I have another question for you. Chapter 141. Gu Ruyan said seriously at this time, with a sad look on her beautiful face. He failed in his attempt to win over Inji and was deeply devastated. Considering some other things, it was understandable that she looked sad. Excuse me, Miss Ruyan, if I know, I will let you know. After hearing this, Gu Ruyan's expression finally relaxed a little. Silver Branch Knight, this question involves the dragon god, I just want to know the real answer, not ambiguity. Please don't mix any water in it. Gu Ruyan's face straightened and she said, I can accept any result. After thinking for a while, Inji said, excuse me. He didn't understand what was going on with Gu Ruyan. Why did I suddenly doubt the dragon god? What is the dragon god planning? Why is there no memory of this process in my mind? When they were in the Star Do Great Forest, Inji once said that the dragon soul of the dragon god was full of lies and deception. She was furious at that time. You know, the dragon god is the ancestor of all dragons. How could he be such a god? But Inji wouldn't lie, which is very strange. If there is nothing wrong with Inji, then there must be something wrong with the dragon god. Is the dragon god planning something? Inji's face was full of weirdness, he didn't quite understand this question. What I don't understand is why the dragon god would do this. If the dragon god had not split into two on his own initiative, Shura would not be a match for the dragon god even if he added kindness, evil, life, and destruction. Some people say that something went wrong when the dragon god was practicing destruction and creation. But isn't this something he was born with? It's false that something went wrong, what's true is that he wants to use this as an excuse. Lan Xuanyu confused destruction and creation to become a new dragon god, so there is no reason why the old dragon god would go wrong. Ms. Rian, I do know some information, if there is anything wrong, please don't blame me. One of the dragon god's plans is that he wants to be resurrected, but not directly, but to let the dragon god's throne be inherited again. In order for humans to defeat soul beasts, the dragon god set up disasters for soul beasts and the dragon clan, which would prevent them from breaking through to the million-year level. And many more. Before Inji could finish his words, Gu Ruyan interrupted him. Gu Ruyan understood the other things and there was nothing wrong with the dragon god doing this. But in order to make humans surpass soul beasts and dragons, he set up a heavenly punishment to prevent soul beasts and dragons from breaking through to 1,000,000 years, that is, becoming gods. At this moment, Gu Ruyan's mind was full of question marks. The dragon god is a dragon, so how could he be in the shoes of a human being now? Why does this sound so familiar? She, the Silver Dragon King, is also a dragon, so why should she use human morality to restrain herself? If we are not from the same family, we won't enter the same door, right? Silver Branch Knight, are you sure this was done by the dragon god? In the entire Douluo world, besides the dragon god, is there any other god who can do this? Gu Ruyan was silent. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that only the dragon god could do this. But what was the reason why he did this? No, she must go to Dragon Valley to ask, is the dragon god the biggest dragon trader? She already knew the location of Dragon Valley when Inji helped her get rid of Shura's divine power last time. With her current strength, it would be easy for her to go there. Silver Branch Knight, thank you for giving me the name and for telling me this news, I will go and verify it myself. Gu Ruyan was very upset. If these things were true, she didn't know if she could bear it. After so many years of persistence and hatred, it turned out that it was all planned by her father. This was simply too much for Long to accept. Farewell. Miss Rian, have a safe journey. Gu Ruyan wanted to leave, and Inji did not try to keep her. These contents were all what he had seen in his previous life, and since he had seen the dragon god, he could be sure of some things. What he couldn't understand was whether there was something wrong with the dragon god's brain. This kind of thing of betraying one's own family would be quite shocking even if it happened in the universe. Of course, in a certain world, there is also a dragon lord. Seeing that the information on the Fate Gu was for the human race, he was excited, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, that's the reason. When he saw the information on the Fate Gu that the dragon clan was about to prosper, he, who believed in fate the most, did not hesitate at all and raised his hand and said, the dragon clan will be destroyed. If we kill all the dragon people, won't the human race prosper? Fate is made by heaven and destiny is defeated by fate, my destiny is in my own hands. Gu Ruyan was very fast and looked very impatient. Although she is not in her prime, she still has the ability to tear through space and reach the other side. After flying for a while and traveling through space for a while, they arrived at the Sun and Moon continent in a short while. According to Inji's description and her perception, finding Dragon Valley is not a difficult thing. After a while, Gu Ruyan entered the Dragon Valley. At this moment, Dragon Valley looked peaceful, without any resentment. The moment Gu Ruyan appeared, there was a faint sound of thousands of dragons welcoming her arrival. The remnant soul of the dragon god was even more confused. Why did she come? That's not right. If she wants to get rid of all the injuries on her body, it will take at least 20,000 years. Also, it will take some time to recover strength. But now, not only has she eliminated the Shura power, but her strength has also recovered to 80. Shura plays me. The dragon god fell into deep thought. He always felt that something was wrong and could only blame Shura. After seeing Longgu at this time, Gu Ruyan finally understood why Inji was recognized by Wanlong. If it weren't for Inji, their bodies would probably still be exposed to the air, and their resentment would still be floating in the Dragon Valley. Dragon clan men, warriors, you have suffered a lot. Gu Ruyan sighed. She and the Golden Dragon King had just formed an alliance and the battle was already coming to an end. Neither of them knew anything about Longgu's affairs. Even if they knew, how could they help these men collect the bodies when they couldn't even protect themselves? If it weren't for Inji, she didn't know how many years it would take to reach Dragon Valley and help these men collect the bodies. They don't know how many more years they will suffer. Dragon God. The culprit of everything. Father God, I know you are here, can you please come out? Gu Ruyan suppressed the anger in her heart and spoke as calmly as possible. After hearing this, the remnant soul of the Dragon God hesitated a little. This was not the time for him to meet the Silver Dragon King. But the other party had already come to his door and directly pointed out his existence. It's obviously impossible not to go out. How exactly was he exposed? That night? Impossible, he had died once in front of that night. After a while, just when Gu Ruyan was about to say something, the remnant soul of the Dragon God appeared in front of her. His body was very transparent, and the reason was because he pretended to be dead last time. Xiaoyin, thank you for your hard work over the years. Gu Ruyan. Chapter 142. Logically speaking, there should be no reason for the Shura God to disrupt his plan. Everything is for the peace between the two races, or for the human race. Destroying his layout would not do much good for the human race. The Dragon God is the most powerful god in the divine world, bar none. He was also the first person to discover that there was a problem in the divine world. The eternal and unchanging divine world could no longer bear so many gods since some time ago. The main reason is that too many dragons absorbed the fairy spirit of the divine world, which accelerated the demise of the divine world. If there is no control, if the number of gods is not reduced, the world of gods will be destroyed in a few thousand years. Once the divine realm is destroyed, the gods will no longer be nourished by the immortal spirit. And the consequences will be serious. The lifespan of gods will be greatly reduced. Without the support of the divine world, the energy consumed cannot be replenished in time, and their strength will be greatly weakened. As a last resort, we have to launch a war between gods. Only by destroying the huge dragon clan can the Douluo god realm have a chance to continue. Then choose a realm from the lower realms, help it ascend, and turn it into a new realm of gods. Douluo Continent fits this point perfectly. Moreover, the connection between Douluo Continent and the god realm is also very close, and can be said to be a companion relationship. This is also the reason why, during the Great War in the divine world, the remains, souls, and fragments of gods and divine beasts came to Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent can be said to be the most important lower plane in the god realm, without a doubt. Looking at the dragon god in front of her, Gu Ruyan had a lot to say, but she couldn't. Her life was given by the dragon god. Even if all this was planned by the dragon god, what could she say? Your people need you more. Suddenly, Inji's words echoed in my mind. Yes, she is the Silver Dragon King, the leader of all soul beasts, and her people believe in her. If she couldn't do anything for the soul beasts, wouldn't she, as the leader of the soul beasts, be as heartless as the dragon god? If you think about it carefully, she is the incarnation of the dragon god and a part of him. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with inheriting his ruthlessness and disloyalty, right? But she doesn't want to be that kind of dragon. He created the dragon race, but destroyed them with his own hands. It would have been better if it had not been created in the first place, at least these dragons wouldn't have experienced those things. Father God, I have a question. Gu Ruyan said with a gloomy face. Although she had not received a reply yet, nor asked any questions, she already had the answer in her heart. Xiaoyin, what's your problem? The dragon god said calmly. He was trying his best to find out what went wrong. The Silver Dragon King was an indispensable part of the plan. Without her, the plan would most likely fail. Therefore, there cannot be any problems with the Silver Dragon King. As long as the mind does not slip, there are more solutions than difficulties. Keep her calm first. Why do we have to set the rule that soul beasts cannot become gods? After hearing this, the dragon god showed no change on the surface, but his heart was surging. Logically speaking, no beast should know that he did this, including the Gold and Silver Dragon Kings. But the Silver Dragon King appeared in front of him and questioned him. Could it be that the old guy Shura really was playing him? Xiaoyin, I don't know what your question is about. After I die, the beast men cannot become gods. This is to protect the beast men. If they become gods, human gods will surely rise up and attack them. The dragon god spoke with great righteousness, as if all this was for the beast man. After hearing this, Gu Ruyan also understood what the dragon god meant. It was indeed the rules he set. In the entire Douluo continent, he is the only one who can set such rules. Because he is the source of the beast men. Once the new dragon god is born, this rule can naturally be lifted, Xiaoyin. Without waiting for the dragon god to finish his words, Gu Ruyan said calmly, I have my own name, my name is Gu Ruyan, please, Father God, call me by my name. Dragon god, this shouldn't be the case. The Silver Dragon King is getting carried away. He actually spoke to the dragon god like this. In order to calm the Silver Dragon King, the dragon god had to swallow his anger and not show any anger. Everything the Silver Dragon King has was given by the Dragon God. How could I not be angry when I'm talking to the Dragon God like this? You kid. The Dragon God sighed and continued, Ruyan, do you have anything else you want to ask? I'm afraid my soul won't be able to hold on for much longer. If Inji had not arrived, his soul could have lasted for at least 20,000 years. Because of the arrival of the Silver Branch, his soul can only last for another 10,000 years at most. For the Dragon God, 10,000 years is not a long time, so he must seize the day. If the Silver Dragon King does not act according to his plan, there is still a way to solve this problem. Even simple. To give birth to a new Dragon God, what is needed is the essence of the Silver Dragon King. It doesn't matter whether she is alive or not. It doesn't even matter whether the Golden Dragon King is alive or not. As long as the two origins are merged, a new Dragon God will naturally be born. But that would be too cruel for the Gold and Silver Dragon Kings. Unless it is a critical moment, I will never use this trick. In fact, he didn't care whether it was cruel or not. A living Silver Dragon King was much better than a dead Silver Dragon King. In the transaction with Shura, the Silver Dragon King can also obtain a Supreme God position. The so-called Supreme God is one among goodness, evil, life, and destruction. As for Shura, they also seek the Supreme status, but they are not the innate Supreme God. From this perspective, the first-generation Shura God was indeed a talented person. One more Supreme God means one more say. By then, the Dragon Clan will have a new Dragon God, two Supreme Gods, who will be able to compete with the human race and maintain a relative balance. The Dragon God was still fantasizing, but he didn't know that plans could not keep up with changes. All his plans came true, but the people Shura chose turned Douluo Continent and God Realm into Tang Family Continent and Tang Family Great God Circle. Since the Father God has fallen, it doesn't matter how long the Dragon Soul exists. Dragon God, stop pretending, let's get real, okay? There is something fishy about Gu Ruyan, and there is a lot of suspense about this Dragon God. He didn't attack directly, probably because he was afraid that he might have a trick up his sleeve on her. Ruyan, if you have nothing to do, go back first. This place is considered close, so let me walk alone for the rest of the time. The Dragon God's meaning was very simple, he didn't want to see Gu Ruyan again. This is considered an unfilial daughter. Her words were full of impatience towards him. Gu Ruyan glanced at the Dragon God again, her eyes extremely cold. Even this kind of thing was done by the Dragon God, so there is no need to ask about other things. Although she already knew the answer, she still felt unwilling to accept it and felt sorry for herself. Before you even have life, you've already become a pawn. I'm sure no one would be happy about that. Chapter 143. Silver Branch Knight, you win. Gu Ruyan thought to herself, but she didn't waste any words with the Dragon God. She turned around and left without any reluctance. If possible, she wishes she had never been to Dragon Valley. At least she wouldn't be desperate and would still have some hope in her heart. Resurrect the Dragon God. Now, what is the purpose of resurrecting the Dragon God? No need to revive the Dragon God, I am the Dragon God. As the incarnation of the Dragon God element, there was nothing wrong with what Gu Ruyan said. She can also devour the essence of the Golden Dragon King and become the new Dragon God. When Gu Ruyan left Dragon Valley, the Dragon God's face fell and his entire face was filled with gloom. Damn it, which step went wrong? At this moment, Gu Ruyan's figure appeared in the Dragon Valley again. The two dragons looked at each other, and for a moment, the scene was a little awkward. The Dragon God never expected that Gu Ruyan would make a surprise attack. Gu Ruyan had not expected that this Dragon God was really two-faced. It is indeed a combination of two supreme laws. Ahem, Ruyan, do you have anything else to say? The Dragon God looked very amiable, as if the angry dragon before had nothing to do with him. I was in trouble before, but now I am fine. Gu Ruyan shook her head, and the last bit of fantasy she had was gone. She left Longu again on her own, and this time, she was determined. The remaining soul of the Dragon God was numb, looking at the direction where Gu Ruyan left, and fell into deep thought. Dragon Valley is located in a different space, which can be considered a small world connected to Douluo Continent. Logically speaking, if Gu Ruyan didn't know the exact location, it would take her a long time just to find the location of Dragon Valley. But she looked like it was a piece of cake. Someone leaked the location of Dragon Valley. He also revealed some secrets to her. I don't need to talk about that person. Spirit World. Ah Che. In the Azura God's residence, Azura sneezed. He stood there in a daze, lost in thought. You know, he is a powerful God King level being. Even though he is nominally a law enforcer in the God realm, his strength is that of a God King. The dignified Azura God King can actually sneeze. It's not that simple, he has fought twice before. He is a powerful God King. Who is talking about this God? Or is it that destruction is plotting against me? Shura and destruction have never gotten along well, mainly because of their different philosophies. Only the calculations of such gods could give him advance warning. Humph, destruction, someone will come to take care of you in the future. With a cold snort, the Shura god looked towards the lower world. The heir he extradited seemed to have a problem and his luck had been damaged. As for what went wrong, he was also confused. There weren't any major problems with my growth path, so why was my luck so severely damaged? Some people hide on purpose, and some people even Shura god cannot see the problem, for example, Inji who does not belong to this world. Inji is not from Douluo Continent, and his destiny has nothing to do with Douluo Continent. Therefore, Shura god cannot discover Inji's existence at all. Of course, some people and things around Inji will also change some of her fortunes and be connected with Inji, which is why Shura is confused. He couldn't see the others clearly, but he knew clearly what was going on with Tang-san. It was because he knew this that he realized something seemed to be wrong. Wait, why did the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire become like this? Azura god knew the burial place of the water and fire dragon kings. To be precise, it was he who came up with the name yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. He also taught Tang-san the Shentian gong that he practiced and some of the hidden weapon techniques in the Shentian balu. That's right, these things are indeed related to the Shura god. For example, Guanin's tears and Bodhi's blood. The Bodhi blood was used to kill the deep-sea demon whale king. Shura said to Poseidon, the god of the sea, don't you see whose power he used to kill the deep-sea demon whale king? From this we can see that most of what Tang-san practiced were Shura inheritances. After taking a look at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the god Shura fell into deep thought. That doesn't make sense. Tang-san has never been to yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, so who could have discovered this place? No, so many things happened just after I didn't keep an eye on them for a few days, I can't let my guard down for the next 10 days. 1 day in the god realm is equal to 1 year in Douluo realm. For Shura god, finding a successor would take no more than a month to complete the process. Okay. Why did the luck of this girl of luck drop to the freezing point? That's not right, if I remember correctly, isn't her home near Tiendo City? Why are you in Soto City? This time, Shura fell into deep thought again. At the same time, a plane may not have the only son of luck. Other sons of luck may be born as well. It just depends on who has better luck and higher potential. Those who can cultivate to the level of title Douluo are basically the sons of luck. Of course, their luck is not as much as that of the real sons of luck. The sons of luck are also divided into different levels. In terms of drama novels, people like Ning Rongrong are supporting characters with great luck. People like Zhu Zhuqing are also supporting characters, and their luck is lower than Ning Rongrong. This can be seen from the Poseidon assessment. The pure goddess Idrila. Who is this again? Seeing the people from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect worshipping the pure and beautiful goddess Idrila, Shura fell silent again. He was one of the first few gods. He had never even heard of the pure and beautiful goddess Idrila, let alone seen her. There is no such god in the divine world today. If someone in the lower world becomes a god, the gods will also sense it. Nowadays, no one in the lower world has become a god. Could it be that this pure and beautiful goddess Idrila was fabricated by someone to deceive the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? It is very normal for such things to happen in the underworld. Normally, the divine world would not deal with such matters. Fictional gods will not and cannot bestow grace, and will soon be left without believers. Mortals are ignorant, and rotten wood cannot be carved. Shaking his head, God Shura stopped asking about the matter and looked at Tang-san intently. At Shrek Academy, after the three-party talks, the matter between Tang-san and Tai Long finally became a thing of the past. Of course, it is not clear whether Titan and Tyrone will hold a grudge in their hearts and stab Tang-san and Tang Hao in the back at the critical moment. Young master, what happened before was all my fault, I almost frightened you. Senior Titan, please stand up. Tang-san just felt that this world was so wonderful. He didn't know how to face Yu Xiaojiang in Flanders. Titan was a servant in his family, but he destroyed his teacher and the dean. It's already useless, he can't possibly ask for Titan to be useless too, right? This is a Soul Douluo level fighter, who might be useful in the future. Chapter 144. Titan and the Power Clan are still of great use, the grudge between the teacher and the dean can only be settled later. If there is no other option, we can only let Tyrone. Thinking of this, Tang-san's eyes lit up, and the previous haze dissipated a little. There are plenty of opportunities for revenge. Don't give Titan a chance to turn against you. In addition to the hatred between Yu Xiaojiang and Flanders, that slap in the face caused great trauma to Tang-san's weak heart. He was obviously his servant, but he actually slapped the young master. Isn't this going against Tiangang? Tang-san is a real villain, but he also wants to be a gentleman. He believes that one who does not seek revenge is not a gentleman. This is engraved in his bones. In front of so many people, he was slapped by a slave even though Titan knelt down in front of him, he still couldn't save his face. No matter what he thought in his heart or what he would do in the future, Tang San was smiling at this moment. Tang Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Xiao San, you have suffered a lot these years. Tang Hao said apologetically. How did Tang San survive these years? In fact, without Tang Hao, Tang San just lost a support, but his life was getting better and better. After Xiao Wu and I were the leaders in Notting College and went to Shrek College, the gears of fate began to turn. Is Tang San suffering? He is not bitter. Those who are born to be beasts of burden are the ones who suffer. The awakened martial soul has no innate soul power, no Xiantian Gong, and is destined to be mediocre for life, being treated as lambs, leeks, and cattle by the nobles. Many children from ordinary families have a harder life. Unlike Tang San, they do not have the memories of their past lives and cannot cook by themselves. Tang Hao would drink again, and there was enough food at home for cooking. Normal civilian children, without precocity, reincarnation, or cultivation techniques, are even more ignorant. Whether they have food or not depends entirely on their elders. Dad, I'm not bitter. Tang San was speaking the truth. He really wasn't suffering. Without Tang Hao, he lived a more comfortable life. Where have you been all these years? Ah. Tang Hao sighed. He felt that Tang San was lying when he said it wasn't bitter. What was his life like as a child? He was being trained to be the #1 sect leader in the world. What was Tang San's life like as a child? Without comparison, there is no harm. Nothing much, I smashed a few spirit hall branches and went to see your mother. Only when a bird leaves its parents can it know how to fly, I can't always be by your side. Why do birds fly? Tang San wanted to say this very much, but he didn't open his mouth. He felt vaguely that he was unworthy. There are many things that you cannot know now, practice well, when you reach the level of title Douluo, I will tell you. Tang Hao said expressionlessly. If Tang San did not have twin martial spirits, nor did he have innate full spiritual power, he would have been ready to give up on fighting against the behemoth that is the Spirit Hall. But Tang San's talent gave him hope of dealing with the Spirit Hall. This is Tang Hao's good son. Titan watched in silence. If it were in the past, he would have applauded and said something like, the Li clan is willing to be the vanguard, led by the master and the young master. Now, Titan has changed, he is no longer the same person he used to be. Nod your head when you should, and remain silent when you should, and don't let the Li clan bring disaster upon themselves. The real purpose is to stab Tang Hao in the back at a critical moment and kill Tang Hao and Tang San. Master, you have worked hard over the years. Tai Tan sighed, which surprised Tang Hao and Tang San. Nothing, but because of me, the Li clan suffered heavy losses. Master, please don't say that, the Power Clan is willing to die for you. What happened back then was not the Master's fault. At this moment, Titan felt that what happened back then was Tang Hao's fault. In the past, the relationship between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall was not to say very close, but it was also very good. Because Tang Chen and Qian Daolu have a good relationship. If Qian Xuanji didn't have something very important to do, he wouldn't have chased Tang Hao all over the continent. Why didn't anyone support Tang Hao at that time? You know, at that time Tang Hao had not yet been expelled from the Haotian sect. It was after Qiang Sunji's death that Tang Hao was expelled from the Haotian sect. Everyone knew that Qian Xuanji was just joking with Tang Hao and it was impossible for him to really kill Tang Hao, but Tang Hao beat Qian Xuanji to death. If Qian Xuanji, who is level 95, really wants to kill Tang Hao, who is level 89, how could Tang Hao possibly survive? You know, Qian Xuanji also brought other people, not to mention soul saints and soul douluos, but also 2 title douluos. With such a lineup, is it difficult to surround and kill a Contra? Big hero? Pooh. Titan thought to himself, but appeared loyal on the surface. Both he and Tang San were acting, but their acting skills made Tang Hao believe it. Because of that incident, the Power Clan suffered heavy losses, but Titan didn't say anything. His grandson's matter of just 1 or 2 inches was not a big deal either. Master is a great hero, it was all Spirit Hall's fault back then. Dad, what happened back then? Tell me I'm not a child anymore. After hearing Tai Tan's evaluation, Tang San quickly asked Tang Hao. What exactly is this matter that made Tang Hao say that he would only be qualified to know it after he breaks through to the title Douluo? After hearing this and looking at the sensible Tang San, Tang Hao finally nodded. He recounted what happened back then, but some secrets were kept hidden. For example, when Ah Yin was pregnant with Tang San, as a soul Douluo, he could see that Ah Yin's aura was leaking, but he still took Ah Yin to get close to the strong, as if he was afraid that the other party would not notice. As the Blue-Silver Emperor, Ah Yin refused to run to a place with a forest when he was being hunted. No matter whether it is the Star Forest, the Blue-Silver Forest, or the Sunset Forest, any big forest may fail his plan. Once the Blue-Silver realm has enough plants to bless it, Yin will not be able to die even if he wants to. Tang Hao really regrets it now. If it happens again, such a thing will never happen again, and Yin will never die. Out of guilt, he blamed all the mistakes on Qian Xuanji and the Spirit Hall. Only in this way can he be considered to have cleansed himself of some of his sins. Anyway, he will not be able to witness Yin's resurrection in this lifetime. Martial Spirit Hall, what a great Spirit Hall. Tang San slammed the table. The Spirit Hall was actually the murderer of his mother. Wait, his mother. He is not a human being, but a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast just like Xiao Wu. Titan remained calm. He knew some information, but he didn't know that Tang Hao's wife was a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. It seems that the Spirit Hall did nothing wrong back then. After a careful review, there is a vague feeling that Tang Hao deliberately lured Qian Xuanji to chase him. Chapter 145. Tang San Soul Master, this is your Soul Master subsidy for this month, please keep it well, I wish you can achieve Soul Master status soon. After collecting the 100 gold soul coins, Tang San walked out of the Spirit Hall without saying thank you. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I have a grudge against the Spirit Hall, but it would be a waste not to take these gold soul coins. Anyway, the gold soul coins were paid by the Empire, and the Spirit Hall was just issuing them on its behalf. Spirit Hall, one day I will bury you with my own hands. Tang San clenched his fists and thought to himself. Tang Hao left again, and Titan took his people back to forge iron. The matter of Tyrone has come to an end. Thinking about it carefully, today is the beginning of the month, and it is just the right time to receive the Soul Master subsidy, so Tang San came to the Spirit Temple. Because Jindo City is the capital, the Spirit Hall here is extremely majestic and ranks among the best among all the subordinate institutions of the Spirit Hall. Apart from the Pope's Palace in Wuhuan City, the most prestigious place in the outside world is the Wuhuan Temple. Did you hear that? Yesterday, a barefoot woman came to Jindo City by walking on the void. As soon as he walked out of the Spirit Hall, Tang San heard the conversation of passers-by, which made him somewhat interested. Most of these passers-by are ordinary people without soul power, and what they say is mostly packaged. Walking in the void without using martial spirit. Tang San curled his lips. Even he, who possessed the Xiantian Gong, couldn't do this, let alone the young woman. I guess he must have used some special soul skills to achieve this. After realizing this, Tang San's interest in the incident greatly decreased. How can ordinary people understand the affairs of soul masters? That woman is most likely a vain person who likes to show off and be praised by others. Second brother, what is Gu Rian's strength? With my current strength, I can't even tell her situation. At this moment, a female voice sounded, causing Tang San to shudder all over and subconsciously look towards the source of the voice. As expected, Jindo City is not that big, and I met these two again. When you have integrated that person's inheritance, you may be able to get a glimpse of it. The position of a deity is not static, it's just that it's very difficult to improve. Tang San was able to elevate the Sea God's position to the level of God King, which shows that this position of God can be elevated. The Silver Dragon King is a first-level god, and his peak state can reach the level of God King. It's quite strange to say, the eldest son of the Dragon God, the Bright Dragon Emperor, who was once the Dragon Prince, is only one step away from the Dragon God in strength. Reach the peak of God King. However, the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King that were split from the Dragon God only looked like the early-stage God Kings. Only when the Golden Dragon King is in a special state can he reach his peak. If there is no problem at all, then there is something fishy. After hearing this, the fourth sister was silent. What she obtained was the inheritance of the gods. She is already so powerful after integrating a little bit of it. Even after fully integrating it, she is still not as powerful as Gu Rian. This is the path to becoming a god blocked. At this moment, the fourth sister really wanted to take a different path. She was now very interested in the fate that Inji talked about. After so long, the fourth sister also knows what path Inji is taking. Although she knew it, she was still confused. I recognize every word, but when they are put together they become incomprehensible. Destiny Walker. How can I become a Destiny Walker? The fourth sister fell into deep thought again. Tang San was somewhat confused after listening to the conversation between the two. He had no idea how confused the Azura god of the god realm was at this moment. Is this a soul beast? How could the god of love pass on the throne of God to a soul beast? At this moment, Shura was stunned. You must know that soul beasts cannot become gods, this is a rule set by the dragon god. Of course, there are loopholes in the rules. For example, if a human becomes a god, he can revive his own spirit ring. Under normal circumstances, no god would do this. Neither the angel god nor the sea god was able to resurrect the soul of the soul beast in the soul ring. Once these soul beasts are resurrected, they will also become gods, gods without thrones. But these gods do not belong to the beast men, because their bodies are no longer those of the beast men. It is even more impossible for a soul beast to obtain the status of a god. The gods in the divine world basically all understood the war between the dragon and the god. Even though there were many beast men helping the human race at that time, they were not of our race, and their hearts must be different. How could it be possible to pass the throne of God to a soul beast? Once a soul beast obtains the inheritance of a god, no heavenly calamity will befall it. When it reaches a certain level of strength, it will naturally become a god and ascend to heaven. Having the protection of the god's inheritance will affect the operation of the heavenly tribulation, which is also a way for soul beasts to become gods. Good God of love, before you die, do you still want to disgust us? Humph. God Shura snorted coldly but didn't say anything. If this beast that inherited the god of love behaved well after ascending, no god would care about her. If she doesn't behave herself, just kill her. He is just a god without much fighting power. Hey, wait. Shura widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Oh my god, he was wondering why the thing in the Inyan eyes of ice and fire disappeared. You know, he threw those things there personally. Waiting for the right one. There is nothing in the Inyan eyes of ice and fire, nor is there any magic grass. The reason why these magical herbs grow here is because someone planted them here on purpose. What a beast. Shura was extremely distressed. He discovered many scents of magical herbs on his fourth sister. What a waste of natural resources. Things that improve aptitude and talent were used by her to improve her strength. 2 of the 3 treasure pots are occupied by Douluo, namely the Inyan Eye of Ice and Fire and the Chinquan Valley of Love. This beast actually took both of these treasure chests. Who is the son of destiny? It is obvious that Tang San is the son of destiny, so what's the matter with this spider soul beast? If he had discovered this situation earlier, he would have guided Tang San to the Inyan Eyes of Ice and Fire first. Chinquan Valley of Love belongs to the god of love. Even if he is the god of Shura, he cannot use Chinquan Valley of Love before the god of love dies. This spider is the descendant of the god of love. The Chinquan Valley of Love must have passed it on to her. Before she dies, there is still no hope. Qian Kun asked Qin Gu and he said it was important, but it was a pleasant surprise, so it didn't matter whether it was there or not. But the Inyan Eyes of Ice and Fire are different. The natural treasures there are prepared for the sons of destiny of this generation. But all these natural treasures were snatched away by a spider. The Azura god wanted to vomit blood, and even wanted to go down to the mortal world himself, capture the fourth sister, and refine her into a golden elixir to relieve his hatred. Forget it, I'll let you go for now. This is a special period. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he cannot go down to the mortal world in person, especially to target a descendant of a god. Even if the inheritor is a soul beast, it cannot be targeted specifically. It's strange, it looks like someone is watching. Inji murmured expressionlessly. Chapter 146. The Star Forest, the bottom of the Lake of Life. I have met the Lord. The ferocious beasts knelt on one knee in front of Gu Ruyan and spoke with respect. Since the Silver Dragon King's injuries had mostly healed, there was no need for them to continue sleeping. Unless you have absorbed a large amount of ice silkworm energy, you need to sleep and refine it. Get up. There was no expression on Gu Ruyan's face, but her eyes were filled with determination. Di Tian, you have been the Dragon God's guard for many years, so what do you think of the Dragon God? The sudden question made Di Tian confused. What does he think of the Dragon God? Who doesn't know that he is loyal to the Dragon God? Why would the Silver Dragon King suddenly ask this? My lord, the Dragon God is the creator of the dragon race and the father god of all dragons. My reverence for the Dragon God is like the surging river, endless and many more. Gu Ruyan slapped her forehead and felt a headache. I asked you to tell me what you think of the Dragon God, not to suck up to a dead old deng. After these words were spoken, not only did Di Tian's eyes widen, but even Xiong Jun, Biji, Ziji and other beasts also widened their eyes. The Silver Dragon King is one of the incarnations of the Dragon God. How could she not say such outrageous words? That's right, what's so good about that old deng, the Dragon God? Did he bring any benefits to us soul beasts? If he was really good, you wouldn't have arrested me. It has to be the Ice God, only the Ice God can be. Woo. Wait till I finish speaking. Before Tian Meng could finish his words, Di Tian blocked his mouth. This heresy. If it weren't for the Dragon God, how could there be soul beasts in the world? This heretic has been here for more than 900,000 years, and he is still praising the Ice God. If this isn't heresy, what is he? The Ice God is a human god. As a soul beast, it would be fine if it didn't believe in the Dragon God, but it actually believed in the Ice God. It was doomed to death. Why do you say that, my lord? As the guard of the Dragon God, Di Tian naturally has to protect the Dragon God. But Her Highness the Princess Silver Dragon King has the intention of rebellion. Because she is one of the dragon god's incarnations, Emperor Tian respects her so much. If it were any other dragon, only his uncles, aunts, and uncles would be respected by him. These uncles, aunts, are the 9 dragon kings. When the Silver Dragon King said this, he already had the intention of rebelling. The ferocious beasts looked at each other, wondering why this Silver Dragon King would go so crazy. Tian, I know what you are thinking, it's nothing more than that I, Gu Ruyan, want to rebel, right? Tian did not reply, but just stared at Gu Ruyan. Silence was his answer. You're right, I, Gu Ruyan, really created this. The ferocious beasts were silent. They didn't expect that this guy, just after recovering some strength, was about to rebel against the dragon god. Even though the dragon god is dead. His reputation among the dragon clan is simply incomparable to that of the Silver Dragon King. Not only that, as one of the incarnations of the dragon god, the Silver Dragon King was the first in line to the throne when the dragon god died and the Golden Dragon King was imprisoned. Your Majesty, why do you want to rebel? Carrying the reputation of the dragon god and commanding the dragon and beast tribes, Gu Ruyan has the energy and strength to do so. There is no reason to rebel. You know, as one of the dragon god's incarnations, Gu Ruyan also possesses some of the dragon god's memories. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the dragon god of a certain period of time. But she wanted to rebel against herself. Not to mention the ferocious beasts coming, even if the smart humans came, she couldn't understand why. I know you are confused, so I will let you know the truth, whether you will rebel with me in the end depends entirely on your individual will. It turns out that there was a reason why the Silver Dragon King rebelled. The Dragon God War was launched by the Dragon God, the purpose was not to purge the human gods, but to purge the entire dragon and beast tribes. He was in a good mental state at the time and was not affected by the law. Light Dragon King, the reason why Dark Dragon King died is that the Dragon God himself pretended to be stupid and killed him. Dragon Clan, soul beasts cannot become gods, this is the rule left by the Dragon God before his death, or it can be said to be a curse. Every time a soul beast reaches 100,000 years old, it will also be cursed and suffer a heavenly calamity. Are you wondering how I know these things? I went to the Sun and Moon continent on the other side of Douluo Continent, in the Dragon Valley, I saw the remaining soul of the Dragon God. Just like what the Knight of Silver Branch said, he is full of the smell of lies. The birth of King Golden Dragon and I was also planned by him. The Golden Dragon King still needs several powerful God Kings and dozens of first-level and second-level gods in a God realm to suppress him. The Golden Dragon King has killed several first-level geniuses and dozens of second-level geniuses before they were sealed. How could Shura be so virtuous as to be able to cut him in two with just one sword? Gu Ruyan said a lot, and the faces of the ferocious beasts gradually became ugly. The gods they worshipped cut off their path with their own hands. On the contrary, humans can cultivate and become gods without any hindrance. Why? Is there any point in believing in such a god? Tian's expression was very interesting. He had suspected that the Silver Dragon King was lying, but the Silver Dragon King was simple-minded and it was impossible for him to lie. The more he thought about it, the uglier Tian's expression became. Dragons can't become gods. Help humans fight against dragons. Tian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, he could hardly accept it. The god whom they had protected for so many years, the god whom they had respected for so many years, actually harmed them so badly. As the second-generation golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian's faith in the Dragon God does not need to be questioned. But the Dragon God killed his father and mother. The reason he let him live was probably because he thought he was loyal and would be of great use in the future. My lord, do you have any evidence? Tian said with some reluctance, he didn't want his own faith to collapse. This also illustrates one thing, knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. If he doesn't know these things and just has a foolish belief, and only makes sacrifices when he is needed, what can he accomplish? Evidence. I am the proof. Shura could have killed her, but he let her heal slowly. I wonder how surprised the Dragon God's soul was when he saw her. If she were to recover slowly, it would take at least 20,000 years before she could get better. In other words, the Dragon God's plan may have started 20,000 years later. Gu Ruyan can't wait any longer, she must personally smash the Dragon God's plan and lead the dragon and beast tribes to become great again. There is no need to revive the Dragon God, I will surpass the Dragon God and make the dragon and beast tribes great again. The Dragon Clan and the Beast Clan have different divisions. The true Dragon Clan is the Dragon Clan, and the other soul beasts and subdragons are the Beast Clan. They knew clearly that this was unfair, but the Dragon Clan was too proud to tolerate such unfair things. As a true Dragon Clan, it is necessary to draw a line between ourselves and the impure subdragons and beastmen. Chapter 147. I am willing to follow the Lord, the Dragon God doesn't care about our life or death, there is no such thing as a soul beast being unable to become a god. Xiong Jun was filled with indignation, especially when he knew there was a dead end ahead. He gave it his all. If the dragon god cut off his way forward, it would be equivalent to killing him. If he continued to believe in such a thing, it would only disgust him. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King took the lead in rebelling, otherwise he would not know how he would have died. He also said that the rules can only be changed after a new dragon god appears. They are just afraid that we will surpass the dragon god and replace him before he is resurrected. This made Xiong Jun feel particularly disgusted. They were concentrating on resurrecting the dragon god, but the dragon god was guarding against them. Who was this disgusting to? If the dragon god had not set the rules, even if there were no top-level soul beasts now, there would still be a large number of slightly weaker soul beasts. If he had not been suppressed by the rules of the continent, Dtion's strength would not have been at the peak of quasi-god. The funny thing is that humans are not suppressed, only dragons and beastmen are suppressed. We have to wait until the dragon god returns to his throne before the restrictions can be lifted. Let us be grateful. Ugh. Who says Xiong is stupid? Xiong is not stupid at all. He easily grasped the dragon god's little thoughts. Such a god is not worthy of his faith. He said so even if Dtion wanted to beat him to death. After hearing this, the weakest three-headed hellhound, Red King, was the first to follow suit. What Lord Bear said is right. I am also willing to follow my lord and contribute to the restoration of the glory of the beast race. I would also like to. In the end, only Dtion and Baiji were left among the ferocious beasts, and Zg did not speak. Bg and Zg looked at Dtion, and the meaning was self-evident. No matter what decision Dtion made, they were willing to follow him unconditionally, even if everything the Silver Dragon King said was correct. This is the power of the love brain in Douluo Continent. After a long while, Dtion finally broke the silence and said, My lord, to be honest, even though I know that the dragon god has done so many wrong things, I am still willing to follow in the footsteps of the dragon god. The dragon god must have his reasons for doing this. The dragon god never treated Emperor Tian unfairly, and even passed on his unique skill, the dragon god claw, to Emperor Tian. It is said that a man will die for his best friend, and a woman will dress up for the one who pleases her. Dtion was like a death warrior raised by the dragon god. Although his loyalty to the dragon god was a little shaken, he quickly calmed down. But, hearing this, Bg and Zg breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Dtion would fight the Silver Dragon King head-on and die. The Silver Dragon King is not the seriously injured Silver Dragon King. Even if her current strength is not at her peak, it is still that of a first-level god. Although Emperor Tian is the top of the world, he is inferior to the Silver Dragon King. But I am willing to believe you once. If you are unable to lead the Dragon Clan and the Beast Clan to the peak, I will use all means to fulfill the Dragon God's last wish. Dtion knew that he was no match for the Silver Dragon King, so he did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he chose to lie in wait for the right time. If it really comes to that, he is willing to be loyal and follow the Dragon God. Now that the Silver Dragon King has escaped the control of the Dragon God, there is no better way now and we can only take it one step at a time. I am willing to follow the Lord. Seeing Dtion compromise, Bg and Zg spoke. Seeing this, Gu Ruyan nodded, as an affirmation of the three beasts. Very good, you will not regret your decision today. Then Lao Dang won't be the Dragon God, so I will be the one. Gu Ruyan looked confident and determined. How could she tolerate being plotted against before she was even born? Silver Branch Knight is right, you need me more. The ferocious beasts were stunned. Was it that ridiculously powerful knight who made the Silver Dragon King make such a change? How did that knight convince the Silver Dragon King? My lord, didn't you say you wanted to marry that knight and take him back to the Star Forest? Why did you get into a fight with the old Dragon God? Bridget asked doubtfully. She didn't quite understand what the Silver Dragon King was doing to get these truths. The truth was too cruel, and she would not be able to survive the next 100,000 years. Looking at Dtion, Bridget felt a little reluctant. Am I going to be killed by the Dragon God before I even start a sweet love affair? To be honest, she was very unwilling. The Silver Branch Knight said that I am not human and do not need to use human morality to restrain myself. He believed in purity and beauty, and devoted himself to it. He would never have anything to do with women in his life. Gu Ruyan said with some disappointment. My lord, the Silver Branch Knight has said so, you are not a human being and do not need to abide by human morality, then you should follow the rules of us soul beasts. If you like it, why not just take it back? If he doesn't want to, you can give him a few more beatings and he will be willing. Xiong Jun spoke very straightforwardly, not noticing the changes in Bridget and Zg's expressions. Although they are soul beasts and members of the Beast Clan, they also yearn for mutual love. Only this Bear King could be so domineering. After hearing this, Gu Ruyan's eyes lit up and her heart moved, as if she was somewhat moved. After thinking about it carefully, Gu Ruyan shook her head and said, this method is not impossible, but I can't beat him. The ferocious beasts were silent. They never expected that King Bear would do such an outrageous thing. Gu Ruyan had really considered it, and the conclusion she came to was equally shocking. The current Silver Dragon King is still no match for Inji. This is a bit scary. Practice well and try to rescue the Golden Dragon King first. Only by rescuing the Golden Dragon King can our plan have a chance of success. But you can't defeat the Golden Dragon King. Gu Ruyan. He is my brother. If I ask him to share some of my essence with me, he probably won't refuse. The Golden Dragon King was sealed in order to save her, otherwise, with the amplification of the Golden Dragon King's special state, he would not have been caught. As long as you escape from the realm of gods, you can fly as high as you want. The Golden Dragon King is very violent, but he takes special care of his twin sisters and assumes the responsibilities of a big brother. Even if I am sealed, I have no regrets. It is possible that Gu Ruyan could persuade the Golden Dragon King to give up some of his original power. Before that, I must create some chaos in the lower world to attract the attention of the gods, only then can I sneak into the divine world and rescue the Golden Dragon King. Seeing that the Silver Dragon King had even thought of this, the beasts felt somewhat confident. They were just afraid that their efforts would be in vain. Not only did he not return the Golden Dragon King's message, he also got the Silver Dragon King involved. If you think about it carefully, even if the Silver Dragon King died, the God Realm also has a backup plan left by the Dragon God, so it is almost impossible for the Silver Dragon King to be in any danger. At most, they will just follow the Dragon God's script, and they will not suffer any losses. Yes. As for what kind of chaos to create in order to attract the attention of the gods in the divine world. Battle of Gods. Chapter 148. Second brother, you just do good things like this, don't ask for a good future, and don't ask for anything in return. Will the people you saved think you are taking it for granted? The fourth sister said to Inji in confusion, her eyes flashing with doubt. After Inji's teaching, she would do some good deeds, but she would accept rewards. In human terms, it is called employment or task remuneration. If the other party does not have any gold soul coins, she will also accept what the other party has, even if it is a grain of rice, which is also a reward. But Inji is different. He will not take the initiative to ask for compensation unless the other party insists on giving it. Otherwise, he will not mention the matter of compensation. The reason why the fourth sister asked this question was that she had really encountered such a thing. Even though he saved the other person, not only did he not give any reward, he also took it for granted that saving him was his due, and didn't even say a word of thanks. Fourth sister doesn't know what's the point of rescuing such a person. Wasting the air on Douluo Continent. After hearing this, Inji shook her head. When I rescue others, the first thing I think about is not the reward, nor whether they are worth saving. It's that he really needs help. At this point, Inji paused, and then continued, meeting his fate, since he met me when he was on the verge of death, it means that he was not destined to die. Brother, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. I always feel that Inji is a goody-goody, what should I do? As long as the person rescued is not an unforgivable criminal, it doesn't matter to Inji. It's just that he is a little pretentious. Countless creatures have been reincarnated as humans, and some of them are human aristocrats. They are born with innate advantages, which is indeed a source of pride for these people. It's just that sometimes they can't recognize the reality, but one day they will recognize it. Inji shook his head helplessly. He was not a saint or anything like that. He was just as decisive in killing, but it varied from person to person. The road to spreading pure beauty is full of thorns, but I will never look back. Just now, Inji and Chunmei helped a nobleman, but that man said that Inji and Chunmei should do this because they were nobles and could enjoy such treatment. After being rescued, he became arrogant and self-important, completely forgetting his previous pleas. This is also the reason why the fourth sister asked this question. Is it really worth it to help others in this way? In her opinion, it was slightly silly and naive. Inji is not a pedantic person. When he thinks that someone is not worthy of his help, he will not help the other person. In Inji's opinion, the noble young man was not a heinous person, because he had never harmed anyone. He just had a little personality and was a rebellious person. Not all of these people are bad, they just feel that they are superior to others. When they see civilians in need, they will lend a helping hand and give assistance like alms. It's hard to say that this kind of person is a bad person. If I meet this kind of person again, even if I save him, I will make him feel despair again. The fourth sister said angrily, when had she ever been treated like this? I gained a lot of experience today. After hearing this, Inji opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. He can be strict with himself, but he cannot make others do things according to his own ideas. Just don't hurt anyone's life. After a while, Inji finally spoke. The fourth sister nodded very seriously. As long as no one was killed, it would be fine as long as they were not beaten to death. If you don't beat him to death, it's like living a life worse than death. The second brother is worthy of being the second brother. When you meet this kind of person, the best thing is to make him live a life worse than death. Let them know that the people who can save them also have the means to kill them, but are just unwilling to use them at any time. Inji glanced at fourth sister, hoping that fourth sister really understood. Suddenly, several figures appeared and walked from a distance. The old man in the lead had a look of fear on his face. Beside him, there were several middle-aged men who also had a hint of fear. They held down a young man with a red and swollen face, who looked like he had been beaten badly. When the group saw Inji and the fourth sister, they were all shocked. "Grandpa, they were the ones who saved me." The young man pointed at Inji and fourth sister and said with some difficulty. After he was rescued by Inji and his fourth sister, he returned home and prepared to talk to his old man about the matter and reward the two civilians. After all, his life was very valuable. It is right to save him. The rewards that are due should not be less. It is his nature to be arrogant, but he would not repay kindness with enmity. After hearing his story and the tone of his voice, the old man was confused. Good man, people saved him, and he's so arrogant. What the hell? Although he was a little angry, the old man did not say much until the young man told him about Inji and the fourth sister's outfits, their approximate ages, and especially the sentence, the pure goddess Idrila, the queen of unparalleled beauty. The old man and the whole family were all stunned. This young man, this grandson, is he still wanted? You know. The leader of the world's #1 beast spirit sect, who takes the lead in causing trouble for the other party, will be cancelled in minutes. How could their family have deserved to produce such a talented person? Beat him up to vent his anger, otherwise he might get internal injuries. Inji, fourth sister, I am Zhang Hu, honored to meet the Silver Branch Knight and this beautiful lady, thank you for saving my grandson's life. I didn't expect that after being rescued, this grandson would dare to speak arrogantly and be so proud, it would be better for him to die in the sunset forest. The old man said with an angry look on his face, and the emotional value was very accurate. He was really angry. If these two pursued the matter, his small family would probably be closed down. Can you not be afraid? With a thump, the young man knelt on the ground and said. Thank you both for saving my life, I was too arrogant before, I deserve to die. Snapped. The young man started slapping people left and right. The middle-aged people nodded. Although the child was arrogant and domineering, he had no problem with major issues. With a grandfather at the soul saint level, what's wrong with being a little arrogant? I know I was wrong, and I am willing to let you two adults deal with me, please don't implicate the Zhang family. The young man himself was also a great soul master, and he was not seriously injured by just a few slaps, even though he had used all his strength. Seeing this, the fourth sister was a little stunned. She didn't quite understand why. The reason why this young man did this was for his family, but his family did nothing wrong. The fourth sister didn't know that the hatred among humans and soul beasts was different. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished, they will grow again with the spring breeze. To cut the weeds, we need to get rid of the roots. It is very normal to kill an entire family and close down their household registration at any time. Chapter 149. Does he look like the kind of pure and beautiful knight who would take revenge for any slight and would kill an entire family at any time? He was also aware of the Zhang family's fears, and it was a helpless move to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. What if Inji really has that idea? Please stand up, sir, you have done nothing wrong. Inji walked up to the young man, spoke sincerely, and helped the young man up from the ground. I have offended you. You are my savior, but I behaved like that. The young man stammered, he was really numb. He never expected that the person who saved him was the rumored big devil. Such a terrifying big devil. A level 95 title Douluo, several soul Douluos, and dozens of soul sages all died at the hands of these two big demons. Sir, you should be afraid, not regretful. I only saw fear in your eyes, not gratitude, this is completely different from you when you were just rescued. Although the young man who had just been rescued was arrogant, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Now, there is only fear in his eyes, not gratitude. So, he was just afraid, not regretting doing that. If he were given a chance to start over, and the target was not Inji and fourth sister, he would still do the same. Life couldn't change him. Everyone was silent. Inji directly pointed out the seriousness of the matter. What else could they say? That's true, the young people are afraid, and they are afraid too. Knight Silver Branch, my Zhang family has never bullied the weak or suppressed anyone over the years. Although I have never been kind to others, I have never done anything evil. I am willing to swear on this with my martial spirit and the honor of my ancestors. Zhang Hu said solemnly that their Zhang family was indeed like that. Although they were a bit arrogant in their dealings with others, was there a law that said people couldn't be arrogant? They haven't done anything wrong. Yes, Knight Silver Branch, my father is right, our family's clan rule is strict, and no one dares to touch it. We are also willing to swear by the glory of our martial spirits and ancestors. Swearing on the honor of martial spirit and ancestors is the most severe oath on Douluo Continent. Even if it was a false oath, it was impossible to swear with the glory of martial spirit and ancestors. The glory of our ancestors is more important than our lives. Without absolute certainty, we dare not use it casually. If you swear with your martial spirit, it is also very strict and it is really possible to achieve it. The glory of their ancestors plus their martial spirits showed that they were absolutely sure. The young man seemed a little touched. He was indeed used to being arrogant and domineering, and he was indeed afraid that Inji and fourth sister's anger would implicate the family. As for himself, he was also afraid of death, but he could not let his family be implicated because of him. The reason why he could be so arrogant and domineering for so many years was because he had a grandfather at the soul sage level and a huge Zhang family. Without his family and grandfather, how could his first half of life be so glorious? His family beat him up to give him the last layer of protection, not to harm him. They thought he had done something wrong and just chose the wrong person to show off to. Young people are not stupid. On the contrary, those who are so favored in the family are often the smartest. You all misunderstood what I meant. Inji waved her hand and said. I don't mean to blame you, when I saved this gentleman, I knew he was not an unforgivable person. To get such a result, it may be a test on the path of pure beauty. After hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. They didn't expect that this big devil would have such a broad mind. Thinking about it this way, the deaths of Yu Yuanjin and others were really something special. The fact that Inji and fourth sister were able to kill them means they really deserve to die. Praise the purity and beauty, praise the goddess Idrila. Zhang Hu was the first to put his hands together and said to Inji. Pure beauty, the pure beauty goddess Idrila, the pure beauty knight Inji, these have long been spread throughout the Douluo Continent. Perhaps many civilians do not know this, but any family with a bit of strength already knows that there are these two monsters in the world. One of them is a real monster. The human-faced spider emperor who can kill a level 95 title Douluo in seconds. Praise the pure beauty, praise Idrila. Silver Branch Knight, your noble character makes us feel inferior, from now on, we will voluntarily believe in the pure and beautiful goddess, Idrila. We believe in the pure goddess Idrila voluntarily, without any compulsion. Yeah, no worries. Everyone quickly agreed that they were truly moved by Inji and were not coerced. When the fourth sister saw this, she was stunned and felt a little numb. She didn't understand what was going on with these humans. She knew Inji's character clearly, but could these humans really see it clearly? Wouldn't they laugh at Inji for being stupid in their hearts? Woo! I almost thought I was dead. The young man who survived the calamity burst into tears, but no one paid any attention to him or interrupted him. This kid, it's time to learn how to examine himself. I swear to you, Knight of the Silver Branch. No. I swear to the pure goddess Idrila that from now on, I will change my temper. I haven't done anything wrong, but I owe you a lot. Don't worry, I will definitely change it. Seeing this, Inji wanted to say something but stopped herself. It's great that this young man is willing to change. He didn't coerce the other party, everything was voluntary on the other party's part. If you are all right, please go back, don't use the name of Chunmei to do evil. We will follow your instructions. To be honest, they didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left with the young man. When they returned home, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master, we really need faith. Yes, not only yes, but you have to devote yourself to it wholeheartedly. We swore an oath. Not only that, although I don't know how strong the pure beauty goddess is, judging from these two followers, the strength of the pure beauty goddess should not be underestimated. By believing in such a god, we will not lose anything. A shrewd look flashed in Zhang Hu's eyes. He never expected that it would be a blessing in disguise and he could get on the Chunmei train. As if he had thought of something, Zhang Hu said solemnly, pass the order down, from now on, do not take the initiative to cause trouble, be kind to others. Violators will be expelled from the family. Yes, Patriarch. The scene returns to Inji. After Zhang Hu and others left, the fourth sister was still a little confused. She didn't understand why Zhang Hu and others behaved like that. Although he was scared to death, he still took the initiative to join. What is the reason for this? If you can't beat it, just join. Take her and the dark demon evil god tiger for example. They were clearly no match for the titan giant ape and the azure bull python before, and they never thought of joining the other side. Chapter 150. The fourth sister thought to herself. Being a soul beast is so easy. She eats when she wants to eat and sleeps when she wants to sleep. Basically, she has no worries. She is an evil soul beast and has no social skills. She is unwilling to get along with any beast, including her own kind, for fear that her companions will eat her on a whim. She has witnessed so many twists and turns in just a short period of time, it is really hard to understand. Fortunately, she is the human-faced spider emperor. When she is at the 100,000-year level, her talent is anthropomorphism, which allows her to disguise herself as a human. That's why she was not transformed into a real human. This way, she can transform back to her original form at any time. Anyway, whether she is a human or a soul beast, Inji's attitude towards her has not changed, so it doesn't matter. It's a pity that my second brother doesn't want to have little spiders with me, alas. What a pity this is. Fortunately, the fourth sister is open-minded. If she doesn't want to, then she doesn't want to. She can just wait and see. Life is still long and she can afford to waste it. She already has the potential to become a god, and she can afford even more in the future. As the heirloom of the god of love, the first thing she learned after receiving the inheritance was to wait. Just like the goddess of love waiting for her lover, she never sees him return. Inji didn't know what his fourth sister was thinking. At this moment, he was moved that Chunmei had more believers. Although the road to promoting pure beauty is difficult and dangerous, he is determined to move forward, even if he is covered with scars. Daily exercise is essential. After Inji finished speaking to himself, he wiped his armor and started training with his best effort. The fourth sister was also not idle, and she followed Inji to exercise. She found that this training method was much faster than her cultivation. But when she trained alone, she didn't have this effect. Perhaps Inji was like the auspicious beast in the legend, and there were special bonuses when she trained beside him. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. During this period of time, Inji and the fourth sister traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers, leaving their footprints on both the Douluo Continent and the Sun and Moon Continent. The name of Chunmei became much more famous than before, and many civilians also knew this pure beauty knight and the other human-faced spider emperor. On Shrek's side, without the assistance of the magic grass, even Dai Mubai was still stuck at the peak of level 39. He could break through to level 40 at any time, but he couldn't. With the help of Xian Tiangong, Tang Sen finally broke through to level 40 more than a month before the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. He was the second student of the new Shrek Academy to break through to level 40. As for the first person to break through to level 40, it was the most inconspicuous Zhu Zhuqing. She was the first to complete the breakthrough to the Soul Sect level, more than half a year earlier than Tang Sen. This made Dai Mubai and Tang Sen very dissatisfied. With just a little favor from the pure and beautiful knight, she actually has such potential. It really makes people jealous, envious and hateful. You know, Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power is only level 7, while the innate soul powers of Dai Mubai, Tang San and others are all higher than Zhu Zhuqing. Logically speaking, no matter how hard she practiced, she would never be able to compare to these geniuses. But the facts are often very disappointing. This little cat girl actually broke through first. Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough was the first to happen, which was a huge blow to Dai Mubai, so much so that he is still stuck at level 39. When Zhu Zhuqing was level 27, he was level 37. When Zhu Zhuqing was level 40, he was level 39. It's hard to tell who is the genius. Even Tang San was a little depressed, but fortunately the gap between him and Zhu Zhuqing was not that big, so he did not lose his fighting spirit, but worked hard to become stronger. Practiced hard, and strived to surpass Zhu Zhuqing again. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Tian and others had slightly lower spirit power levels. Because of the Tyrone incident, Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang basically stayed at home unless something serious happened. As traditional men, they still had to maintain their dignity. Such things were done in broad daylight, and even if they want to say that they didn't do it, they still need to prove their innocence. It would be fine if they really weren't, but they can't even prove their innocence. So what if I hate Titan? They are no match for the Titans at all. Besides, the Titans are still their own people, after all. It is almost impossible to take revenge on Titan. Unless Tang San grows up and finds a reason to truly deal with Titan, otherwise, this revenge cannot be avenged. For Yu Xiaojiang and Flanders, this was even more painful than killing them. Especially Flanders, he only regretted that he had a brain spasm at that time and had to take the blow for Yu Xiaojiang, otherwise, he might still be intact. Yu Xiaojiang is disabled, but he is intact. Who knows, maybe Lu Erlong will change his mind. Of course, this has already happened, and he will face the reality calmly. Because he found that even though Yu Xiaojiang was like this, Lu Erlong still stayed with him. It turned out that he never had a chance. When Titan was approaching step by step, he should have understood what Lu Erlong said. In Lu Erlong's heart, there has never been a place for the bootlicker Flanders. No matter how much he has done, it doesn't matter to Lu Erlong. She clearly knew everything, but she just didn't want to be with him. She obviously didn't know how to say no, but she still didn't say a word to him and just treated him as her elder brother. Tang San has broken through. Just find a teacher to take him to Sunset Forest. I'm very tired now and don't want to ask so many questions. Flanders put down the book in his hand, glanced sideways slightly, and after saying this, he looked at the book in his hand again. Now Flanders has a new hobby, which is reading. There is no other reason, just because reading can kill time. He has no interest in cultivation or management. Let Tang San break through. After all, he has an old slave who is over level 80 and a father who is a titled Douluo. How can he die in the Sunset Forest? If he really died, it wouldn't matter at all, because it wouldn't be worth a life. He can do without it, but he can't live without that thing. The disaster was caused by Tang San, but he and Yu Xiaojiang were the ones who got hurt. Tang Hao was obviously there. Why didn't he come out earlier? Why did it come to this? Not to mention that Flanders was resentful. Didn't Yu Xiaojiang have resentment in his heart as well? Because of the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, he just wanted to be with Lu Erlong to continue the Yu family bloodline, and it would be best if they could have a child with a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Although he is not dead, it is impossible for him to have children. Even a titled Douluo cannot regenerate a severed limb, let alone a great soul master like him. Erlong, find an honest man to marry. If the child's martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan can still be saved. Chapter 151. Lu Erlong's martial soul is a mutated Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and her descendants' martial souls have the possibility of rebelling against their ancestors. Of course, it is also possible that the attribute cannot be changed and it always remains a fire attribute, or it may mutate again. When a child inherits the martial spirits of his parents, he will give priority to inheriting the stronger martial spirit, and there is a small probability of mutation. Nowadays, there is no orthodox Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit anymore, but there are two orthodox people. One of them is naturally Yu Xiaojiang. His martial soul mutated into Luo Sanpao, and the martial soul of his descendant is most likely not the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even though Yu Xiaojiang has mutated and become disabled, there is still a glimmer of hope. Now he is truly useless, and every glimmer of hope has been cut off at the root. Didn't Titan have the same idea of destroying Yu Xiaojiang? As Tang Hao's loyal dogs, it is a very good thing for them to completely cut off the inheritance of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. The other one is naturally Lu Erlong. Although her identity is a little embarrassing, she is the orthodox among the orthodox. At least Yu Tianxin, Yu Tianheng and others recognize her as their aunt. Although she is Yu Luomian's illegitimate daughter and her martial soul has mutated, she is talented and is already a soul sage at a young age. Her offspring may very well have the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, or of course, a mutated fire dragon spirit. No matter which one it is, they are all very powerful. But Lu Erlong's mind was entirely on Yu Xiaojiang, the useless man, which made Yu Xiaojiang feel mixed emotions. You know. In the original time and space, after the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was destroyed, it was Yu Xiaojiang who asked Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan to break up in order to restore the glory of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. He was afraid that their offspring would inherit the green phosphorus snake's martial spirit, and he was even more afraid that Dugu Bo would take over the leadership. This shows that Yu Xiaojiang has never forgotten that he is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Erlong, for the sake of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, you can't waste your time on me. Yu Xiaojiang said earnestly. He was really a little annoyed, but he did not blame Tang San. After all, Tang San was his work, and this work had not yet been fully developed. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is gone, he still wants to prove to the world that he, Yu Xiaojiang, is not a waste. After hearing this, Lu Erlong shook her head. She was a wild child and had no feelings for the sect, including Yu Luomian. Whether the sect is destroyed or not has nothing to do with her, as long as she can live well. Although she doesn't have that kind of life now, she can be with Yu Xiaojiang. She doesn't care anymore. She has been living like this all these years anyway. Xiao Gang, even though we have been separated for 20 years and have not been husband and wife, we have worshipped heaven and earth. Do you really want me to leave you? Yu Xiaojiang. As a normal person, he is certainly not like this. Even if he doesn't want something, it is not someone else's turn to use it. But now this situation. Without waiting for Yu Xiaojiang to say anything, Lu Erlong continued, no matter what you say, I will not abandon you. I know that you will say some angry words to deceive me. Is there a possibility that he was just telling the truth and this woman was just too stupid? With a sigh, Yu Xiaojiang could only give up this idea temporarily. He hoped that one day Lu Erlong would understand his good intentions. By the way, Xiao Sen broke through to level 40, who accompanied him to Sunset Forest. Yu Xiaojiang was still quite concerned about Tang San's affairs, because all his hopes in life were pinned on Tang San. Teacher Qin Ming accompanied him. Yu Xiaojiang had heard of the name Qin Ming. This is one of the first batch of students at Shrek Academy. He previously worked at Tiando Royal Academy, which is not far from Shrek Academy. When I heard that Shrek Academy was moving to Tiando City, I came to congratulate you. After what happened with Tai Long, Qin Ming resolutely resigned from the Tiando classroom and came to Shrek Academy. At that time, the 3 education committee members were all confused. They didn't do anything, and didn't have any conflict with Shrek. Why did Qin Ming leave? Was it the Li clan's fault that caused Chunmei to leave the Tiando Royal Academy in anger? Wardfa. After hearing about Chunmei, Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Chunmei was a soul emperor-level warrior, and was more than qualified to accompany Tang San in hunting thousand-year soul beasts. However, he was somewhat unhappy. There were soul sages in the academy, so why didn't he accompany Tang San? It wasn't far anyway. I'm talking about you, Zhao Waoqi. As for Lu Erlong, she was responsible for keeping an eye on Yu Xiaojiang to prevent him from escaping again. Yu Xiaojiang himself was aware of this. Because of that incident, Flanders just gave up and no one cared about him. He just read books and drank tea all day long and had a lot of free time. Yu Xiaojiang didn't blame Flanders because this brother had done his best. Instead, I have a vague feeling that I owe Flanders. Never mind, it's just a 1,000-year soul beast. The scene changes to a forest at sunset. Chunmei and Tang San stood at the foot of a mountain filled with poisonous fog, lost in thought. Junior, why don't we just leave? This place looks like it was arranged by someone, and it's not good to clean up someone else's place. The main thing is that Chunmei doesn't know how to get up. They circled the mountain but couldn't find the entrance. There was poisonous fog everywhere, as if there was some big secret inside. Not to mention soul beasts, there isn't even a soul beast wing around. You can imagine how terrible the poison here is. Tang San also wanted to leave, but he had a vague feeling that there was something fishy going on here, and that this was a destiny for him. You know, he is a disciple of the Tang sect and a professional poison master. If he were alone, he would have found a chance to investigate by now. As if he had thought of something, Tang San looked at Chunmei, then looked at Dushan, and then said, Senior Chunmei, let's go, it is more important to obtain the spirit ring first. Okay. 3 days later, Tang San appeared alone at the foot of the poison mountain. He had obtained the 4th soul ring and went back to Shrek Academy. Then, he came to the foot of the poison mountain again based on the route he remembered. Without any nonsense, Tang San relied on Tang sect's unique skills to prevent the poisonous fog from hurting him at all, and reached the top of the mountain easily. Just taking a glance down, Tang San stood there in a daze. Could this be the legendary place where extreme cold and extreme heat alternate, one of the 3 treasure bowls, the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire? It only took Tang San a few seconds to go from confusion to joy. You know, this is the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. According to legend, the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire are full of magical herbs and medicines, and it is a rare treasure land. If we only talk about magical herbs and elixirs, the effects of the other 2 treasure bowls are not as good as the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Of course, this doesn't mean that the other 2 cornucopias are worse than the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, they just have different functions. Chapter 152. The Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire were within reach, and Tang San's heart was excited, his hands were shaking, and he climbed down from the top of the mountain carefully, fearing that one accident would force him to start over. Having already started over again, Tang San still has a great fear of death. Time passed quietly, and Tang San also came to the edge of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire spring. At this time, Tang San's expression was very strange, even a little ugly. At this time, the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire looked like the land had been plowed by a cow. The soil was very irregular and full of potholes. I'm late. Tang San just felt a slight pain in his head, he never thought that such a precious land would be occupied by someone first. This is the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, one of the 3 great treasure troves. Glancing at the fountain, Tang San's eyes twitched slightly. Who on earth was it that didn't even let the fountain go? Looking at the edge of the spring, it is not difficult to see that the spring of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire should not be where it is now. This is a difference of several feet. According to records, there are countless natural treasures, magical herbs and elixirs in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Now look at the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Suddenly, Tang San seemed to have discovered something, his eyes lit up, and then he was overjoyed. He hurried to the vine and observed it carefully. This is a sweet potato vine. Its roots are golden and there are no sweet potatoes. The leaves also faintly glow with golden light, and there is a hint of dragon aura surrounding it. Land. Tang San swallowed and his eyes widened. This is Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. Although the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd has little effect on him, it is still a magical herb that can purify the dragon bloodline and even have a chance to evolve a subdragon into a real dragon. The effect was simply terrifying. Of course, this is limited to the dragon clan. Just when Tang San was about to start throwing and take the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd out of the soil, he felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. This feeling is like there is a cold and poisonous snake behind you, calculating how to bite you. Tang San paused and turned back subconsciously. He didn't know what happened until he turned back. He was shocked. Standing behind him was an old man, his eyes were filled with coldness, and he looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. I was just leaving for a while, but I didn't expect that a little thief would covet my only fortune. Douluo felt a little sad when he said this. Damn it, after fourth sister had her Inyan eyes of ice and fire, this earth dragon golden gourd was the only one left. Douluo transformed himself into a guardian beast, guarding this only child with all his might, but his home was still almost robbed. Senior. Tang San shuddered all over. He had thought that the Inyan eyes of ice and fire had an owner, but he did not expect that this owner had such a violent temper. From what he said, it seemed as if he only protected the earth dragon golden gourd, and the others were stolen by the thief. If this is true, then wouldn't Tang San be shot even when he is lying down? Hasn't he taken action yet? He has the motive and the idea, but he hasn't taken action yet. I am Douluo, tell me your name, I will make you die with a clear conscience. A powerful aura of a tidal Douluo swept towards Tang San. In just a moment, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. This is the pressure released by a tidal Douluo in anger. Naturally, it is impossible for it to be gradual, allowing Tang San to adapt and show off. Pfft. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tang San's brain kept working. He seemed to have thought of something and his pupils shrank. Douluo. The legendary Biphosphorus Douluo, the tidal Douluo known as Poison Douluo. Because of some special circumstances, Shrek and his party had no contact with the Royal Do Team 1. Or even the Heaven Do Royal Academy, so Tang San had never come into contact with Douluo. When he first heard about Poison Douluo, he was really numb. The most important thing is that he couldn't use Douluo's poisoning to control the other party like in the original book. Evening, Junior Tang San pays respect to His Majesty the Poison Douluo. This is all a misunderstanding, I didn't know this place was yours. Tang San said with great difficulty. He thought there were people here, but he didn't expect that there was actually a tidal Douluo here. In the current situation, it is really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. It is even a question of whether we can survive. Seeing that Tang San could still speak despite such pressure, Douluo was a little surprised. Because he was too angry before, he actually forgot something more important. Boy, how did you know the name of this thing? You know, even he didn't know about the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd before, let alone its name. He just thought that this thing was a little special. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him not only knew about the Inyan eyes of ice and fire, but also knew about the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. After hearing this, Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. Not to mention the Earth Dragon Golden Pumpkin, there were quite a few magical herbs that he didn't recognize. This is the accumulation of hundreds of years of his Tang sect and the result of the hard work of the ancestors of all generations. Senior, I just happened to read a book, this thing is exactly the same as the Earth Dragon Golden Pumpkin described in the book, so. You fart. Douluo waved his hand casually, and a stream of soul power hit Tang San in the face. Tang San tilted his head, and his body flew into the air, spinning 2.5 circles in the air before landing heavily on the ground. I have read a lot of books, looking for books on immortal herbs, but have found nothing. On the entire Douluo Continent, perhaps only that old chrysanthemum knows something or two. Who do you think you are? Douluo said disdainfully, you still want to deceive him. Yang Wudi. Many people know about the magic herbs, but the magic herbs on Douluo Continent are basically within the Inyan eyes of ice and fire. So what if they know them? They had no luck at all in getting the magic grass. Tang San just felt his head buzzing. He suspected Douluo was just looking for an excuse to beat him up. That's not right. Does Douluo need an excuse to beat him up? It seems that this is Douluo's inner thought. He really believed that. Your Majesty, everything is possible, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Tang San didn't dare to show his murderous intent. He believed that Douluo had already met his end, but he could only say it in his heart and didn't dare to express it out loud. If he expresses it, he may not see the sun tomorrow. After hearing this, Douluo calmed down a little, narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang San. What Tang San said was right. Just because he doesn't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But he just couldn't help wanting to beat Tang San up. Boy, your life and death are now in my hands, whatever I say is what it is. Seeing Douluo being so domineering, Tang San was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. In a trance, a ray of light flashed through Tang San's mind. Your Majesty the Poison Douluo, do you dare to bet with me? Chapter 153. Your Majesty, do you dare to bet with me? This is a very classic saying, and it almost contains half of the history of Douluo. Douluo looked at Tang San as if he was a fool. What is his identity and status? How dare you say such shameless words? To gamble, one must be of similar status and position to be qualified. Douluo didn't know that in the original time and space, he did make a bet with Tang San. Douluo slapped Tang San in the face with his backhand, and another soul power acted on Tang San's face. The force was so great that Tang San spun around once more before falling to the ground. In the use of strength, it is not easy to achieve this effect every time. 2 slaps brought Tang San back to reality. He could never be a match for Douluo. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was impossible for a soul sect member like him to kill a titled Douluo. Tang San had seen how terrifying the soul Douluo was, not to mention the title Douluo above the soul Douluo. Tang San, you are so young and don't practice well, it's okay to do some sneaky things, but you are also addicted to gambling. Douluo said without changing his expression that he had changed a lot from his past self. You know, Douluo is now a pure believer in beauty. Tang San opened his mouth slightly, but stopped talking. He was just doing this to save his life. How come in Douluo's mouth he became an uneducated bad boy? At the age of less than 15, he has already cultivated to the soul sect level. Isn't this fast enough? Wait, something's wrong. Tang San frowned, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. Since your life is ruined, I will personally send you off. Remember, practice hard in your next life and don't get obsessed with this kind of thing. If you were already a titled Douluo and did something like this, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you are nothing. Douluo shook his head, as if he was very sorry. In fact, he was also a little surprised. At Tang San's age, he is definitely no more than 18 years old, yet he is already a soul sect level warrior. With this kind of talent, he would be considered a genius even in the entire Douluo continent. Since they have become enemies, there is no need to keep Tang San. Cut the grass at its roots to prevent it from growing again in the spring. Tang San's pupils shrank and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even though Douluo seemed to be doing this for his own good, he actually wanted to kill him right away. Senior, if you really want to be so ruthless, I, Tang San, am not a soft persimmon. Tang San is not a man without background. His father, Tang Hao, is the youngest titled Douluo in Douluo Continent. Behind them is the huge Haotian sect. Although Douluo is strong, he is nothing facing Haotian Douluo and Haotian sect. Oh. Douluo seemed to remember something happy, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then tell me about your background, I want to see if you are a pushover. If Tang San's background is average, he will make sure that the other party never sees the sun tomorrow. As a poisoned Douluo, group attacks are what he is best at. Father Tang Hao. Tang San bowed to Douluo and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, but a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. His father is Haotian Douluo, I don't believe Douluo will not be afraid. After hearing this, Douluo's face changed. Tang Hao, what an old name. Tang Hao, Tang San. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Tang Hao's reputation is still very terrifying. After all, that was Haotian Douluo, the existence of the Hammer Pope. Wait, there was an interesting rumor in Tiendo City before, that is, Tang Hao appeared in Shrek Academy. What happened in front of the gate of Shrek Academy could not be concealed at all. Especially what happened between Tang San and Titan. Thinking of this, Douluo looked at Tang San with a somewhat strange expression. There is no need for Tang San to lie about this matter. It is very likely that he is really Tang Hao's son. Having already offended Tang San to this extent, why not go all out and kill Tang San here and then throw him into the sunset forest, leaving him without a complete body and without being able to find out who the ferocious beast is? It's not right. After looking at Yang Quan and then at Tang San, Douluo made a decision in his heart. Isn't the yin-yang eye of ice and fire the best place to bury bones? After throwing Tang San into the spring, could Tang Hao still go down to investigate? Tang San understood what Douluo was thinking just by looking at his eyes. Genius, worthy of being His Majesty the Poisoned Douluo. I actually thought that yin-yang eye of ice and fire is the best place to bury bones. The person the other party wanted to kill seemed to be him, Tang San. Thinking of this, Tang San's eyes twitched slightly and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Even though he had internal injuries and was hurt by the pressure before, his instinct for survival would not allow him to sit and wait for death. Escape, escape as far as you can. As long as he leaves here and returns to Tiendo City, he will be safe. In public, even if he was a titled Douluo, he couldn't kill people without scruples. Thinking of this, Tang San's right hand flashed with blue light, and 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, quickly rose from under his feet. The first soul skill, Blue Silver Coil. This soul skill was not released towards Douluo, but towards the edges of the mountain. He wanted to use these edges to leave the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Douluo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. A mere soul sect actually tried to escape from a titled Douluo. This was simply like a dream. Escape? Can you escape? Douluo waved his hand casually, and another pure soul power hit Tang San. Even though his skin was torn, Tang San didn't care and just gritted his teeth and persisted. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Douluo's entire family. This old guy has already decided to die. You have good willpower, I want to see how long you can hold on. Another casual blow landed on Tang San's back. This blow made Tang San grin uncontrollably. But he did not give up his desire to live. It's a cat and mouse mentality. It's fine if you don't resist. If you resist, all your chances of survival will be lost. Tang San didn't look back and continued to use Blue's silver entanglement, constantly climbing with the help of Blue's silver grass. The mountain is about 1,000 meters high. His speed is relatively fast, but it is still difficult to get out in a short time. If you don't die, you will definitely achieve something. Even if it was an enemy, Douluo couldn't stop praising him. He was still like this even in the face of a desperate situation, which showed that Tang San's willpower was too strong. Tang San didn't dare to reply, because he didn't dare to stop climbing. Just when Douluo was about to attack again, a figure appeared beside him. Douluo slightly side-glanced and looked at the person who came. Although this man was unkempt, the aura of a titled Douluo was revealed. Chapter 154. His eyes were not clear, but rather a little cloudy, but they revealed an extraordinary temperament. Tang Hao is the first person who possesses the strength of a titled Douluo but wears tattered clothes and does not care about his appearance. At this moment, Douluo did not continue to attack Tang San. He just looked at Tang San's back and then glanced at the person next to him. He found himself locked by the man next to him, and if he made any unusual movement, he would be attacked violently. I'm not afraid of the other party. Fighting here will eventually destroy the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, even if there is nothing here. Tang San did not receive the expected attack, but he did not dare to stop, or even look back. Now he was like a fleeing rat, not caring about the situation behind him and only focused on escaping. He did not stop for a moment until he reached the top of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, until he crossed the poisonous fog and disappeared into the sunset forest naturally. He had no idea what Douluo was doing. Tang Hao. Douluo glanced sideways and said without changing his expression. He was not familiar with Tang Hao, but he had heard rumors about him. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. In the eyes of the older generation of strong men, Tang Hao's reputation is still very useful. The main reason was that they were being hunted down by the spirit hall. They were 3 against 1 but were killed by Tang Hao, and even a generation of Pope died. Being able to kill the Pope head-on shows how powerful Tang Hao is. Most people are afraid of him. Gue and Ju were left with psychological trauma after being beaten by Tang Hao. Especially Ghost Douluo, he would tremble wildly when he heard the last name Tang. This is the first and last time. Tang Hao glanced sideways, a golden light burst out from his turbid eyes, and boundless murderous aura enveloped Douluo. If Tang Hao wasn't afraid that Douluo would fight to the death, he wouldn't say a word to Douluo. Even if it was Tang San's fault, Tang San was his son after all. Even if he did something wrong, he should be the one to punish him. Douluo did not have the right to punish him, and he should not have the idea of killing Tang San. Tang Hao stretched out his right hand and pointed a finger at Douluo. It was simple for him to say this harsh word, to give both parties a way out and break the awkward situation. Although he looked rather fierce, he was actually telling Douluo that he would not pursue the matter any further. As long as Douluo did not pursue the matter any further, the matter would be over. This is also a helpless move, after all he is seriously injured. If he can avoid fighting, he would try not to fight. Anyway, they are not his mortal enemies. Feeling the boundless murderous aura, Douluo's expression did not change much. It was true that he had seen too many powerful people recently, and a little karami like Tang Hao could not even rank among them. Tang Hao, you don't have to threaten me. If you hadn't come, that kid would never have been able to escape. I didn't expect that the son of Haotian is actually such a thief. Douluo folded his arms and said with a forced smile. He is not the Douluo of the past, he is now the Plath version, so he is not as fearful of Tang Hao as before. After hearing this, Tang Hao immediately became furious, clenched his fists, and wished he could beat Douluo to death with one punch. What does it mean that the son of Haotian is actually a thief? Do you really think I won't attack you? Tang Hao said in a deep voice. If he wasn't seriously injured, he wouldn't have fought. Why would he waste time talking to a titled Douluo like Douluo? What surprised Tang Hao was that this Douluo actually dared to take the initiative to provoke. Douluo is the weakest titled Douluo in a one-on-one fight. Where does he get the confidence to say such things? It's not easy to be born here. If your Majesty Haotian is interested, why not go out and fight? Douluo also wanted to test his own combat power, so he was not afraid at all. As long as he doesn't fight within the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he has nothing to fear. After hearing this, Tang Hao was a little surprised. Knowing that he is Tang Hao, he still chooses to fight him one-on-one. Is Douluo a little bit arrogant? The weakest titled Douluo, challenging the youngest titled Douluo. Being provoked like this, if Douluo is not punished, he will probably become more arrogant. Tang Hao looked at Douluo deeply, and with a flash, he arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. His meaning was very clear: since Douluo wanted to fight, then come on. To deal with a weak kun like Douluo, there is no need to use all your strength, and you don't even need to use the great Summer hammer. As long as he doesn't use his strongest strength, he can suppress the hidden injuries. Douluo did not hesitate and followed him. Soon, the two came to a dense forest, and the pressure of a tidal DOLOU burst out. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. When the ninth soul ring rose from under Tang Hao's feet, Douluo's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Red 100,000-year soul ring. No wonder Tang Hao is so strong in the rumors. It turns out he has a 100,000-year level spirit ring. Level 95. Facing the level 95 Tang Hao, Douluo was still a little scared. When Tang Hao just broke through to the tidal DOLOU, he was able to fight 3 at once, killing 2 and severely injuring 1. Of course, this was spread by outsiders. In fact, Qian Xuanji was not killed by Tang Hao at all. He was just seriously injured, not fatally. The one who dealt the final blow to Qiang Sunji was actually his beloved disciple Bibi Dong. Douluo also released his martial soul. Only the last one of his soul rings was different in color from Tang Hao's. Tang Hao's was red, while his was black. With only 1 spirit ring difference, the gap between tidal DOLOU was infinitely widened. Tang Hao frowned. Wasn't it said that Douluo was the weakest tidal DOLOU in a one-on-one fight? Why does he have a soul power of level 94? That would be fine. Isn't his martial soul the green phosphorus serpent king? What is the situation with this dragon martial spirit? Under normal circumstances, there is no weak dragon spirit. Even if a sub-dragon cultivates to the tidal DOLOU level, it is still terrifying. If the sub-dragon martial soul is cultivated to the true god level, then the sub-dragon martial soul can also transform into a true dragon martial soul. In the process of cultivation, the martial soul will also evolve, so no martial soul that can be cultivated to the tidal DOLOU level is weak. Tang Hao did not expect Douluo's change, but he did not run away directly. Level 94, so what with the dragon martial spirit? There is still a huge gap between Douluo and him. The two looked at each other, and Tang Hao took the lead in launching an attack. It was a very simple and unpretentious attack. He held the clear sky hammer in both hands, spun around with his right foot as the axis, and smashed towards Douluo. Douluo is not stupid, so he naturally cannot go head-to-head with Tang Hao. He still has a little awe for the title of the world's #1 weapon spirit. Chapter 155. The battle between the two tidal DOLOU was simply not something that weak beings like them could watch. Only by escaping can there be a chance of survival. A tidal DOLOU may not be a match for a 100,000-year soul beast in a one-on-one fight, but the one that a tidal DOLOU is fighting against is a 100,000-year soul beast. There is no such existence in the entire Sunset Forest. If I don't escape, will I just wait for death? As the battle between the two became more intense, the two figures approached quickly and stopped when they were about to reach the battlefield. Hey, isn't this Mr. Tang Hao and Mr. Douluo? Inji asked in confusion. Why are they fighting? The book does not record the scene of Tang Hao and Douluo fighting. Could it be that he remembered it wrong? The fourth sister looked at Tang Hao, then at Douluo, and made a decision in her heart. Douluo is her benefactor. If it weren't for Douluo, it would be hard to say whether she could have evolved successfully. She almost died at the level of the star aniseed mysterious ice grass. As for Tang Hao, that has nothing to do with her. The two people who were fighting also noticed the person coming. After seeing the person's face clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this Inji and fourth sister? It's so terrifying. They all fought in the depths of Sunset Forest, but the aftermath summoned these two over. After seeing Inji and fourth sister, Douluo was ecstatic. He changed his previous fighting style, and his eyes were like a pie-shaped statistical chart, containing 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of ridicule and 4 parts of indifference. It's stable, this wave is stable. Tang Hao will die. Regardless of whether Inji will help him, if he really can't win, fourth sister will definitely help him. This one is the Beast King among Beast Kings. It is a terrifying existence that has surpassed the 100,000-year level and is able to kill Yu Engine in seconds. Tang Hao, what a nobody. After fighting for this period of time, Douluo also discovered a problem. Tang Hao's attack seemed fierce, but there was a trace of instability in his aura, even though he suppressed it very well and did not show it. He's injured. In just a moment, Douluo understood why Tang Hao gave him a way out. It turns out that the one who didn't want to take action was not Douluo, but Tang Hao. Second brother, do you think Douluo can win? After hearing this, Douluo's mouth curled up slightly. If that was true, fourth sister would definitely help him because he had done her a favor. Besides, fourth sister's achievements today are basically all due to her yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. From 100,000 years to 200,000 years, and then from 200,000 years to 300,000 years. He saw this with his own eyes. Tang Hao frowned and his expression became increasingly solemn. If the fourth sister wants to help Douluo Bo, then he will have no chance of winning. Whether you can escape or not depends on the other person's mood. No wonder Douluo Bo's attacks became much more direct after he saw the newcomer. I thought he was anxious, but I didn't expect that he felt stable. What a sinister Douluo Bo. What Tang Hao didn't expect was that Douluo Bo actually knew Yinji and the fourth sister, and seemed very familiar with them. Who is Yinji? They were carrying more than 300,000 kilograms of stuff, but they treated it like a piece of trash. He is a terrifying being that can control 200,000-year-old beast kings with one hand and amplify 2 evil soul beasts with the other hand. In front of Yinji, Tang Hao is nothing. As for the fourth sister, she is known to everyone because she is the human-faced Spider King and the one who killed Yu Engine in seconds. Everyone knew that the fourth sister was a soul beast and had been wandering around in the human world for so long, but no one dared to make a move on her. Don't you dare. Indeed, she didn't dare. She could kill Yu Engine, who was at level 95, in 1 second. Who among the title Douluo and quasi-title Douluo below level 95 dared to attack her? Super Douluo above level 95 dare not make a move easily. You know, the fourth sister has 300,000-year spirit rings and 6 10,000-year spirit rings. Even Golden Crocodile Douluo wouldn't dare to say he could defeat such an existence. As for others, forget it. There is no chance at all, and you may even lose your life. Besides, it seems like they didn't do anything bad when they came to the human world, right? They are just strolling around and occasionally helping people. Is it necessary to be enemies with such beings? The world of soul masters is just like the martial arts world. No matter how strong you are in the martial arts world, you will still feel scared when facing thousands of troops. If you kill one person, 10 will come to replace him. If you kill 10 people, 100 will come to replace him. They can never be killed, and there is an endless supply. But the fourth sister did not violate the interests of the empire, so the empire would naturally not easily deal with such a strong person. As long as the benefits are not too great, facing such a strong man, we will just pretend nothing happened. It's hard to say, both sides' attacks were relatively restrained and no real fight broke out. Yinji shook her head and said. No matter the cost, Tang Hao will definitely be the winner. But both sides are relatively restrained, and it is difficult to tell the winner unless they really fight. There was only 1 level difference between the two, and Tang Hao was injured and could not exert his full strength. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, Douluo Bo still has a slight chance of winning. The fourth sister looked at Tang Hao thoughtfully. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tang Hao was just holding on, as he was obviously injured. Why did Yinji say it was hard to say? Could it be that Tang Hao has some other trump card? After hearing this, the two looked at each other and agreed. They did not really get angry and were relatively restrained. After all, they were not mortal enemies. If Yinji and the fourth sister didn't come, after a few more attempts, both sides would find a way to back down and the matter would be left unresolved. But with Yinji and the fourth sister coming, Douluo Bo saw the hope of winning, so naturally he would not give Tang Hao a way out, and instead launched a more intense attack. Why lose when you can win? Seeing this, Tang Hao could only rely on his hammer method to fight Douluo Bo, but he did not dare to use his full strength. If he wins, it will be difficult to get out of the Sunset Forest today. Tang San sighed. He stumbled all the way and finally ran out of the Sunset Forest. Perhaps because of his good luck, he did not encounter any powerful soul beasts along the way. After running out of the Sunset Forest, Tang San still did not look back, but ran straight towards Tiando City. His face was red and swollen, with a slap mark on both sides of his face. There were 2 other injuries on Tang San's body, one of which was on his back, which was completely torn apart. The second was on the right arm. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Tang San's face was extremely pale, but he did not dare to stop. The adrenaline was still taking effect, making Tang San temporarily forget the pain in his right arm and back, and he ran for his life. When Tang San saw Tiando City getting closer, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stop, who is coming? Tang San's appearance attracted the attention of the guards. He looks like he's been bullied. Chapter 156. But Tang San was injured like this, so necessary questioning was still necessary. After hearing this, Tang San subconsciously stopped, still a little frightened. It's really scary. When he came to his senses, he realized the injuries on his body. He grimaced in pain, but no sound came out. Seeing this, the guard couldn't help but praise Tang San in his heart. What a ruthless guy. The wound on his right arm was so deep that the bone was visible. The wound on Tang San's back could not be seen from the front, but the blood stains on his clothes could be seen. This shows that Tang San's injuries are indeed serious. But he was able to hold back from making any sound. Isn't that a ruthless person? I am a student of Shrek Academy, and I am being hunted by a titled Douluo. Tang San did not hide anything and said with a serious expression. He didn't say the reason, because what he did was indeed not a fair thing. He knew that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire had an owner, but he just couldn't control himself and wanted to steal something. After all, this is my old profession, how can I just quit it? Anyway, the result was that he was hunted down by the title Douluo. Tang Sen felt like he was dreaming to be able to escape from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. After hearing this, many guards looked at each other, and then looked at each other. Pfft. They really couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. This kid is really, how should I put it, it's a bit hard to evaluate. Being hunted down by a title Douluo. Is he, a young man, worthy of it? It's simply courting death. Is it true that a title Douluo can only take one step to cover 10 meters, but he can't run as fast as him? Or maybe his horse runs faster than that of the title Douluo. If this kid had said he was a soul king or a soul master, they would have believed it. But he said title Douluo. Isn't this a joke? What are you laughing at? For some reason, Tang Sen always felt that this group of people were destined to die, and there was no reason for it. He narrowly escaped death and successfully escaped, but was actually laughed at by these people. I'm sorry, we are professionally trained and normally we don't laugh. Yes, those who can guard the gate of Tiendo City not only have some soul power, but also have received professional training and training. They can basically remain calm in the face of any emergency. Unless you can't help it. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed again. Could this kid really think he could escape from the title Douluo? It's just wishful thinking and a fool's dream. They were too embarrassed to expose Tang Sen. How did he come up with such an excuse to take advantage of the situation? What the hell are you laughing at? Tang Sen had a frosty face and tried hard to control his emotions. These people were different from the gatekeepers of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The guards of Notting Junior Soul Master College only represent the guards of an academy, but these people represent the face of the entire Tiendo Empire. If he killed them, there would be no place for Tang Sen in the Heaven Do Empire. This is also the reason why Tang Sen has not taken action so far. He has memorized the appearance of these guards. If he has the chance, he will make these people pay a terrible price. Anyone who dares to laugh at him, Tang Sen, is seeking death. The guard was slightly stunned, vaguely feeling that Tang Sen was in some danger. Nothing, my second aunt's daughter's third aunt's fourth aunt's granddaughter was born today, we are happy. Tang Sen. No matter whether others believe it or not, he doesn't believe it. I was really hunted by a title Douluo, which is why I became like this, Tang Sen said with a frosty face and an extremely determined gaze. If one day he could defeat Douluo, he would definitely attack Douluo first. There is no rush to kill Douluo, just play the cat-chasing-mouse game. Oh, yes, that title master actually let you escape, you are really lucky. Tang Sen frowned, he always felt that the guard had something else to say. Since you are a student of Shrek Academy, go back and heal your wounds. The guard waved his hand and signaled to let him pass. Seeing this, Tang Sen walked into Tiendo City very unhappy. As soon as he stepped into Tiendo City, he heard the laughter of the crowd behind him. Ha ha ha, this kid is really interesting, he even escaped from the title Douluo. Even a Soul Douluo level expert wouldn't be able to say something like this, right? You've learned to act cool at such a young age, no wonder you got beaten up. Everyone was talking at once, causing Tang Sen's eyelids to twitch wildly and his left fist to clench tightly. He really wanted to go out of the city again and kill these guards, but unfortunately, he had to consider the consequences. After entering the city, Tang Sen returned to Shrek Academy in a moment. When Shrek and his crew saw Tang Sen's appearance, they were all stunned. It was the first time they saw Tang Sen in such a miserable state. Even when he faced Titan, he had never been like this. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu, who was closest to Tang Sen, said with a trembling voice that she had never expected Tang Sen to become like this. It looked like he was caught and slapped violently. After all, there were 2 slap marks on his face. Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang and others also looked at Tang Sen in confusion. With Tang Sen's current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a strong man above the Soul King level, it would be no problem for him to escape unscathed. The one who could beat him like this must be at least a Soul King, or even a Soul Emperor. With the help of hidden weapons, Tang Sen should have no problem dealing with ordinary Soul Kings. It is estimated that only a Soul Emperor could make Tang Sen so embarrassed. I met Douluo, got beaten up by him, and then I ran away. Tang Sen did not lie and spoke bluntly. Being able to escape from the hands of a titled Douluo is considered an extraordinary feat. Douluo. Is it His Majesty the Biphosphorus? There may be many people named Douluo, but there is only one person under the Bailan crown, the titled Douluo. Yes. Tang Sen nodded to Yu Xiaojiang. He didn't know that he would meet a titled Douluo on this trip. After hearing this, everyone fell silent, looking at Tang Sen with some confusion, even with a gleam of doubt in their eyes. If he really meets Douluo, can Tang Sen still escape? Not to mention that he was just a soul sect master, even soul saints like Xiao Wuji and Flanders would not be able to escape. Moreover, Douluo had a strange personality and was decisive in killing people. He would poison a person's entire family if he disagreed with them. How could he let Tang San escape? Something is wrong, very wrong. Could it be Tang Hao? As if they had thought of something, everyone's eyes lit up. This is the only explanation that makes sense. When Tang San is in danger of his life, Tang Hao will always appear first and save his life. It must have been Tang Hao who saved Tang San, otherwise how could he escape from Douluo? After realizing this, everyone stopped asking questions and arranged for someone to heal Tang San. Chapter 157. For the sake of face, Tang Hao would never admit defeat voluntarily. If he admitted defeat voluntarily and the news was accidentally spread out, wouldn't he, Tang Hao, be laughed at by the world for not being able to beat the weakest Douluo in a one-on-one fight? It was also impossible for Douluo to admit defeat. Before the fourth sister came, he might have just had a sparring match with Tang Hao, and in the end, both sides would have left. Fourth sister is here, but he is still like this. Then fourth sister's trip was in vain, right? The human-faced Spider King's words and deeds showed his intention to help him, which naturally put him in an invincible position. Douluo, it's not that I can't beat you, but don't go too far. Tang Hao smashed Douluo with his hammer, and the ground shook instantly, indicating that he missed. At the same time, he also sent a message to Douluo. The meaning is very simple, he just can't use his full strength, it's not that Douluo is too strong. If he had no internal injuries, he could teach Douluo a lesson with just 3 blows of the hammer. Of course, if he didn't consider the consequences at this time, he could also use 3 hammers to send Douluo down. After hearing this, Douluo smiled evilly. He certainly knew how powerful Tang Hao was, and Tang Hao was not wrong. Even if his martial soul evolved, even if his cultivation level improved, he would not be a match for the former Pope Qian Xuanji, let alone Tang Hao who pinned Qian Xuanji to the ground. He couldn't beat Tang Hao in a fight, but he just couldn't swallow this humiliation. The only child was almost stolen by Tang San, and he is not allowed to vent his emotions. With Tang Hao around, he couldn't kill Tang San, but he could vent his anger. Is this how you apologize? Hitting him with a hammer and threatening him, is this the Tang family's attitude towards apologizing? He doesn't accept such an apology. Apologize? There is no word for apology in the Tang family's dictionary. Asking Tang Hao to apologize is even more painful than killing him. It's impossible to apologize. I have never said such words in my life. Douluo, have you considered the consequences of doing this? Tang Hao swung the hammer again and said in a deep voice. As a result of? Do you believe that I will leave you in this sunset forest today? You still want me to consider the consequences, are you worthy? With the support of someone, Douluo immediately became arrogant and did not give Tang Hao any face at all. After hearing this, Tang Hao looked at his fourth sister who was ready to make a move, then looked at Douluo who had a raised mouth and looked like he deserved a beating, and finally he was speechless. I was caught and there was nothing I could do. Who makes the situation stronger than the people, who makes the other side have a stronger person in charge? Very good, Douluo, I will remember this day. Tang Hao secretly said in his heart, he swore that after Tang San grew up, he would destroy Douluo's entire family. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Based on Tang Hao's understanding of Tang San's character, Tang San himself would not let Douluo go. You know, this child has been cautious since he was young. Even after he became Yu Xiaojiang's apprentice and said that a teacher is a father for life, he still said in the soul-hunting forest, this person knows my secret and is ready to die. Even though he had already become his disciple, he still said those words and still didn't believe the other party. It can be seen that Tang San is a meticulous person and a vengeful person. If he were given the chance, Douluo would definitely break the inheritance. Humph, you better wait for my son to kill you. With a cold snort in his heart, Tang Hao no longer hesitated. After smashing out another blow with the hammer, he seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and ran away without looking back. Inji, fourth sister, and Douluo were a little stunned when they saw this. Didn't Tang Hao refuse to retreat even if he was beaten to death? Why did he just run away? After thinking for a while, Douluo did not chase after them, but put away his martial spirit and walked towards Inji and the fourth sister. Praise the pure beauty, praise the goddess Idrila, the goddess is unparalleled in beauty. Meet the knight of the silver branch, meet the fourth sister, may the pure and beautiful light shine upon the two of you. Douluo said with a smile, he gradually liked this way of greeting. Some of his acquaintances were less afraid of him because of this way of greeting. This is a good thing, at least I am not as lonely as before. Greetings, old man, may the goddess bless you. The fourth sister nodded as a response, but she didn't say hello. Instead, she asked directly, how did you two start fighting? Tang Hao is injured, but you are no match for him. Douluo was silent for a moment, organized his words, and then said, Tang Hao's son Tang Sen sneaked into the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, preparing to attack my only Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. How can I tolerate him? Yingji was a little surprised. Tang San and Dugu Yan had no contact, but he still came to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. But the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire were plucked clean by the fourth sister, leaving only the last Earth Dragon pumpkin for Douluo. The fact that he didn't turn evil shows that he has a broad mind. Tang San wanted to steal the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, so Douluo naturally tried his best to stop him. Of course, Douluo can easily control someone like Tang San, so the one who has to fight desperately is Tang Hao. Just when I was about to suppress Tang San forever in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire Spring, Tang Hao appeared. It's you who has to destroy the corpse. A look of apology flashed across the fourth sister's face. All the magic grass in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire was eaten by her. But she had asked Douluo whether these magical herbs were edible, and Douluo said yes. I see. For the fourth sister, Douluo is her benefactor. It doesn't really matter who is right or wrong. She will help her relatives instead of the others. But Douluo was not only right, he was also in the right, so there was no problem in helping him. The three of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and just as Yingji was about to leave, the fourth sister seemed to have thought of something and said to Douluo, has the spring water risen? The spring water in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire is also a good thing. It is the purest energy. After eating the star anise ice grass and a fiery apricot, the fourth sister is no longer afraid of these extreme ice and fire energies. She can swallow and absorb them directly. Of course, she can't swallow too much at a time, otherwise she will feel bloated. No one knew how long it took for the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire to be formed, and the spring finally reached its previous size. Not long after that, the fourth sister began to miss the energy of the spring again. What do you want to do? Douluo looked at his fourth sister warily, subconsciously took a step back, and said. Drink some of the spring energy to help me evolve to 400,000 years old. The fourth sister didn't understand Douluo's implicit meaning and spoke bluntly. After hearing this, Douluo frowned. His guess was right. The fourth sister who became a 100,000-year-old soul beast and survived two great catastrophes was really a soul beast of more than 300,000 years. Now it is almost 400,000 years. It's really fast. The fourth sister practiced beside Yingji. Although she had no blood to eat and no other source of energy, her practice speed was not slow. Instead, it became much faster. It is now around 380,000 years old. It only needs to absorb some energy to break through to 400,000 years. Chapter 158. Douluo knew clearly whether the spring water had risen or not, but there was no movement at all. But he couldn't refuse his fourth sister's request. This is a breakthrough after all. It's gone up a little, but it doesn't matter, you want to. At this point, Douluo paused, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, and quickly changed his words. It's good that you can break through. I wanted to say that she would absorb it casually, but then I thought, if he really said that, my fourth sister might absorb all the spring water without leaving any. After all, she was born as a soul beast, and she has no idea about the ways of the world, so she takes politeness as the truth. For example, his magical herbs and medicines. After hearing this, the fourth sister nodded. Is it good enough if I can make a breakthrough? Then wouldn't she have a place every time she wanted to break through? Very good. Fortunately, Douluo didn't know what his fourth sister was thinking, otherwise, he would have spit out blood. Of course, what Douluo cared about was not the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, but the growth of the only Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. This concerns the fate of his lineage, and there can't be any mistakes. The Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire are still there, so maybe a few more Earth Dragon Golden Gourds will grow. But if the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire are gone, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd will also be over. Therefore, he must be careful and cautious and not dare to make any mistakes. The fourth sister's breakthrough was very smooth. With the inheritance of the gods, the heavenly tribulation seemed not to have noticed her, and she passed through 400,000 years easily. When the dragon god set the rules, he never thought about this problem. He himself believed that it was impossible for a human god to pass on his throne to a soul beast. Yes, even the dragon god thinks so, not to mention those human gods. But the strange goddess of love appeared. She passed the throne to the fourth sister because the fourth sister made the acacia heartbreak red flower bloom and because she swallowed the acacia heartbreak red. Anyway, she doesn't have much time left. After her death, there will be chaos in the world of gods. When Yingji and the fourth sister left the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Douluo stood at the edge of a spring pool, leaned over to look, and felt like crying but had no tears. My goodness, it was just a breakthrough, but the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire lost so much spring water. I'm afraid it will take thousands of years for it to recover. As if he thought of something, Douluo sighed. He is a human being, and his life of birth, aging, sickness and death is no more than 100 years. But the fourth sister is different, she is a soul beast. As long as she doesn't die prematurely, she will still be standing in the world 10,000 years later. If this spring water could help her break through to 1,000,000 years and become a god, that would be a wonderful thing. After realizing this, Douluo was no longer so painful. His descendants will still need this person's care. After all, a man lives for 100 years, while plants and trees only last for one spring. Soul beasts are not subject to such restrictions. I still can't figure it out, how did she break through so quickly? The human-faced spider emperor can indeed devour blood to quickly increase its strength, which is why both humans and soul beasts regard the human-faced magic bead and the evolved human-faced spider emperor as evil soul beasts. This kind of thing is really too evil. Of course, if this ability is given to them, it is an evil power, it depends on who uses it. Tiando City, Prince's Mansion. Qian Renxue has been feeling a little depressed lately, and the words Yingji said to her at that time kept flashing through her mind. Really, was it wrong? Miss, the investigation is complete. At this time, a figure appeared 3 meters behind Qian Renxue, and he spoke to Qian Renxue respectfully. After hearing this, Qian Renxue came back to her senses and said to the visitor, Uncle Shilong, go ahead. That's right, Miss, Tang San is indeed the son of Tang Hao, moreover, judging from his martial spirit records, he has a blue silver grass martial spirit with innate full spirit power. How is it possible for blue silver grass to have innate full soul power? Having a congenital level 3 is probably the best that can be achieved. Innate soul power is related to the strength of the martial soul. Of course, it does not mean that if the martial soul is good, the innate soul power must be very high. Take the Haotian sect for example. The Haotian hammer is the world's #1 weapon spirit, but the spirit master who awakens the Haotian hammer may not have very high innate spirit power, and may even be only level 3 or 4, or even level 4 or 5. However, for those with bad martial souls, such as useless martial souls, it is almost impossible for them to have too high soul power unless they are mutated. Where is the spirit hall? Helping so many people awaken their martial spirits. The big data alone is so terrifying that it is beyond anyone's imagination. It is impossible for blue silver grass to awaken its full innate soul power. The reason why no one guessed that Tang San had twin martial spirits was because of the blue silver grass. What you need to know is that the formation of twin martial souls is only possible when the quality of the two martial souls is similar. Blue silver grass is a useless martial soul. Even if Tang San has twin martial souls, the other martial soul will not be that strong, and it is also impossible to awaken the innate full soul power. They are suffering from the disadvantages of being educated. Yu Xiaojiang was different. When he saw the blue silver grass and the innate full soul power, he thought that Tang San possessed another very powerful martial soul. However, one problem was overlooked, that is, the formation of twin martial souls requires the two martial souls to be of similar quality. By accident, Yu Xiaojiang guessed that Tang San indeed had twin spirits. This may be their fate as master and apprentice. Tang Hao's son actually has a mutated blue silver grass spirit. It's kind of funny. Qian Renxue shook her head. She didn't take such an opponent seriously at all. The clear sky hammer with innate full soul power might be worthy of her attention, that's all. You know, she is an innate level 20 being. Even though her training speed was no different from her innate full soul power, her 10th level God-given soul power allowed her to be ahead of countless people of the same age. Everyone knows that Tang Hao is the youngest title Douluo, and even the youngest soul emperor is a record he created. The man who had just broken through to the soul emperor level at the age of 30 had become the second youngest person to have done so. But who would have known that Qian Renxue, who was just in her 20s, had already broken through to the soul emperor level? This is because she did not concentrate on her cultivation. Miss, should we tell the teacher about Tang Hao and Tang San's news? At this point, Shilong looked at Qian Renxue's expression and found that there was no change, so he continued, inform His Majesty the Pope. You think she doesn't know? She just doesn't want to avenge her father. Qian Renxue's expression changed suddenly, she clenched her fists and spoke with a frosty face. In her understanding, Tang Hao was the enemy who murdered her father. The elders and the great priest DALU who knew the truth did not dare to tell Qian Renxue the truth, for fear that her Taoism would be damaged and her cultivation would be affected. The reason why Qian Renxue was sent to Tiando City as an undercover agent was because they were afraid that she would find out something in Wuhuan City and thus fall out with Bibi Dong. This kind of thing is really hard to accept for a little girl. Chapter 159. The corner of Shilong's eyes twitched slightly. Was this what he should hear? The relationship between the Pope and the young master is still so bad. As a subordinate, he could only watch with his eyes and nose, and pretend he didn't know. Few of the Spirit Hall's high-ranking officials didn't know about the affair between Pope Bibi Dong and the former Pope Qian Xuanji. Some people even suspected that Qian Xuanji was bewitched by Bibi Dong. Otherwise, as a descendant of the God of Angels, how could he do such a thing? If Qian Xuanji was a lustful man, he would not have reached level 95, and would not be in his 60s or 70s, and still not have any offspring, or even a bad reputation. In Qian Daolu's eyes, although Qian Xuanji is not a good person because he has no way to cultivate to level 98 or even 99, his character is not a problem. If Qian Xuanji had not insisted on taking Bibi Dong as his disciple and even gave her the title of saint, Bibi Dong might not have obtained her first soul ring yet. Yes, her talent will be exploited, and she will stay in a dark place, the purpose is self-evident. When Bibi Dong awakened her martial soul, because she was still a child, she directly exposed her twin martial souls. There is no telling how many noble families were targeting her, and her parents died because of this. If Qian Xuanji had not passed by, there would be no Pope Bibi Dong today. Of course, knowing too much is not a good thing for subordinates. Shilong and Sishue are the ones who know nothing. Indeed, the two of them really didn't know. The ones who know the most about what happened back then are Gui and Ju, because they were promoted by Qian Xuanji and are considered Qian Xuanji's right-hand men. In addition to this, there is the great priest Qian DALU. Qian Renxue also realized that she was being rude, and that her words just now were somewhat personal. Just as she was about to say something, Shilong hurriedly said, "Miss, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." This was considered a way for Qian Renxue to save face. After pretending to be Xueqinghe for so many years, she had become very scheming and cunning. Naturally, I understand why Shilong said that. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Shilong, please go down and have a rest first." "Yes, miss, you should also take more rest if you need anything, you can call your subordinates and pierce your blood at any time." "Okay." After getting Qian Renshue's reply, Shilong hurriedly took his leave and disappeared into the study. Qian Renxue picked up Tang San's information, shook her head, and threw it away. A ball of golden flame wrapped the paper and then turned it into ashes. "Father, if that woman really doesn't help you get revenge, when I have time, I will personally lead the team to hunt down Tang Hao and the remnants of the Haotian sect." A cold light flashed in Qian Renshue's eyes, and she murmured with great determination. The reason why it developed like this was because Tang Hao was exposed too early, and Tang San had nothing worthy of Qian Renshue's attention, and his twin martial spirits were not exposed, let alone defeating Qian Renxue. What's more, in Qian Renshue's heart, there is already an indelible figure. Even though she knew that he was not interested in women, Qian Renxue wanted to use this trick to test his weakness. At this time, Tang San was still lying on the bed, quietly healing his wounds and fantasizing about how to take revenge in the future. Why lying down? The injuries on his body were mainly on his right arm and back, so he naturally needed to lie down. "Xiao San, tell me the truth, why did you provoke Dugubo?" Yu Xiaojiang was sitting not far away and said with a melancholy look on his face. "It's not that easy to offend a titled Douluo. What's more, Dugubo is this poisonous snake. Even when his father was around, he would not easily offend the other party. Now that Yu Yuanjin is gone, Yu Xiaojiang is not as confident in speaking. Teacher, this is what happened." Tang San did not hide anything from Yu Xiaojiang, but told him what had happened. After listening to Tang San's story, Yu Xiaojiang's face looked a little strange, but he didn't mean to blame Tang San. Opportunities are meant for those who are capable. Tang San was unlucky and was spotted by Dugubo, who just said that he was unlucky. If Tang San could obtain the magical herb called Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, his strength might be greatly improved. "Xiao San, this matter can only be blamed on your bad luck, it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong." Seeing that Yu Xiaojiang understood him so well, Tang San couldn't help but feel touched. Even though Yu Xiaojiang was crippled by Titan and had complaints in his heart, he still didn't make any changes to him. Tang San agreed with Yu Xiaojiang's words. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. At most, he was just unlucky. If there is a chance, Tang San will go back. As if he had thought of something, Yu Xiaojiang continued, "Xiao San, based on my understanding of Dugubo, the reason you were able to come back is not because you ran fast, nor because Dugubo didn't want to hunt you down. It's because of your father, Tang Hao, he should be protecting you in secret." After lying down for so long, Tang San also discovered this problem. At first, he thought he really escaped by his own ability. If you think about it carefully, it's impossible that he could have run away by his own ability. Now Tang San is just a soul sect leader. How could Dugubo, a powerful titled Douluo, be unable to outrun him? The opponent doesn't even need to release his martial spirit to kill him without a burial place. Don't think too much about it, now that you're back, you should practice hard and try to show Dugubo your face as soon as possible. Is teacher? Tang San nodded and said yes, he thought so too. He has twin martial souls, is a genius with innate full soul power, and possesses the Tang sect's unique skills. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a strong man. What we need to do now is to shorten the time it takes to become a strong person. Tang Hao achieved the title of Douluo at the age of 44. He, Tang San, will definitely surpass him and become better than his master. In 30 years at most, he, Tang San, will definitely become a titled Douluo. To show your displeasure to Douluo. When he gets up, he will make sure that Douluo's entire family will be killed. There was one thing Tang San didn't know, that was when he talked about the effects of the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Yu Xiaojiang was obviously stunned. This Earth Dragon Golden Pumpkin is tailor-made for him. Of course, if it was useful to Tang San, he wouldn't ask for this. Tang San is his creation. Only when Tang San rises can he rise. Even if Luo Sanpao evolved by eating the Earth Dragon Gourd, he would never be able to reach a high level of cultivation in his lifetime. This is also the reason why Yu Xiaojiang didn't say it. Unfortunately, if he had known about this thing earlier, his father Yu Yuanjin would have brought it back for him even if he had to snatch it from Douluo. It's too late, everything is too late. We can only place our hopes on Tang San. When Yu Xiaojiang left Tang San's dormitory, Xiao Wu quietly came to Tang San's side. During this time, she also learned a lot of things. Tang San's father, Tang Hao, is a titled Douluo. Chapter 160. Not to mention a titled Douluo, even a soul Douluo would be able to see through her disguise. Of course, Xiao Wu didn't dare to think too much. After all, Tang San already knew her identity, but he still treated her the same as before. This is enough. As for what Tang Hao would do to her, it didn't matter if she didn't think about it. Third brother, are you feeling better? After Xiao Wu arrived in the room, she walked straight to the head of the bed and said with concern. Tang San was so badly injured when he came back that Xiao Wu was really shocked. Unexpectedly, he actually offended a titled Douluo. The titled Douluo among humans can be completely compared to the 100,000-year soul beast among soul beasts. Of course, fighting alone, few humans can defeat a 100,000-year soul beast. Even the weakest 100,000-year soul beast is not so easy to deal with. When a soul beast evolves to the 100,000-year level, it will be reborn. In human terms, it evolves from an ordinary martial soul to a top-level martial soul. Evolved from a top-level martial spirit to a super martial spirit. Even if the blue-silver grass evolves into the blue-silver queen, it can still be compared with the world's #1 weapon spirit, the clear sky hammer. It is conceivable how terrifying a 100,000-year soul beast is. 100,000 years is a threshold. Once you cross this hurdle, even the most ordinary soul beast will become extraordinary. For example, the soft-bone rabbit is apparently a very ordinary soul beast, but after a breakthrough of 100,000 years, it possesses terrifying soul skills such as teleportation, invincible golden body, and nothingness. This is why a 100,000-year soul beast is so terrifying. Of course, some soul beasts that are already super soul beasts can possess the combat power of ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts in just 10,000 years. For example, the dark gold Terraclaw bear, especially the direct descendants of the Bear King, are even more terrifying. Tang San smiled at Xiao Wu and said, with Jiangzhu and the others helping me with treatment, I am much better now. Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something, and said to Tang San, I heard from Senior Chunmei that there is a healing spirit master in the Tiando Empire Academy, and her spirit is the nine-hearted begonia. Third brother, how about I go and tie her up ahem, please come and help you heal your wounds. Xiao Wu is a fearless person. If she can help Tang San, then what's wrong with really kidnapping the girl named Jilingling? The corner of Tang San's eyes twitched slightly. Don't think that he didn't understand what Xiao Wu said. Now that his injuries are almost healed, if he goes on to tie someone up, and ask someone to help, wouldn't that ruin his reputation as a gentleman? This is totally unnecessary. Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. My injuries will be healed in a few days, there is no need to do this. Tang San shook his head and said. Okay. Xiao Wu lowered her head as if she had done something wrong and said no more. That Chunmei is really something. He clearly knew Yilingling, but he didn't ask her to come back as soon as Tang San was injured. It's really abominable that he insists on being the one who speaks after the event. As if he had thought of something, Tang San fell into deep thought. Nine-hearted begonia martial spirit. A very powerful healing spirit master. Tang San really didn't know what this martial soul was. Because Yu Xiaojiang had never taught him the knowledge of the nine-hearted begonia. Not to mention that he didn't know, even Yu Xiaojiang was confused. Generally speaking, apart from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, few people would pay attention to other auxiliary martial spirits. After all, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is well known and is the best auxiliary martial spirit in the world. What is nine-hearted begonia? I've never heard of it. When the nine-hearted begonia is in effect on the battlefield, there will be an undead army. As long as they are not killed instantly, they will be able to stand up in a moment until the blue bar is cleared. The nine-hearted begonia martial soul is very special. No matter how many soul rings it only has one soul skill, area healing. This soul skill alone makes it qualified to compete with the 7 treasures glazed tower. Unfortunately, while the 7 treasures glazed tower is cursed, the nine-hearted begonia is also cursed. There can only be one owner of the nine-hearted begonia in each generation. Because of this, the 9-hearted begonia martial spirit lost the opportunity to compete with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. By the way, third brother. You know my identity, I can't accompany you to participate in this continent-wide high-level Soul Master Elite competition. Xiao Wu said bitterly. The Acacia Heartbreak Red was swallowed by the 4th sister, and Xiao Wu had no way to use the Acacia Heartbreak Red to hide her breath. There was no telling how many Soul Douluos and even titled Douluos would be attending the Continental Elite competition for advanced Soul Masters. If she participated, it would be like walking into a trap. The reason why she came to see Tang San this time was still the same. She was mainly afraid that Tang San would misunderstand why she didn't accompany him to participate in the competition. After hearing this, Tang San nodded. It was the best choice for Xiao Wu not to participate in the competition. If she went to participate in the competition, she would be arrested in minutes. Xiao Wu is different from that human-faced Spider King. That human-faced Spider King is so terrifying that even the teacher's father, the level 95 Yu Yuan Zhen, was killed by her in seconds. With such terrifying strength, who would dare to challenge him? Xiao Wu is different. She transformed into a human form and cultivated herself again. Currently, she is only a soul master and her strength is only that of a soul master. Killing her is easy for those strong ones. Xiao Wu, you just stay in the academy when the time comes, we will bring back the championship trophy, and I will also bring back the glory that belongs to you. Tang San said with a serious face, looking very solemn. Xiao Wu was deeply moved. It had to be her third brother. She didn't even participate in the competition, but he wanted to help her bring the championship back. But, can Tang San and his team really win the championship? Apart from Tang San, only Dai Mubai broke through to level 42 days ago, obtained a spirit ring, and became a spirit master. There are only 2 soul masters in Shrek Academy, and the strongest of the others is only Soul Lord at level 38. With such a lineup, it is questionable whether they can pass the 4 Elements Academy. Although the 4 Elements Academy had no campus and was even staying in Shrek Academy, their respective places in the competition were reserved. Even though there is only 1 campus, including Shrek Academy, it has a total of 5 places for the competition. If this campus is integrated and formed into one front, the younger generation may have a chance to win 2nd place. Even after integration, there is still a huge gap between it and the Wuhuan Academy. The contestant with the highest soul power is not as strong as the one with the lowest soul power. How can they win? The royal family originally wanted to disqualify the 4 Elements Academy from participating in the competition and deprive them of the title of Advanced Soul Master Academy. Because they offended someone they could not afford to offend, no. It should be said that they were God. But that God let bygones be bygones and did not continue to attack the 4 Elements Academy. Naturally, the royal family had no reason to deprive the 4 Elements Academy of its place in the competition. After all, it is an old academy that has provided the empire with a lot of talented and loyal people. Chapter 161. Tiando City, on the street. Several young people had sad faces, as if someone close to them had died. Don't say it, really don't say it. They are none other than Huang Do and his group. Some time ago, their captain Yu Tianheng returned to the sect and died in battle. Not long after, their team leader defected and abandoned them. The continuous blows really made them exhausted and confused. Among them, Deputy Captain Dugu Yen was the saddest. She is Yu Tianheng's girlfriend. She had just recovered from her illness and hadn't done anything yet, but Yu Tianheng was furious. Just when she wanted to ask her grandfather to help Yu Tianheng get revenge, her enemy was killed by the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. As for the fundamental reason, it was because the 4th sister killed Yu Yuanzhen that led to such consequences. But the 4th sister is her grandfather's good friend. 4th sister's 2nd brother was her and her grandfather's savior. What's even more outrageous is that her grandfather is no match for any of them. This is so damn serious that Dugu Yen became depressed. Today, Dugu Yen is the captain of the royal fighting team, but she does not want to be this captain. As long as Yu Tianheng can come back, she would rather be a deputy captain for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, Yu Tianheng can't come back. Yen, don't be too sad, the captain in heaven wouldn't want to see you like this. Yi Lingling is Dugu Yan's best friend, and she is the only one in the entire team who can call Dugu Yan that. She was wearing a veil, which was very thin, and you could vaguely see that she was staring at a beautiful face. Rumor has it that the first man who sees the face beneath the veil will be Yi Lingling's husband. Unfortunately, this rumor is false. She just suffers from social phobia, so she wears a veil to cover it a little. Of course, this may be true. If the man who unveiled the veil is the one Yi Lingling likes, isn't this an excuse? As the saying goes, if a man is handsome, he should marry his lover. If he is ugly, he should work like a slave in the next life to repay his benefactor. Tianheng, my Tianheng. Dugu Yen felt distressed, but dared not say a word. She knew that her grandfather Dugu Bo didn't like Yu Tianheng, but she liked him. Lingling, don't worry, I'm fine. Du Yan said somewhat distraught. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Du Yan was very ill, but no one pointed this out. How can I feel at ease with you like this? Yi Lingling shook her head and spoke bluntly. After hearing this, Huang Do and her group subconsciously kept a distance from Du Yan and Yi Lingling. This was a secret between them girls. What's wrong with me? You look too haggard, you are nothing like the high-spirited and self-centered Yan Yan you used to be. Du Yan was silent for a while, then said, Lingling, you have never been in love, you don't understand love. Fuck love, look at what you have become now. Yi Lingling said this with a look of disappointment, then took out a mirror from the storage soul guide and pointed it at Du Yan. Take a closer look at what you look like now. Du Yan's eyes were evasive, and everyone's scalps were tingling. This is Yi Lingling, who is known for her gentleness. This is a kind-hearted assistant. It was really too much to make her swear. Everyone also knew Du Yan's situation, and they sincerely hoped that Yi Lingling could scold Du Yan and wake him up. Looking at the ghost. In the mirror, Du Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. She hadn't put on makeup for a long time. A powerful person at the top of the Soul sect, who might have broken through to the Soul King before the competition started, was so haggard. The poison of love was really powerful. Love can severely damage fate, which shows how terrifying the power of love is. Yan Yan, you have become unlike a human being. If the captain saw you like this, he would probably feel bad over there, right? Yi Lingling tried to comfort her again, saying that if she didn't have a good relationship with Du Yan, she wouldn't bother to say so much. She can save the dying and the wounded, and as long as they are not dead, she can snatch them from the hands of death. But this is a heart disease. Even if her healing skills are extremely effective, she cannot cure this kind of heart disease. Heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. Du Yan. Suddenly, a voice sounded, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. This little girl's aura is quite similar to Du Bo's, but she is a little dead. Second brother, should we go over and take a look? The person who was speaking was a woman with smoky makeup on her beautiful face, which did not affect her beauty at all, but made her look a little more evil. This woman is the fourth sister. As for the second brother she mentioned, who else could it be other than Inji? She should be Mr. Du Bo's granddaughter Du Yan, she does look a little unwell. The fourth sister was talking about the aura of death. Du Yan looked like a dying person. Inji was talking about the bad condition, but Du Yan's situation could still be saved. Regardless of whether it is for Du Bo's sake or not, since I have met him, I will help if I can. Strange, why did she become more deadly after seeing us? The fourth sister murmured in confusion. Inji seemed to have thought of something and suddenly realized it. After all, Yu Tianheng's death had something to do with them. This may be the reason why Du Yan became like this. Revenge, but there is no way to take revenge. You can't even have such a thought, otherwise it would be repaying kindness with enmity. Du Yan is not the kind of person who doesn't understand things. That's why she wants to end it all and go accompany Yu Tianheng. Greetings to the Silver Branch Knight, and hello to Lord Spider Emperor. Whether judging from their clothes or their appearance, they are definitely Silver Branch and the human-faced Spider Emperor. Everyone hurriedly bowed to Inji and the fourth sister, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Those who can enter Tiando Royal Academy to study are either from aristocratic families or nobles. Their families have warned them again and again that it would be even worse if they offended the emperor, the crown prince, or even the prince. Don't offend these two. If you offend the former, you still have a glimmer of hope, but if you offend the latter, you will have to fight against everything, or be killed and swallowed instantly. Even Du Yan couldn't help but bow to Inji, because Inji was her savior. As for the fourth sister, she clenched her teeth and said nothing. In contrast, the fourth sister didn't care either. Met 2 pretty ladies and 4 handsome gentlemen. Inji held it with his right hand, placed it across his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Praise the pure beauty, let us wait for our encounter." As the fourth sister spoke, everyone subconsciously trembled. They didn't want to meet the fourth sister. If they met this person in the Star Do Great Forest, they would probably die without knowing how they died. If the other party treated them as food, their meeting could really be a praise to the god she believed in, because the takeaway was actually delivered to her door. Chapter 162. When Huang Do and his companions saw Inji and the fourth sister, they trembled with fear. They knew what they were afraid of, but they did not dare to speak. There was no hatred in Du Yan's eyes when she looked at her fourth sister. This sister was her grandfather's good friend, but she was also the culprit that caused Yu Tianheng's death. Although Yu Tianheng was not killed by her, he died because of her. The feeling of being suffocated by having her revenge taken away by others really tortured Du Yan. "Hey, little girl, are you like this because you miss your lover?" The fourth sister saw through Du Yan's problem at a glance and said with some confusion. She is the descendant of the god of love, so she can still see Du Yan's condition. Everyone was stunned, and then their eyes twitched. No, what is the situation with this human-faced spider emperor? Can you see Duguyen's problem at a glance? Shouldn't she think that Duguyen was just mentally unwell? Why did she say Duguyen was missing her lover? Duguyen was shocked and looked at her fourth sister in disbelief. This culprit was actually... Inji didn't understand this and subconsciously retreated behind the fourth sister, giving the C position to her. Yi Lingling, who was standing by, seemed to have thought of something. She mustered up her courage and stood in front of her fourth sister and said, Lord Spider Emperor, Yen Yen is indeed like this because she misses her lover. Her lover is Yu Tianheng, the grandson of the title Douluo you killed. After the death of that title Douluo, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was destroyed, and Yu Tianheng also died in that battle. Duguyen wanted to stop Yi Lingling from continuing speaking. She wanted to move, but found that she couldn't move, and couldn't even speak. His eyes kept rolling around, but he was helpless. After hearing this, the fourth sister didn't feel any guilt at all. Yu Yuanjin wanted to kill her and Inji, so was she waiting for him to kill them? You are not as skilled as others, so you deserve to die. The fact that she did not personally attack the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was already her greatest kindness. You know, she is the human-faced Spider King, a very vengeful predator. But Duguyen is Dugyubo's granddaughter. I see. Looking at Duguyen carefully, the fourth sister frowned and said subconsciously, that's not right, she has never had a love line, it's impossible for her to have a lover. Everyone looked at the fourth sister with confusion. Does this human-faced Spider Emperor understand what love is? What does it mean that Duguyen never has a love line? Doesn't she deserve love? Everyone, my fourth sister is the heir of the god of love, it is impossible for her to be wrong about love. Inji said seriously that it could be said that the fourth sister did not understand love, but it could not be said that she could not see it. You know, the god of love is very professional in this area. Even though the fourth sister is not a god yet, she can still see something. When these words were spoken, the entire royal fighting team was shocked. Their eyes widened, their mouths slightly opened, and they seemed to be hesitant to speak. The heir of the god of love. The inheritor of the gods. No wonder this human-faced spider queen is so powerful. It turns out that she is the heir of the gods. They could choose not to believe what the fourth sister said because they were not familiar with each other and humans and animals were different, so it was understandable that they did not believe it. But Inji is different. There is not a single negative review about him. Even in the Four Elements Academy, which has a grudge against him, no one says that Inji has a bad character. If Inji had bad character, they would have died long ago. As for revenge, it is just revenge and has nothing to do with right or wrong. Even if they could kill Inji with their own hands, they would bury her with the highest etiquette and without any humiliation. This is a true knight. At this time, Duguyen was able to speak, but her red lips were slightly open, as if there was something stuck in her throat. Inji is her savior and also her grandfather's savior. In her grandfather's words, Inji has tremendous martial arts skills, but he is a true knight and a selfless knight. He was like a beam of light in the dark world, illuminating everyone. She didn't listen to fourth sister's words, but Inji's words made her at a loss for words. I never had a love line. Duguyen fell into deep thought. She and Yu Tianheng had been in love for so long, why was there never a love line between them? Yes, a love line will only be created when two people truly love each other, even if one of them dies, the love line will not be broken. There will still be some remnants. In your case, it should be unrequited love. Just like me. The fourth sister didn't say the last words, but she couldn't help but glance at Inji. She had long discovered that she also had no love line, and as for Inji, she couldn't see through her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Duguyen waved her hands and shook her head desperately. She didn't believe this was true. She and Yu Tianheng are so in love, how could it be just unrequited love? This is definitely not true. Fourth sister must have tricked her. Woohoo. Although she knew that soul beasts would not lie, she was unwilling to believe it. It's fake. It's actually fake. Everyone was confused. It seemed that there was something wrong with the captain they respected. Unrequited love. What a unrequited love. Is it because the deputy captain is not pretty enough, or has a bad figure, and is not gentle enough to him? Although Duguyen is strong, she is very gentle to Yu Tianheng. But Yu Tianheng. It can't be fake, you just have unrequited love, in your opinion, that person loves you, but he may have other purposes. The fourth sister could only see this much. She had no idea what kind of person Yu Tianheng was, and she had never seen him, so naturally she didn't know what Yu Tianheng's purpose was. In a trance, Duguyen seemed to have thought of something, his eyes went dark, and he fainted. She finally accepted the reality and guessed Yu Tianheng's purpose. It's so painful, Yu Tianheng. Fortunately, Yi Lingling was quick to catch the fallen Duguyen, but she looked melancholy. She once thought that Yu Tianheng might have ulterior motives in approaching Duguyen, but she didn't dare to say anything more. Whether it is the Yu family or the Douluo family, neither of them can be offended by her Yi family. Seeing how painful Douluo Yan was, she really regretted not persuading Douluo Yan and Yu Tianheng to break up before. Ah! A sigh resounded throughout the venue, and a figure in emerald green armor appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Thank you, fourth sister. Douluo bowed to the fourth sister and continued, I didn't expect that you actually obtained the inheritance of the gods, congratulations. My granddaughter has a stubborn personality, I have told her many times that Yu Tianheng's intentions are not pure, but she just won't listen. Now I am reaping the fruits of my own evil deeds, which can be considered retribution. When everyone saw Douluo, they were stunned. They didn't expect that this person was also in the dark. Greetings to His Majesty the Bailin. Everyone saluted hurriedly. Although they were Douluo Yan's teammates and were very familiar with Douluo Yan, they had to show due respect to Douluo, even if Douluo didn't care. Chapter 163. Douluo did not expect that the fourth sister would inherit the god's heritage. It turns out that soul beasts can also become gods. He was not clear about the rules of the divine world, so he had such doubts, or he had never heard of such a thing. Although he said that Douluo Yan reaped the fruits of her own actions, he felt very distressed. If Yu Tianheng was still alive, he would have to pull out his tendons and bones, otherwise he would never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Everyone was a little surprised to see that Douluo actually trusted the fourth sister so much. You have to know that the fourth sister is a soul beast, and also a human-faced spider emperor. But Douluo seemed not to care at all and chose to believe the other party. It's nothing, your granddaughter really didn't have a love story before, I'm just telling the truth, I hope she can get over it. The poison of love is very terrible, it is much more terrible than my poison. The fourth sister said without changing her expression that she was good at using poison and was considered the best in the entire Douluo Continent. Douluo's poison is nothing in front of her. After obtaining the inheritance of the god of love, her poison has become even more extraordinary. Once you are poisoned by it, there is no antidote. Douluo knew how terrible the fourth sister's poison was. Douluo once thought that his poison was unparalleled in the world and there was no poison more powerful than his in the entire Douluo Continent. He never expected that his poison would be completely vulnerable to this person. Fortunately, this person is not a human, and he is still the titled Douluo who is best at using poison. The poison of love is even more terrifying than this one, but the one who controls this poison is also this person. Silver Branch Knight, fourth sister, I'm going to take my granddaughter home to rest first, come to my house when you have time. Having said that, Douluo seemed to have thought of something, his whole body trembled, and he subconsciously glanced at his fourth sister. It's not good to go to his house, right? Finally, after some mental struggle, Douluo gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. Welcome to my home. Okay, Mr. Douluo, take care. I'll go when I have time. The fourth sister folded her arms and nodded. The next time she is about to break through, she will definitely visit the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire. The spring water there and the things underground are enough for her to break through to 1,000,000 years. The things underground were just her guess. If there were no such things, how could the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire evolve? Douluo felt as if he was being stared at by something, and his back felt slightly cold. Douluo took Douluo Yan from Yilingling and disappeared in a flash. Lord Spider Emperor, does Yan Yan really not have a love story? The fourth sister didn't even think about it. She just glanced at Yilingling and replied directly, no. There was no such thing before, and as to whether there will be in the future, that is a matter of fate. Well, what about me? Yilingling asked cautiously, fearing that her fourth sister would suddenly change her expression. Nor. Yilingling. Well, she really didn't have anyone she liked. Her destiny was to marry a talented and powerful soul master. As for love, maybe there would be one, or maybe there wouldn't be one at all. This is the sadness of being an auxiliary soul master, especially for the more special auxiliary types, the endings are all similar. What is the use of the auxiliary system if there is no powerful soul master to protect it? In the world's #1 auxiliary sect, the other half must be a combat soul master, not to mention their Yi family. In the same auxiliary system, the situation of the Yi family is no different from that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, except that the population base and scale cannot reach the level of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Lingling, do you want to fall in love? Yu Feng asked expectantly. What soul master wouldn't love a support like Yilingling, who has a good figure, is pretty, and gentle? Do you think I can do it? Yilingling's eyes twitched. This Yu Feng is really. If you work hard to cultivate, strive to surpass most of your peers, and are willing to marry into the Yi family, it's not impossible. After thinking for a while, Yilingling said calmly. Her love, she has no love at all. What? Yu Feng scratched his head. It was impossible for him to marry into the wife's family. His family would beat him to death. Even if that is the Yi family. Inheritance is more important. The two brothers, Shimo and Shimo, actually both had some interest in Yilingling, but they knew that it was impossible for them to marry into the family, so they simply gave up the idea. Marry into the Yi family and turn the Black Tortoise martial soul into the Yi family. Even if they are willing, their family members may not agree. This is the Soul Master inheritance. They understood that when Yilingling made such a request, she was not trying to evade them, but that the Yi family really needed such a request. We are all adults now, so naturally we need to be responsible for our family. It looks like I have no chance. Yufeng didn't feel embarrassed and spoke directly. We are all so familiar with each other, what's there to be embarrassed about? Yufeng was confident in these 2 points, working hard in cultivation and surpassing most of his peers, but he didn't even need to think about the last point. Even though the plan didn't work out, Yufeng didn't feel disappointed because he had already guessed such an outcome. Even after guessing the result, he still asked. He wouldn't give up until he got the answer. After a while, everyone said goodbye as they still had many training matches waiting for them. Even without Du Guyan, the training match still has to go on. Inji and the 4th sister were strolling around Tiando City. There were almost no people in need of help, but they rescued some furry children, namely cats and dogs. Silver Branch Knight, it's really you. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away, causing Inji and the 4th sister to stop involuntarily. She was wearing the Shrek Academy uniform. Although the color was a bit problematic, it did not affect her appearance because she was beautiful and had a perfect figure. The girl took 3 steps as two and quickly came in front of Inji, but was blocked by her 4th sister. When the girl saw this, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes, but she didn't say much. My dear friend Zhu Zhuqing, long time no see. The girl was Zhu Zhuqing. She and Inji had not seen each other for a long time. Today, Zhao Wuji's defense was broken again. He really had no way to teach Zhu Zhuqing, this student. She is obviously just a soul master, why is she so powerful? 8 times the gravity, she can still run, jump, and carry weights. How can we train this? Zhu Zhuqing had black hair and bright eyes, all of which were focused on the knight in front of her. Her figure is such that when she lowers her head, you can't see your toes. Seeing this, the 4th sister frowned. Although this girl in front of me doesn't have a love line, she seems to have feelings for Inji. It's been a long time since we last met. I have so many things to say to you, but I don't know how to start. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. Silver Branch Knight, in a while, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will be held, can I invite you to watch the competition? After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head and her face turned slightly red. Just this one expression is enough for many girls to learn for a lifetime. Chapter 164. For no reason, Zhu Zhuqing really wanted Inji to see the results of her training, and the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was the best place to test the results. Almost all the best young people from the entire continent will participate in the competition. This is a place to prove themselves. For civilian soul masters, this is also a stage that helps them obtain better resources. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Inji was not unfamiliar with this competition, and was even somewhat familiar with it. In the original time and space, half of the text was devoted to this competition alone. It would be a lie to say that I am not familiar with it. For a knight, especially one who enjoys fighting, such a competition would certainly be of interest. Unfortunately, Inji is not a soul master. Wait, the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is a grand event, and there are countless people there. If we can promote pure beauty. Thinking of this, Inji no longer hesitated and nodded, saying, thank you for the invitation, my dear friend, I will definitely go there when the time comes. How could Chunmei not be present at such a competition? After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing raised her head with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It was great that such a busy man like the other party did not refuse. Tickets are required to watch the game, and Zhu Zhuqing really wants to invite Inji to the Shrek Academy rest area. But when she thought of the crazy look of Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, she finally didn't say anything. I really don't know why Yu Yuanjin offended Inji and 4th sister. Even though they are such good people, they need to kill each other to solve the problem. It seems that Yu Yuanjin has gone too far. But she was a person of few words, and since she was in Shrek Academy, there were many things she couldn't say directly. I could only feel sorry for Inji and 4th sister in my heart, but it was of no use. At this moment, a young man in a white robe walked towards Inji and others. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were a little erratic. He thought about it for a long time and finally came to see Inji. After all, there were some things that she had to face. Silver Branch Knight, the competition in Tiando City is under the charge of the royal family. Since you want to watch the competition, how about I arrange it? The person who came was Qian Renshua disguised as Shueqinghe. Just as she was about to greet Inji, the little sister from Shrek Academy came to Inji first. Close friend. It seems that there is a story between this little girl and Inji. Thank you for your kindness, my dear friend, that's great. Inji placed his right hand across his heart, bowed slightly, and said. If you buy a ticket, it will be difficult to enter the fighting arena. Tickets for both the opening ceremony and the first day of competition were sold out long ago. Even the tickets for the next day were sold out long ago. Inji is an old-fashioned person. If he doesn't have a ticket, he won't go to watch the game. It is improper to hide in the dark and watch and evade tickets like Tang Hao did. Who is this? Zhu Zhuqing asked subconsciously. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The way this young man looked at Inji was the same as the way she looked at Inji. This is a bit scary. The girl's intuition is very good, especially since her martial soul is a cat. Her intuition is maxed out and she looks at Xue Qinghe vigilantly. It would be fine if a girl looked at Inji like this, but he is a man. I forgot to introduce myself, I'm very sorry. Xue Qinghe said this in a somewhat apologetically tone, but she only said this on the surface, and she didn't feel the slightest bit of apology in her heart. This was just a disguised statement. My name is Xue Qinghe, I'm the Crown Prince of Tiando and also a close friend of Knight Inji. He introduced himself first because he was afraid that Inji would reveal her original identity again. Doesn't this guy know how to lie for her? Well, because the knights don't lie. Fourth sister's eyes twitched slightly. Another one? Zhu Zhuqing frowned, subconsciously looked at Inji, then looked at Xue Qinghe, and frowned. It turned out to be Prince Tiando. I heard that the royal families all spend money, like the Xingluo royal family. I didn't expect that the Prince of Tiando was the same, even worse than him. No, I have to remind Inji, just in case. As if she thought of something, Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled and her face turned pale. Then she quickly shook her head and put the thought behind her. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing did not introduce too much. If the prince knew her identity, it would cause trouble. Unfortunately, how could she know that Qian Renxue already knew her identity? Not only her, but almost no one from Shrek could escape her intelligence network. This little sister actually became hostile to me, interesting. Qian Renxue thought to herself that she was now in the form of Xue Qinghe, but Zhu Zhuqing still felt hostility towards her, but not that kind of hostility, but rather the kind that seemed like she was pampering her. This left Qian Renxue a little confused. It's really a bit confusing. The fourth sister is right beside Inji, why does she only feel hostile towards herself? In Zhu Zhuqing's view, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and she doesn't mind. But at least she has to be a woman, right? Although the fourth sister is not a human, she is this her. Silver Branch Knight, this is my token, with this token, you can enter the fighting arena unimpeded. Without bothering with the little girl Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Renxue directly took out her unique token from the storage soul guide. This token is not simple. It represents not only Xue Qinghe, but also Qian Renxue. Of course, at present only Qian Renxue's confidants recognize this token. The token is made of pure gold and there is no pattern on it, only the word, snow. Without waiting for Inji to say anything, Qian Renxue held the token in one hand, took Inji's hand with the other, put the token down, then let go reluctantly and left. Silver Branch Knight, you must come. Without looking back, he waved to Inji. Inji stared at the token in her hand in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Zhu Zhuqing only felt a chill on her back. This Xue Qinghe is definitely problematic. Silver Branch Knight, I'll go buy the tickets for you, this prince, I always feel like something is wrong. He seems. It was really hard to say. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was very interesting, mostly filled with fear. Even if Inji didn't understand, she understood what Zhu Zhuqing meant. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This has been misunderstood. Who made Qian Renxue look like Xue Qinghe? It's hard not to be misunderstood. My dear friend, you may have misunderstood, Xue Qinghe's dear friend is not that kind of person. This was the first time in all these years that Inji felt an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 165. Zhu Zhuqing blinked, but she clearly felt that Xue Qinghe was that kind of person. The way this Xue Qinghe looks at Inji is almost tearing. What's more, the way he held Inji's hand just now, and the look on his face as if he was reluctant to let go, made people's scalps tingle and their cerebellum atrophy. It's simply too terrifying. I must remind Inji to stay away from the prince and keep a certain distance. If Inji likes, she, Zhu Zhuqing, can do it. Whether in terms of figure or appearance, Zhu Zhuqing can be regarded as the best in the world and should be worthy of the title of Silver Branch. The only difference is strength. Inji would not lie, and she believed what Inji said, but could it be that this was just her illusion? But she clearly felt that it was not an illusion. There was definitely something wrong with this prince. The gender of the person just now is actually the same as you and me, but you can't tell. The fourth sister folded her arms, not knowing what she was trying to emphasize, and said. Her eyes were looking somewhere, and she didn't know what this little girl named Zhu looked like. Although he is only 14 years old, his power is much more terrifying than what she has accumulated over 10,000 years. Is this talent? Genius, just the threshold to see her. He lowered his head to look at his toes. Although he couldn't see them either, there was a certain gap between him and Zhu Zhuqing. This gap was obvious with the naked eye without any help. Feeling the gaze of fourth sister, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head to look at her toes, and recalled fourth sister's words. Suddenly, she understood. She is a woman. Prince Jindo is actually a woman dressed as a man. Zhu Zhuqing only felt that her cerebellum was atrophied a little, and she fell silent. She really didn't know what to say. No wonder she looked at me like that, no wonder she did something like that. Zhu Zhuqing understood, and although his expression was still a little strange, it was much better. Although it is a little difficult to understand why a woman dresses as a man, she is a woman after all, and that's right. Not bad, not bad. For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat relieved. Yingji opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. He didn't know what to say. Silence is golden. In the end, the talkative Yingji didn't say a word. It was not until Zhu Zhuqing left that he spoke. Goodbye, my dear friend, I will definitely go to watch the game on the day of the competition, please rest assured, my dear friend. May purity and beauty protect you. Things that have been promised will naturally not be changed. It seems that I have to stay in Tindo City for the time being. Okay, Silver Branch Knight, I will definitely behave well. May you find the pure goddess Idrila soon. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have made up her mind and ran away without looking back. I came out to relax today and unexpectedly met the person I missed. I was really excited. Can we find the pure goddess Idrila soon? Most definitely. Pure and beautiful, glory be upon you, may this girl find her Idrila soon. Yingji smiled and gave a sincere blessing. But he didn't know that in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, he, Yingji, was Idrila. Not only that, the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, including Douluo, Fourth Sister and others, all have Idrila in their minds that looks like him. They have never seen the real pure goddess Idrila. When Yingji was spreading pure beauty, Yingji himself was truth, goodness and beauty, and people who believed in him were as numerous as Christian carp crossing the river. As for the real goddess of pure beauty Idrila, who would care? Perhaps only Yingji herself would care. The fourth sister raised her red lips slightly, but the words that were about to come out of her mouth were swallowed back. It doesn't matter whether the pure goddess Idrila exists or not. As long as the silver branch is real, there will still be purity and beauty in this world. Inside Shrek Academy, the habitat of the Four Elements Academy. Everyone, the preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is about to begin. If we want to compete for more resources and gain more fame, we must get the best results and suppress Shrek Academy. Although he was staying at Shrek Academy, the relationship between the two parties was not very harmonious. There was only an exchange of interests. When they came to Shrek Academy, they still had to pay some rent every year. In order to regain the former glory of the Four Elements Academy, both teachers and students practiced hard and strived to return to the top as soon as possible. Don't say it, really don't say it. The vice president of Tianshui College, who is also the current president, and the mother of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, was the first to break through to the Contra level. This means that Tianshui College has the capital to fight back. One soul Douluo is naturally not enough, and a large number of soul saints and soul emperors are needed to support it. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer are half-sisters with the same father. Although they are not born of the same mother, the dean treats everyone the same, as if they were his own children, without any favoritism. After hearing this, everyone nodded. They must obtain more resources in order to grow better and then take revenge. Although Yingji did nothing wrong, he was also a very kind knight, always willing to help others, and without any stain on his body. But after all, he killed the dean and a number of senior executives of the Four Elements Academy, causing the status of the Four Elements Academy to plummet. Pure revenge, no other reason, just revenge for the sake of revenge. Even if one wanted to find a stain on Yingji, one could only say that he mingled with the soul beasts that were the enemies of mankind, and they called each other brothers and sisters, and then, there was really nothing else. While everyone was talking, Thunder Academy remained silent. Originally, they were ranked second in the Four Elements Academy, and perhaps they could fight for first place, but Yu Tianxin was gone. The younger generation felt like the sky was falling. From first and second to last place, such a gap is a bit hard to accept. We should have no problem suppressing Shrek Academy, but getting good results. Seeing the Thunder Academy representative's hesitant expression, everyone understood what was going on. They also know the reason. Everyone could only say a few words of comfort but didn't say much. While the Four Elements Academy was boosting morale, Shrek Academy was also not idle. It also boosts morale. I don't care about the others, but when you meet the Royal Fighting Team 2 and the Four Elements Academy, you must win. Shrek and his group were somewhat confused about Lu Erlong's words. They knew what was going on with the Four Elements Academy, but what about the Royal Fighting Team 2? In the last session, we were defeated by the Royal Fighting Team 2, and they even mocked us. Jiang Zhu is a substitute player and also Lu Erlong's direct disciple. She explained to everyone in a low voice. That's it. No wonder Dean Lu Erlong had this expression, gritting his teeth. Ning Tian's soul power level is only level 34, not as high as Tai Long, Jiang Zhu, Jingling, Huang Yuan and others. But he is from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, who dares to make him a substitute? End of this chapter. Chapter 166. Ning Tian is a direct descendant of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Although his strength is relatively low, his status forces the Academy's top management to consider making him a formal team member. Besides, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial spirit is very strange. No matter whether the user is at level 31 or level 39, their amplified attributes are the same. Only the time of amplification will be different. Those with higher soul power can naturally last longer. Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, for every spirit ring obtained, all spirit skills will be increased by 10, initially 10. In other words, although Ning Tian is only a soul master, he can bring a 40 increase in 3 attributes. This is something that Jiang Zhu and Oscar could not achieve, so it makes sense for him to become a formal team member. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect has been destroyed. My main mission in Shrek seems to be to get closer to this Tang San. But because of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow incident, Tang San's defense against me is the greatest among all people. It seems that if I want to gain his recognition, I still need to make some efforts. Ning Tian came here with a mission. If it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't want to have anything to do with the Shrek people. When he first came to Shrek Academy, the task Ning Fengji gave him was very simple, which was to build good relationships with everyone in Shrek. Especially Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang and Dai Mubai. These 3 people represent 3 top forces respectively, and the latter represents the Xingluo royal family. The only pity is that this person is a discarded pawn. Today, Yu Xiaojiang has no value at all. As for Dai Mubai, he is just a discarded pawn and does not need too much attention for the time being. The only one left is Tang San. Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu and others did not say much and were very quiet. Tai Long glanced sideways with an expressionless face, glanced at Tang San, hatred flashed in his eyes. His grandfather told him not to think about revenge. But how could he really give up? His grandfather was prepared to be a dog for Tang Hao, but he didn't want to, and neither did his father. But due to his grandfather's soul Douluo's cultivation level, everyone could only compromise temporarily. There is just no chance for now. If there is a chance, let's see if they can kill this guy Tang San. Third young master, Tai Long, will be the first one to object to Dai Mubai being the captain. You are also a soul sect expert, and you even broke through to the soul sect level before him, which means your talent is above his. Is he worthy of being the captain of the team? Tai Long folded his arms and spoke to Tang San like a loyal dog. His voice was so loud that everyone present was stunned. Even Tang San had no objection to Dai Mubai being the captain, but Tai Long was against it. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San in confusion, and for a moment, he suspected that this was arranged by Tang San. If Tang San really wants to be the captain, he can just tell him privately and it's not impossible to give the position to Tang San. After all, Tang San's talent and strength are indeed above his. If he takes the initiative to let Tang San be the captain, it might even create a good story. But after Tai Long said this, if Dai Mubai took the initiative to give in, would he lose his dignity as the big brother? This is not a question of being the captain or not, it is a question of face. Dai Mubai is the eldest of the Shrek 7 devils and has always treated his brothers as his own brothers. If you have any difficulties, just go to him. As long as he can help, he will never refuse. This is also the reason why everyone assumes that he is the captain. Now that Tyrone had pointed it out, Dai Mubai was really embarrassed. What broke Dai Mubai's defense was Tang San's performance. After hearing this, Tang San did not refute or scold Tai Long at the first time, but fell into deep thought. There was nothing wrong with what Tyrone said. He is 3 years younger than Dai Mubai, but his spirit power is 1 level higher than Dai Mubai. In terms of talent, he, Tang San, is indeed much higher than Dai Mubai. It is most appropriate for him, Tang San, to be the captain. I didn't expect that Talon, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who had such a conflict with Tang San, could speak up for him. That's good. Why is Dai Mubai so short-sighted? Tang San still admired Dai Mubai more. The two of them had no conflicts and got along very well. Tang San just thought about this in his mind and nodded subconsciously. When Tai Long saw this, he couldn't suppress his smile even more than AK, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Very good, that's it. As Tang San's lackey, it is his duty to help Tang San get into some trouble. First, let their brotherly relationship break down, then they will split internally and attract powerful enemies. He wanted to see how Tang San would respond. Soul Masters seldom use their brains, unless they are really unable to win, then their brains will automatically start working, thinking about how to save their lives. Seeing Tang San nod, Dai Mubai's face darkened, his fists clenched and a red light flashed in his eyes. This Tang San actually humiliated Dai Mubai like this. If Tyrone was punished, they could still be brothers, but Tyrone was a villain and did evil things. Unexpectedly, Tang San not only did not punish Tai Long, but instead agreed with Tai Long's words. How should Dai Mubai deal with this? Ning Tian saw this and seemed to be thinking about something. He looked at Tai Long, then at Tang San and Dai Mubai, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a good plan to kill two birds with one stone. He is truly a hero of the world, like a carp swimming across the river. In such a desperate situation, Talon could actually think of such a way to disgust and target Tang San. It's rare, he is a talented person. It looks like it's targeting Dai Mubai, but actually it's targeting Tang San. He is causing trouble for Tang San. Ning Tian retreated behind the crowd without changing his expression. He did not expose Tai Long's conspiracy, but just watched the farce. It doesn't matter to him who is the captain. Third brother, it's fine if Tai Long thinks so, after all, he is your lackey, so he will definitely support you. But you can't think like that. Boss Dai has done so much for everyone, he has been the captain for so long, how can you suddenly change him at this time? Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San with a serious face and spoke bluntly. This statement, on the contrary, made Tai Long's behavior be seen as defending Tang San, clearing him of the suspicion of causing trouble. Ma Hongjun really couldn't help it. What did Tang San's nod mean? Fatty Ma, I am indeed the lackey of the third young master, but am I not telling the truth? The third young master is stronger than Dai Mubai, so he should be the captain. Without waiting for Tang San to say anything, Tai Long pointed at Ma Hongjun and spoke, performing the behavior of a lackey vividly and exquisitely. Ning Tian's eyes twitched slightly when he saw this. What a man who endures humiliation, what a man Tyrone is. Although his body was crippled, his heart became extremely strong, even twisted. Don't mess with people like this. Anyway, Ning Tian is a nobody. As long as he doesn't speak, almost no one will pay attention to him. Chapter 167. He looked at Tyrone carefully and found that he looked determined, which moved him. It turns out that Talon is so loyal. It seems that Tang San had wronged Talon. Tai Long just wanted to help his young master win the position of captain. What did he do wrong? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai looked at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. I never expected that Tang San would be such a person. He was only one level higher than Dai Mubai at this time, but he started competing for the position of captain. If he was 10 levels higher than Dai Mubai, would he be preparing to snatch Dai Mubai's fiancée? What the hell? If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem impossible. When Tang San was weaker, he called Dai Mubai Big Dai, but now he calls Dai Mubai Mubai. This guy has a rebellious nature and is not suitable to be associated with. Why didn't they see it before? Dai Mubai felt a little numb. He and Tang San were brothers who had experienced life and death together. Back then in the Star Do Great Forest, he even took the initiative to stay behind to cover their retreat, buying time for Tang San and the others to escape. I never expected that Tang San, this heartless guy, would actually be such a person. Tang San is indeed such a person. He clearly still has the quota to take people to the God realm, but he did not help Ma Hongjun and took Ma Hongjun's wife, Tang San's cousin by Qinxiang, up with him. As a result, Ma Hongjun spent 500 years in the volcano, meditating and reflecting. Rong Yinbing was able to bring all his wives to the God realm, that's dozens of people. He can even bring his master up there. What's wrong with Tang San bringing another cousin with him? Besides, if it weren't for Bai He's Ginseng King, it would be hard to say whether Xiao Wu could be resurrected successfully. Tang San promised Bai He that he would take good care of Bai Qinxiang, but he used Bai Qinxiang as a bargaining chip. How could Tang San not know what kind of person Ma Hongjun is? This is simply pushing Bai Qinxiang into the fire pit. If it were anyone with the surname Xiao, there would be a place for Bai He and Bai Qinxiang in the divine world. Xiao San, you. Oscar wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He remembered Tang San's background, which was something he, a mere food-type soul master, could not afford to offend. It's better to say less. Didn't you see that Ning Tian was hiding behind him? Wait, something seems wrong. Ning Tian is hiding behind him. Oscar looked back at Ning Tian and was stunned to see that he had an indifferent and nonchalant attitude. Brother, there is an internal conflict, why are you still so leisurely? Xiaoao, what's wrong with me? Tang San replied subconsciously. After hearing this, a frown appeared on Oscar's forehead. This Tang San really didn't treat them as brothers as human beings. At least he used to be called Oscar, but now he is called Little Oscar. Okay, good, good. No, it's nothing. Oscar shook his head and spread his hands. Ning Tian is smart. As expected of a family with a long history, he knows what to do and what not to do when the auxiliary department encounters such things. It really is, it's amazing. This time, Tyrone didn't say anything. Oscar was just a food-type soul master. Besides, if it happened once, twice, and 3 times, Tang San would have suspected him. Seeing this, Tang San didn't say much, but turned his head to look at Dai Mubai and said, Mubai, I won't compete with you for the position of captain. After hearing this, Dai Mubai became even angrier. What does it mean not to argue with him? Does Dai Mubai need Tang San to give him the position of captain in a pitiful way? If you really don't want to argue with him, why don't you scold Tyrone for what he said? Even if it was just a scolding, Dai Mubai believed that Tang San was sincere. Don't fight with him. This is roasting him over the fire. A bang sound resounded throughout the playground. It wasn't Dai Mubai who exploded, but Lu Erlong. At this moment, Lu Erlong's martial spirit possessed his body, and his eyes spewed fire. Are you going to start a quarrel just for the title of captain? Seeing this scene, Lu Erlong was really angry. I didn't expect the Shrek 7 devils to be so united and friendly. Just for the title of captain, they are almost in a fight. Tyrone, I arranged for Dai Mubai to be the captain. If you don't agree, come to me. Lu Erlong looked at Tai Long viciously and said angrily. When Tai Long saw this, he felt a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat. But he is also tough. Things have come to this point. If he didn't want revenge, he would have died long ago. If he is not afraid of death, what else is he afraid of? Dean, I just don't accept it. The 3rd young master is better than Dai Mubai, so he should be the captain. If this gets out, or if the audience sees it, they'll think the academy is suppressing the 3rd young master. The words are not surprising and die endlessly. Tai Long's answer really made the faces of the people present change. A light flashed in Tang San's eyes. He didn't expect it. He didn't expect it. The Li clan is so loyal, great. The more I look at Tyrone, the more I like him. This guy is good, very good. Lu Erlong was stunned. What Tai Long said made sense. If the audience saw it, they would really think so, right? If something like this really happens, it will be very detrimental to enrollment. The academy suppresses geniuses. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind. He was about to speak when a voice interrupted him. If the strongest among you is neither Tang San nor Dai Mubai, the position of captain should be taken by Zhu Zhuqing. I know Zhu Zhuqing's strength best, none of you can match him. The man who came was a sturdy man who was a little over 1.6 meters tall. Although he was short, he was very sturdy. Zhao Wuji. Zhao. Zhao Wuji nodded, but was lost in memories. Zhu Zhuqing, this monster, really made him sweat profusely. Under 8 times gravity, without using soul power, she can still run, jump, and even fight. My goodness, Zhao Wuji even suspected that there was something wrong with his soul skills. After experimenting on several people, he found that there was nothing wrong with the soul skill, the problem was with Zhu Zhuqing. He is simply not human. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tai Long waved his hands quickly, looking unconvinced. Then he continued, my 3rd young master has no rivals under the Soul King. Zhu Zhuqing is only a level 39 soul master, even though she is very close to the soul sect level, she is not a soul sect after all. Not to mention the 3rd young master, even Zhu Zhuqing may not be a match for Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was stunned and looked at Tai Long in surprise. Was it an illusion? He always felt that Tyrone had bad intentions. Don't say it, really don't say it. Dai Mubai is really no match for Zhu Zhuqing. You can brag about your 3rd young master, but don't bring me into the picture, I am really no match for Zhu Qing. Chapter 168. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had an agreement not to interfere with each other and to fight the enemy together. He knew clearly how outrageous Zhu Zhuqing was now, because he was also one of Zhao Wuji's experimental subjects. As soon as he got up, it was 8 times the gravity, and he was asked if he could jump or move. When the test was over, Zhao Wuji said in confusion, there is nothing wrong with my soul skills, why can Zhu Zhuqing jump and move, and even carry weights? After hearing this, Dai Mubai felt like the sky was falling, but he was held up by force. He and Zhu Zhuqing were no longer an engaged couple, but merely a cooperative relationship. The stronger Zhu Zhuqing becomes, the better it is for him and there is no harm in it. The more outrageous she is, the greater her chances of winning, and it would be even better if she could win without doing anything. As for the title of fiancé, it is not important at all. The most important thing is to be alive. Tai Long's words made Zhao Wuji frown. If this guy wasn't the grandson of Titan, he would have slapped him in the face. Zhao Wuji always keeps his word, but this guy actually doubted the truthfulness of his words. After hearing this, Tang San fell into deep thought. It is impossible to ask him to admit that he is not as good as Zhu Juqing. Tang San has never been weaker than anyone in his life, let alone someone with lower spirit power than him. How is it possible to be fought by someone of a higher level? Even if this person is Zhu Juqing, even if she has learned from Yingji for a few days. How can a few days' time compare to the thousands of years of experience and wisdom accumulated by the Tang clan's ancestors? Tang San inherited all the secret techniques of the Tang sect, which destined him to have an extraordinary life. If someone's spirit power level is higher than his, he, Tang San, is no match for him, he admits it. But Zhu Juqing's soul power is not as high as his. The gap between the two is a whole soul ring. Level 39 is indeed not very far from level 42, but it is a big level difference. Zhu Qing, if Tang San just wanted to compete with Zhu Juqing to prove that he was the strongest. But Zhu Juqing didn't seem interested in this. Teacher Zhao, I broke through to level 40 last night, do you have time to go to Sunset Forest together? Without waiting for Tang San to finish, Zhu Juqing said coldly. That's just her personality, so no one is surprised. Only in front of Yingji would Zhu Juqing show her gentle side. At other times, she was like an iceberg. What? You have reached level 40. It's only been a short time and Zhu Juqing has made another breakthrough. Whether it was Lu Erlong or Tang San and the others, they all looked at Zhu Juqing in shock. This cultivation speed is a bit exaggerated. The most shocked person was Zhao Wuji. If I had known earlier, Zhu Juqing would have broken through to level 39 only a month and a half ago. In just a month and a half, she broke through the bottleneck of level 40 and became a quasi-soul master. This kind of talent is truly terrifying. Innate level 7. Even if it is innate full soul power, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Good, good, good. Zhao Wuji said excitedly, all his previous unhappiness was swept away, and he didn't even think about the captain's matter. The most important thing now is to help Zhu Juqing find the most suitable soul ring. Zhu Qing, you are the most talented student I have ever seen. Don't be complacent just because of the teacher's praise, come on, work hard. Zhao Wuji said with a smile, paused, and continued, let's go find the old brothers and let them help you find the most suitable spirit ring. Yes. Dean Lu Erlong, Teacher Zhao and I are leaving first. When Zhu Juqing left, she did not forget to say hello to Lu Erlong. It is good. Lu Erlong was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses. This Zhu Juqing really has something, but unfortunately, this girl is not her disciple. Zhao Wuji's words made Tang San frown and his face darken. When he broke through to level 40, the academy simply arranged for a Soul Emperor level senior to lead the team and help him obtain soul rings. When it came to Zhu Juqing, Zhao Wuji not only had to take action himself, but also had to ask the original teachers of Shrek Academy to take action together. Is the treatment so different? So what is his purpose in staying in Shrek Academy? Just because Yu Xiaojiang is here? No, wait. He, Tang San, was ignored. Although he doesn't care about the captain position, he can even give it to Dai Mubai or Zhu Juqing. But he gave it up, not because he was not qualified. Tai Long said something very well, that is, he, Tang San, is the strongest in the Shrek team. If Tang San had not been the captain, the audience would have laughed at Shrek Academy, saying that Shrek Academy was suppressing geniuses. As a result, he was about to compete with Zhu Juqing to prove that Tai Long's words were not empty talk, but he never expected that he was ignored. Because Xiao Wu did not participate in the competition, Tai Long became a regular team member, not a substitute. Tang San, if you want to be the captain, I can give it to you, anyway, I don't care whether you are the captain or not, because I didn't get to the top by my strength. Dai Mubai spread his hands and said expressionlessly. Even the strongest Zhu Juqing had no objection to him being the captain, but it was Tang San who had an objection. If you have any opinions, I'll give them to you. Now is not the time to turn against Tang San, because standing behind Tang San is Haotian Douluo, and the #1 sect in the world, Haotian sect. It's not that Dai Mubai is afraid of Tang San, but because of some reasons, he cannot break up with Tang San for the time being, at least not on the surface. There was no fluctuation on his face, but he greeted Tang San 1,800 times in his heart. Mubai, I really didn't mean that. Why couldn't Dai Mubai understand Tang San? He just wanted to prove that he was the strongest in the team. It didn't matter whether he was the captain or not. Anyway, he is the vice-captain, so it's no big deal if he is not the captain. At least, he has always admired Dai Mubai. He vaguely felt that Dai Mubai should be able to bring him some help. Then what do you mean? Ma Hongjun said subconsciously. It was Tang San who made Boss Dai lose face, and it was still Tang San who said that was not what he meant. Today they finally saw through Tang San's true colors. All the brotherhood was a joke. It turns out that only the 3 Shrek brothers are true brothers. This latecomer, Tang San, is not worthy. That's not what I meant. You all know that in a one-on-one duel of the same level, control-type soul masters have the most advantages, not to mention that my soul power level is one level higher than Mubai. Tang San's meaning was very clear, his strength was stronger than Dai Mubai's. He doesn't have to be the captain, but he must be the strongest. Chapter 169. Everyone was silent, their eyes twitching slightly. This Tang San also said that he didn't mean that. He looked down on Dai Mubai from the bottom of his heart, yet he still said such polite words. Dean Lu Erlong, let the strongest Tang San take over the position of captain. Dai Mubai, am not worthy of being the captain because of my limited knowledge and talent. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he snorted coldly, turned around and left, with no intention of communicating with Tang San at all. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar hurriedly followed. They both looked at Tang San deeply, as if they wanted to understand what kind of person Tang San was. Tyrone felt a little regretful that they didn't fight, but being able to break up the relationship between Shrek and his group was already a very good result. Congratulations, Third Master. Congratulations, Third Master. Dai Mubai is quite perceptive, he knew he was no match for you, so he just ran away without a fight. Wear it 1,000 times, but flattery never wears it. After hearing this, Tang San felt a little flattered, but said with a worried look, Tai Long, Mubai is the eldest brother among us after all, don't say bad things about him in the future. I don't really want to hear it. These words were not insincere. Tang San really didn't want to hear bad things about Dai Mubai, but he needed to use these companions as comparison. Dai Mubai is the eldest and his soul power level is one of the best, so it is most appropriate to use him for comparison. Yes, Third Young Master. I didn't say anything bad about Dai Mubai, I was just being realistic. I can't stand seeing the Third Young Master have such strength but can't show it. I can't stand seeing the Third Young Master burying himself like this. You are the Master's son, you should be as mighty and powerful as the Master and become the youngest title Douluo. Although I have never seen the Master's appearance when he was young, every time the old man mentions him, he becomes very excited, and I, your subordinate, am even more excited. Tang San, Tang Hao, ... Don't say it, really don't say it. Tyrone is right. Originally, there was still a slight suspicion that Tyrone was up to something, but with such a loyal subordinate, how could he be up to something? He is trying his best to protect Tang San. Upon seeing this, Lu Erlong sighed and didn't say much. She left with Xiao Wu, who looked confused. Just like in the original time and space, Lu Erlong accepted Xiao Wu as his adopted daughter, and he cared about this adopted daughter very much. If Xiao Wu said she didn't want to participate, then she wouldn't participate. She didn't even say a word of persuasion. Yu Xiaojiang is useless, and she loves him deeply, so she is afraid that there will be no next generation in this life. Xiao Wu, the adopted daughter, appeared at the right time. Ning Tian saw that everyone had left, so it was not a good idea for him to stay here, and he left quietly without leaving a trace. He saw through Tai Long's conspiracy and joined the game himself, defeating Tang San by half a step. The process was full of dangers, but he won in the end. Although he knew that this was Tai Long's plan, he had no obligation to tell Tang San. If Tang San were told about this, he would probably think that Ning Tian was trying to sow discord. If you think about it carefully, there is no need to talk about this. When everyone left, Tyrone had an idea in his mind. This was an attempt and it was successful. We must make some more enemies for Tang San. With a turn of his eyes, Tai Long walked towards the direction of the Four Elements Academy. The Four Elements Academy is an old academy, and it has achieved good results in the preliminaries of the previous Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition. Many times, we can even make it to the finals. Although most of their top leaders died, only one student, Yu Tianxin, died, which was not a big deal. I'm afraid we'll get beaten this time. Tyrone knew clearly that it would be difficult for him to come back intact after this trip. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, his eyes filled with determination, and he walked towards the Four Elements Academy without looking back. How can he prove his loyalty to Talon without being beaten? He accepted the beating. Tyrone is not even afraid of death at this moment, so what else could he be afraid of? If he couldn't defeat Tang San, there would be no need for him to resort to such a desperate measure. Tang San didn't know that Talon's hatred was maxed out for him. Outside the Sunset Forest, two young men thanked and knelt before a man and a woman. Thank you, Knight Silver Branch and Lord Spider Emperor, for saving my life. If I can be of any use to you, I will go through fire and water without a frown. The two young men said sincerely. They didn't expect that at the critical moment when their lives were at stake, the ones who saved them were the legendary Pure Beautiful Knight and the human-faced Spider King. They are not as scary as the rumors say, especially this human-faced Spider King. She is not only beautiful, but also very kind. Inji quickly helped the two of them up and said, You two gentlemen, you don't have to be polite, you were frightened, you should go back and rest early. These two people should be considered very unfortunate yet lucky people. The reason why they are unfortunate is that they encounter the Super Soul Beast, the Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear. Almost no human who encounters this kind of soul beast survives, which is why the dark gold terraclaw bear is not well known. Everyone who saw this guy died, so naturally no one could spread the news of this soul beast. They were lucky because they met Inji and fourth sister, who rescued them. After hearing this, the two did not dare to hesitate. They thanked him and left in a hurry. They were really scared. That terrifying 1,000-year soul beast was clearly only a soul beast that had just entered its 1,000th year, but the pressure it brought to them was even more terrifying than some 10,000-year soul beasts. It really makes people's scalp tingle. There is such a terrifying existence in this sunset forest. Both of them are powerful soul masters. Although they are not geniuses, they are not weak either. The two reasons for coming to the sunset forest are to collect herbs and to gain experience. In the sunset forest, in addition to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, there are also some scattered medicinal herbs. If you are lucky, you can sell them for a good price. Unfortunately, their luck was not very good. As for the dark gold terraclaw bear, Inji and fourth sister did not kill it, they just drove it away. With a strength of 1,000 years, his wisdom is not low. The fourth sister only released a wisp of breath, and the 1,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear was frightened and trembled. It can indeed fight against ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beasts, but a human-faced spider emperor that is more than 400,000 years old. And is a human-faced spider emperor that has inherited the power of gods, would make even the leader of the dark gold terraclaw bear clan feel tingling, right? The age difference between the fourth sister and the current Xiong-jun is not very big. You know, in the original time and space, Xiong-jun devoured the soul power of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, which was able to break through to more than 500,000 years. It is still 10,000 years away from its debut, but this does not mean its age, it is only 10,000 years away. If you practice in this way, it will be no problem to practice for 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. The current king bear is only a little over 400,000 years old. Somebody is coming. Chapter 170. As soon as the voice fell, 4 figures appeared in front of the two. The 4 figures were slightly stunned when they saw Inji and the fourth sister. The only female among them came to her senses and quickly ran to Inji. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Hello my dear friend, it's nice to meet you. May the pure light of beauty protect you. The people who came were Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Wuji and others. They were preparing to take Zhu Zhuqing into the sunset forest to hunt souls. Greetings to the Silver Branch Knight, and hello to Lord Spider Emperor. The 3 of them did not dare to neglect and quickly bowed to Inji and the fourth sister and said. They did not have any hatred towards Inji and the fourth sister, and they were quite sincere when they said this. I have met the 3 gentlemen, they are still as elegant as ever. The 3 are Zhao Waoqi, Lu Qibin and Li Yusong. Zhao Wuji originally wanted to drag Flanders along, but when he arrived at Flanders' office and found that Flanders looked like he was giving up, he sighed for no reason. Zhao Wuji really felt some sympathy for the fate of Flanders, the dog who licked his bootlicker. After all, we have been brothers for so many years. As a result, he became somewhat displeased with Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Of course, there are some things he didn't say directly. We are all adults and can't act like children. The fourth sister just nodded as a response. After just a quick glance at the few people, Inji understood their purpose, which was to hunt soul beasts. In contrast, he didn't say much. Without waiting for Inji and the fourth sister to say anything, Zhao Wuji took the lead and said, My lords, we are here to help Zhu Qing obtain her 4th spirit ring. We have never even heard of a spirit master of her age, let alone seen one. I also want to thank Knight Silver Branch for teaching Zhu Qing. If you hadn't taught her for a week, she wouldn't have been able to break through to level 40 so early. This is not a compliment. Everyone in the original Shrek Academy thought so. Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power is only at level 7. If Inji hadn't done something to her, her cultivation speed would definitely not have been so fast. I didn't do anything, it was all the result of my best friend's efforts. Everyone. Guess whether they believe this? Silver Branch Knight, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to break the awkward situation and asked. Logically speaking, Inji and fourth sister shouldn't need to obtain spirit rings, right? What are you doing in Sunset Forest? We just rescued 2 young talents, and we haven't left yet. So the young man who just ran away in panic was rescued by you. Zhu Zhuqing did not doubt Inji's words. On their way here, they happened to meet 2 young men. There was panic on their faces and they were running away in a panic. After seeing them, they acted as if they had seen a ghost without saying a word, they took a detour. They were frightened by a 1,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear, which is why they are still a little frightened. Dark gold dreadclaw bear. Zhao Wuji and the others fell into deep thought about this name. They had heard of and seen the dark gold bear and the terraclaw bear. But they had never heard of this dark gold terraclaw bear. Could it be a cross between a dark gold bear and a terraclaw bear? Dark gold terraclaw bear. There is something I don't know whether to say or not. What a fucking string. The Dark Gold Bear and the Terror Claw Bear are both lower-level soul beasts of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, and also include one called the Crystal Bear. Although they are only lower-level soul beasts, these soul beasts are not comparable to the mighty King Kong Bear. In front of these three top soul beasts, the mighty King Kong Bear is just a younger brother. Even if they only inherited some of the advantages of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, these three soul beasts are also top-level soul beasts. The Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear is a superior soul beast to the Dark Gold Bear, Terror Claw Bear, and Crystal Bear. There are only a few soul beasts of the same level that can defeat the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Almost only the true Dragon Clan can defeat the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear of the same level. The fourth sister said expressionlessly that to her, this was not a secret. In the past, she would not have been able to defeat a Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear of the same level, because she was only a top-level soul beast. Although she was a top-level predator, she did not dare to be an enemy of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. This is a kind of monster with high attack, high health, and high defense. With these three highs, it can both resist and fight. Almost no soul beast is willing to provoke them. Of course, in the fourth sister's impression, the third brother, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, is not afraid of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear of the same level, and can even kill the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear without any injury. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is so famous among the soul beasts that it is even more terrifying than some real dragons. If the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger had not appeared for 100,000 years, there would have been no problem with those ferocious beasts. This is also the reason why the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was targeted. It is not a top-level soul beast, nor a super soul beast, but a divine beast. A mythical beast with its own heritage. Just its inner elixir, that one bead, created a first-level god, the god of destruction. It is conceivable how terrifying the quality of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is. In the original time and space, if Tang San was not the son of destiny and had not been lucky enough to break the defense of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, which was only more than 60,000 years old, would have been able to take Tang San's life. 60,000 years fighting against a 6-year-old, no matter how you think about it, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger will win, right? The fourth sister, who had obtained the inheritance of the gods, devoured the entire Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, and was baptized by the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, had long surpassed the limitations of top-level soul beasts and was not comparable to super soul beasts. It would be more appropriate to describe the fourth sister today as a divine beast. Of course, at present she has the appearance of a divine beast, but she does not have the strength of a divine beast. But the Bear King of the same level is no match for her. Zhao Wuji and others had no doubt about the fourth sister's words. After all, she was the human-faced Spider Emperor. She is a soul beast herself, and only soul beasts understand soul beasts best. I didn't expect that there are super soul beasts like the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear in the world. Zhao Wuji was even more yearning. If he could kill a Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear and advance to the next level when he reached the 8th soul ring, how much would his strength increase? Unfortunately, he could only think about it. How could a mere soul saint like him spy on such a super soul beast? When the time comes, not only will you fail in hunting the soul beast, but you will also get yourself involved. Suddenly, the fourth sister seemed to have thought of something. She walked up to Zhu Zhuqing and started attacking without saying a word. Everyone. My head was filled with question marks, and I didn't understand what this Lord Spider Emperor was doing. Could it be that Lord Spider King has some special hobbies? The Silver Branch Knight is so handsome, she has no reason. Zhu Zhuqing did not dodge, but just looked dazed, confused and incredible. She always felt that the human-faced Spider Emperor in front of her had no ill intentions. Chapter 171. After a while, the fourth sister finally spoke. She carefully felt Zhu Zhuqing's body and soul. Most soul kings were not as strong as her. Especially in terms of physical strength, the two soul emperors here are no match for her. As expected of someone who had practiced with his second brother for a few days, he was truly special. Zhu Zhuqing, since you are my second brother's best friend, I need to remind you. Don't waste your talent. After these words were spoken, Zhao Wuji and others were confused. What was going on? Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to say anything, Zhao Wuji asked first, Lord Spider Emperor, what's the situation with Zhuqing? Yes, Zhao Wuji is more anxious than Zhu Zhuqing. You know, after Zhu Zhuqing came to Shrek Academy, she was basically taught, trained, and fought by Zhao Wuji. There is no difference between Zhu Zhuqing and his direct disciples. It can be said that he put most of his energy on Zhu Zhuqing. If not, why would he ask his old brother for help in soul hunting? If this was not the case, why would he show off and look proud when he mentioned Zhu Zhuqing? If this was not the case, why would he offend Tang San and others by speaking out to clear Zhu Zhuqing's name and say that Zhu Zhuqing was the strongest? He treats Zhu Zhuqing as his own disciple and his own daughter. Even worse. Zhao Wuji is a mixed-up man, but he is a very loyal and righteous person. Facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he knew he could not defeat it, but he was willing to stay behind. Even if the result is death, he will not escape. Facing the Titan ape, he was able to protect the students and not run away. When facing Titan, he could be humble just to avoid offending the other party. I am afraid, I am really afraid, but it depends on when. The fourth sister looked at Zhao Wuji thoughtfully, and then said, Zhu Zhuqing's physique is beyond that of ordinary people, and it is impossible for the soul sect to achieve it. Among the three of you, only your physique is slightly stronger than Zhu Zhuqing's. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Qibin and Li Yusong's faces turned pale and blue. How can a person be so talented? You know, Zhu Zhuqing is just a quasi-soul master. However, they are both veteran soul emperors, who are simply incomparable to a soul sect master, let alone a quasi-soul sect master. Quasi-soul sect, although it has the title of soul sect, it is still only a soul master. Before obtaining the fourth soul ring, it is just the title of soul master. The word quasi is added because we hope everyone can safely break through to the next title and remove it. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves ahead die on the beach. This is exactly how Lu Qibin and Li Yusong felt at the moment. They are actually not as good as a girl who just turned 14. Sad, deplorable. A sense of humiliation arises spontaneously. Zhao Wuji was different. He widened his eyes. Although he had guessed it, he didn't expect it to be true. Okay, that's great. I have 2 more points to show off. How do you know that Zhu Zhuqing's physique is comparable to that of a soul emperor, or even surpasses that of a soul emperor? Did I ask you? Not only that, her physique is only slightly worse than mine. Coming back to their senses from their inner world, Zhao Wuji and others continued to listen to the fourth sister. The stronger your physique, the more energy you can carry. Zhu Zhuqing's current physique can even withstand the impact of a 30,000-year spirit ring. Upon hearing this, the three of them frowned, looking a little confused. Someone has published data on the optimal spirit ring age for each stage of a spirit master. That person is still in Shrek Academy. Although he looked down on Yu Xiaojiang, this guy knew quite a lot. There should be no problem with the data on the optimal spirit ring lifespan. But fourth sister's words overturned Yu Xiaojiang's data on the optimal age of his spirit ring. The stronger the physique, the older the soul rings that can be absorbed. No wonder some people absorb spirit rings according to the optimal spirit ring age, but still explode and die. Everyone's physique is different. Isn't it normal for the auxiliary system to be stuck at the point of absorbing the maximum number of years and then explode and die? Everyone thought to themselves but did not say anything. They are all old and have seen a lot of ups and downs, so they can still accept this theory. Of course, her soul power is a little weaker. At most, she can only withstand the soul shock after the death of a 23,000-year-old soul beast. During the process of absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring, you only need to withstand the energy shock. Once a soul beast has achieved 10,000 years, its soul will vibrate after death in order to retaliate against the soul master who killed it. When a soul beast reaches 100,000 years old, it can even hide its soul in a soul ring and wait for the right time. Of course, not all soul beasts can do this, but the deep-sea demon whale king can do it, and he almost succeeded. If the sea god had not intervened, the deep-sea demon whale king might have successfully taken over Tang San's body and become the new sea god. Therefore, it is best to control the time it takes for her to obtain the fourth spirit ring to around 20,000 years, so as not to waste her talent. If I can increase my mental power, that is, my soul power, and obtain a 30,000-year soul ring, it's not impossible. After hearing this, everyone came back to their senses from their confused state. It turns out that quasi-soul sect members can also absorb 10,000-year soul rings, or even 20,000-year soul rings. They did not doubt what the fourth sister said. Inji and the fourth sister would not lie. This was their reputation. Even the enemies believed that Inji and Simei did not know how to deceive or lie. Given their strength, there is no need to do so. After recovering from his surprise, Zhao Wuji felt a little annoyed. Why don't I have a spiritual head soul bone? Many powerful beings above the level of Soul King are not aware of the mental shock of soul beasts. Although they were in the process of absorbing spirit rings, their souls were able to resist perfectly. The data on the optimal spirit ring age is still useful for most ordinary spirit masters. After all, this is data that many senior spirit masters have exchanged their lives for. Of course, for most civilian soul masters, this data is of no use at all. Can they defeat soul beasts with their soul rings at their best age? It can't be beaten at all. For some civilian soul saints, when they break through to the soul saint level, their seventh soul ring is only 10,000 years old. Take Li Yusong for example. He is a powerful soul emperor, but his soul ring configuration is 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purples, and 1 black, which is totally different from the optimal soul ring configuration. There was a shock to his soul, but he had reached the point where he could bear it, so naturally he didn't feel anything. Seeing Zhao Wuji so upset, Zhu Zhuqing felt a little touched. This teacher Zhao was really very good to her. Even when facing the Titan ape, she was the only one who escaped, but Zhao Wuji did not praise anyone else. He only praised her and said that she ran well. The others, however, were scolded by him. Chapter 172. Everyone in Shrek, including Zhu Zhuqin herself, knew this, but no one pointed it out. Seeing Zhao Wuji so distressed, Zhu Zhuqin wanted to say something to comfort him but didn't know how to start. She has almost no personal communication, verbal expression is her weakness, and everything is implied. She will always remember how good Zhao Wuji has been to her, and she will repay him if she has the chance in the future. The fourth sister thought about it for a moment and then spread her hands. She also doesn't have a spiritual head soul bone, and soul bones are rare. All the soul bones she obtained were devoured by her, and there were no more in stock. As for the third brother, the dark demon evil god tiger, he also had no stock. They are all top predators, and their main business is to devour energy. How could they let go of something as big as a soul bone? There are quite a few inventory of 100,000-year-old soul beasts like the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. There is no use for them to have the soul bones, so they just store them. But after the Titan giant ape and azure bull python died, their stock was turned out by the fourth sister and the dark demon evil god tiger and directly devoured. And the second brother is even more penniless. Soul bones are useless to him. He even looks down on the soul bones of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, let alone ordinary soul bones. Seeing Zhao Wuji looking at her pitifully, the fourth sister's eyes twitched slightly. Don't look at me, I have devoured all the soul bones I collected, I have no stock left. The fourth sister said bluntly. Besides, even if she had the head soul bone, she would not give it to Zhu Zhuqin to use, unless Yingji asked. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Zhao Wuji looked at his fourth sister with a guilty conscience. He did have that thought just now. Although it was a bit selfish, he did not do it for himself. Unfortunately, this Lord Spider Emperor does not have a head soul bone that can increase his mental power. If you think about it, this is normal. This Lady Spider Emperor is an existence that has existed for more than 100,000 years. Moreover, she relies on devouring soul beasts as her main source of cultivation. The soul bones in her hands are also food. Not long ago, titled Douluo Dugubo published an article about the path of a 100,000-year soul beast. In the article, Dugubo described that after a 100,000-year soul beast reaches its limit, it will face a heavenly tribulation. If it can successfully survive it, it will be able to break through the limit of the 100,000-year soul beast and reach 200,000 years. Moreover, a soul beast of 200,000 years old can also survive the thunder tribulation in this way, reaching 300,000 years. As soon as this article came out, the entire Douluo Continent was shocked. Even the spirit hall's top brass were stunned. Is there anything in this world that is more terrifying than a 100,000-year-old soul beast? But the real leader of the spirit hall, DALU, approved of this article. He even took the initiative to endorse the article, endorsing it in the name of the spirit hall and its chief priest. When DALU was young, he traveled across the Douluo Continent with Tang Chen. Yes, he traveled across the Douluo Continent with Tang Chen, the former Haotian Douluo of the Haotian sect. Although they are rivals, they are attracted to each other and can't help but be considered good brothers who know each other through fighting. At least that's what DALU thought. But after Tang Chen regained consciousness, he complained about DALU in front of Tang San. This shows that their brotherhood is not very strong. When the two of them were traveling, they also encounter beings that existed beyond 100,000 years. It is not clear whether they have met the Snow Queen, but they must have heard of and even seen the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil demon killer whale king. You know, the two went to the sea god island together and fell in love with the same person, that is, Poseidon. DOLOU's strength, personal charm and appearance are all better than Tang Hao's, but Poseidon hinted that he likes Tang Chen, which made DALU leave Poseidon Island sadly and return to the spirit hall. Let's get back to the point. With DOLOU's endorsement, the authenticity of this article is confirmed. In other words, above the 100,000-year soul beast, there are even more terrifying existences. 200,000 years, 300,000 years, or even 40 or 50 years. DALU was also quite puzzled as to how Dugubo, with that little strength, managed to escape from the ferocious beast. Could it be that Dugubo observed the evolution process of the ferocious beast? This is not impossible, which shows that Dugubo is lucky. In front of DALU, isn't Dugubo just a little guy? When he achieved title Douluo, Dugubo might have just been born and had not even completed his martial soul awakening. At this moment, the most conflicted person in the entire Douluo Continent is Yu Xiaojiang. Dugubo became a martial arts master who studied soul beasts just by writing one article. However, even though he published so many articles, he was still ridiculed as a martial arts master. How great it would be if he could publish the article I wrote. Wait, he published it. If Yu Engine and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan were still around, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to publish this article. But now that Yu Engine and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan are gone, if he were to make such a statement, he would probably be beaten to death by Douluo. My father is gone, but I still have Donger, she will definitely support me, right? After a while, Yu Xiaojiang murmured. He did what he wanted to do. He also added notes in his book about how a 100,000-year soul beast could break through. It can be said that he moved Douluo's theory into his book intact. However, he forgot to sign his name as Douluo, and instead his own name, Yu Xiaojiang, became the signature. This was not the first time that Yu Xiaojiang had done something like this, and he was very adept at it. Yu Xiaojiang didn't know what would be waiting for him after he published this article. Lord Spider Emperor, can I ask you a question? Zhao Wuji cupped his hands and spoke in a flattering manner, looking very humble. There is no way around it. When the weak face the strong, they should adopt the attitude of a weak person. Ask. Thank you, Lord Spider King. Seeing that his fourth sister did not refuse, Zhao Wuji hurriedly said, Master Spider Emperor, is it true that a 100,000-year soul beast will become a 200,000-year soul beast after it passes the tribulation? After hearing this, the fourth sister frowned. She didn't know where Zhao Wuji heard this news, but she nodded. Yes, if you successfully survive the Thunder Tribulation, you will reach the level of 200,000 years. A soul beast of 200,000 years is roughly equivalent to a level 96 title Douluo with a soul core. To compete with a title Douluo without a soul core, he would have to at least be upgraded by 1 or even 2 levels. A soul beast of 300,000 years old, equivalent to a 97th level existence. Of course, there are also title Douluo who possess soul cores. As for mechas and battle armors, the gap is huge. After getting the answer, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but tremble all over, but he didn't commit suicide and continued to ask what kind of existence the fourth sister was. Chapter 173. The exciting thing is that this trip was originally intended to find soul beasts under 6,000 years old to help Zhu Zhuqing break through to the soul sect. But now it takes about 20,000 years to find it. The sad thing is that Zhu Zhuqing only lacks a spiritual head soul bone to obtain a soul ring of about 30,000 years. Don't underestimate the 10,000-year lifespan of a soul ring, it makes a world of difference. A soul beast of around 30,000 years old is already equivalent to a human soul saint. Even Zhao Wuji was not very confident. After all, it was safer to ask Flanders and Lu Erlong to take action together. Zhao Wuji and others can easily deal with soul beasts of about 20,000 years old. This is the difference. Girl, your soul ring that breaks through the soul sect is more difficult than mine that breaks through the soul emperor. Li Yusong sighed and said, comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. When he broke through to become a soul emperor, the soul rings he absorbed were only about 10,000 years old but less than 20,000 years old. But Zhao Wuji is determined to find a more extreme soul ring. These are his personal disciple and daughter. Even if he has to risk everything, he must find the most suitable one. Mr. Li, I don't know either. Zhu Zhuqing said a little embarrassedly. She had never expected that her potential was so huge. If it weren't for the fourth sister who took action to investigate, this fourth soul ring would probably only take 5,000 to 6,000 years, or maybe 4,000 years to find. Who says it's not true? My luck is a little better. When I broke through to become a soul emperor, the soul beasts I killed were only a little over 20,000 years old. Lu Qibin said with a strange look on his face. His sixth soul ring was obtained with the help of Zhao Wuji, which is why he followed Zhao Wuji without any resistance when he called him. Brothers, please be alert and stop chatting, wait until you find a soul beast and kill it. Zhao Wuji frowned and said unhappily. This is a big deal and we can't delay it. It is good. Whatever you say, that's what it is. Li Yusong and Lu Qibin both understood Zhao Wuji's mood at the moment. He was really anxious. There is no other way. Being able to teach students like this makes my life worthwhile. Even if she could grow to what she is now, it had nothing to do with him directly. After wandering around in the Sunset Forest for several days, Zhu Zhuqing finally obtained a soul ring that was more than 21,000 years old, which served as the soul ring for her to break through to the soul sect. During the absorption process, only the soul vibration made her a little uncomfortable, but there was no problem for her body to carry the soul ring energy. This also made Zhao Wuji and others stunned. If Zhu Zhuqing really had a spiritual head soul bone, she could definitely absorb the 30,000-year soul ring. While Zhu Zhuqing was absorbing the soul ring, Li Yusong poked Zhao Wuji's shoulder with his hand. Old Zhao, look at this phantom cat. The soul beast lying on the ground, having been dead for a long time, has a scientific name called phantom cat. It is a cat that can create phantoms to confuse its opponents, and this soul beast is incredibly fast. Even though it was no match for Zhao Wuji and his team, it took Zhao Wuji and his team a lot of effort to kill it. This is also thanks to Zhao Waoqi, the representative of the Balanced School. He knows a little bit of everything, even if he is not proficient in everything, but he is quite adept at capturing beings weaker than him. With the help of gravity and positioning tracking, this phantom cat died in an unclear manner. Obviously, this big fool is not of the agile attack type, but he still managed to defeat this fast soul beast. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji looked at Li Yusong in confusion. His previous focus was on Zhu Zhuqin, fearing that Zhu Zhuqin would have an accident. Now that the most dangerous absorption time had passed, Zhu Zhuqin was still fine, and he had some free time. Seeing Li Yusong's excited expression, Zhao Wuji looked at the phantom cat. With just one glance, Zhao Wuji found something wrong. The phantom cat is dead, and its soul ring has been absorbed by Zhu Zhuqin, but its soul power is still fluctuating. This shows what? Having been in the Spirit Master world for decades, Zhao Wuji certainly understood why. Soul bone. The soul bone I've been thinking about so much. For a moment, Zhao Wuji was moved. Even though this soul bone does not match him, it can still help him break through to the soul Douluo level faster. Of course, this thought was only fleeting. Let me see what part of the soul bone it is. Zhao Wuji walked cautiously in front of the phantom cat, fearing that any big movements would interfere with Zhu Zhuqing's absorption of the soul ring. His appearance made Li Yusong and Lu Qibin look weird, but they didn't say much. This guy has been around for decades, but in the end he has no children. Now that there is a student he cares about very much, it is normal for him to behave like this. In the academy, the person Zhao Wuji cares about the most is Zhu Zhuqin. Zhu Zhuqin basically only seeks Zhao Wuji for special training. Zhu Zhuqin is rarely seen with other teachers. This guy looks rough, but he is a daughter slave. The two of them mocked Zhao Wuji in their hearts, but they felt extremely disappointed. They also have no offspring, so they cannot experience this feeling even if they want to. Why the hell is it the right leg soul bone? Zhao Wuji cursed softly. This result obviously made him unhappy. The value of the right leg soul bone is the lowest among the 6 regular soul bones. Torso first, head second, right arm third, left arm fourth, left leg fifth, and right leg lowest. This is the conclusion drawn based on the data from Soul Bone Amplification Soul Masters. Among soul bones of the same level and quality, the right leg soul bone is indeed the lowest in value. It's good to have it, why are you so picky? Li Yusong rolled his eyes and complained. He and Lu Qibin had no idea about this soul bone. As good brothers for so many years, they still understand each other quite well. Zhao Wuji will definitely give this soul bone to Zhu Zhuqin to absorb. If Zhu Zhuqin does not want it, he will give it to the more suitable Flanders. If Flanders absorbs this soul bone, he might be able to break through to the soul Douluo level. But Flanders is in such a dying state now that it would be a waste of resources to absorb him. He has lost his former glory and now just wants to retire and live a miserable life. Perhaps Flanders has let go of things, and now he is not even willing to talk to Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. Whether based on the rules of leading a team or the rules of obtaining soul rings and absorbing soul bones, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhao Wuji are both qualified to gain control of this soul bone. Unless Li Yusong and Lu Qibin do not respect morality. Unfortunately, even if they were immoral, they could not defeat Zhao Wuji. The gap between Soul Sage and Soul Emperor is much greater than imagined. It would be great if it was a head soul bone. Zhao Wuji was still muttering about the head soul bone. It would be a pity if Zhu Zhuqing's mental strength couldn't keep up with her physical strength when she absorbed the soul ring next time. Chapter 174. It is basically impossible for a normal quasi-soul master to absorb a soul ring of more than 21,000 years in advance. Even a quasi-soul king can only absorb soul rings that are a little over 10,000 years old. Of course, the benefits of leapfrog absorption are also very obvious. First of all, Zhu Zhuqing's basic attributes such as physical and mental strength have been greatly enhanced. The stronger the spirit ring, the more basic attributes will be improved when absorbed. This is why spirit rings are one of the most important resources for spirit masters. Secondly, it is the improvement of soul power. Absorbing spirit rings of higher levels would also bring in a large amount of spirit power, which would become a part of the body after a slight transformation. The quasi-soul sect absorbed a 21,000-year soul ring, and the soul power in the soul ring allowed Zhu Zhuqing to directly reach level 43, and was stuck at the peak of level 43. After feeling the changes in herself, Zhu Zhuqing finally opened her eyes. There was a glimmer of joy in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. The peak of level 43, if you practice hard, you will be able to break through to level 44 in the next few days. Reaching level 44 before the game starts will increase your chances of winning. When Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, she saw 3 people staring at her. She subconsciously wanted to use force. Zhu Zhuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that they were 3 teachers. Zhuqing, how do you feel? Is there any conflict between the soul ring and the body? Zhao Wuji asked with concern. I hope nothing happens to Zhu Zhuqing. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was moved. Even her parents had never cared about her like this. She was born an abandoned child, especially after her martial soul awakened, her family members subconsciously began to distance themselves from her. Knowing that she would die, he naturally did not want to have anything to do with her, to avoid sadness in the future. Just pretend that this person has never existed in the Zhu family. Teacher Zhao, I'm fine, I'm in good condition. Thank you 3 teachers, without you, I would not have been able to obtain such a perfect spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. As long as it's okay, it'll be okay. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, and Li Yusong and Lu Qibin also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for what we did. Li Yusong waved his hand and Lu Qibin nodded in approval. It's all because of this guy Lao Zhao, he has to be so persistent. That's right. If Zhao Wuji hadn't insisted on helping Zhu Zhuqing obtain the most perfect soul ring, this trip would have ended long ago. It's impossible to stay in the Sunset Forest for so many days. It is the teacher's obligation to help students obtain spirit rings, but what kind of spirit rings they obtain basically depends on the teacher's mood. If you don't agree, you can go hunting by yourself, no one will stop you. This is the default rule in the Soul Master world. This is also the reason why those who betray their teachers and sects will be despised by everyone. Of course, the premise is that the teacher has done nothing wrong. Zhao Wuji smiled without saying anything, scratched his head, and looked silly. He believed that a girl as smart as Zhu Zhuqing would have unlimited achievements in the future. At that time, Zhao Wuji will be able to hold his head high for once. I, old Zhao, was unable to break through to the title DOLOU, but my student did. Zhao Wuji never doubted whether Zhu Zhuqing could break through to the title DOLOU. Now there is no doubt at all. Just the fact that she can absorb spirit rings beyond her level will allow her to go further than geniuses of the same level. As soon as he broke through to the soul sect level, he was at the peak of level 43. How much training time would be saved? No, old Zhao, I also have to practice hard, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to help this girl get a few spirit rings. According to Zhu Zhuqing's improvement, the Soul King realm might be able to absorb soul rings of 30,000 to 40,000 years. For a soul beast to this level, it would be no problem to ask Flanders and others for help. But when you reach the Soul Emperor level, you need a soul ring of at least 50,000 years. Soul beasts that are over 50,000 years old are some powerful races. Even Soul Douluo would have to avoid them, let alone him, a soul sage. After so many years of traveling around the mainland, he had some understanding of Zhu Zhuqing's life experience. Judging from her situation, she must be a child who is not loved by her father and not cared for by her mother. If old Zhao still doesn't care about her, then her talent will probably be wasted. Everyone chatted for a few more sentences, and just when Zhu Zhuqing was about to stand up and leave the Sunset Forest with the 3 of them, Zhao Wuji took out an object emitting white light from the storage soul guide. Soul bone. Although Zhu Zhuqing had never seen a soul bone, she had heard many descriptions of soul bones. The item in front of me is exactly the same as the legendary soul bone. Yes, soul bone. This is the soul bone dropped from the phantom cat, it is good at speed, and you have absorbed its soul ring, this 10,000-year-old phantom cat right leg bone is the most suitable for you. Take it and absorb it. Zhao Wuji handed it to Zhu Zhuqing without any reluctance. To be honest, it was a soul bone that was already 10,000 years old, dropped by a speed-type soul beast, and it was the right leg bone. It is suitable for everyone present, even if it is not very suitable, it can amplify everyone. Especially for Zhao Wuji, speed is his weakness. If he absorbs this soul bone, maybe he can make up for some of his speed shortcomings. But in the end, he suppressed his greed and gave the soul bone to Zhu Zhuqing. You know, even just a 1,000-year-old soul bone can cause brothers to kill each other or husband and wife to kill each other. What's more, it is the treasure of Blood River, a 10,000-year-old soul bone. A 10,000-year-old soul bone could even cause a war between 2 countries and result in the death of tens of thousands of people. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a treasure of the Blood River. Teacher Zhao, you are the team leader, this is too precious. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand and quickly refused. The temptation of a 10,000-year-old soul bone to a soul master is extremely terrifying. Almost no one can resist this temptation. Even Tang San in the original time and space was stunned when he got Shun Yan's head soul bone. This shows how attractive the 10,000-year soul bone is. As for soul bones that are 100,000 years old, or even soul bones that are beyond 100,000 years old, they dare not act rashly even if the soul beasts that drop them are right before their eyes. Zhu Qing, according to the rule that those who absorb spirit rings obtain spirit bones, this spirit bone should belong to you. According to the rules for the team leader to obtain soul bones, this soul bone belongs to me, but I will assign it to you. Zhao Wuji said with a serious face. In fact, the rules for team teachers to obtain soul bones are not to benefit the team teachers, but to ensure the safety of the students. Such accidents have happened countless times. It was with the help of the teacher that the students killed the spirit beast, but the students were not satisfied with the spirit rings. Not all teachers are willing to give up treasures like soul bones. Students, how can you possibly beat your teacher? This is the rule to protect students. Chapter 175. This soul bone belongs to me, but I will assign it to you. According to the academy rules, there is nothing wrong with what Zhao Wuji said. Since the soul bones should belong to him, he can distribute them however he likes. Even if he sells them, no one can say anything to him. But can the soul bones be auctioned? That's the stupidest thing to do. Even if you cannot use it yourself, it will be very good to pass it on to your descendants or for your disciples to absorb. Who wouldn't want their descendants and disciples to become stronger? Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing did not continue to refuse. She kept these favors in mind. Even if she couldn't help now, she would definitely help teacher Zhao a lot when she got up. What about the dark gold terraclaw bear? Isn't teacher Zhao very eager for it? If there is a chance, she will definitely help teacher Zhao obtain the other party's soul ring. Dark gold terraclaw bear, you are grateful, so you are doing me a favor. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Well, absorb it quickly or else something bad will happen. This is a soul bone that is more than 20,000 years old. It is safer to absorb it into the body. Li Yusong and Lu Qibin stared at each other. Both of them were very quiet, but in fact they were very envious. They are powerful soul emperors, but they don't have a soul bone. However, this girl Zhu Zhuqing possesses a 10,000-year soul bone. How can they not be envious of this? The most important thing is that this soul bone was exploded when everyone was hunting. Why didn't they have this luck when they hunted soul beasts? After Zhu Zhuqing began to absorb the soul bone, Zhao Wuji looked at the body of the phantom cat, as if he thought of something, and quickly put the body into the storage soul guide. If someone carefully observes the body of the phantom cat, it is not difficult to find that it is missing a right leg bone. Even if it's just a suspicion, it will make you think of something. This is the experience gained from traveling across the continent for many years. Seeing this, Li Yusong and Lu Qibin nodded. There was nothing wrong with what Zhao Wuji did. Even though they are older than Zhao Wuji, their experience in traveling the continent is not as profound as Zhao Wuji's. Strength determines knowledge, especially in the world of soul masters. Their strength is lower, and some of the news is difficult for them to hear. Lao Li, Lao Lu, you know what will happen when we get out. Zhao Wuji folded his arms and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, the two of them nodded quickly. This guy actually threatened these old brothers for Zhu Zhuqing. Damn it. Although they were very angry, they were not swayed by their emotions and felt that what Zhao Wuji said made sense. After all, this is a matter of great importance, such as the 10,000-year soul bone. We cannot allow disaster to befall Zhu Zhuqing due to a momentary negligence. Even if they don't have such thoughts, who can ensure that others don't have such thoughts? Especially when there are good and bad people in the academy. Alas, I have no choice, I hope you can understand me. If you break through to Soul Saint, I will definitely go all out. Zhao Wuji sighed and made a promise. Although he is a nobody, he keeps his promises. This can be considered as compensation to the two old brothers. We've been brothers for so many years, why are you talking about this? Yeah, you can't be like this, even if we don't come this time, you won't take action to break through to Soul Saint. The two joked. My dear brothers, I was wrong and I deserve to be punished. I will buy you two some drinks when I get back and I will make amends. That's right. Zhao Waoqi is still the same Zhao Waoqi, and they are very pleased. Absorbing soul bones is smoother than absorbing soul rings. There is no disturbance at all during the whole process and it is absorbed and refined directly. Zhu Zhuqing also used the soul power in her soul bone to break through to level 45 in one fell swoop. She had already reached the peak of level 43, and was only one step away from breaking through to level 44. With the replenishment of soul power in her soul bones, it would not be difficult for her to break through to level 45. Although the enhancement of the right leg soul bone is the lowest among the 6 regular soul bones, it also brings a considerable enhancement to Zhu Zhuqing, and also obtains the soul bone skills that the 6 regular soul bones should have. After feeling the soul bone skill for a while, Zhu Zhuqing's face looked a little strange. No wonder this phantom cat died with his eyes open. It turns out that teacher Zhao is naturally resistant to it. It didn't even have the chance to fully utilize its innate abilities, it was severely injured and then died. Whenever the phantom cat encounters another soul saint, the probability of its escape is over 95. But it happened to meet Zhao Wuji, the almighty soul saint. It's really sad. 10,000 years phantom cat right leg bone soul bone skill, phantom body outside the body. Phantom body, can split into 2 phantom bodies. For every 10 levels of soul power increase, 1 more phantom body will be added. Zhu Zhuqing currently possesses a soul power of over 40 levels, which means she can create 6 phantom bodies. These phantoms are physical phantoms, with 100 of the original body's speed, but only 35 of its other attributes. In fighting spirit, the phantom body may be of no use because the strength is too low. But when running away, these phantoms have 100 of the speed of the original body. Or is it a physical body or an illusion? Who knows which one is real? But Zhao Wao Qi has position tracking. Is this a normal soul skill that a soul master should have? After looking at the soul bone skills and thinking about the fourth soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing's expression became even weirder. She had felt before that this fourth soul skill seemed to be missing something. Although it could be used alone, its power did not seem like that of a 10,000-year soul skill. But now that the soul rings and soul bones are linked together, it is really terrifying. Even a spirit ring that is more than 50,000 years old is only this good, right? Fourth soul skill, Phantom Replacement. Phantom Replacement, create a real phantom clone. The clone has 100 of the original body's speed and 70 of the other attributes. The clone can swap positions with the original body. Yes, it is so peculiar, yet it feels so useless, tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. But after linking up with the phantom body outside the body, this soul skill instantly became so terrifying. The patriarch of the Min clan also possesses such soul skills, but unlike Zhu Zhuqing's soul power, he still has some combat power. The two soul skills work together, unless all Zhu Zhuqings are killed at once, otherwise, she can swap positions with any of her phantoms and cannot be killed. It can be said to be a life-saving skill. When attacking, the phantom body can also make great contributions, and can catch the enemy off guard. There are so many phantoms, and their speed is exactly the same. It's impossible to tell them apart. It's impossible to tell them apart. Each one of them could be true. Even if it is not true, it may be true in the next second. It is hard to guard against. Too strong. If I don't have this soul bone, my fourth soul skill is pretty good, but it can't reach the effect of a soul skill of more than 20,000 years. With the blessing of the soul bone. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had a pure heart, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Sister, I don't know how you're supposed to win. Chapter 176. Time is like sand in your hands, it slips away if you are not careful. Although some people cannot grasp time, they can live a very wonderful life during this time. Some people also cannot grasp the time, but do nothing during this time. Whatever it is, that's life. Pure beauty and glory are above. I wish to believe in the pure goddess Idrila, whose beauty is unparalleled in the world. I am also willing to believe in the pure goddess Idrila. I admit that her beauty is unparalleled in the world. Bullshit, you're just saying that to get out, right? I am the only one who is real. You're the one farting. My sincerity is priceless. Knight, save me first. Praise be to the great and pure Silver Branch Knight. You must have been sent by the pure goddess Idrila to save me from the water and fire. No matter who you save first. I respect your choice and the arrangement of the unparalleled goddess of beauty. In a cave, two young men in fancy clothes were chattering. Although they were nobles, they had no soul power. On this day, the two of them came here for an outing, ready to travel around the beautiful rivers and mountains of the empire. I never expected that someone would set up a hunting trap here. My goodness, this is the outskirts of Tiando City. Even if there are wild beasts such as wild boars, they will be eliminated regularly by the guards. Why dig a hole for no reason? The fourth sister and Inji looked at each other in surprise. Has the name of Chunmei spread throughout the mainland? You know, Inji didn't say anything just now, she just leaned over and looked down, and the other side started their performance. Second brother, why don't we just leave? I feel like none of their words are sincere. Even the fourth sister felt that this was fake, so you can imagine how poor their acting skills were. Master Spider Emperor, please don't. We are sincere, we are sincere. After hearing this, the two of them panicked. This human-faced Spider Emperor was an existence that could kill a titled Douluo without blinking an eye. These two little karamis without soul power were nothing in front of him. Fourth sister, no matter whether they truly believe in purity and beauty, and whether they are willing to swear to acknowledge that the beauty of the goddess Idrila is unparalleled, it is my duty as a knight to rescue them. Doing good deeds without asking for reward. I just hope that after this incident, they can be kind to others and pass on this love and justice. In this way, even if they do not believe in Idrila, the goddess will be pleased. After hearing this, the two people in the pit felt ashamed. You know, nobles care a lot about their reputation. Sometimes. They would even fight to the death with enemies they cannot defeat for the sake of their reputation. Even if they have no soul power, even if they may have done wrong things in the past, they will still risk their lives for their reputation. This has something to do with the education this noble's son received since childhood. The two fell silent. It is the knight's duty to rescue them, but what is their duty as nobles? I have no soul power, I have given up on myself, What can I bring to this world as far as my responsibilities are concerned? Can I leave a footprint on the mainland that will not be easily erased? The pit was not very deep, only about 3 meters, but the two spent half a day trying to escape from it. I don't know what the person who dug the pit was thinking. He actually poured water around the pit, making it impossible to climb up. But for Inji, this is not a problem. He jumped into the pit without hesitation, then grabbed the shoulders of the two and jumped out again. The two people who were rescued were not as happy as they had imagined, but fell into deep thought. When they came to their senses, Inji and fourth sister had disappeared. He is not like what is rumored, he is so pure and beautiful, and his mind and spirit are in harmony. I never thought that there would be such a thing in the world. Isn't it there now? More to come. The two looked at each other, as if they had thought of something, and their eyes were full of disgust. From now on, I will never have anything to do with you again. Same here, whoever comes first is a dog. The two of them snorted coldly and walked towards Chindo City. Along the way, the two did not say a word, but they both had new goals. In the future, maybe we will get together again. In the home of a certain noble family, the servants were in a panic. Where on earth had their useless eldest master gone? Trash, you trash. The eldest young master is just an ordinary person, can't you soul masters keep an eye on him? If anything happens to him, you will all be buried with him. An old man shouted angrily, with blazing fire flashing in his eyes, and 6 soul rings appeared on his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. This is a soul emperor with the best soul ring ratio. At the same time, he is also the most loyal servant of this family. Because when he was young, the head of this family saved his life. Uncle Huang, I'm back, calm down. At this moment, the waste young master came back, and upon hearing the voice, the old man named Uncle Huang was stunned and subconsciously restrained his momentum. The eldest young master is just an ordinary person and cannot withstand the pressure from the powerful soul emperor. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing that the young man looked a little embarrassed, the old man asked with concern. This is the child that the head of the family entrusted to him before he passed away. Unfortunately, this child is good in everything except innate soul power. Nothing, I just fell into a trap with that guy Hua Yuqian. Everyone's eyes twitched, wanting to laugh but afraid of being taken care of by Uncle Huang. Forehead. Uncle Huang didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only look to see if the young master in front of him was injured. He heaved a sigh of relief after discovering that the young master was not injured. It's okay if it's okay, it's okay if it's okay. Even if I am busy in the future, I will stay by the young master's side. Uncle Huang, I've made up my mind, I want to do something meaningful instead of going back to the secular world. Will you help me? Uncle Huang was stunned. What was this young master going to do? But he didn't think much about it and said directly. My life was saved by the master, as long as the young master asks, I won't frown even if I climb mountains of swords or plunge into seas of fire. Uncle Huang, you don't have to be like this. No, saving my life is more important than anything else. The grace of saving a life is greater than heaven. The young man fell into deep thought again. His life was saved by Inji, so I will pass on love and justice. After a while, the young man smiled and said, my second brother has the potential to become a soul emperor, so I won't compete with him for the title. I am not worthy of inheriting the glory of my ancestors. Uncle Huang, let's take some gold soul coins and leave. No, what's going on with this young master? Chapter 177. It's not a matter of gold soul coins. Even if this young master takes half of the gold soul coins, there will be no problem. As long as the title remains, the gold soul coins will come back sooner or later. The question is, this young master actually voluntarily gave up his title. Although he has no soul power, no one has stipulated that one cannot inherit the title without soul power. Many nobles have no soul power. Does that mean they won't inherit the title? You know, because this young master has no innate soul power, the previous head of the family was afraid that he would be suppressed by his younger brother before he died, so he passed the title to him. Only by checking and supporting each other can the family continue to prosper. In contrast, the second young master was extremely dissatisfied, but he did not dare to say anything more. Brother, are you brain damaged? The second young master came to the yard at some point and looked at his eldest brother in a daze. This is a title, this is the glory of our ancestors. Can you just give up like that? If you hadn't said that, I would have suspected that you were the one who dug that pit. Second young master. How dare he? He only has the potential to be a soul emperor, but he is not a soul emperor now. If his eldest brother died, Uncle Huang would definitely go crazy and investigate the matter thoroughly. If he really did it, who knows what will be waiting for him. Okay, just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. From now on, you will be the head of the family, and the title will be yours. Is it okay with you if I take 1/3 of the gold soul coins? Brother, what did you say? I have no objection even if you take half of the gold soul coins. It's just like a dream. Could it be that this guy really got stupid from the fall? Becoming the head of the family and inheriting the title has been his dream since childhood. Only he can lead the family to a more glorious tomorrow. And only he can restore the glory of the ancestors. It would be fine if his eldest brother had soul power, but his eldest brother is just a waste without soul power. How could he inherit the title of the head of the family and the title? He couldn't get over it. Therefore, he and his elder brother have always been at odds with each other. Okay, that's what I've been waiting for you to say. I feel like I've been tricked. Is this guy's brain okay? Uncle Huang saw this and smiled without saying anything. He was happy that the eldest young master had found his way in life. No matter what the young master does, he supports him unconditionally. But he hasn't seen the young master smile for many years, ever since his martial spirit awakened. When Uncle Huang and the young master were leaving Tiando City, they happened to see Hua Yuqian and his servants at the city gate. The two looked at each other, both a little surprised, but did not speak. We agreed that we would never see each other again. Young master, what are we going to do? To do something meaningful. Meaningful thing? Well, helping civilians awaken their martial spirits, helping some refugees, and rescuing the weak are all meaningful things. I don't know what that guy is going to do with Mr. Huang. Although Hua Yuqian was confused, he put the question behind him and didn't think about it anymore. He is no longer the same person he used to be. Inji didn't know that his unintentional action not only changed the fate of two people, but also changed the fate of many people. In some very remote places, countless people were saved and their martial spirits awakened as a result. Even if only a small number of them stand up, only a few will continue to pass on love and justice. Such a cycle will eventually be endless and spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Inside Shrek Academy, everyone left unhappily because of the captain's incident. Especially the parties involved, Dai Mubai and Tang San, are still in a cold war. Once cracks appear in a relationship, it is almost impossible to repair it. Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others have completely seen through Tang San's true face and will subconsciously distance themselves from him. Even though Tang San had already become the captain of the Shrek team. Tang San didn't care about this captain because this was supposed to be his position. Dai Mubai is not as strong as him, so it would be fine if he didn't take the initiative to give up his position, but after hearing a few words from Tai Long, he was still unhappy. Giving the captain position to Dai Mubai only made Dai Mubai even more dissatisfied. Tang San didn't know what he had done wrong. For Dai Mubai, is this a concession? This is clearly alms, something that Tang San doesn't want is thrown to him. Losing face once is enough, Dai Mubai doesn't want to lose face a second time. Tang San wants the position of captain. If I tell him privately, will he refuse? In front of everyone, let Tai Long slap him in the face, and then Tang San said a few hypocritical words. Zhu Qing, since you have already broken through to the soul sect level, we can have a fair fight. Teacher Zhao praised you so much, you will definitely not let him down, right? Tang San said with a smile. They were currently on the playground, training their soul skills or fighting against each other. As the captain, Tang San gathered all the team members together. He never forgot what happened that day. In Zhao Wuji's opinion, Zhu Zhuqing is stronger than him, which makes Tang San feel competitive. How could a mere Zhu Zhuqing be a match for Tang San? A fair fight? As we all know, the control type naturally defeats the agility type. Where is the fairness? Of course, Tang San had to admit that Zhu Zhuqing was indeed quite capable and had defeated him once. But that was all because of his carelessness, which is why he lost. Now he has cultivated to the soul sect level, and not just a soul sect that has just broken through, but a soul sect of level 42. Not interested in. After hearing this, Tang San frowned, somewhat displeased. He is the captain now. How dare Zhu Zhuqing, a mere team member, refuse his arrangement? He can always use the power he holds to make things difficult for everyone accurately and equally. But I won't let Teacher Zhao down, Tang San, please. Zhu Zhuqing continued, a serious look flashing across her cold face. Not far away, Zhao Wuji folded his arms and looked at Lu Erlong and others with a proud look on his face. Just wait and see, Zhuqing's strength will definitely surprise you. She is such a young soul master, it is indeed surprising. Wait, that's not right. Zhao Wuji, what level is Zhu Zhuqing at? Hehe, keep watching, there will be a surprise. Tang San was a little surprised to see Zhu Zhuqing agreed again. He didn't expect that bringing up Zhao Wuji would be of some use. Today, Tang San will prove that he is the most talented student in the entire Shrek Academy. The two walked to both sides of the playground and looked at each other. This fighting spirit match without a referee had Dai Mubai as the referee. He also wanted to see how strong Zhu Zhuqing was now so that he would have a better idea of what she was capable of. Yellow, yellow, purple, and purple spirit rings rose from under Tang San's feet. For soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple and black, rose from under Zhu Zhuqing's feet. Black. This, a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 178. This represents a 10,000-year spirit ring, and also represents a qualitative leap. 1,000-year spirit rings and 10,000-year spirit rings are two completely different concepts. At the same time, the 10,000-year soul ring also represents a class, that is, the other party is at least a soul king. But this 10,000-year soul ring appeared on a soul master. 1 2 3 4. It's soul sec for sure. At this moment, everyone's worldview was impacted. How could the fourth soul ring be a 10,000-year soul ring? Looking at the color of this soul ring, it is obvious that it is not a soul ring that has just reached 10,000 years. Its color is very deep and shiny black. Among them, Yu Xiaojiang's worldview suffered the greatest impact. He opened his mouth slightly and exclaimed that it was impossible. Impossible, how is this possible? He has studied martial arts for so many years and read so much information, but he has never seen or even heard of such a thing. You know. The data he had seen were the statistics collected by the Spirit Hall over tens of thousands of years. It's not that there haven't been quasi-soul sect members who have attempted to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. No matter how talented or evil they are, it is impossible for them to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the soul sect stage. Without exception, they explode and die. Even if one absorbs a spirit ring that is more than 6,000 years old, there is a possibility of the body exploding and dying. You can imagine the horror of a 10,000-year spirit ring. What's impossible? Zhao Wuji folded his arms, glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, and said disdainfully, "This is a 21,000-year-old spirit ring, I hunted it for Zhu Qin myself. I saw her absorb it with my own eyes, how can it be impossible? If a genius can't do something, it's because he's not talented enough. If a demon can't do something, it's because they're not demon enough. Only a monster among monsters can do this. That's right, in my opinion, this girl Zhu Qin is the most evil among evildoers." Zhao Wuji said this with a smug look on his face, as if to say, "Your disciples are just so, look at the students I taught." 21,000 years. Yu Xiaojiang sat down on the ground. He knew that Zhao Wuji was not joking with him. Although he didn't have much real theory, he still had some insight when it came to the quality of spirit rings. This soul ring is indeed 20,000 years old, not 10,000 years old. Teacher Zhao, how could Zhu Qin possibly resist the soul shock of a 10,000-year-old soul beast? She is only a quasi-soul master, it is impossible for her to resist the soul shock of a soul beast over 20,000 years old. Don't say she's just a quasi-soul sect member, even a quasi-soul king can't resist her. Even if the body can withstand the impact of the spirit ring's energy, the soul cannot do this. Xiao Wu stood beside Lu Erlong, who was squatting down at this moment, trying to help Yu Xiaojiang up. Xiao Wu looked at Zhao Wuji with a serious face. Could it be that Zhu Qin has mastered some special secret technique? If such a secret method really existed, it would be a disaster for soul beasts. Hey, you actually know about soul vibration? After saying this, Zhao Wuji seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became somewhat interesting, with a sense of strangeness, sudden enlightenment, and astonishment. If his guess was correct, Xiao Wu was not a human being, but a transformed soul beast that had lived for 100,000 years. As a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, it is no wonder that she knows all this. Regarding the matter of soul shock, if it weren't for the fourth sister explaining it to them, they really wouldn't have known that there would be such revenge after the death of the 10,000-year soul beast. If you obtain soul rings according to the optimal soul ring ratio in years, you won't feel anything even if you encounter soul shock. Therefore, almost no soul master would study this. Even if research is done, the conclusion is simply that the person died from explosion. Xiao Wu was speechless for a moment. Was she going to say that she was a soul beast? I have read such a record in an ancient book before. Zhao Wuji did not say anything and watched Xiao Wu's performance quietly. Keep pretending. If she wasn't afraid of exposing her identity, why wouldn't she even participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition? What book? After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang stood up immediately, without even needing Lu Erlong's support, and looked straight at Xiao Wu. He read countless books, but didn't get a single bit of information. Even the Spirit Hall doesn't have the classics. If they could fall into his hands, he would publish them. Thinking of this, it no longer matters what Zhu Qing's fourth soul ring is. What? The one who made things difficult for her was not Zhao Wuji, but Tang San's teacher Yu Xiaojiang. This caught Xiao Wu off guard. Where has she read any classics? It's just based on the experience she has accumulated over the years. There is nothing wrong with saying that she is an encyclopedia of soul beasts. The book is already damaged, I thought the contents were not true. Xiao Wu thought for a moment and replied. Zhao Wuji, You think it's not true? That's not what you said when you asked before. Do you remember what's on it? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Wu, afraid of missing any details. It was originally made up by Xiao Wu, so how could she really own such a book? Even if there is, Xiao Wu has never seen it. I saw it when I was very young, and I can't remember it clearly. Xiao Wu said with a somewhat evasive look. The birth of one lie requires countless lies to make up for it. Wait, aren't we talking about why Zhu Zhuqin can resist soul shock? Master, I think you are concerned in the wrong direction. No quasi-soul master has ever been able to resist the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul beast. Zhu Zhuqin was able to resist a 10,000-year-old soul beast that was more than 20,000 years old, isn't this strange? She had to divert everyone's attention. She could no longer write this story. After hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Zhu Zhuqin again. Yu Xiaojiang sighed and thought to himself what a pity it was that he had lost another chance to become famous. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qin is born with strong mental strength and a very strong will. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Xiao Wuji folded his arms and said with a smug look on his face. Also, the reason she was able to absorb a 21,000-year spirit ring is not because her physique can only carry a 21,000-year spirit ring. On the contrary, her body can withstand a spirit ring age of 30,000 years. It's a pity that her mental strength can only withstand the soul shock of more than 20,000 years. After saying this, Zhao Wuji subconsciously glanced at Xiao Wu, as if thinking about something. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Wu possessed a charming soul skill. To put it bluntly, charm is also the result of mental power. In other words, Xiao Wu has the ability to enhance her mental strength. Chapter 179. With this thought in mind, there was something more in Zhao Wuji's eyes when he looked at Xiao Wu. The ambition for a 100,000-year-old head soul bone. If Zhu Zhuqin can really fuse the 100,000-year-old head soul bone, then mental strength will no longer be her weakness. Nor will the quality of the absorbed soul rings decrease due to mental power issues. Wait, if I absorb it now, wouldn't that be a waste of a 100,000-year spirit ring? Hi. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and felt a chill down his spine for what he had just done. Can he spy on this 100,000-year-old soul beast? Judging from Tang Hao's performance, this 100,000-year soul beast was clearly prepared by him for Tang San. If he attacked Xiao Wu, Tang Hao might lock onto him and kill him in the next instant. Xiao Wu looked towards Zhu Zhuqin. She just felt a chill on her back, as if she was being stared at by some terrifying existence. She felt the great fear between life and death. But this feeling was fleeting, and he mistakenly thought it was an illusion. Zhao Waoqi's explanation is far-fetched, but it is the most reasonable explanation. Zhao Wuji, how do you know this? Yu Xiaojiang turned his head and looked at Zhao Wuji in confusion. On Douluo Continent, there are no instruments or methods to detect mental strength and physical fitness, let alone such accurate data. Data requires continuous experimentation to get approximate results. But as soon as Zhao Wuji opened his mouth, he provided the precise data of Zhu Zhuqin when she was a quasi-soul master. This was really unbelievable. If he really mastered this method, why didn't he teach it to other students? Especially his disciple, Tang San. This time, before Zhao Wuji could speak, Li Yusong said, when we went to Sunset Forest, we met the pure and beautiful Knight Silver Branch and Lord Spider Emperor outside of Sunset Forest. Master Spider Emperor only investigated for a while and found out Zhu Zhuqing's talent. Li Yusong said what he should have said, but he didn't say what he shouldn't have said. When Li Yusong mentioned Yingji and fourth sister, Xiao Wu felt sick. If it weren't for Lord Spider, we wouldn't have known about soul vibration. Of course, it will also waste Zhuqing's talent. Li Yusong stroked his beard and didn't pay attention to Xiao Wu's strange expression. Whatever hatred Xiao Wu has against Yingji and fourth sister is her business. Anyway, he can't afford to offend these two people and doesn't want to offend them. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong's faces turned the same, as black as charcoal. Teacher Li, don't mention these two people in front of Xiaojiang and me next time. Lu Erlong's dissatisfied voice sounded, with red light in his eyes. If it weren't for these two, how could Yu Yuanjin die? How could the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, the world's #1 beast spirit sect, be destroyed? Even if Lu Erlong doesn't care about the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, her relatives are there after all. They were talking fine, but Lu Erlong suddenly said this, which really made Li Yusong feel embarrassed. He kindly shared it with everyone, but he didn't expect that these people were blinded by hatred. If Yu Yuanjin hadn't been seeking death, would he have been killed by Lord Spider Emperor? Faced with these weaklings, Lord Spider Emperor never had the slightest intention to kill them, and even pointed out a clear way for them. To put it bluntly, Yu Yuanjin deserves to die. Humph. Li Yusong snorted coldly and said, since Dean Lu doesn't want to listen, then I won't say anything. After saying this, Li Yusong turned and left. Seeing this, Lu Qibin also snorted coldly and followed Li Yusong's steps. Zhao Wuji's face was gloomy, but he didn't say much. If he didn't want to see Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's fighting spirit, he would have left directly. It doesn't matter if you don't stay in this new Shrek Academy. If they didn't treat everyone as outsiders, they wouldn't share these things. But some people give them the cold shoulder. You know, among the teachers who can gather in Shrek, none of them are good people in the true sense. They can kill people and steal treasures without even blinking an eye. Such a person naturally doesn't have a good temper. In front of Zhu Zhuqing, they were very friendly and amiable. That was because they treated Zhu Zhuqing as a real junior, which was why they showed such expressions. Zhao Wuji and others were somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Erlong's attitude towards Flanders because of the Titan incident. Now, because of this incident, dissatisfaction has filled my heart, and it is just waiting for a fire to ignite it. What kind of attitude is this? Seeing this, Lu Erlong said with some displeasure. Since the Titan incident, Flanders took the initiative to return the position of dean to Lu Erlong, and Flanders became the idle vice-dean. We are used to being free and undisciplined. If Dean Lu is not used to it, just fire us. Zhao Wuji folded his arms, looked straight ahead and spoke coldly. Teacher Zhao, calm down and say less, say less. At this time, Chunmei, the first graduate of Shrek Academy and current teacher of Shrek Academy, hurried to Zhao Wuji's side and comforted him. Lu Erlong's mood was written all over her face. She really wanted to attack Zhao Wuji just now. Their soul powers are similar, but whether in terms of martial soul quality or burst, Zhao Wuji is no match for Lu Erlong. After realizing this, Chunmei stepped out to act as a peacemaker. If he really has to take sides, he will naturally stand on Zhao Wuji's side. You know, 2 of the 6 soul rings on his body were hunted by Zhao Wuji with him. Xiao Ming, I know what you mean. If I can't stay here, I'll find another place that will. I don't believe that we soul saints and soul emperors can't even find a place to stay. As soon as Zhao Wuji finished speaking, Lu Erlong became furious. Now that things have been said, the window of dissatisfaction has been completely punctured, and the relationship has been completely resolved. You. Lu Erlong, stop saying you. I really can't stand it, so I just had a fight. We share secrets like this with you because we consider you to be our own family. I didn't expect to be treated like this by you. I don't know how many years it has been since I last suffered such humiliation. We are not Flanders, we won't spoil you. Chunmei sighed when he saw this. He knew Zhao Wuji's temper, which was quite hot. The main reason why he could endure until now was because of Dean Flanders, and he gave the Dean face. Secondly, Zhao Wuji couldn't beat Lu Erlong in a one-on-one fight. There was no way, he could only stand silently behind Zhao Wuji, ready to support Zhao Wuji at any time. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing hadn't started fighting yet, but Zhao Wuji and Lu Erlong had already ignited the fire of battle. Ah! Wuji, Erlong, please give me some face and let this matter go. At this time, Flanders' voice sounded, and his figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the high-spirited Flanders in the past, the current Flanders looks a bit like a warrior in his twilight years. Humph. The 2 of them snorted coldly, looked at each other, then turned their heads away, but did not continue to confront each other. Just give Flanders some face. Tang San, my shadow is enough to defeat you. Chapter 180. Zhu Zhuqing said this in a very cold tone, with only indifference in her eyes. He kept finding fault again and again. No matter how good-tempered one was, one would be fed up with Tang San. His ability is obviously just that, but he insists on pretending. You. And many more. Before Tang San could finish, Dai Mubai seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Tang San, this is a battle of souls between pure soul masters, all weapons other than martial souls and soul bones cannot be used. This is also the rule of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. I am not targeting you. The Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition does have such a rule, which means that Tang San cannot use hidden weapons. At the same time, Dai Mubai knew that Tang San's hidden weapons had great lethality, and he was afraid that Zhu Zhuqing would be caught in the trap by accident. Although he and Zhu Zhuqing have nothing to do with each other anymore, they are still tied to the same rope. The person who was most happy after seeing Zhu Zhuqing's 4th soul ring was Dai Mubai. He is the only one who sincerely wishes Zhu Zhuqing to become stronger and stronger. Isn't it good to lie down and win? Tang San was slightly stunned when he heard this. He really had forgotten about this. But he didn't think much about it. There was no need to use hidden weapons to deal with Zhu Zhuqing, even if her 4th soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Unfortunately, he couldn't be so shameless as to ask the human-faced Spider Emperor what the limit of his endurance was. Zhu Zhuqing was able to absorb the 4th ring of 10,000 years, which meant that Tang San could do it too. Unfortunately, his blue-silver grass martial soul had already absorbed the 4th soul ring. Got it, I won't break the rules. Tang San nodded in agreement. Okay, the competition officially begins. As Dai Mubai finished speaking, Tang San took the lead in attacking. His 1st soul ring flashed first, and the blue-silver grass grew wildly, sweeping towards Zhu Zhuqing who was 50 meters away. The 1st soul skill, blue-silver coil. Speaking of blue and silver entanglement, there is one thing that must be mentioned. Tang San's third spirit ring is also entangled with blue and silver. Unlike the original time and space, the third soul ring obtained by Tang San here is a 1,000-year-old Mandragora snake soul ring. The soul skill that was born was exactly the same as the first soul ring. At the same time, this Mandragora snake also exploded a piece of torso soul bone for Tang San, but Tang San did not absorb it, but kept it. If you can't get a better soul bone in the future, this soul bone will also be a good choice. Facing the blue and silver entanglement, Zhu Zhuqing had no expression at all, not even a single fluctuation. Tang San, I said, my shadow can defeat you. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji, who was not far away, slapped his forehead. He had explained everything to Li Yusong and Lu Qibing, but he forgot to explain to Zhu Zhuqing. He didn't know that if Zhu Zhuqing was not one of us, she would be remembered by many people after this wave. Fortunately, she had the identity of a Shrek student, so Tang San didn't say that she was seeking death. 10,000 years Phantom Cat right leg soul bone skill, Phantom body outside the body. Fourth soul skill, Phantom replacement. Almost at the same time, the soul bone skills and soul ring skills were released at the same time. 6 soul bone skill clones plus 1 soul ring skill clone and Zhu Zhuqing's original body made 8 Zhu Zukings. Moreover, because of the Phantom replacement, it is unclear which clone Zhu Zhuqing's real body has switched places with. Tang San's pupils shrank. What on earth was going on? He possesses the purple demon eye, but he can't tell which one is Zhu Zhuqing's real body. For a moment, blue-silver entanglement didn't know who to tie up. The onlookers were slightly stunned and felt their scalps tingling. Is this the power of the 10,000-year soul skill? Wait, there is also a 10,000-year soul bone skill. That is a 10,000-year soul bone. Isn't Zhu Zhuqing's luck too good? The 8 Zhu Zukings dispersed quickly at almost the same speed, making it impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. In just a moment, Tang San was surrounded by Zhu Zhuqing from all sides. Tang San. There were exactly 8 Zhu Zukings surrounding us from all sides, and there was nothing wrong with that. Dai Mubai's eyes twitched slightly when he saw this. What kind of phantom is this? It's too scary. Can't really tell the real from the fake. The speed of these phantom bodies is consistent with that of the original body, which means they have 100 of the speed of the original body. As for other properties, we will only know after we take action. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but comment. He didn't know that his real body could exchange positions with his phantom body, otherwise he would be even more surprised. At this moment, cold sweat was sliding down Tang San's forehead. He couldn't tell the difference, he really couldn't tell the difference. Which one is the real Zhu Zhuqing? Damn the shadow, this is clearly a physical clone. Tang San, be careful. All Zhu Zhuqing rushed towards Tang San, and her speed was so fast that it looked like a beam of black light. I don't believe you won't release your soul skills. With so many clones created by 10,000-year soul bones and soul rings, it is impossible for their attributes to reach 100 of the original body. As long as it is observed that Zhu Zhuqing is the strongest, then she must be the real body. Even though their speeds are exactly the same. As you wish. The third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. The 8 Zhu Zukings used their third spirit skill, Netherworld Slash. At the same time, Tang San immediately discovered who had the strongest aura among the 8. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He didn't expect that the attribute gap between these phantoms and the original bodies would be so huge. Apart from speed, the other differences were too great. Once he used his spirit skills, he would be exposed immediately. Just when Tang San smiled evilly and used his third soul skill, strengthened blue-silver entanglement. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. It seemed like Zhu Zhuqing exposed her true identity on purpose. If she was closer and used the Netherworld Stab, Tang San might not be able to react, and she would get close to him and use the Netherworld Slash. Zhu Zhuqing fights spirits almost every day and has considerable practical experience. She should not make such a mistake. Well, she did it on purpose. But why did she deliberately expose her true identity? He couldn't figure it out, but his hands moved quickly. The enhanced version of the blue and silver entanglement swept towards Zhu Zhuqing's body. Just when Tang San thought it was safe, Zhu Zhuqing's fourth spirit ring flashed again. Not good. Zhu Zhuqing, who was restrained by the third soul skill, had a different aura from her previous form. When Tang San came back to his senses, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from behind him. She can switch places with her clone. No wonder she deliberately exposed her true form, just to trick me. I wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a bang, Tang San was hit by a Netherworld Slash on his back, and his body pounced forward like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. At the same time, the clone's attack also arrived. These clones that were looked down upon by Tang San actually had strong attack power. Chapter 181. Even if these clones only inherited 30 to 40 of the attributes, they could still reach the basic attributes of a soul sect or even a soul king. At first glance, they seem weak because the gap between them and their original bodies is too big, but when facing weaker people, these clones are terrifying. Tang San was somewhat exasperated, yet somewhat powerless. He had underestimated Zhu Zhuqing. The opponent used his original body as a bait, taking advantage of the information gap, that is, Tang San was not familiar with the abilities Zhu Zhuqing had acquired, which caught Tang San off guard. If it happens again, I will not fall so easily, my chances of winning are very high. Tang San thought to himself before he passed out. Among the 8 Zhu Zukings, he could only control 1, but ended up taking 7 netherworld slashes. If Zhu Zhuqing hadn't let him go, that attack from her original body would have probably taken Tang San's life. Zhu Zhuqing wins. Tang San had fainted and had no strength to fight anymore, so the winner was naturally Zhu Zhuqing. Congratulations, Zhu Zhuqing, for obtaining such a powerful spirit ring and spirit bone. Dai Mubai walked up to Zhu Zhuqing and said excitedly. There was no other meaning in his words, he was just expressing his happiness and blessing. The more powerful Zhu Zhuqing is, the greater the chance of his survival. How could he not be happy? It is all thanks to Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, and Teacher Lu, as well as the support of Lord Spider Emperor, that I can achieve such success. Zhu Zhuqing said without any concealment. Many people hate Yingji and Chunmei, right? She just wanted to clear the names of these two people. Pure and beautiful glory is above, thanks to the pure and beautiful goddess Idrila for blessing me and allowing me to win this battle of spirits. Glory to pure beauty, honor to Idrila. Zhu Zhuqing placed his right hand across his chest and spoke solemnly. At the same time, a ray of light seemed to fall from the sky, landing squarely on Zhu Zhuqing, making her shine with a layer of brilliance. When everyone saw this, they opened their mouths slightly, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. There is a traitor among them, but they won't say who it is. Wow, Zhu Zhuqing is actually a believer in pure beauty. No wonder the human-faced Spider Emperor would advise her not to waste her talent. Although the beam had no other effects, it seemed like Idrila's response. Subconsciously, Zhu Zhuqing shouted, the pure goddess Idrila, her beauty is unparalleled in the world. She could not remain idle in the face of the goddess' response, even though she did not believe in this goddess but in Silver Branch. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, applause broke out. 2 figures appeared in front of Zhu Zhuqing like flowing lights in an instant. The scarlet figure had a smile on his face, placed his right hand across his heart, bowed slightly, and said, congratulations to my dear friend for winning the battle. You used your wisdom and strength to win this battle, and your kindness and goodness only caused your opponent to fall into a coma. My dear friend, you already possess some of the codes of chivalry. The 4th sister didn't say anything, but went straight to the point. Zhu Zhuqing. In broad daylight, the sky is bright. Not bad. Finally, the 4th sister came to a conclusion. Zhu Zhuqing, 0. As if she remembered something, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yingji with a strange look in her eyes. She remembered that when she first met Yingji, Yingji said, as long as you shout, pure goddess Idrila, unparalleled beauty, pure knight Yingji, she will come to help. She forgot the specific words, but she still remembered the general meaning. The last time she shouted like this was in the Star Forest, and then Silver Branch appeared. This time when he shouted, Yingji appeared again. She didn't know it was just a coincidence. When Yingji and 4th sister felt the confronting soul powers of Zhao Wuji and Lu Erlong, they were not far from Shrek Academy. When they arrived, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San were fighting spirits. Silver Branch Knight, Lord Spider Emperor, hello. I can achieve this victory first of all thanks to the pure goddess Idrila, it is her care that keeps me moving forward. Secondly, it is the training of Silver Branch Knight and Teacher Zhao that has given me the strength I have today, it is the help of Lord Spider Emperor, Teacher Li, Teacher Lu and others that has enabled me to. Zhu Zhuqing spoke very seriously, she really wanted to improve. My dear friend, you should also thank yourself, it is your hard work and persistence that have brought you to where you are today. If you don't work hard and persevere, and don't have the willpower to become a strong person, even if you get the help of the goddess and us, you will not be able to become a strong person. Come on, my dear friend, your hard work and sweat are the foundation for becoming a strong person, keep working hard and creating. On the day of the game, we will be there. My 4th sister and I still have some things to do, I look forward to the moment we meet again. Farewell. Seeing Yingji just coming to show up and about to leave, Zhu Zhuqing felt a little disappointed, but he had said a lot, so she should thank herself. Goodbye. Yingji and 4th sister came quickly and left even faster. Hearing that Tang San just fainted, Yu Xiaojiang and Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy was right before their eyes, but they were helpless and dared not even breathe. They quickly came to Tang San's side, and the two of them lifted Tang San up together. They glared at Zhu Zhuqing fiercely, but did not say any bad words to her. Zhu Zhuqing has done a good job. If Tang San loses, he loses. Next time, Xiao San won't be so careless. After Yu Xiaojiang left a few words, he and Xiao Wu carried Tang San towards the dormitory. Next time, I will still be the winner. Zhu Zhuqing said unceremoniously. If it were just her, she would never say such a thing. But Zhao Waoqi was being targeted, and as his student, she had no choice but to fight for her dignity. Good, 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 you are worthy of being Zhu Qing. Zhao Wuji said with a smile on his face, and looking at his expression, he seemed extremely proud at this moment. Teacher Zhao, can I become your disciple? What? Zhao Wuji was stunned. He felt a little bit unbelievable and incredible. The reason why he never mentioned this matter was that he felt he was not worthy of being Zhu Zhuqing's teacher. It is already very good to have an opportunity to teach. I never expected that Zhu Zhuqing would take the initiative to become my disciple. Subconsciously, Zhao Wuji looked in Xiao Wu's direction, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind. Okay, little Zhuqing, from now on, I, Zhao Wuji, will be your teacher. You are also my only direct disciple. If anyone wants to hurt you, he'll kill me first. It's not easy to be a teacher. Zhao Wuji, you must practice hard. No matter what, we must protect this girl. Before Zhu Zhuqing became his disciple, Zhao Wuji always had a smile on his face. But after he became his teacher, Zhao Wuji's face became more sad. Chapter 182. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was the eve of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Xiao San, one failure doesn't matter, your future is destined to be an invincible path. Ever since his last defeat to Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San has been in confusion. He did not say that Zhu Zhuqing had the means to commit suicide, after all, she was one of his own. Is my blue silver grass martial spirit really that powerful? Even Zhu Zhuqing, who is younger than me, has walked ahead of me, Tang San is really very confused. He has so many methods, plus twin martial spirits, but he is still no match for the younger Zhu Zhuqing. How can he not doubt his life? One time doesn't count as a loss. But he lost twice. Seeing this, Tang Hao in the dark twitched his eyes slightly. Go to that fucking invincible road. Ever since he saw Yingji treating a spear weighing more than 300,000 jin as a toy, Tang Hao no longer had that high-spirited spirit. Even if he wants to take revenge and dominate the continent in the future, he has to avoid Yingji. This night is really too terrifying. Only Yu Xiaojiang, who knows nothing, can be so ignorant and fearless. It's such an invincible road. Tang San can successfully become a titled Douluo and successfully add spirit rings to his second martial spirit. Tang Hao should thank God. Teacher, I want to add a spirit ring to my second martial spirit. Tang San ignored what Yu Xiaojiang said before, and instead spoke out his thoughts. No. Almost in an instant, Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojiang said at the same time. Tang Hao was a little upset by what he just said, and he couldn't help but speak. Seeing this, Tang Hao knew he could no longer hide, so he appeared in the dormitory. With a pa sound, his right hand collided with Tang San's left foot. Dad! Xiao San, you promised me that you can't add a spirit ring to your second martial spirit without my consent. Xiao San, you promised the teacher that you can't add a spirit ring to your second martial spirit without my consent. The two of them said almost in sync. Tang San, who had just been slapped when they met, felt a little dizzy. His mouth opened slightly, but he stopped talking. He did promise Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojiang that he would never add a spirit ring to the second spirit without their consent, but wasn't he discussing this with Yu Xiaojiang just now? This slap was somewhat unfair. Dad, teacher, I did promise you, but my blue silver grass is not enough to support my subsequent training in fighting. Cultivation is secondary. Tang San believes that he is not weaker than others, and he cannot be weaker than his peers. He is a reborn person. If he cannot even beat people of his own age, his spiritual faith will surely be damaged. After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Hao both understood what Tang San wanted, it was just that the time was not right yet. Seeing Tang San's bullied look, Tang Hao finally softened his heart and said, Son, your blue silver grass martial spirit is not ordinary blue silver grass, nor is it a useless martial spirit. After these words were spoken, without waiting for Tang San to respond, Yu Xiaojiang was slightly stunned and fell into deep thought. Isn't it a useless martial spirit? How could blue silver grass not be a useless martial spirit? If Tang San's blue silver grass was not a useless martial spirit, then what he said, there are no useless martial spirits. Only useless spirit masters, isn't it a joke? Is he going to spend his whole life proving that Yu Xiaojiang is a waste? Your Majesty Haotian, where did you get this from? Blue silver grass is considered a useless spirit in both the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Sex Classics. If it weren't for my teaching, Xiaosan's blue silver grass would never have grown to its current height. Yu Xiaojiang said with his hands behind his back, looking conceited. It would be impossible for the useless martial soul to become what it is now without Yu Xiaojiang. But Tang Hao said that this was not a waste of martial spirit. Isn't this destroying Yu Xiaojiang's place and overturning his theory? Tang Hao's face darkened. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Xiaojiang was really capable, he would have slapped this ignorant guy twice. Who are you pretending in front of? Ignoring Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao turned around, looked at the confused Tang San and said, "Son, your blue-silver grass martial soul is indeed not a useless martial soul. This is the martial spirit you inherited from your mother, but because it has not fully awakened, it has revealed the appearance of blue-silver grass. When you fully awaken, it will become the world's top martial spirit, the blue-silver emperor." Although Tang Hao said this, he actually looked down on blue-silver emperor. Although the blue-silver emperor possesses an innate domain, that's all. The clear sky hammer is different. Although the clear sky hammer does not have an innate domain, it has a complete inheritance. Haotian 9 absolutes, chaos cloak hammer technique, big shumi hammer, explosive ring. These are things that the blue-silver emperor cannot make up for. As top-level martial spirits, the blue-silver emperor is not 1 or 2 levels weaker than the inheritance. This is also the reason why Tang Hao doesn't care about how Tang San's first martial soul develops. Anyway, after becoming a title Douluo, Tang San's second martial soul was formed, and he no longer needed the first martial soul. It is just a prop to break through the bottleneck. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Hao had similar ideas, but Yu Xiaojiang didn't know that Tang San's first martial soul was not a useless martial soul at all. If Yu Xiaojiang knew, he would definitely pay more attention to Tang San's first martial soul. Being strong alone is nothing. Only when both of them are strong, they are truly strong. After hearing what Tang Hao said, Tang San's eyes widened. He has always been proud of the fact that his first martial soul was a useless one, but he cultivated it to this level. He also used this mentality to pretend everywhere. But one day when Tang Hao told him that this was not a useless martial spirit, Tang Sen felt like the sky was falling. Isn't it normal for a top-level martial spirit to be cultivated to this level? Father, is this true? Really? Your martial soul is the blue-silver emperor. When you reach level 50, I will take you to complete the second awakening of your martial soul. By then, your combat power will be greatly improved. Originally, Tang Hao was not going to tell Tang San this, but Tang San looked a little devastated now. If he is not given some confidence, he may lose interest in cultivation in the future. Just a slap in the face is not enough to wake Tang San up, he must use a pie-in-the-sky method. Of course, Tang Hao was not just making empty promises, he had been planning to do this anyway, and now he was just notifying Tang San in advance. Yu Xiaojiang felt a little numb. It seemed that Tang Hao did not answer him directly, but he answered all the questions. Sure enough, a useless martial soul can never become a genius. Is Luo Sanpao a waste? If it weren't for his congenital deficiency, Luo Sanpao would have the golden holy dragon martial spirit. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang's weak physique, Luo Sanpao wouldn't have been able to become an out-of-body martial spirit. Thinking about it this way, Yu Xiaojiang is really a waste. Chapter 183. For a soul master, not sleeping for a night is nothing, but there might be a college competition tomorrow. Will he come tomorrow? Will come. I won't come. After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Zhuqing finally closed her eyes and fell into a sleepy state. There was a faint smile on her lips, as if the answer made her very satisfied. Before going to bed, her last thought was that if Yingji hadn't come, she would have shouted Chunmei's name. Tonight, it was not just Zhu Zhuqing who couldn't sleep. Many other contestants were too excited to sleep and were ready to show their talents. Some audience members felt the same way. How could they sleep during such a grand event? When the first rays of sunlight in the early morning fell on the earth, the area around the Tiando City Soul Fighting Arena was already crowded with people. In order to be the first to see their idol, many people come here and wait before the sun rises. It was still early for the contestants to enter the venue, but they were enjoying it. This is the most outstanding young man in the entire Tiando Empire. Whether it is a female soul master or a male soul master, seeing them will make them feel very happy both physically and mentally. Zhu Qing, you didn't sleep well. Zhao Wuji glanced at Zhu Zhuqing in confusion and expressed his concern subconsciously. This disciple had a pair of iron-eating beast eyes, and looked to be in poor condition. Teacher, I'm fine. I went to bed late last night. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji seemed to be thinking about something, and continued, don't work too hard these days. When you need to rest, take a break. He thought Zhu Zhuqing should be practicing and making the most of every minute and every second. But Zhao Wuji was wrong. I understand, teacher. Zhu Zhuqing did not refute and nodded in agreement. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first, and then gather to go to the fighting arena. Yes. Zhao Wuji is one of the teachers leading the Shrek team, and the other is Lu Erlong. After a while, the group arrived at the cafeteria and started eating the food prepared by Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian is, after all, a food-oriented soul saint. The food he makes is more or less beneficial to soul masters. Dai Mubai and the others were not like Zhu Zhuqing, with two iron-eating beast eyes. Tang San was similar to Zhu Zhuqing. He also did not sleep well last night. On the main street of Tiando City. Unlike the usual bustling and lively atmosphere, the streets of Tiando City today are almost silent, with no pedestrians in sight. Because almost all of these people went to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. The closer you get to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, the more crowded and noisy it becomes. Second brother, is this fighting spirit competition so exciting? It's just a fight between some soul lords and soul sects, and it's just for show. What's so interesting about it? The fourth sister expressed her incomprehension in comparison, saying that sometimes humans are just so inexplicable. It is really hard to understand why he doesn't think about how to practice well or how to fill his stomach, but just likes to watch these vegetable cunts pecking at each other. A great man once said that young people are like the sun at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, the future belongs to them. Among these young people, I don't know how many will become title Douluo in the future, and how many will become soul Douluo or soul saint. This is a chapter in glory that belongs to mankind, even if their current strength still needs to be tempered. It's a pity that I'm not a soul master, otherwise this would be a pure and beautiful experience. If Inji could really participate in the competition, it would be a pure and beautiful experience for both Inji and the contestants. For the contestants, when facing the pure and beautiful Night Inji, saying that they have to undergo training is just for the sake of sounding good. Although I don't quite understand it, it seems to make sense, the fourth sister murmured with confusion in her eyes. The fighting spirit is just like a duel between knights, it is sacred and pure. The winner takes the glory, the loser keeps trying. Fourth sister. She shouldn't have told Inji about this. Seeing Inji's excited look, she just felt a little dazed. Do you like dueling so much? Inji is not a battle maniac, but he does like duels very much, especially challenging someone he thinks is stronger. Hone yourself in battle and make up for your own shortcomings. As for winning or losing, it is naturally better to win. Inji and fourth sister walked towards the fighting spirit arena calmly. They both did not have tickets, so it was best not to disturb those who had tickets and enter the fighting spirit arena first. Since you didn't buy a ticket, it's normal to arrive late. The closer you are to the fighting arena, the louder the shouts become. Too enthusiastic, such a grand event, Xingning cannot help but participate. Of course, Inji's current purpose is not to compete, but to promote pure beauty. Tianshui, Tianshui. You don't even need to look, just hear the cheers and you'll know which team is entering. The loudest cheers came from Tianshui College, all because of this college's large class of beautiful girls. Tianshui College accepts civilian students, but there are two conditions. The first is that the martial spirit attribute must be water or ice. Second, she must be a beautiful woman. It's not enough to be a woman, she also has to be good-looking. Tianshui College's purpose in selecting students in this way is not simple, but it has given some civilians hope. Although he knew that Tianshui College had ulterior motives, he still went ahead without hesitation. Yes, if they can enter Tianshui School, it will be a great advantage for these students to be able to connect with rich and powerful people after graduation. Tianshui's certification is definitely a big sign. Divine wind. Thunder. Blazing fire. Relatively speaking, the other three elemental academies have relatively fewer supporters. This is closely related to that battle. Tianshui College is a special case because they are all beautiful girls. Human beings always yearn for beautiful things. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Gradually, the noise became quieter and quieter, and everyone entered the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, which meant that all the participating teams had arrived. When Inji and fourth sister arrived at the entrance of the Fighting Spirit Arena, a group of ticket inspectors were slightly stunned. They are not ordinary people who know nothing. How do these two people dress and look? Greetings to the Silver Branch Knight, and hello to Lord Spider Emperor. One of them reacted quickly and saluted the two of them. These two people have been specifically instructed by the superiors that they must not be offended. Even if they don't have tickets, they must not be stopped. Etiquette should be performed well, after all, the more gifts, the less blame there is. Keep a smile on your face and don't hit someone who smiles at you. Although they were somewhat afraid of the human-faced Spider King, they forced themselves to smile and saluted the two. Inji quickly returned the gift and finally took out Qian Renshue's token. The moment they saw the token, everyone was slightly stunned. Isn't this the prince's token? Chapter 184. Zhu Zhuqing stared with wide eyes, scanning the entire place, hoping to find the two figures. Of course, there is a figure that comes with it. There were a total of 80,000 spectators in the audience, and even though she was a soul master, she couldn't see everyone's faces clearly. No, not here either. Even among the crowd, Inji is the most handsome man. No matter where he goes, he is the most shining existence. Even though you can't see everyone's faces clearly, it's not difficult to find Inji. Just by looking at the crowd, you can tell whether there are silver branches among them, and use this to distinguish them. Zhu Qing, what are you looking for? Do you need help, teacher? Seeing this, Zhao Wuji asked in confusion. After Zhu Zhuqing entered the venue, she began looking for something in the crowd, looking here and there. But this fighting spirit arena is not a small-scale fighting spirit arena. In order to cope with this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the Soul Fighting Arena even made some changes. Removing all the partitions in the entire Soul Fighting Arena, leaving only the largest venue. Therefore, the entire fighting arena can accommodate 80,000 spectators. It is really difficult to find something among these 80,000 spectators. Even if a titled Douluo comes here to look for someone, it will be difficult. Teacher, I'm looking for Ingji, he promised me that he would come to watch the game. After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat embarrassed and her face turned slightly red. Forehead. Zhao Wuji's eyes twitched, and he knew that things were not that simple. After thinking for a while, Zhao Wuji said, Zhuqing, don't worry. Given the reputation of the Silver Branch Knight, he will do what he promised even if it rains knives from the sky. Besides, given the characteristics of the Silver Branch Knight, it should be very easy to find him, unless he hasn't arrived yet. The opening ceremony hasn't officially started yet. Isn't it normal that you're not there? I know, I just... Before Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, Zhao Wuji understood what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking. There is nothing wrong with liking Ingji, and she even dares to say it openly, which also requires great courage. Ingji is just like everyone in front of the screen in terms of appearance, character and strength, and is very popular with girls. The most impatient thing for humans is often waiting. As the saying goes, a day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Waiting is an extremely exhausting and long process. The scene changed, and Xue Qinghe, who was sitting in the VIP seat, had a slightly changed expression after listening to his subordinate's report. Father, I will go to greet the distinguished guest and will be back shortly. Xue Qinghe bowed to Xue Yi and said respectfully. When these words were spoken, everyone in the VIP seats was stunned. Being called a distinguished guest by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Okay. Just by looking at where the prince was sitting and the 2 VIP seats, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. These 2 seats should be reserved for this distinguished guest. Xue Yi raised his eyebrows, glanced at Xue Qinghe subconsciously, and nodded. Go ahead, don't keep the guests waiting. Although I don't know who is coming, the person who can be called a distinguished guest by Xue Qinghe must be no simple person. Emperor Xue Yi is also a shrewd man. He also wants to use these 2 distinguished guests to see who Xue Qinghe has met. Yes, father. Xue Qinghe responded, then hurried away and walked towards the gate of the fighting spirit arena. Seeing Xue Qinghe leaving in such a hurry, everyone frowned. The person who could make the prince so anxious must be very extraordinary. Master Ning, who do you think the distinguished guest Qinghe is talking about is? Xue Yi asked Ning Fengji without changing his expression. If we were to say who the most distinguished outsider Xue Qinghe knew was, it should be his Master Ning Fengji. Isn't Ning Fengji here? I asked Ning Fengji to see if he knew about this. After hearing this, Ning Fengji was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he bowed to Xue Yi and said, Your Majesty, there are countless heroes in this world, just like the carp swimming across the river. Hi. When these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but gasp. As expected of Ning Fengji, his words are so pleasant to the ears. Who among those present would not benefit from these words? Heroes of the world. These people have made a small contribution to the warming of the far north. Ning is not talented, so I will analyze it. He bowed again, this time to the people in the VIP seats. Anyone who can be called a distinguished guest by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must be a powerful person with a great reputation. Or he is a genius who becomes famous. Either he is a wise man, or he is as smart as a demon. Everyone, You call this incompetent? Good. Of course, His Royal Highness is kind enough to invite 2 commoners here, calling them nobles and guests. Everyone present knew Xue Qinghe's character. Even if he is good at disguise, and everything he did before was disguise, but since he has been disguised for a lifetime, it must be true. Even if Xue Qinghe invited 2 commoners here and called them distinguished guests, there would be nothing wrong. After all, that's who he is. I am not talented enough. If I guessed wrongly or misinterpreted the Crown Prince's intention, please forgive me, Your Majesty and everyone else. After saying this, Ning Fengji said no more. He understood the principle that talking too much will lead to mistakes. Sect Master Ning is too modest. Although there are many heroes in this world, few can compare to Sect Master Ning. Xue Yi stroked his beard and praised. This is the leader of the 2nd largest sect in the world. If he is not considered a hero, who can be called a hero? Who dares to call himself a hero? Your Majesty is so complimentary. Master Ning is humble. After a while, Xueqinghe came back with the so-called distinguished guest. When everyone saw the two of them, their pupils couldn't help but shrink, their scalps felt tingling, and their eyelids twitched. Ning Fengji and Chen Xian stood up even more excitedly. Silver Branch Knight. Human-faced Spider Emperor. Everyone gasped again. They never expected that the distinguished guests at the mouth of Xueqing River would be these two. Wow, you are such a distinguished guest. Among those present, how many are more noble than them? Even the Spirit Hall's Platinum Deacon Salus couldn't help but stand up and salute Inji. When he first met this Silver Branch Knight, he knew that he was Elder Ju's best friend. Elder Ju even gave him his own Elder Order. It can be seen that Elder Ju is not being hypocritical. After hearing about a series of things that happened to him, Salus felt his scalp tingling. Fortunately, because of Elder Ju, he had not offended Inji, and even treated Inji as a guest of honor. Even though it was a snowy night, my pupils couldn't help but shrink. He is the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, ruling the Tiando Empire, and is considered the most honorable person in the Tiando Empire. Chapter 185. This godlike existence actually moved the 7 treasures glazed tile sect from Tiando City to Soto City. Because of this incident, Shuai didn't believe Ning Fengji for the first time, but after Ning Fengji swore and cursed, he believed it. There are gods in this world. Under the surprised gazes of the audience and contestants, Shuai stood up. Everyone in the VIP seats also stood up. The VIP seats were empty, and since it was where the emperor was, there weren't many people there. The unusual actions of Shuai and others were naturally noticed by the audience and contestants. What shocked the audience and contestants even more was that everyone either performed a noble salute or a soul master salute to the two figures. Moreover, it is the highest etiquette. Meet the Knight of the Silver Branch. Greetings, Lord Spider Emperor. He is powerful and deserves respect and awe from everyone. This is true even for the ruler of a country. Although there weren't many people, the voice was like a loud bell, resounding in everyone's hearts. The people who came turned out to be the legendary Pure Beautiful Knight and the human-faced Spider Emperor who broke through the 100,000-year limit. Hi. This time, the whole audience gasped. In the players' rest area, Zhu Zhuqin was overjoyed. Here he comes, he is finally here. As expected of him, even the Emperor of the Tiando Empire treated him with courtesy. Meet the Knight of the Silver Branch. The entire fighting arena was filled with the voices of the audience. If even the Emperor is like this, why should they be so reserved? As expected of the pure and beautiful knight in the legend, he is really handsome. The most handsome man in the world. She is very powerful and good-looking. I heard that she is also a very good person. After some of the audience saluted, they began to discuss in low voices. After receiving a gift, it is impossible for me to do nothing. Knights are very particular about etiquette. Now that there is no one on the ring, it is a good time to show off. There are still 2 incense sticks of time before the opening ceremony begins, so there is no one on the stage. Inji flashed and turned into a scarlet stream of light, and came to the stage. The moment he stepped onto the stage, everyone was slightly stunned, not understanding what the mythical knight was going to do. Inji opened his hands, and a ray of sunlight fell squarely on his body. The light shining on his armor made him look so holy and pure. Whether they have seen it or not, everyone is envious of Inji's skill in controlling lights. Wherever he goes, he is the focus. TSK, show off. Tang San folded his arms and said with some ease. Inji was obviously not a contestant, but she stole the limelight from the other contestants. It's only because Tang San has a good temper, otherwise Inji would be killed in a moment. Inji on the stage didn't know what Tang San was thinking. He stretched out his hand and picked a rose from somewhere. His eyes were firm, as if he was going to. I am the Silver Branch of the Pure Knights, I am here to pay my respects to you with the heavy weight of a rose. After saying this, Inji placed his right hand across his heart and bowed slightly. At the same time, rays of light descended from the sky, covering all the people in the fighting arena. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The feeling of being bathed in sunlight made them feel warm all over, as if all the pain had disappeared. All I can give you in return is the sweet scent of roses. When Inji finished speaking, a rain of flowers began to fall throughout the fighting arena. Countless rose petals fell, echoing the sunlight. Even the members of the 4 elements who had a grudge against Inji were enjoying this moment of tranquility and admiring the beautiful rain of flowers. Emperor Shuai's pupils shrank. He used to have doubts about Inji, but now he is steadfast. This is a god. This is a miracle. The glory of the pure beauty, the pure and beautiful Knight Silver Branch, greets you all. Long live the goddess of pure beauty. Inji frowned and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Long live the pure beauty goddess. This is hard to comment. The 4th sister came to Inji's side at some point and performed an aristocratic etiquette that she had learned from somewhere. Pure beauty and glory are above, I am the 4th sister of pure beauty believers, greetings to all of you. Lord Spider Emperor. I am Lord Spider King's dog. It has to be said that both the audience and the soul masters are very afraid of this super soul beast that has broken through the rank. But she is really, so polite. It doesn't look like an evil soul beast at all. As long as you are good looking, your worldview will be determined by your appearance. Among the people present, not many knew about the human-faced demonic pearl and the human-faced spider emperor. Most of what they know is based on rumors and hearsay. Therefore, their attitude towards the fourth sister changed. They became less afraid of her and even felt like they were looking at an idol. After a while, Inji and the fourth sister left the ring and came to the position prepared for them by Shueqinghe. My dear friend Inji, it has been a long time since we parted that day, I miss you so much. It's a pity that close friends are elusive and hard to find, it's a pity that we can't listen to more pure and beautiful understanding. Ning Fengji's words were not false, nor were they meant to please Inji. Instead, they were sincere. Today, he is still a believer in pure beauty, and because he often does good deeds, he has found some happiness. This is a kind of spiritual satisfaction that makes Ning Fengji feel refreshed. After hearing this and feeling the sincerity in Ning Fengji's words, Inji said apologetically, my dear friend, there are so many sufferings in the world, I can't stay in one place for too long, I'm very sorry. If there is a chance, I would like to chat with you about more insights. After these words were spoken, everyone in the VIP seats was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that Ning Fengji actually knew Inji and they were close friends. This guy is hiding very deeply. There are so many sufferings in the world that he can't stay in one place for too long. Shueyi fell into deep thought. In his opinion, the Qiando Empire is extremely powerful, so how could there be so much suffering in the world? Without waiting for Ning Fengji to start reminiscing about the past, Shueyi spoke first, Silver Branch Knight, the people of my Qiando Empire should be living well, right? The sufferings of the world should not have been inflicted on my people, right? There was no other meaning behind Shuei's words, he was just asking a question. He really didn't know how happy the civilians were. After all, the taxes collected every year are always more or less. With so much tax, how can the people's lives not be good? This cannot be blamed on Shuei. After all, he is the emperor of a country. Even if he has been to other cities, he has only been to the main city. The main city, no matter how poor it is, can never be too poor. As for the border areas, those bitterly cold places, there is no chance to go there on a snowy night. Chapter 186. When an emperor defines the living standards of his people solely by taxation, we cannot say that he is incompetent. We can only say that he has not experienced the various aspects of life in the world and has not enjoyed that kind of life. For common people in this period, being able to have a meal a day was considered a small asset. They arrived at the snowy night palace layer after layer, but still harvested a lot, more and more every year, which shows how high the tax was, almost 8 or 9 out of 10. Even a village like Holy Soul Village, which has a good harvest, has a village chief who is so tight on money. You can imagine the current situation of the entire Douluo Continent. The only thing civilians can rely on is to awaken their innate soul power through their martial souls, and then become soul masters and change their class. But how strong can the physical fitness of civilians be if they can't even get enough food to eat? Awakening soul power is even more of a luxury. Occasionally, 1 or 2 children with awakened soul power would appear, which would be a great honor for our ancestors. Inji has been in Douluo Continent for so long and has traveled for so long, and has seen countless hardships. The most miserable thing is that the people can't even afford to eat. These are the most basic necessities of life, not to mention the bandits causing chaos, the nobles bullying others, the soul beasts rioting, and the wolf thieves running rampant. Inji sighed. Although he possessed extraordinary martial arts skills, he could not conjure supplies out of thin air. He could share his supplies with others, but he could only save them temporarily, not forever. Ultimately, it is the world that is sick. In the eyes of the nobles, civilians are just cattle and horses. Giving them food and not letting them starve to death is already a great mercy. After all, common people have no land, and all resources are in the hands of the nobles. Emperor Shuei. Inji stood up, placed her right hand across her heart, bowed slightly to Shuei, and saluted. When Shuei saw this, although he was confused, he also stood up and performed a noble salute to Inji. He could not afford the gift from this great god. Everyone in the VIP seats was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Aren't we still talking about the sufferings in the world? Emperor Shuei, if you have the time and determination, you should go to the border town and the village to take a look. Qiando City is magnificent, and the main city is equally colorful, like a fairyland on earth. In a bitterly cold place, in a small border town, the civilians there not only have to face several kinds of enemies, but also have to worry about having a meal a day. Yes, 1 meal a day. My spear is invincible, and has slain countless evils, but it still cannot bring them a better life. After hearing this, everyone in the VIP seats had different thoughts. Some sneered, some were dismissive, and some with a little bit of respect had some doubts and sympathy. Shuebing sneered in his heart. Although civilians are citizens of the empire, are they considered human beings? They are just assets of the nobility. In the original time and space, although Shuebing became the new emperor, the living standards of the civilians under his rule did not improve at all, but instead declined a lot. This has something to do with Tang San. After becoming a noble, he forgot that he was also born a commoner. He somewhat lived up to the title of King Lan Hao. Of course, this is only true for commoners. King Lan Hao is so great for the nobles. Defeat the evil spirit hall and turn the rebellious peasants back into peasants again. In order to prevent the peasants from rebelling again and to eliminate such incidents at the root, it will be extremely difficult for the common people to stand up again. Emperor Shuiyi fell into deep thought. It was not an exaggeration to call his life a legend among the emperors of Jindo. Seize the throne, eliminate rebellion, check and balance the spirit hall, restrain the Xinglua Empire, and gain the support of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. He achieved all of this during this period. It is no exaggeration to call him the greatest emperor of all time in the Tiando Empire. The only weakness was his soul power, which was too weak. But there was nothing he could do about it, as the inherited martial soul of the Tiando royal family was the swan, which was not of very high quality. Although Inji's words were rather obscure, Shuiyi was able to understand something. His people were not living as well as he imagined. What the Silver Branch Knight said is right. Every year when I, the Spirit Hall Deacon, go to help those civilians awaken their spirits, I can see the hard life they lead. What's more, most of the members of my Spirit Hall have come from that kind of life. Emperor Shuiyi, you should look around more and walk around more. Sarath folded his arms and said calmly. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He didn't think that Emperor Shuiyi really cared about the lives of civilians. The two empires don't even want to care about the life and death of civilian soul masters, let alone civilians. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's efforts to fight for it, low-level spirit masters would probably have a hard time living. Facing Sarath's sarcasm, Emperor Shuiyi glanced at Sarath indifferently but did not say much. Judging from Sarath's behavior, Inji's words were not lies, and judging from the silence of the crowd, his people were truly suffering. So, where do those taxes come from? Emperor Shuiyi wanted to go and take a look, but his health was getting worse day by day. Qinghe. Seeing Emperor Shuiyi calling out, Qinghe was slightly stunned and came back to his senses from his thoughts. Father. After the competition, go to the place that the Silver Branch Knight mentioned and experience the people's livelihood. As if he had thought of something, Shuiyi glanced at Shuebing and continued, oh, by the way, take this useless thing with you too. Qinghe, avalanche. Shuebing's pupils shrank. His father asked Qinghe to take him out. Are you afraid that he won't die early enough? Qinghe was stunned. Asking her to experience the people's livelihood was probably because Shuiyi was embarrassed to save face and wanted to find a way out. But what's the purpose of letting her bring an avalanche? Yes, father. Yes, father. No matter how stupid Shuebing was, he didn't dare to refute Shuiyi's words at this time. I can only think of a way in private to see if I can get Shuiyi to take back his decision. If he goes out with Qinghe, he will most likely never come back. The two looked at each other with meaningful expressions in their eyes. Silver Branch Knight, thank you for your guidance, otherwise, I'm afraid I would die with a smile on my face under the guise of happiness for all the people. My achievements in this life are comparable to those of my ancestors, but I never expected something like this to happen. This is truly a despicable act. I have no face to face our ancestors. After saying this, a golden light burst out from Emperor Shuiyi's eyes, his fists clenched, and murderous intent boiled over. He seemed to have made up his mind. After bowing to Inji, he sat down again. There are numerous monsters in the world, but in the entire Tiando Empire, the one who can fight him on a snowy night has not yet been born. He wanted to see how many things had happened in places he didn't know about. What on earth happened? Chapter 187. People who were too far away could not hear clearly what was happening in the VIP seats. Only people around knew what was happening. They also didn't expect that Shuiyi would make such a decision. Everyone sat down again, and Ning Fengji and Inji started chatting again, and they seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation. There was an awkward smile on Chen Xian's face. That year he had his hands behind his back and didn't know what an opponent was. As a result, he was killed instantly by Inji. If Inji had not held back, he would have been killed by that blow. Since then, Chen Xian has also realized a truth: in the face of absolute power, any fancy moves are just fancy moves and have no effect at all. In the face of absolute power, one swing, one draw of the sword, one strike, they are all unstoppable by the enemy. There is great terror between life and death. Although Chen Xian was seriously injured, it was a blessing in disguise. He understood many truths, thus breaking through the bottleneck and reaching level 97. Chen Xian, who had reached level 97, became even more low-key. Even when Gu Rong asked him to compete, he refused. If the sword is not drawn, it's fine, but when it is drawn, it will be shocking, like thunder. After a moment, the auspicious time arrived and the opening ceremony officially began. First, the host introduced the 28 teams participating in the preliminaries and their students to the audience. The audience may not know all the teams, so it is necessary to introduce them. In addition, contestants also need to be given a chance to show themselves. Unfortunately, they came at the wrong time. Some contestants who were thinking about this were feeling very depressed at this time. They are about to graduate, but they are confused and their future is dark. By participating in the competition, you are likely to be noticed by other big forces, who may invest in you or extend an olive branch to you. At the same time, it is also possible to be favored by the children of nobles, thus rising to fame overnight and crossing class boundaries. But what are these people doing? Silver Branch Knight, does he like me? A beautiful young lady in aristocratic formal dress blushed and murmured shyly. The little sister standing by was stunned. What was this guy saying? If he didn't like me, why would he create such a romantic scene for me? So, he must like me. The little sister next to her opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. She knew that this sister was love-brained, but how could she have known that she was so seriously ill? Suddenly, the little sister seemed to have thought of something and her face became very strange. Sister, if I'm not mistaken, Inji does like you. Ugh. Sister, do you think so too? Yes, unfortunately, he doesn't just like you, he likes everyone. According to the interpretation of the word pure beauty and the understanding of God's love for the world, the Knight of the Silver Branch is great love, and he will love every normal person. I don't care, he just likes me. Little sister. Next up is the Royal Fighting Team 2. I believe everyone in the audience knows that the Royal Fighting Team 2 comes from the Tiendo Royal Academy. Even though they are only the second team, they are also the best of the younger generation. The Royal Fighting Team 2 came to the stage with high hopes. Although they are only the second team, they are all descendants of aristocrats and future aristocrats. There is one thing the host said that is not wrong. Although the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 are arrogant, they are truly the best among the younger generation. Anyone who can participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, even if it is just the preliminaries, is definitely the best among the younger generation. In other words, they are all considered the best in the surrounding area, and some are even number one in a city or even a province. Now that they are gathered together, they seem relatively weak, but in the eyes of another group of people, they are unattainable and terrifying existences. Almost every participating team has supporters, especially the Royal Fight Team 2, which has the most supporters. This is Tiendo City, the home ground of the Royal Do Team 2, so naturally they have the most supporters. The Royal Fighting Team 2 also represents the face of the Empire, which is the most important thing. As teams appeared one after another, they soon welcomed the Four Elements Academy. He was originally from the Five Elements Academy, but because of the siege on Fourth Sister and Inji, Huyenjin unilaterally expelled him from the Four Element Academies. At the same time, he himself was backstabbed by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and died, and the entire Huyen family was wiped out, not to mention the Xiangjia Academy. Originally there were 29 participating teams, but now that Xiangjia Academy is gone, there are naturally only 28 teams. Although the Four Elements Academy suffered heavy losses, the Elephant Armor Academy, which did not participate, lost its entire sect, family, and academy. For this, we have to thank the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect for their contribution. The Four Elements Academy, except for the host who introduced it bravely, the whole audience was silent. If Inji and Chunmei were not present, they might cheer for the Four Elements Academy and support their favorite players and academies. Now that Inji and Fourth Sister were present, they dared not utter a sound. Feng Xiaotian, Wo Wu, Shui Binger, Lei Dong and the others walked through the process with gloomy faces, but did not say much, nor did they dare to say much. They just acted like zombies throughout the whole process, which made people feel distressed. But so what? Who made them do wrong things and at the same time be inferior to others in skills? If they win, even if it is an unfair victory, even if they are ridiculed behind their backs, there will naturally be people who defend them. Unfortunately, the Four Elements Academy lost miserably. It was only Inji and the Fourth Sister who were kind-hearted and did not pursue the Four Elements Academy, otherwise, it would be a question whether they could still survive. Which college is this? The school uniform is really unique. When Shrek Academy appeared on stage, the whole audience was boiling. Because they have never seen such a school uniform. The school uniform was designed by Flanders himself, and it can only be described in words. Only Zhu Zhuqing and others have good looks, and they don't look out of place in this school uniform. The school uniform is a little ugly, but the students look pretty good, especially the one walking in the front. Okay. After hearing this comment, the people around looked at the captain of Shrek Academy, who was walking in the front. They were stunned. Are you looking at the school uniforms? We are too embarrassed to expose you. Although the girl is young, she is the captain of Shrek Academy. Moreover, her figure is so terrifying that countless women are moved by her. The next team to play is the Shrek team. They are from Shrek Academy. The original name of this academy is Blue Tyrant Academy. Captain, Zhu Zhuqing. Don't underestimate her young age, her profile shows that she is a powerful soul master. Hi. Everyone gasped. They thought that the Shrek Academy was a clown, but they never expected that the clown was actually themselves. Chapter 188. Shui Yi was still thinking. He was thinking about how there were so many sufferings in the empire, but he didn't know about it. Putting the suffering aside, the reason for being angry is that he didn't even know it. What made him angry was not that the common people were living a bad life, but the deception of his ministers. He was just old on Shui Yi, not dead. Shui Yi thought of himself as the greatest emperor of the Tiando Empire, but he was deceived by his subjects before he died. Who wouldn't be angry about this? Let Shui Qinghe sympathize with the people, and also let him find out how many people want to meet him on a snowy night. Before he dies, he wants to eradicate and remove all these cancers and thorns. This is the fate of those who deceived him, Emperor Shui Yi. Your Majesty, it is your turn to speak. A soft voice sounded in his ears, which made Shui Yi stunned and came back to his senses. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction where the sound came from. At this time, the host felt a little embarrassed. Should she remind Shui Yi or not? If we were to remind you, would everyone think that the emperor was suffering from Alzheimer's disease? But if she doesn't remind her, her good days will be over when the emperor realizes what's going on. Father, you are always so concerned about the country and the people, even during such a grand event, you are still concerned about people's livelihood issues. When Shui Qinghe said this, everyone's eyes twitched slightly. What a Shui Qinghe. This subtle way of rescuing the situation and praising Shui Yi really shows his high emotional intelligence. Great. This grand event requires Father to point out the direction for these young generations, lay a solid foundation for the future of the empire, and make an indelible contribution to the prosperity of the empire. After hearing Shui Qinghe's words, no matter how thick-skinned Emperor Shui Yi was, his face couldn't help but turn red, and he looked a little more sanguine. Very good, this prince is a good choice. Why didn't I like Zhuiqing before? If he had no choice, he really didn't want to let this weak prince serve as the crown prince. Now it seems that he did not make the wrong choice. Qinghe, my achievements need no further explanation, they will surely be judged by future generations. I spent the first half of my life walking on thin ice. But I was appreciated by the late emperor and became the emperor. I will spend the second half of my life working for the country and its reputation. I have no regrets in this life. I only hope that the empire will prosper and people from all over the world will come to pay tribute to me. The last few words illustrate Shui Yi's ambition. If he wants to gain the support of all the people in the world, he must destroy the Xing Luo Empire. Qinghe, you can't just look at the surface, you also have to learn the inner thoughts, so that you can go further and see a wider sky. Shui Qinghe. Everyone, For such a grand gathering, we should encourage each other, so I will just say a few words. As soon as Emperor Shui Yi said this, the entire fighting arena burst into warm applause as if it had been rehearsed. After a while, the applause stopped. Shui Yi looked around and said, the Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will officially begin today. I wish you all a satisfactory result in advance. You are all the most outstanding young talents of the younger generation of the Empire, you are the backbone of the Empire's future, and you are. Half an hour later. Shui Yi seemed tired, so he stopped speaking. The eyes of the people sitting in the VIP seats twitched slightly. What the hell, just a few simple sentences, and they can talk for half an hour. If he were to say a few words seriously, wouldn't it take him a whole day and night? Only Ning Fengji and the fourth sister were not moved. You know, Inji can praise a person or a creature for 2 whole hours. Even if it was a dog, Inji could see the pure and beautiful side of it and praised it for 2 hours. There is nothing wrong with Shui Yi's speech. It is nothing more than a praise first, then a rosy ending. Tell these young people the benefits of joining the empire and promise them what rewards the champion will receive. For an empire, genius is important, but a large number of geniuses are more important. These people are the best among the younger generation. If we can recruit one, it's good. The more the better. It is also a good thing to be able to recruit the first place, that is, the champion of the qualifying round. It would be even better if we could recruit the champion of the competition. Titles, money, and cultivation resources all tempt the younger generation. These are exactly what the empire can provide, and are also what the younger generation needs. Shui Yi's speech is over, and the next speech should be given by the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. But the host was in a dilemma. You know, although the status of the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is noble, there is someone present who is even more terrifying. Even Emperor Shui Yi had to take it seriously and pay his respects personally. One can imagine how terrifying these two adults were. These two people must not be offended. But these two arrived suddenly, without any preparation at all. If the script is changed temporarily, will it cause dissatisfaction among others? It's really difficult for her to be a host. A small number of people at the scene noticed the host's dilemma, but no one dared to speak out. Because once you speak out, you are likely to offend the top figures. It is not worth it for a host who has no connection with you. It is better to keep yourself safe. When it comes to using their brains, few soul masters are really stupid. They just don't like to use their brains, which doesn't mean they are not smart. After a while, the host clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind, mustered up his courage, and spoke into the microphone. Do you like the flower rain before the silver branch night? Microphone, a sound-amplifying soul guide, can spread sound throughout the venue. The host finally chose Inji because he is kind. Asking questions to the audience to liven up the atmosphere is a common tactic used by the host. As expected, most of the female audience said in unison, I like it. Of course, most of the male audience members answered the same question. Even if you don't like it, you have to say you like it, because Inji is over there. If you don't answer this question well, you don't know what will happen. Since everyone likes it, let's invite the Silver Branch Knight to say a few words. Subconsciously, the host looked at Ning Fengji, then at Sarath. There was no fluctuation on the faces of the two, as if it was a matter of course. The host then breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't afford to offend any of these people. Okay. Silver Branch Knight, everyone likes you so much, please say a few words. Inji didn't feel anything wrong with the host and the audience asking him to give a speech. Isn't the purpose of his coming to the fighting spirit arena to promote purity and beauty? The previous performance has yielded considerable gains. This speech should push it to a higher peak. He must seize this speech. Chapter 189. Thank you all for your love, Silver Branch of the Pure Knights, I would like to express my gratitude. Inji stood up, placed her right hand across her heart, bowed slightly, and said with a smile. Hi. The audience gasped, he was indeed the pure and beautiful knight as rumored. Such a powerful and terrifying existence still remembers the virtue of humility. No wonder, even in the Four Elements Academy, there has never been any bad news about Inji. It is really difficult to criticize a knight without any black spots. The only thing that can make him dark is the sun, but it is under his control. The light comes and goes as he pleases. How is this dark? It can't get any darker. His whole body was filled with a breath of light, a pure breath that was not tainted by dust. He has a sincere heart, which is higher than the heart of a child. Such a strong man actually said thank you, I just like him. If you love him. Sister, you're overthinking it, you can like the Silver Branch Knight, but if you want to love him, you should first talk about it if you can beat Lord Spider Emperor. What's the matter? Can't I love secretly? Who said love has to be expressed? Because of Inji, another group of girls started quarreling. It doesn't mean that wherever Inji goes, girls will truly like and love him. In fact, their attitude towards Inji is more of awe. At the same time, Inji is an extremely powerful man with handsome looks and gentle personality. His face is like the comic face that girls like most. How can he not be likable? Whether in appearance or inwardly, Inji is the most superior existence. It is normal to admire the strong. Otherwise how could anyone support those contestants? The so-called love and liking are just like when a man sees a beautiful woman. How can he not like it? How can he not love it? When a beautiful woman passes by, the love and like that should be forgotten will also be forgotten. The so-called love at first sight is nothing more than lust at first sight. After Inji finished thanking you, she continued, I feel honored to be able to participate in such a grand event. Unfortunately, I am not qualified to participate and cannot compete with you all. After saying this, Inji sighed, as if regretting not being able to participate in the competition. At this time, the rest area for the contestants was so silent that you could hear a pin drop, and cold sweat was dripping down the foreheads of all the contestants. What the hell? If Inji participates in the competition, what will she be competing for? He just keeps defending himself, who can stop him? It's too much of an honor for them to compete with them. How can a mere soul master or soul sect compete with this person? The last time I competed with this guy, the grass on my grave was already 1 meter high. No one thought this was a joke. Based on their understanding of Inji, it was very likely that Inji really thought so. After Inji finished sighing, she seemed to have thought of something and continued, would you like to hear a story from me? Everyone hesitated for a moment, then said subconsciously, yes. They really wanted to understand Inji and wanted to know what kind of person Inji was. Why did he become so powerful? I don't know whether this story has anything to do with Inji. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, Inji and the others calmed down and then began to tell his story, or his experience. My hometown has suffered from war, and the artillery fire was accompanied by blood and gunpowder smoke. Inji's voice was low, but with a hint of relief. He was still young at that time, and even if he was a reincarnation, he still couldn't change anything. Without strength, you can't move forward and can't protect what you want to protect. We can only allow war to destroy the beauty of the world and the environment in which people need to survive. As a reincarnated being, he might be special when he makes some changes, especially when he is firm in his belief in purity and beauty. He, Inji, being looked at by that person. With just one glance, he became a destiny walker. With just one glance, he gained power in advance. This is also one of the reasons why Inji is much stronger than her original self. Of course, he grew more from the power of faith he gained when Inji preached purity and beauty. He didn't know why the faith that should have belonged to the pure goddess Idrila was intercepted by his body. Perhaps the pure goddess Idrila doesn't care about such things at all. War. Gunfire. Everyone frowned, especially Inji's voice, which was very exaggerated and made them feel as if they were in the scene. However, due to different experiences, he was unable to intuitively understand Inji's situation at that time. For the audience, this war should be a small friction between the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. Any small friction can be a copy of hell for a child. The Silver Branch Knight had such a childhood, but became such a person when he grew up. It is really unpredictable. He is really so pure and beautiful. Unfortunately, the audience does not know that Inji's hometown is not on Douluo Continent. He has two homes, one of which is very far away, so far away that he feels he only sees it in a dream. It has been 2 or 3 years since I left my other home, and I still can't find the way back. Perhaps this is fate. A group of nobles like Shui fell silent. They started wars for their own selfish interests, causing countless people to be displaced. But that is human nature. If they don't start a war, the Star Luo Empire will, and the Spirit Hall will not be at peace either. No one wants to be the loser. No wonder he always helps the weak, no wonder he abides by the code of chivalry. It turns out that he is a child who walked out of the war. I don't know how he got to this point. Everyone thought to themselves that Inji's story did not stop. Back then, in my childhood, I tried to cover up with the sound of the flute. Once these words were spoken, they once again resonated with some people, of course. In the Shrek rest area, Tang San sneered, his mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. His childhood was also a copy of hell, but he would not do something like Inji, who deceived himself. Thanks to Tang San's efforts, he successfully supported him in Tang Hell. Use the sound of the flute to cover up the artillery fire. What a naive and sad idea. How did such a young child grow up to become the strong man he is today? With such a mentality, is he worthy of being a strong man? Tang San just felt that the way of heaven was unfair. Inji has been so kind since she was young, even though she has suffered so much, she still faces everything in the world positively and has a sincere heart. Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing not far from Tang San, said subconsciously. Hearing this, Tang San frowned. Before he could say anything, Dai Mubai echoed, yes, it is really admirable that he can grow to what he is now in such an environment. I, Dai Mubai, have never been submissive to anyone in my entire life, Inji is the first one. Tang San. Yes, the Silver Branch Knight is admirable in both character and strength. Unlike some people who have some ability but no taste. Ma Hongjun said to Dai Mubai, but glanced at Tang San inconspicuously. Chapter 190. Unlike some people. After Ma Hongjun said this, he just glanced at Tang San, and Tang San took these words into consideration. This Ma Hongjun was definitely mocking him, Tang San. Why did it turn out like this? Before, the position of captain should have belonged to Tang San. Whoever is stronger will be the captain. Is there any problem with that? Without even asking Tang San how he felt, he was directly appointed as the captain. With the title of captain, was Tang San being wronged? He doesn't have to be the captain, but he has to give up the position or defeat him. Now that Zhu Zhuqing has defeated him, he is questioning his life. But he didn't feel anything wrong with Zhu Zhuqing being the captain. Either give in or defeat, which point does Dai Mubai occupy? Tang San clenched his fists, he felt isolated. They were once partners who had shared life and death together, no, it should be said that they were companions. Now, however, people are divided. Third Master, this fat guy is just jealous of you and is saying bad things about you behind your back. He is jealous of your strength, talent, and accomplishment. You are pure and innocent, like a green lotus without being coquettish, you are pure and innocent. He is some kind of evil fire phoenix, who only knows how to hang out with prostitutes all day long. After Tai Long finished speaking, Tang San felt that only a loyal servant like Tai Long could truly do good for him. Even though he crippled Tyrone, the other party remained loyal to him after knowing his identity. This is something that Ma Hongjun and others could not match. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar's eyes twitched, looking a little confused. Is Tang San just as pure as ice and jade? He uses hidden weapons, sneak attacks, and other despicable things, and he is still pure and innocent. It was Tang San who ruined this word. It made it difficult for them to look directly at it. Every time they thought of this word, they felt like they saw the pure and innocent Tang San. Tang San was secretly happy, but he didn't show it. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others are all young talents, rare talents. In the future, maybe they will be of use to you. When you no longer need it, you will naturally turn against it. Now, we can only let the loyal Tyrone suffer. If we can't win, we can give Tyrone some benefits later, which will make his loyalty worthwhile. Talon, I don't want to hear you speak ill of my brother anymore. Otherwise, don't follow me anymore. Tang San said with a serious face. It looked like that was the case. But Tai Long, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and others twitched their eyes and were speechless. Do you really think they are fools? Tai Long had heard this more than once, and Ma Hongjun and others had also heard it. But when did Tang San ever really deal with Tai Long? I can't even bear to curse. Ma Hongjun was the most excited, and Tang San actually said. Brother? Ugh. Why did Tang San feel so uncomfortable when he heard these two words? If Tang San really regarded him as a brother, how could he wait for Tai Long to finish speaking? How hypocritical. Everyone sighed in their hearts but did not say it out loud. After all, Tang San is Tang Hao's son. You can offend him, but you can't offend him too harshly. Let's just continue to isolate him. Ning Tian, who was standing at the end of the team, protected Huang Yuan, Jingling and Jiang Zhu in front of him and remained silent. At this time, what he needs to do is to reduce his own presence. No matter how much you argue or make a fuss, as long as the task is completed. He came to Shrek Academy with a mission, not to take sides, offend anyone, or curry favor with anyone. Ning Tian has a very clear understanding of his own positioning. For Ma Hongjun and Oscar, a little money and benefits were enough to gain their approval. For Dai Mubai, it was even simpler. He could just call him Big Brother Dai. In private, and the other party would forget everything and say that he could find him if he had any problems. Although these guys are not very good people, they are very easy to get along with as long as you find the right approach. Treating Tang San. Because of the Zhuge divine crossbow incident, Tang San became wary of him and it was relatively difficult for him to fit in. As for Xiao Wu, she is a transformed rabbit, and the best carrot is needed to deal with her. Born into the Seven Treasures glazed tiles sect, he has money and background, so it is relatively easy for him to do these things. The last one is Zhu Zhuqing. When Zhu Zhuqing knew that Ning Tian believed in purity and beauty, the two of them became friends, of course, just ordinary friends. This one is actually the simplest. Shrek's noise did not affect Inji, who was speaking. He continued his speech with passion and emotion. After leaving my hometown, I took an elderly man as my teacher and followed him to refine my body and cultivate my spirit. Having obtained the power of destiny in advance, Inji still worshipped the old man as his master. Although he possessed the power, he did not know how to use it. It's like a baby holding a weapon capable of destroying the world, but not knowing what to do. This master, however, was able to teach him many, many useful things. There was nothing wrong with what Inji said. His practice was to temper his body and spirit. But these words made the people on Douluo Continent feel confused and dazed. At present, the mainstream on Douluo Continent is to cultivate soul power. There are people who temper their bodies, but they are few, very few. Most of them are ordinary people or low-level soul masters with little strength. They see no hope and can only temper their bodies in order to surpass people of the same class. As for spiritual cultivation, people in the world really don't understand it clearly. Hulaina's way of cultivating her spiritual power is through acquired efforts, mainly cultivating charm, and by charming others, she can slightly improve her own spiritual power. This requires persistence, but the results are not very good. Tang San's way of cultivating his spiritual power is to improve his own spiritual power by cultivating the purple demon pupil. Others don't even know that mental power can be cultivated. Cultivate the spirit and temper the body, then what about soul power? Why did the Silver Branch Knight not mention a word about soul power? The master of Silver Branch Knight must be an extremely powerful person, right? Otherwise why would he be so powerful? But as time went on, Inji spoke more and more, and their brains received more and more information, and they felt more and more that something was wrong. Star Ranger. They understand the bard, but what does interstellar mean? Over the years, my master has repeatedly taught me the spirit of pure beauty. Speaking of this master, Inji's mood became a little happier. He still can't forget the shocked expression on his master's face when he found out that he was a pure believer. I originally wanted Inji to become a pure and beautiful knight and follow the path of pure beauty, but I never expected that Inji was already on the road and had gone further than many other travelers on their destiny. Replace the poetry of the chanting school with pious warfare. Carry out the spirit of pure beauty. That is the code and character of a knight. After hearing these words, everyone had more information. It turns out that Inji was not wrong, he was from the pure knights. He is not the only pure and beautiful knight. Chapter 191. Because his master is a pure knight, and Inji is also a pure knight. Replace the chanting poetry with pious warfare. Hi. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. It turned out that he had always been a warmonger. It was only because of his self-restraint that he acted so elegant and easygoing. In everyone's impression, bards are people who can only write and sing poems and they pose no threat. But here, it has become a battle of piety, replacing poetry. Doesn't this prove that this pure and beautiful knight is actually a warmonger? Especially the last sentence, that is the code and character of a knight. So hot. This is what a knight is. No wonder he's called the pure knight. It turns out that he's not only good at doing things, but he's also good at fighting. Many people sighed. Inji's story continues, this time he tells the story of a best friend who eventually became a monster. The audience became increasingly confused, and felt that the unfolding of the story was making it even more difficult for them to understand. The universe, the galaxy, the shuttle. They understand each word individually, but when they are put together, they don't understand. Among the people present, only Tang Sen frowned and looked at Inji in disbelief. He was not sure before, but now he is sure of one thing, Inji is not from this world. The natives were not sure whether there was a world outside of Douluo Continent, but he, Tang San, knew that there was a world outside of this world because he came from another world. I really didn't expect that people from other worlds would show up in Douluo Continent. Tang San's pupils shrank. This was his biggest secret and must not be exposed. Now someone from another world has appeared. Will he? If you think about it carefully, how could Inji know that he was a soul from another world? You block bad reputations, you promote good reputations, you are the knights of pure beauty. Even in the face of doubt and ridicule from the masses, we must always remember our vows of humility, mercy, and justice. Following Inji's narration, the audience gained a new understanding of the concept of pure beauty and the pure goddess Idrila. The beautiful goddess Idrila is a powerful and conceptual star god who may also die. The knights of pure beauty are believers in this star god. They promote good reputation, prevent bad reputation, and spread the name of purity and beauty. And always maintain the code of chivalry. Is Idrila dead? There were still many pure beauty believers present, but they did not believe in pure Idrila, but in this pure beauty knight. In their eyes, Silver Branch is the real Idrila. Since this goddess has fallen, why doesn't Inji collect faiths, forge godhood, and become a new pure and beautiful star god? The dragon slayer becomes the evil dragon. As for Inji's best friend, the audience sighed. In the end, he was blinded by power and turned into a monster. It's a pity, it's sad, it's deplorable. He was clearly a hero, but he ended up like this. Life is unpredictable and things are unpredictable. In the long scarlet night of the universe, my life is more loyal than that of a baby. As Inji finished her words, there was a moment of silence, followed by warm applause. They don't know whether this story is Inji's autobiography, nor do they know how much truth and falsehood there is in it. But this story is very exciting, even more beautiful and much better than what the bard told. Of course, some people also believe that this is Inji's autobiography. In the Shrek rest area, Tang San seemed to have thought of something. After the applause died down, he shouted to Silver Branch in the VIP seat, Silver Branch Knight, after listening to your story, aren't you from Douluo Continent? Then how did you come to Douluo Continent? Tang San's behavior at this moment was like that of a little fanboy, making people not doubt his intentions. He was possessed by this body inexplicably and was completely unaware of the process of traveling through time. Then how did Inji travel through time? After hearing this, Inji looked at Tang San thoughtfully, and then said, I am indeed not from this universe. Inji would not lie, and doing so is a sign of chivalry. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. No wonder they could relate to Inji's story at first, but the more they listened, the more confused they became. I couldn't understand what Inji was saying at all. Or rather, I can understand it, but I can't add such a scene to my mind. This is very strange. I never expected that Inji was actually from outside this world. There is a saying, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. But Inji is not a bad person. Although it is impossible to tell who is a bad guy or a good guy from the surface, but looking at Inji's appearance and his true words, how can he look like a bad guy? When I crossed over, I was fighting a giant stinging insect, preparing to attack its stomach and make it vomit out the train. But as soon as I started, my vision went dark and I arrived at Douluo Continent. I think it must be the goddess Idrila's guidance that brought me here. Then I will definitely live up to the goddess' guidance and let the name of Chunmei resound throughout the Douluo Continent. Tang San. This guy is so innocent and his sincerity makes people question life. He stated his purpose like this, and said his reasons so defenselessly. This makes Tang San look like a bad guy, hiding secrets in his heart and trying to find out other people's secrets. I believe what the Knight of Silver Branch said, I only see sincerity in his words. Silver Branch Knight, your goal will be achieved, and you can spread the reputation of purity and beauty throughout the empire. A golden light flashed in Emperor Shui's eyes. He did believe Yin Ji's words and even made a promise. Praise the goddess of pure beauty, praise Idrila. After praising her purity and beauty, Shui glanced at Sarath calmly. Isn't the spirit hall trying to win over believers? Ha 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 ha, this alien visitor, this powerful man who has reached the level of a god, he also came to spread faith. Spirit hall, go ahead. Don't let me down in your expectations. Even Emperor Tiendo believed it, so how could others not believe it? Sarath looked at Shui, how could he not understand what Shui meant? This is an open conspiracy, but will the spirit hall really fall into it? Xian Renxue, Zhu Zhuqing, fourth sister and others blinked their eyes. They really didn't expect that Yingji was actually from outside the world. But so what? No matter what purpose he had in coming to Douluo Continent, what did it have to do with them? Even if there are interests involved, just give in, because he is Yingji. The most perfect and pure knight, the silver branch from the order of the pure knights. No wonder. Ning Fengji swallowed his saliva. He felt strange. Yingji had no spirit ring or martial spirit, but his strength was so terrifying. It turns out that he is not from Douluo Continent at all. Chapter 192. Really, so pure and beautiful. Tang San was stunned for a moment. He did have ulterior motives. He wanted to know how Yingji had traveled through time and space. At the same time, he also wanted Yingji to become a recognized enemy on Douluo Continent. But Yingji's sincerity made him feel ashamed, and he wanted to shout out, Idrila, the pure and beautiful goddess, whose beauty is unparalleled in the world. But he held back. It's fake, it must be fake. How is it possible for the world to have someone so pure and beautiful? He also restored my hidden weapon to factory settings, could it be that he was only targeting me, Tang San? Tang San would rather believe that Yingji had ulterior motives than to believe that Yingji was simply targeting him. In fact, there was no hatred between him and Yingji. Could it be that what he did in his previous life was exposed? So, this pure and beautiful knight, give him a little punishment. After pondering for a while without any results, Tang San fell into silence, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. He was the one who raised the previous question. What if Yingji suspected that he was also a time traveler? After all, hidden weapons, martial arts and the like do not exist on Douluo Continent. He is a genius, indeed, but the most he can do is to turn other people's things into his, Tang San's, but he cannot create anything on his own. For example, in the original time and space, it was clearly the old Poseidon's Poseidon 13 styles, but later it became Tang San's own creation. It was clearly the product of the Tang's sex wisdom and the accumulation of countless predecessors' skills, but it also became Tang San's own creation. When it comes to stealing, Tang San is indeed a leader among geniuses. It turns out that he calls me his best friend because he is his first friend, and he calls me his best friend. Ning Fengji and Shui Qinghe thought in their hearts. We haven't known each other for long, but I truly consider you a friend. We have common pursuits, so there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with calling each other best friends. But his best friend turned into a monster, and he killed the monster with his own hands. How much pain did his heart feel at that time? As a woman, Qian Renxue is more emotional and observes different things. As long as she put herself into Yingji's picture, she would be somewhat defeated. But after experiencing such a thing, Yingji did not change her original intention, but became more determined. This is the real horror. Can women really seduce him? At this moment, Qian Renxue began to doubt. As the most beautiful woman in Douluo Continent, she never doubted her own beauty and figure. But she couldn't help but doubt Yingji's determination. The more this is the case, the more challenging and interesting it is. Qian Renxue secretly clenched her fists and felt that she was able to do it again. She is unwilling to do anything that is not challenging. When Yingji finished her speech, many more pure and beautiful believers appeared at the scene. Although their faith was only very weak, it was taking root and sprouting, and one day it would become a towering tree. Next, Ning Fengji will give a speech. But Ning Fengji just smiled bitterly, waved his hand and refused. Sarath also refused. This should have been the best opportunity to promote Spirit Hall, but he didn't dare to commit suicide. While Yingji promotes purity and beauty in front, he promotes the Spirit Hall in the back. What does this mean? It's not that he's afraid of Yingji, an honest person like Yingji will definitely not say anything. But he will be beaten up by Zhu Douluo. If he remembered correctly, Zhu Douluo was also a believer in pure beauty. It's okay to bully honest people, but there are always tough guys that you can't bully, so it's better to be honest. After the speeches, it was finally time to draw lots. Because there are only 28 teams, no team will have a bye throughout the entire process, which means there will be no rest time and the competition will be more compact and intense. When it came to the drawing of lots, the host was in a dilemma again. Who should he invite to draw lots so as not to offend anyone? When it came to the speeches, Inji spoke first, which was considered to be a great honor. However, this person cannot draw the lots on your behalf. Finally, the host invited Sarath to draw lots. Sarath is the master of the Spirit Temple and also the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Temple. He is qualified to draw lots. It makes sense for him to draw the first game. After hearing what the host said, Sarath was tempted to give way. After all, now was not the time for him to be in the limelight. Silver Branch Knight, how about you draw the lot? Your character will never allow the lottery to be unfair, and everyone trusts you. Sarath's words were very humble, even to the point of being humble, but he didn't feel anything was wrong. Is there anything wrong with being humble and respectful towards the strong? Isn't this the way to survive? Only some people, knowing that they are weak, do not know what it means to respect the strong. In the real world of Soul Masters, there are only 3 levels: aunts, friends, and seniors. Although Inji looks young, she is a senior to Sarath, so he cannot offend her. Before Inji could say anything, the 4th sister said, "Let me draw the lot, now that I'm here, I should do something." Everyone, It was indeed because Inji was too stunning that they subconsciously forgot about this terrifying existence that broke the 100,000 year limit. If classified according to the levels used by humans, this human-faced Spider King might be able to reach level 97 or even 98. But some people present knew that this Lady Spider Emperor was not that simple. She was the heir of the gods. The host had cold sweat on her forehead. She had actually forgotten about this Lord Spider King. It was because she and Inji were together, and she wanted to use Inji as a representative. For example, Chunmei and Ning Fengji were present, they were both from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. But Ning Fengji is the sect master. Even though his strength is much lower than Chunmei's, who doesn't know that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is headed by the sect master? When inviting the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji would be invited instead of Chunmei. Salus also broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, because he was not far away from his 4th sister. He had only felt that terrifying feeling of oppression from the Pope. This person's strength is probably not much inferior to that of His Holiness the Pope. Ah, yes, Lord Spider Emperor, please come in, Lord Spider Emperor, please come in. How dare Sarath say anything wrong? He was the human-faced Spider King, a soul beast, who had no regard for human ethics or social conventions. If he was killed, countless people present would applaud and cheer. As for whether the Spirit Hall will avenge him, no one knows. The 4th sister glanced at Salus but didn't say much. She flashed and came to the ring like a black lightning. I am the Emperor of Soul Beasts, a 450,000-year-old beast. I have nothing to do with you, therefore, the lottery is absolutely fair, just and open. Chapter 193. I thought that this terrifying existence that existed beyond 100,000 years should only be around 200,000 years old. I never expected that she could reach 450,000 years. This is the result of 450,000 years of cultivation. Let alone seeing it, we dare not even think about it. Suddenly, everyone seemed to understand Yu Engine. It wasn't because Yu Engine was too weak that he was killed instantly by the 4th sister, but because the 4th sister was too strong, which led to Yu Engine's reputation being ruined and making him appear too weak and unworthy of his position. Is Yu Engine weak? Judging from his performance in the original time and space, he is simply too strong. If his soul power level could break through to level 96, the title Douluo who surrounded him would not be able to escape much. Such a powerful person was killed instantly. It would be strange if he had a good reputation. After hearing this, the audience nodded subconsciously. It is absolutely fair for humans to have the Soul Beast King draw lots, because she has no vested interest in anyone. Just a tool for drawing lots. Lord Spider King, Lord Spider King. The audience began to cheer, completely forgetting the hatred between them and the Soul Beasts, as well as their fear and terror. But the MC girl holding the team badge was trembling and extremely afraid. Little sister, don't panic. If I really want to take action, as long as second brother doesn't stop me, I can kill everyone present, leaving no one alive. Everyone, The MC girl. After 4th sister said that, she became even more panicked. What an arrogant statement, but she seems to really have such ability. The opponent is not an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, but the top predator, the human-faced Spider King. Moreover, it is not 100,000 years, but 450,000 years. The poison of the human-faced Spider King is one of the most poisonous in the world. Douluo looked like a rookie soldier when he stood in front of him. If this person is willing, he can directly spread his own poison and make the fighting arena silent in minutes. Lord Spider Emperor. The MC girl was almost crying, and she showed a smile that was uglier than crying. The fourth sister did not continue teasing the MC girl. She was instantly possessed by her martial spirit. 8 spider legs that looked like works of art emerged from her back. The melanin on these spider legs had long disappeared. It appears as a combination of fiery red and light blue, with a hint of metallic luster. Black, 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 red, 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 red. 9 soul rings, 5 black and 4 red, slowly rose from under the fourth sister's feet. For a moment, the pressure of the ferocious beast spread throughout the entire field. The audience, even those as powerful as Chunmei and Tang Hao, all gasped. They knew that the human-faced Spider King was very strong, but they didn't expect that his aura alone would be enough to shatter their confidence. The strength of this human-faced Spider King is not even equal to level 97. Her strength has reached at least level 98. Or even 99. 5 black and 4 red, this kind of soul ring configuration is really terrifying. Perhaps only soul beasts can do this. The human body is simply unable to withstand such a soul ring. Although he knew that his fourth sister was a transformed soul beast, Tang Hao did not dare to make any moves on her. Putting aside whether he can kill the fourth sister, can Tang San really absorb a spirit ring of this level? Just thinking about it, maybe it is possible. But the fact is, it is impossible for humans to do it. As long as the fourth sister does not endanger the human world, she is basically absolutely safe, and humans will not risk huge losses to eliminate the human-faced Spider King who has a lifespan of 450,000 years. The fourth sister stretched out her delicate hand, and a powerful soul force burst out. 28 team badges flew into the sky, and then fell to the ground like a stream of light. On the extremely firm arena, the badges were embedded in groups of 2. Okay, the drawing is done. This draw did not involve any means, it was a truly blind draw, the result will all depend on God's will. When the fourth sister returned to normal and returned to Inji, the host came to his senses and began to check the results. Royal Fighting Team 2, where is the badge of Royal Fighting Team 2? Regardless of other results, as the host, Jindo Royal Academy must perform in today's exhibition match. In other words, the opponents of the Royal Fighting Team 2 will also appear today, take a day off tomorrow, and wait for the first round of games to end before drawing for the second round. Found it, found it. First round, first match, Jindo Royal Academy vs Shrek Academy. Inji. He knew clearly whether the fourth sister had lied or not, and she really had not lied. But the fate between Shrek Academy and Jindo Royal Academy is so wonderful. Everyone was stunned by this result, but no one said much. Shrek is unknown, but they are a team with powerful soul sect members, so their strength should not be too weak. The second match of the first round, Jinshui College vs Tsanghue College. The third match of the first round, Blazing Academy vs. There are 28 colleges and 14 duels in total, 13 of which will be officially held tomorrow. Currently, the only one that needs to make preparations is Shrek Academy. Because the Royal Fighting Team 2 already knew that they would be competing today and had made adequate preparations. The competition will officially begin in half an hour. During this process, the Qianshui girl group went on stage to dance, which brought the atmosphere to a climax. Shrek Rest Area. Zhu Qing, teacher wants to discuss something with you. Lu Erlong said this a little embarrassedly. After all, she needed help from someone at this moment, so her voice was lowered by 3 degrees. Teacher Lu Erlong, what's the matter? Zhu Qing said with an unchanged expression. She did not agree immediately, but instead asked back, neither accepting nor refusing. This is what Xiao Wuji taught her. When you go out, you must be more careful to avoid being cheated without knowing it. Lu Erlong was straightforward and didn't think too much about it. He said bluntly. The students from our last class were eliminated by the Royal Fighting Team 2, if we lose, we lose, winning and losing are common for Soul Masters, it doesn't matter. But after these guys won, they actually mocked us. Zhu Qing, you are the captain now, you have to save our situation. Without waiting for Zhu Qing to reply, Tang San said solemnly, Dean, Zhu Qing is the strongest, and this is only the first match, she should hide her strength and even stay out of the game, so as not to be targeted. Yes, Erlong, Zhu Qing is the strongest, she should not appear on the scene, instead, she should hide well. Yu Xiaojiang echoed. Can. Lu Erlong was a little hesitant. She just wanted revenge and didn't think too much about it. Dean Lu Erlong, Zhu Qing is the captain, and this is our Shrek Academy's first game, how can she be absent? Chapter 194. Dai Mubai simply couldn't believe what Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's intentions were in making such a request. Dai Mubai, we are doing this for Zhu Qing's own good, she is the strongest in the entire Shrek team, if we reveal her trump card at the beginning, what will we do in the next game? Yu Xiaojiang said expressionlessly. This match is the opening to prove himself. If Zhu Qing comes on stage, how will Tang San perform? Yu Xiaojiang knew very well that Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit was not ordinary blue-silver grass, but he also knew one thing, that is, outsiders did not know. As long as he is not discovered, Tang San's martial soul is still ordinary blue-silver grass. This was enough to prove his theory. Even if Tang San's martial soul awakens in the future and becomes different from ordinary blue-silver grass, it is also because of Yu Xiaojiang's good teaching. Yes, yes. Although Zhu Zhuqing is strong, the third young master is not bad either. Can those good-for-nothings be a match for the third young master? Tai Long agreed, and he subconsciously touched his eye sockets, which were caused by being beaten by the members of the royal fighting team too. Originally there was no hatred between the two sides, but now it is different. Tai Long sneered in his heart, Tang San, oh Tang San, I, Tai Long, have offended everyone, both those who should be offended and those who should not be offended, so just wait for your death. As Tang San's lackey, anyone he offended was equivalent to someone Tang San offended. What's more, he was looking for trouble in the name of Tang San. He said that these people were no match for his young master and were all trash. After hearing this, Tang San felt secretly happy. Only Tai Long understood him. Unfortunately, Tyrone's talent is a little lacking, and he is only suitable to be a lackey and a servant. I will definitely participate in this competition. This is the agreement between me and the Silver Branch Knight. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the clown trio and said indifferently, then walked aside without paying any attention to anyone else. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and Tai Long were all stunned. The words were on the tip of their lips, but they swallowed them back. What the hell, what else can they say? Yu Xiaojiang and Tai Long, I advise you to put your thoughts aside. My disciple Zhu Qing is worthy of a title and is even called a close friend by the Silver Branch Knight. You actually want to bury her talent. Are you thinking? Zhao Wuji folded his arms and was about to speak when Zhu Zhuqing revealed some shocking information, leaving the three clowns speechless. As for why Tang San was not mentioned, now is not the time to offend Tang San. It is really because of his strength that he is not strong enough. He did not finish his words, leaving Yu Xiaojiang and Tai Long to experience it for themselves. Yu Xiaojiang and Tai Long only felt a chill rising to the back of their heads. Tai Long is better, as his family background is not something Zhao Wuji can afford to offend. This guy was once hunted by his grandfather. Besides, he is not afraid of death in order to take revenge on Tang San, so what else is he afraid of? As for Yu Xiaojiang, he is not afraid of death either. He is just afraid that he will not complete his goal before he dies. Even if he dies, he will die with his eyes open. When Yu Xiaojiang gets down there, he will prove to his tribesmen that he is not a waste. Okay, that's it. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Lu Erlong said with a stern face. We must win this first game, no matter what means we use. The players will be led by Captain Zhu Zhuqing, followed by team members Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Wang Yuan, Jing Ling, Ning Tian, and Jiang Zhu. As for Dai Mubai, you stay hidden and don't expose yourself for the time being. Dai Mubai had no objection to Lu Erlong's arrangement, he was also happy to have some free time. Like Dai Mubai, Oscar and Tyrone also did not appear. I don't want to fight for the Oscar, I just want to take a rest. As for Tyrone, he was somewhat relieved that he did not play in the game, otherwise some of the punches would have been directed at him. Half an hour passed quickly, and the first match of the first round officially began. Zhu Zhuqing walked at the front of the team, looking in the direction of Yingji from time to time. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, filled with all kinds of emotions. This made the fourth sister, who was sitting next to Yingji, somewhat speechless. This little girl, how old is she, but she has already learned this kind of look. No, it should be said that she learned it by herself. The audience present also noticed this problem, but no one thought there was anything wrong with it. The female companions beside them would look at Yingji from time to time with a crazy look on their faces, without any concealment at all. If it was someone else, they might be jealous, but this person is Yingji. Just like it if you like it, they also admire this pure and beautiful knight. Besides, these girls like this knight, what else can they do? People have long transcended worldly desires. Not the same as these ordinary people. When the Shrek team arrived at the ring, the audience was not in a very good mood. The only thing they could watch was the captain who was looking down so low that his toes were invisible. The audience had basically no impression of the Shrek team, but the other team members clenched their fists, as if they couldn't wait to beat up the people on the stage. In the Shrek team, that Tang San really deserves a beating. He actually sent out his lackeys to provoke them before the game, just to irritate them. That's right, they were successfully irritated. Tang San, I really hope you are as strong as described. Everyone gnashed their teeth, but tried hard to control their emotions. It's a game, it's a game. If you fight privately, you will be disqualified from the competition. This is also the reason why they have been able to endure until now. Which one is Tang San? They were all looking for Tang San, but someone pointed him out. That ugly, dark-looking guy is Tang San. The person who spoke was from the Four Elements Academy. God knows how Tai Long provoked them. Even if they pressed Tai Long to the ground and rubbed him, he still provoked them to prove that they were all trash and only his young master Tang San was the real genius. We are all geniuses, who can tolerate this kind of humiliation. Being angry is normal. It is true that anger will reduce a person's wisdom. They are almost losing their minds at this moment. If you can't even tolerate this, you'll never achieve anything great in the future. This is also why they are just supporting roles. As the Shrek team came on stage, the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 all had dark faces and walked towards the stage as if emitting endless resentment. Every step they took was so steady, as if they wanted to shake the ground beneath their feet. That's strange, Team Royal Fight 2 looks a little angry. Even ordinary audiences could see the problem, let alone powerful soul masters. They also noticed the strange behavior of the Royal Fighting Team 2. When everyone came on stage, the captain of the Royal Fighting Team 2 said with a dark face, "Who is Tang San?" Chapter 195. Tang San was slightly stunned, feeling a little puzzled. If he remembered correctly, there was no intersection between him and the Royal Fighting Team 2. Right? The other party asked who Tang San was right away. What was his intention? Looking at the other party's face and tone, he always felt that Tang San was the other party's father's murderer, or that he owed the other party millions of gold soul coins. I am Tang San. Although he didn't understand the other party's intention, was Tang San the kind of person who would fear trouble? Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. How could Tang San be a mediocre person? Besides, this happened in front of more than 80,000 people, among whom were various powerful forces. If Tang San was afraid of the other party, wouldn't it be a loss of face for him? After knowing who Tang San was, red light flashed in the eyes of the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2, like hungry wolves. Good, very good, excellent. Tang San, in this match, we will crush your pride as a genius. Tang San. As the natives of Douluo Continent, especially those of noble birth, they basically do not swear. Provocative words are also relatively civilized. Tang San naturally thought that he was a genius, but the other party's words left him confused. Crush his pride of genius? But he didn't have time to show off. The way the Royal Fighting Team 2 looked at him was extremely fiery, as if they wanted to eat him up. It is really terrifying. Game start. Following the referee's order, both sides released their martial spirits almost at the same time. As the martial spirit appeared, spirit rings also spread all over the place. Yellow, purple, black. Wait, a black 10,000-year soul ring? Among a group of soul masters and soul sects, where did the 10,000-year soul rings come from? This black soul ring is quite eye-catching. When everyone saw the owner of the soul ring clearly, they couldn't help but gasp. 1 2 3 4. She really only has 4 spirit rings. How is it possible? This is actually the 4th ring of 10,000 years. An audience member exclaimed. He wanted to control his emotions, but these emotions were simply beyond his control. A black 10,000-year soul ring appeared on the body of a soul sect member. This was even more shocking than the appearance of a soul king. The pupils of the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 shrank. And their eyes were filled with shock. As uneducated children of nobles, they understood the value of the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. This woman is so scary, don't mess with her. When Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit was revealed, many people in the VIP seats looked surprised. They are different from ordinary people, mainly in their cognition. The last name is Zhu, and the martial soul is Netherworld Cat. This girl could only come from one place, and that was the Xingluo Zhu family. As a vassal of the Dai family, the Zhu family had been intermarrying with the Dai family for generations, so they prospered and suffered together. At the same time, the Zhu family is also one of the reasons why the Dai family became the helmsman of Xingluo. Is the Zhu family going to rise? The strength of one person is not real strength for an empire. Unless they are unimaginably powerful, they will be killed by the imperial machine. The Legion is the foundation of the empire. But if they could kill a talented Zhu family genius, it would be extremely good for the Tiando royal family. A genius from an enemy country with a 4th soul ring who has been around for 10,000 years, or is he related to the royal family? Even Xue Qinghe was dumbfounded. As the most beautiful woman and genius in Douluo Continent, she was a level 20 innate being, but she still couldn't absorb the spirit ring beyond her level. Even though the year will be a little more than a normal year, it is still yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Of course, there was also the reason that the priests did not want her to take risks. But how could Zhu Zhuqing be so virtuous as to absorb a spirit ring above her level, thus breaking the curse that a spirit master could not absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring? She looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then at Yingji. At this moment, she always felt that Zhu Zhuqing was a strong rival and no longer looked at her as a little girl. Brother, your best friend probably can't speak. Suddenly, the fourth sister spoke, and her words attracted everyone's attention. This person is the strongest among the strong, and the weight of his words cannot be compared with that of a fourth soul ring of 10,000 years. You know, this person's soul ring is 5 black and 4 red. In the past, I had never seen or even heard of it, let alone seen it. Fourth sister, why do you say that? Inji subconsciously looked at her fourth sister and asked in confusion. He naturally knew who his fourth sister was talking about, but Zhu Zhuqing could obviously speak. After hearing this, the fourth sister sorted out her words a little and said, without my guidance, she would not have been able to obtain the fourth spirit ring of 10,000 years, nor would she have been able to take the risk. There was nothing wrong with what fourth sister said, because Zhu Zhuqing and the others' target for going to Sunset Forest was only the soul beasts that were 4 or 5,000 years old. The soul ring produced by a soul beast that is 4 or 5,000 years old is already very suitable for a quasi-soul master. They have never thought about absorbing spirit rings of higher levels. After all, there have been countless tests by our predecessors, and the consequences of absorbing soul rings of higher levels seem to be right in front of us, so we will naturally not think about such problems subconsciously. This is common sense that all soul masters understand. Indeed so. Inji nodded, but what does this have to do with Zhu Zhuqing's inability to speak? His eyes were still filled with confusion and bewilderment. But, Miss Zhu Zhuqing, she never said thank you to me. This time, Zhu Zhuqing should really thank her fourth sister, otherwise her crisis would be coming. The fourth sister naturally didn't need a thank you, she didn't care at all. The purpose of saying this is just to dissuade some people from thinking this. Inji would not speculate about others with malicious intent. But the fourth sister is different. She is a top predator and is extremely sensitive to murderous intent. Just now, she felt several bursts of murderous aura. If she didn't say anything, one could imagine what kind of pursuit this little cat girl would encounter. Inji was slightly stunned. He was sure of one thing, that is, his fourth sister was not such a person. Thanks. She never asked anyone she helped to say thank you. Inji just has a sincere heart, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. Suddenly, he understood. It turned out that this time, she helped Zhu Zhuqing again. Based on my understanding of my best friend, if she knew about this, she would sincerely thank you. Inji's face didn't look very good. After saying this, she seemed to be lost in thought. The fourth sister smiled. As expected, only her second brother understood her. Only my second brother understands her truth. Goodness and beauty. There was a moment of silence in the VIP seats. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, everyone gave up the idea. On the ring, the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 looked at each other. They always felt that they would lose this battle. The feeling of oppression that Zhu Zhuqing gave them was too strong. After a moment, the eye contact ended, and their eyes were all on Tang San. Chapter 196. That Zhu Zhuqing was too oppressive, and her teammates didn't seem easy to mess with either. Among them are members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If this person assisted Zhu Zhuqing, they would be doomed to fail. Although they had a glimmer of hope, it would be powerless. A 10,000-year soul ring, who the hell can stop it? How to spell? Brothers, we must fight with dignity and style, and kill Tang San. The captain of the Royal Fighting Team 2 stopped pretending and came clean. They would rather lose the game than target Tang San. Who made Tang San so arrogant? Every time they think of Tyrone's provocation, they can't sleep. They wake up in the middle of the night and slap themselves twice, regretting why they didn't slap the other person twice more. Tang San. He didn't understand at all what was going on and why he was beaten. What did he do wrong? They clearly didn't know each other, but the other party called him by name and said he wanted to beat him up. Did he really think that he, Tang San, was a soft persimmon? After hearing this, the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 ignored the other Shrek members and had only one target, which was Tang San. They pounced towards Tang San almost at the same time. The second team's lineup is not very diverse. The 5 team members standing in the front have the spirits of tiger, leopard, wolf, bear, and pig respectively. The captain's martial spirit is a ring, and he is the only control-type spirit master. As for the vice-captain, she is Qin Wuhuan's auxiliary department and the only girl in the second team. The members of Team 2 ignored everything and rushed directly towards Tang San. Even Zhu Zhuqing was stunned and confused by this scene. Are these guys crazy? They didn't care if they would get hurt, they only had one purpose, to beat up Tang San. Does it worth? Doing so may not only affect one game, but many subsequent games. In the Shrek rest area, Zhao Wuji, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang and others had very interesting expressions on their faces, and were a little dazed. Did Xiao San offend the Royal Fighting Team 2? Yu Xiaojiang said somewhat uncertainly. He remembered that after coming to Tiando City, he had no intersection with Tiando Royal Academy. The only intersection was that Qin Ming came to Shrek Academy. But what does Qin Ming's coming to Shrek Academy have to do with Tang San? Tang San is quite strong, he should be able to handle it. Zhao Wuji sighed and murmured. The overall strength of the Royal Fighting Team 2 is pretty good. All of them are soul masters above level 35, and the captain is a soul sect powerhouse above level 40. The overall strength of the Royal Fighting Team 2 is able to rank among the top 10 in the qualifiers. Zhao Wuji, what do you mean? Does Xiao San have no teammates? Will his teammates watch him get beaten? Yu Xiaojiang subconsciously asked 3 questions in a row and angrily scolded Zhao Wuji. He always disliked Zhao Wuji. This reckless man who only knew how to use force was not even worthy of standing with him, the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Zhao Wuji was born a commoner and did not learn any etiquette. He only followed the rules of the Soul Master world. It was normal that Yu Xiaojiang, who came from a prominent family, was dissatisfied with this. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji folded his arms, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Yu Xiaojiang. This guy, does he still think his father Yu Yuanjin is still alive? In the past, if it weren't for Yu Yuanjin, he wouldn't have known how he died. Yu Xiaojiang, please pay attention to your identity and strength. I am not talented, I have just broken through to level 79, in a year at most, I will be able to break through to the Soul Douluo level. Zhao Wuji said calmly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Although he did not threaten Yu Xiaojiang, his words were full of threats. It's almost like telling Yu Xiaojiang that when he breaks through, Lu Erlong won't be able to protect him. If it weren't for Lu Erlong and Flanders protecting him, Yu Xiaojiang would have been beaten to a pulp. A mere great soul master, who repeatedly provoked a soul saint, he really didn't even know how to write the word death. As an illiterate, Zhao Wuji knows how to judge the situation and knows when to follow his heart. Otherwise, the strong will really start a fight without a word. Although he follows his heart and is afraid of death, this is human nature. At the critical moment, Zhao Wuji will not let down his guard. Even facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he did not retreat even a single step, let alone other things. Yu Xiaojiang was stunned. As a young master, his character would always be revealed inadvertently, and he completely forgot that there was no one behind him. Not only that, he, Yu Xiaojiang, is still a useless person at level 29 who cannot break through to level 30. If Lu Erlong hadn't been there, how could he dare to question a level 79, soul saint? Zhao Wuji, what do you mean? Lu Erlong asked with a dark face. She always felt that Yu Xiaojiang was threatened and wronged. Lu Erlong, I don't want to argue with you now, it's meaningless. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, and there was no so-called pity in his eyes when he looked at Lu Erlong. Poor person must have something mean. She has reached the point where she can no longer distinguish right from wrong. Is there any point in arguing with her? When he breaks through to the Contra level first, he will get his revenge. Your talent is better than mine, but your cultivation speed is not as fast as mine, Lu Erlong. If you continue like this, it will be a question whether you can break through to the title Douluo level in this lifetime. There is nothing wrong with what Zhao Wuji said. Even in the original time and space, Zhao Wuji had become a Soul Douluo level warrior 5 years later, while Lu Erlong was not even a Soul Douluo and was still only a soul sage. What on earth has she been doing for so long? Tang San and his companions returned from Sea God Island, but Lu Erlong was still only a soul saint. Zhao Wuji, do you mean that I have dragged down Erlong? Yu Xiaojiang said with a look of grief and indignation, then I'll leave. After hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes twitched, and the words were stuck in his throat. If you really wanted to leave, you wouldn't have said that, you would have just left quietly. You are just being a little girl when you say this, don't you think it's disgusting? Isn't it just to sow discord between me and Lu Erlong, and let Lu Erlong keep you? Yu Xiaojiang, you are really amazing. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji seemed to have thought of something, slapped his head, and an apologetic look appeared on his face. Sorry, I forgot who you are now, aren't you just the youngest daughter? After saying this, Zhao Wuji grinned and gave Yu Xiaojiang a thumbs up. Yu Xiaojiang, dot. He just felt a little itchy on the top of his head and wanted to scratch it madly. Lu Erlong fell into deep thought. She felt that what Zhao Wuji said was wrong, but there was some truth in it. If Yu Xiaojiang really wanted to leave, he could just leave secretly. Why? No, how could she think of Yu Xiaojiang like that? Chapter 197. In the audience, although the audience didn't know what was going on, when they saw how brave and fearless the royal fighting team was, they immediately screamed, shouted, and cheered. Most of them support the royal fighting team too, not only in terms of actions but also in terms of money. If the royal fighting team 2 loses, they will lose a large amount of gold soul coins. Fight with all your might and style, and kill Tang San. The words of the captain of the royal fighting team 2 also became the audience's shouting words. Even many contestants were cheering for the royal fighting team 2 at this time. It was not because they thought the royal fighting team 2 could win, they just simply wanted to beat Tang San up. On the stage, Tang San's face stiffened. He thought his teammates would stop these crazy members of Team 2. But he was wrong, the other party not only did not stop him, but took the initiative to give in. Especially Ma Hongjun, with his plump figure and small eyes, but full of wisdom. Deputy Captain, forcefully control Zhu Zhuqing, ignore the others. Buy us some time. At this time, the captain of the second team shouted to his girlfriend beside him. That's right, the only auxiliary person is his girlfriend. It is good. Without any hesitation, the deputy captain plucked the strings of the zither, and the third soul ring, which was her only 1,000-year soul ring, flashed. Third soul skill, Wild Dance Finale. Once this soul skill hits the target, it can control the opponent for 2 seconds. For a soul master level warrior, 2 seconds is enough to do a lot. Fool, why don't you slow down first? As soon as the fight started, the captain of the second team became anxious. After all, Zhu Zhuqing is a soul sec level agility attacker and also possesses a 10,000-year soul ring. This is a blatant control soul skill, and it is not a specific soul skill. If the opponent cannot avoid it, then it would be a miracle. Ugh. The deputy captain was a little confused. Thinking carefully, she really forgot to slow down. However, the effect of this skill was also achieved. A golden energy attack swept towards Zhu Zhuqing, but as the captain of Team 2 said, with Zhu Zhuqing's strength, how could she not be able to avoid it? But when Zhu Zhuqing dodged, the 5 warriors rushed to the back row without any hindrance. The Shrek team adopted a 3-1-3 lineup, that is, the 3 people in the front row were Ma Hongjun, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling. The person in the middle is Zhu Zhuqing, who is from the Agile Attack Department. The 3 people in the back row are Ning Tian and Jiang Zhu, 2 auxiliary types, and Tang San, a control type. The lineup adopted by the Royal Fighting Team 2 is 5-2, with 5 people in the front row and 2 people in the back row. When the 5 people in the front row broke through the defense line of the 3 people in the front row of Shrek, of course, this was also the result of Ma Hongjun and others' deliberate action. Otherwise, their defense would not be so easy to break through. However, the control of the auxiliary Sona forced Zhu Zhuqing to dodge and avoid this strong control. Or maybe she was subconsciously avoiding the soul skills. This resulted in the 5 warriors reaching the back row without any hindrance. Before Jiang Zhu could react, Ning Tian had already protected the 2 of them. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Tang San also came to his senses at this time. How could he just sit there and wait to die? Humph, with this level of strength, you still dream of defeating me, Tang San. After these words were spoken, the Royal Fighting Team 2 and other contestants felt that Tang San deserved a beating even more. Originally I thought that it was just Tang San's lackeys who provoked him, and Tang San shouldn't deserve a beating. Unexpectedly, what the lackey said was not so appropriate. Let me test your strength. The first soul skill, Blue-Silver Coil. Tang San's first soul ring flashed, and the blue-silver grass in his hand grew wildly, instantly wrapping around a person. But Tang San underestimated the other party's determination to beat him. At this moment, a ring suddenly appeared and hit Tang San's head squarely. This is a locking skill. Even if Tang San has Ghost Shadow, he cannot dodge it. At the same time, this is also a strong control skill, although it can only limit one person, it is also the 4th soul skill, which consumes a lot of soul power. But for Tang San, it is worth it. No, I was careless. Tang San exclaimed, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. In the past, he was the only one who controlled others, but now he is controlled by others. This is the 4th soul skill. It cannot last too long, and the opponent's soul power will be exhausted. But what he had to face were 5 tall and strong soul masters. The 5 warriors grinned at this. The one being controlled tried desperately to break free from the restraints. They all used their most powerful amplifying spirit skills, then surrounded Tang San. Without saying a word, they attacked Tang San in the face. With just one punch, Tang San's eyes turned red. If it hadn't taken some time for the blue color to turn into red, his eyes would have turned blue. It wasn't just one punch. The 5 of them used their hands and feet together, punching and kicking Tang San, hitting him hard. If Xiao Wu was here, how could she let me fall into this situation? Tang San shouted in his heart, feeling that both his teammates and opponents were destined to die. Jiang Zhu's hand holding the healing scepter trembled slightly. She is almost crying. The other guy was beating up her teammates right in front of her, and she couldn't do anything about it. What are you looking at? Give Tang San treatment. Because I might beat him to death. A member of the second team spoke to Jiang Zhu. After saying this, he started a new round of punching and kicking. It felt so good, so good. It was worth it even if I lost to be able to beat Tang San up so well. What? Oh ho. Jiang Zhu then realized that the other party really didn't care about them as assistants and was simply trying to beat Tang San. He quickly released his soul skill to heal Tang San. Of course, her treatment is area treatment, and can also be used to treat Team 2 members. Young master, please stand up, you can't fall down. Tai Long's face was distorted, and it was unclear whether he was excited or something else, but there was a hint of happiness in his voice. Young master, they have no moral principles and attacked you. Please stand up. Fight back. In the entire audience, Tai Long was the one shouting the loudest, fearing that someone didn't know the relationship between him and Tang San. When Tang San got beaten, he not only did not hide or distance himself from Tang San, but he took the initiative to stand up. What a loyal lackey. Sister Zhu Qing, are we just going to watch? At this time, Ma Hongjun suddenly spoke. Tang San has been beaten for more than 10 seconds, but his teammates have done nothing. Isn't that a bit bad? Zhu Qing was stunned. She didn't know why. When Tang San was beaten just now, she had no intention of fighting back. Master Tang San and his disciples don't get along with Zhao Wuji, so doing this can be considered as a way to vent Zhao Wuji's anger. It's a competition after all, so go for it. Zhu Qing responded in a low voice, and only she and Ma Hongjun could hear it. Ma Hongjun nodded quickly. Zhu Qing was right. Even if he hoped that Tang San would get beaten, this was a competition after all. Chapter 198. Even if the audience didn't say anything, Tang San was afraid that they would think they were seeking death. It is also very simple to rescue Tang San. First, attack the captain of the second team who controls him. Although the captain of the second team's fourth soul skill could only control one person and consumed a lot of soul power, he still used it without hesitation. Moreover, when using the fourth soul skill, he cannot move and cannot use other soul skills. This is also the reason why his soul skill restricts Tang San. Powerful soul skills naturally come at a high price. Zhu Qing burst out with a speed that belonged to a soul sect member and rushed towards the captain of the second team. At this time, the captain and deputy captain of the second team had no power to resist Zhu Qing, but neither of them begged for mercy. Instead, they smiled. Haha, it's okay to let Tang San, a guy who doesn't know his place, get a beating, what's the harm in losing? The captain of Team 2 looked very pleased, which actually aroused the curiosity of the audience. Why did everyone only fight Tang San? Knowing that you will lose, you still choose to play like this? It's a pity that you guys reacted too quickly and couldn't beat him up for a while longer. The captain of the second team seemed to have accepted his fate, but he did not take the initiative to withdraw his fourth soul skill to resist. If he used his fourth soul skill to restrict Zhu Qing, they might still have a chance in this match. But he would rather not have such an opportunity. The performance of the captain of the second team really shocked the audience. Aren't these the group of playboys? Aren't these the group of uneducated guys? How could he be so selfless? Royal Fighting Team 2. Royal Fighting Team 2. Sometimes, the audience doesn't want to win or lose, they just want an attitude. The Royal Fighting Team 2 was so determined and resolute. Even the captain, who looked short but stood tall and reckless, persisted until the very last moment. What else could they be angry about? Yes, all the members of this year's second team are great and have courage. Even Emperor Shui couldn't help but comment. But the expressions of the 3 education committee members were extremely strange. How to say? They looked at the members of Team 2, then at Emperor Shui, and could only nod and agree. They still know what the situation is with the Royal Fighting Team 2. The little guy from Shrek named Tai Long kept praising Tang San, mocking his height and his girlfriend, and saying things like, dedicated to Tang San. If they hadn't stopped him, Tyrone would have been beaten to death by the members of Team 2. Even if you are not a man of courage, as a man you should be aroused. I don't know what hatred or resentment Tai Long has for tricking Tang San. Seeing Tai Long still cheering for Tang San in the Shrek rest area, the 3 teaching committee members fell into deep thought. Perhaps, this person is really loyal. They can't tell the difference, they really can't tell the difference. When the captain and deputy captain of the second team fell down, the man and the woman looked at each other and closed their eyes lovingly. This wave, however, made the relationship between the 2 people even deeper. As the captain of Team 2 fell, the restraints on Tang San were also untied, but after being hit by hundreds of punches, he was no longer able to resist even with plenty of soul power. The 5 warriors knew that they didn't have much time left to beat Tang San, so they could only clench their fists and smash towards Tang San like raindrops. The attacks from Ma Hongjun, Jingjing and Huang Yuan also arrived at this time. They didn't care if they were injured, even if they were attacked. They would bite Tang San more. Besides, they were all fighting spirit masters, and they were fighting spirit masters with the strongest amplification. The attack of Ma Hongjun and others could not do anything to them in a short time. Ma Hongjun was just about to release the flame, but the other party was with Tang San. This is not a game. Soul skills are blind and cannot distinguish between friend and foe. But when his fists landed on the opponent was too lazy to defend himself and only attacked without defense, and every punch hit Tang San's flesh. Go ahead, you guys hit me, I only hit Tang San. Everyone, It was really cool, but Ma Hongjun also wanted to know what Tang San had done to cause such anger. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing finally came in front of everyone. She originally thought that the first match would be her chance to show herself, but unexpectedly, she didn't even release a single soul skill and the opponent was already defeated. Furthermore, the reason why the other party lost was entirely because of Tang San. Even though Tang San was being beaten the whole time, the contribution he made in this battle was enormous. After all, he attracted the attention of 7 people by himself, and his taunts were at their maximum. During the whole process, only Sona gave Zhu Zhuqing a control that she couldn't control. Although Zhu Zhuqing is a sensitive attack type, her strength is extremely terrifying. He grabbed one in each hand and threw them out of the ring. In just a few moments, no one in the Royal Fighting Team 2 had a chance to fight. When the audience saw this, their pupils shrank and they looked a little confused. Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is the Netherworld Spirit Cat, a true agility attack soul master, but she threw 5 soul masters out of the arena without using any amplifying soul skills. Look at the parabola, she even has energy left. Hi. Everyone took a deep breath and felt their scalps tingling. This agile attack type must have been taught by a strong attack type, no, should I say a person from the strength type, right? Compared with power type soul masters of the same level, he is probably even better. It was so terrifying. Although the Royal Fight Team 2 lost, the audience did not blame them. Knowing that they are defeated, they still fight to the death without retreating at all. Although this is extremely stupid, it is what the audience wants to see. It really is true what the saying goes, fight with momentum, fight with style, and kill Tang San. They support the second team more because of sentimentality, as the second team represents the level of the Tiando Empire. This kind of passionate and courageous team is the one they should support. The game was won, and Tang San was the only one injured. He was still in a daze at this time. God knows how many punches he got, most of them aimed at his face. If Tang San hadn't been so thick-skinned, he would have passed away by now. After hearing the voice announcement of victory, Tang San tilted his head and fainted. But no one among his teammates came to support him. Only Tai Long, the loyal lackey, went to the ring and supported Tang San. During this process, he did not make any small movements. After all, there were so many eyes watching him, and Tang Hao might also be watching in secret. If he made any small movements, he would be exposed directly. Tang San, the grudge between you and me has just begun. You will repay me double for all the suffering I have endured. My second brother is useless, I no longer have the heart to distinguish right from wrong. Chapter 199. It's really a meaningful game. The fourth sister's eyes twitched and she murmured. You know what, this game is quite interesting. Could human hatred make them so united and so disregard life and death? Fourth sister has seen many scenes like this, but most of them are people who are afraid of death. She was afraid once, but when Inji encountered danger, she went without hesitation. Emotions are really a terrifying force. Especially love. Inji was not very disappointed about this battle. He had a pretty good idea of Zhu Zhuqing's combat capability from the battle between her and Tang San. From the beginning to the end of this battle, all the members of Team 2 were eliminated by Zhu Zhuqing. But she didn't exert any strength, and won the battle simply by relying on her basic attributes. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while insiders watch the door. From the strength shown by Zhu Zhuqing's basic attributes, Inji knew how hard this girl on the ring trained. Silver Branch Knight, this battle. Overall it's not very exciting. Xue Qinghe said somewhat awkwardly. She planned to invite Inji to continue watching the next game so as to get closer to Inji. My dear friend, this game is actually very exciting. The game showed the power of love, friendship and other bonds, and also embodied courage and fearlessness. Isn't this a wonderful game? Weakness is not terrible, what is terrible is cowardice. Although Inji's voice was not loud, it was accurately transmitted to everyone's mind. No one is born strong, but with the existence of these pure and beautiful spirits, I believe they can go further. In the process of pure and beautiful training, I hope they can maintain their original intentions and remain steadfast. After hearing these words, everyone was silent for a moment, and then cheers broke out again. Yes, it's just a game, a show in life. Winning or losing is not important. What is more important is what you learn from the game. Love, friendship, courage, fearlessness. If you maintain such moral character, you are destined to go further and have a broader future. No one is born strong. What is scary is not weakness, but cowardice. The Royal Fighting Team 2 is not cowardly at all, they deserve praise. Tiando Royal Academy. Royal Fighting Team 2. Although they were clearly the losers, Tiando Royal Academy and Team 2 received cheers from the audience. Of course, there are also many people who support Shrek Academy. Even if Zhu Zhuqing didn't use her spirit skills and punched me, I would probably cry for a long time. It's true that the girl next door has grown up, with the strength to pull mountains and the courage to conquer the world. Among the contestants, some were trembling, but their eyes were becoming more determined. As Inji said. After hearing this, the members of Team 2 felt a huge amount of pressure, and at the same time, there was a strange look in their eyes. What they heard most in the first half of their lives was nothing more than playboys. But one day, a pure and beautiful knight praised their character. At this moment, there was light in their eyes. Even if the whole world believed that this alien had some ulterior motive, they would still support Inji. Dandy. How much effort did they put in private to be able to cultivate to this level with these relatively ordinary martial spirits before the age of 25? But no one ever pays attention to these things. Everyone thinks they come from good families and are not doing their jobs properly. In this world where martial soul, bloodline, and innate soul power determine the upper limit. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit can laugh at a ring-shaped spirit and say that the other party is not doing its job properly. The most important thing is that the difference in spirit power between the two parties is only 2 or 3 levels. Being praised by Inji, they felt a sense of recognition at that moment. The most important thing is that Inji is not an ordinary person, he is an unparalleled powerful man. How could they not be excited to be recognized by such a strong person? At this moment, Inji has 7 more loyal fans. There was only one game on the opening day. After the match between Royal Fight Team 2 and Shrek Team ended, the audience began to leave one after another. While the Royal Knights were maintaining order, they would occasionally glance at Silver Branch in a VIP seat. Same night, he's sitting there and they're standing here. But the Royal Knights were not jealous. This pure and beautiful knight was a positive example for all the knights who had a sense of justice. Whether it is the Royal Knights, the Holy Knights of the Spirit Hall, the Palace Guardian Knights or some lone knights. Almost all knights who have heard of the Silver Branch of the Pure Knights are yearning for it. Of course, some knights with evil thoughts dare not agree with these views. Knights are just a disguise they use to make money or increase their status. When the audience dispersed, the people in the VIP seats also dispersed. Xue Qinghe was trying his best to persuade Inji to come and watch the game often. In contrast, Inji did not refuse, but he could not guarantee to come every day. I don't know which will happen first, tomorrow or an accident, so it's better not to make promises lightly. Knight Silver Branch, if you have nothing to do today, why don't you come back to the palace with me and stay for a while? It just so happens that I am the host and will entertain you and the Spider King, 2 distinguished guests. If Xue Yi didn't speak, Sarath and Ning Fengji would have spoken. Brother, we've been to the Xinglua Palace, it's quite interesting. I don't know what this Jindo Palace is like. When the 4th sister said this, Xue Yi and others were stunned. Such a strong person basically would not lie. Since she said that she had been to the Xinglua Palace, she must have been there. But they clearly appeared in the Tiando Empire first, why? Why would you go to Xinglua Palace first? Xinglua Palace, what's so good about it? Pooh! Compared with tens of thousands of years of foundation, the Xinglua royal family's thousands of years of foundation is still a little lacking. Thinking of this, Xue Yi even felt a little aggrieved. The Xinglua Empire was founded only 4 or 5,000 years ago, and its foundation is still insufficient to be compared with the Tiando Empire. Xue Yi said this with a determined look on his face. If we only talk about the background, it is indeed so. However, the combat power of the Xinglua Empire is slightly higher than that of the Tiando Empire. Dear guests, please come to the palace for a visit. Xue Yi was anxious. In order to prove that the Tiando Empire was better than the Xinglua Empire, he was anxious. As the Emperor of Tiando, how would he feel when someone said in front of him that the Xinglua Palace was good? If it were any 2 people, he would walk away in anger. But these 2 people were not people he could be willful to. He would never offend someone if he could avoid it. Ning Fengji's eyes twitched, his mouth slightly opened, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Unexpectedly, Inji was the first to go to the Xinglua Palace. I don't know what your impression of the Star Luo Empire is. Not to mention, Inji had a very good impression of the Xinglua Empire, especially Zhu Zhuqing's sister and brother-in-law. Chapter 200. I vaguely remember that I won before I fell. In the Shrek Academy dormitory, Tang San opened his eyes, and his gaze didn't even touch the ceiling when the murmurs began. Victory is too important to him. Tang San, who had just woken up, frowned and felt as if his whole body was falling apart. His face seemed to be burning, and his body felt like it was being bitten by thousands of ants. This kind of pain was a little unbearable for him. Shrek Academy is located in Tiando City. After the game, there is no need to go to the hotel to rest, it is more convenient to go directly back to the academy to rest. The hotels and inns in Tiando City were already overcrowded a month and a half ago. This is the economic effect brought about by the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. When Tang San grimaced in pain, a rough voice sounded in his ears, and this voice was full of anxiety. Third Master, you are finally awake. Tai Long looked at Tang San with an excited expression. On the surface, he seemed to care about the other party very much, but his eyes were deep, but there was a flash of murderous intent. The Royal Fighting Team 2 was too lenient and actually allowed Tang San to recover. They are truly useless. After secretly cursing the Royal Fighting Team 2 in his heart, Tai Long regained his composure and looked at Tang San with concern. Fearing that Tang San would not die, or that Tang San would survive. Talon, what's wrong with me? Tang San was a little confused. It was indeed because the people from Team 2 were too ruthless. They almost hit him in the face, causing Tang San to have a concussion. He couldn't remember what happened at that time. He vaguely felt that his hands were tied and he was being hit hard by several pairs of fists as big as sandbags. Even if his soul power is better, it cannot provide protection. As a weapon soul master, he is physically weaker than a beast soul master. If he was not restrained, he could still use the Tang Sect's unique skills to deal with it, but he was completely powerless to resist. Even though his mind was a little unclear, he knew that Tyrone was a lackey. When he was about to fall, it was Tyrone who cheered him on despite the strange looks from others, which allowed him to persevere to the end. Unexpectedly, this lackey actually. Tang San's mood at this moment is hard to describe. Those whom he considered as his teammates seemed to be watching from the sidelines when he was being beaten, while those whom he considered as his lackeys, on the other hand, never left him and did not do anything disloyal even when being criticized, blamed and ridiculed. It's a pity that his strength and talent are slightly lacking, otherwise, being a chess piece, no, it should be said that being a brother should not be a problem. Third Master, you were ambushed by the group of people from the Royal Fighting Team. Tai Long said with a sad face, as if he was the one who was attacked. When an honest person becomes dishonest, his acting skills can even deceive himself. Tai Long recounted what happened on the field, especially when Tang San was beaten and Zhu Zhuqing and others stood there watching Tang San get beaten. Third Young Master, if I were there at the time, I wouldn't have let you suffer such an injustice. Tai Long said this sincerely, with a sad face, and he looked a bit haggard and sad as he hadn't slept all night. Don't blame me, Tang San's character is indeed not very good, he is trying to sow discord between you because it is for your own good. Tai Long thought to himself, with a hint of unnoticed cunning in his eyes. After hearing this, Tang San took a deep breath, but it made him, who was seriously injured, feel heartbroken. I treat you as teammates, but you treat me, Tang San, like this. Tang San's eyes flashed with coldness. He ignored the pain in his body and clenched his fists. Isn't it just because of some differences of opinion on who should be the captain? Why isolate him, Tang San, like this? This is a competition. What do these guys take it for? The more Tang San thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt that except for Tai Long, all the other teammates had a way to die. If it weren't for Tang San's good health, he would have been in trouble this time. If you think about it carefully, Tang San played a great role in this victory. If he hadn't attracted the hatred of 7 people, how could the Shrek team win so easily? Even Tang San couldn't break free from the control of the captain of Team 2 for a while, let alone Zhu Zhuqing, the agility attack soul master. Third Master, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have won yesterday's game. Tai Long flattered Tang San when he saw that he had fallen silent. He found that Tang San was a very arrogant person who liked to be flattered. Even though Tang San would say he didn't want to listen every time after listening to him, he would still listen to the end every time he spoke. This is outrageous. You were alone against 7 people, yet it took these teammates so long to defeat the opponent. If it were just you and me on the stage, I could even save half the time and win. No, it should be said that our cooperation only takes less than half the time. Tang San nodded, but said nothing more. He thought there was nothing wrong with what Tyrone said, on the contrary, it was very true. If the two of them cooperated, he would not be seriously injured. Even if he was seriously injured, he wouldn't have been beaten for so long. By the way, you just mentioned yesterday? Tang San was stunned and asked subconsciously. How long had he been unconscious? You know, when the game started yesterday, it was just afternoon. The game lasted only about a minute. Third Master, it's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, you have been unconscious for a full 13.5 hours. 13.5 hours, or 27 hours. What? Tang San found it hard to believe that he had been unconscious for so long. You. Third Master, no one was willing to take you back yesterday, so I carried you back. Don't worry, even if I don't sleep today, it won't affect tomorrow's game. Tang San. Is that what he's asking? However, he was still touched that Tyrone actually guarded him for a whole day and a night. What about the rest? They went to the fighting arena, although we didn't have a match today, other participating teams did, they all went to study their opponents. Tyrone answered truthfully. Even Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, was studying his opponent in the fighting arena and had no time to look after Tang San. As for Xiao Wu, this rabbit also guarded Tang San all night, and Tang San even woke up as soon as she left. Tang San didn't ask, so Tai Long naturally wouldn't tell. This is a merit. If it can add some weight to Tang San's heart, it will be easier to trick him in the future. Tang San nodded, then said to Tai Long, "You should go back and rest first. You have been guarding me for so long, it must be hard for you." There was a hint of indifference in his words, as if what Tyrone did was what he was supposed to do. After all, he was the grandson of his father's slave, which meant he was his slave. Since he is a slave, isn't it natural for him to do these things? Chapter 201. In this situation, how could Tyrone just leave? Now is the time to improve your favorability. The more favorable your favorability is, the less defensive you will be against him. Tyrone is well aware of this. Third master, your health is more important, I can still handle it. If you still regard me as your young master, then go and rest. Tang San said this with a righteous look on his face, as if he would not tolerate rejection. After hearing this, Tai Long was stunned, and an expression of gratitude immediately appeared on his face, as if he could rest thanks to this young master. Free little. Is it not okay for me to go? You should take a rest. I'm next door, call me if you need anything. Tang San nodded with great satisfaction, and Tai Long left respectfully. This feeling was very wonderful for Tang San. He was just the son of a blacksmith and even having trouble getting food. Now, even Contra's grandson is his follower, lackey, and servant. This feeling is very wonderful, even a little decadent, and I enjoy it. Is this what it feels like to be superior to others? Tang San showed a hint of a smile, but because of the pain on his face, he grimaced. Not long after Tai Long left, Tang San's dormitory door was pushed open again. This time, the person who came was Xiao Wu. I saw Xiao Wu holding a bowl of porridge with a tired look on her face. She hadn't slept for as long as Tyrone had. I left just now to prepare porridge for Tang San. I hope Tang San can have porridge to drink when he wakes up. Third brother, you finally woke up. When Xiao Wu saw Tang San waking up, she was slightly stunned, and the hand holding the bowl almost shook. Fortunately, she was in the form of a rabbit and her reaction speed was quite fast, so she didn't fall on the spot. Xiao Wu. Third brother. The two looked at each other, as if they had 1,000 words to say. Seeing Xiao Wu's face as pale as paper, holding the porridge and seeming to want to say something but hesitant, Tang San felt distressed. I wanted to say something to comfort her, but it felt like a lump in my throat. In just the first game, Tang San was seriously injured. How can I explain this result to Xiao Wu? Tang San also has to save face. But, even if he didn't tell Xiao Wu had already seen it. After a while, Xiao Wu said nothing and came to Tang San with the bowl in hand. Third brother, it's time to drink porridge. For some reason, Tang San always felt his scalp tingling and his head itchy. But he still gritted his teeth and started drinking the porridge. Time passed, the first round ended, and the draw for the second round began. The draw for the first round of matches was done by an outsider, but for subsequent matches, the draw was done by the captains of each team. After the draw, everyone returned to Shrek Academy with heavy hearts. Except for Yu Xiaojiang, almost no one went to visit Tang San. At this time, because Tang San had woken up, Xiao Wu listened to the advice and went back to rest in Tang San's room. There were only Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Xiao San, I heard some news today, maybe this is the reason why you are being targeted by the royal fighting team too. Yu Xiaojiang said solemnly. He did not expect that this was supposed to be Tang San's exhibition match, but Tang San was targeted and just got beaten the whole time. Performance. How to get beaten for performing. After hearing this, Tang San shook his head. It doesn't matter why he was beaten. Things have already happened, so these people have a way to die. Tang San didn't even bother to find a reason. If he had the chance, he would definitely slaughter the entire royal fighting team too to avenge yesterday. These people are not here to compete, but to kill. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San was so lucky and had a long life, and the King of Hell didn't want to take him away, he would have probably died yesterday. Teacher, this matter is no longer important. Thank you for your concern, please focus on the next game. Tang San said expressionlessly. He was very angry at the moment, but he needed to control his emotions. After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was slightly stunned. He had finally heard this news, but Tang San was not interested. Since Tang San is not interested, he won't say anything. Anyway, the hatred has been formed, and the process is not important. But, is it really not important? Yu Xiaojiang thought about it for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything. Tai Lung seemed to be really loyal, and he was spreading the word about Tang San's strength everywhere, which was indirectly helping him. After all, the stronger Tang San is, the more it proves that there is no problem with his theory. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojiang put the matter behind him. Xiao San, I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in the recent games. You should recover first. I will call Jiangzhu to help you heal. You can participate in the competition after you recover. Tomorrow's game is just a team with no reputation. If Tang San doesn't recuperate well for a few days due to his injuries, he might develop a chronic illness. Even if he didn't want to recuperate, he couldn't move on his own. After all, his injuries were too severe. Tang San was well aware of his own situation. If it weren't for the treatment with the Jiangzhu, he would have missed the chance to participate in the preliminaries. I didn't expect that in the end. It was actually 2 auxiliary spirit masters who helped me. The treatment of Jiangzhu and the enhancement of Ningtian. Every time he thought of this, Tang San felt more and more uncomfortable. In the Shrek cafeteria, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and others were eating and reviewing today's game. Of course, it wasn't their game, they didn't have a game today. The Four Elements Academy should not be underestimated, especially Shui Binger, with her freezing skills. I don't know if I, Fatty, can withstand it. Ma Hongjun trembled all over and said with a not very good look on his face. Today, he has not been strengthened by the magic grass, his martial soul is still the same, and his soul power level is only level 35. He was still quite afraid of Shui Binger, who had the Ice Phoenix spirit. Fatty, I always feel that Shui Binger's freezing doesn't need you to resist. Dai Mubai said with a strange look on his face. Today, a girl named Shuyuir found him. With an angry look on his face, he asked whether Tang San was dead or not. Thinking of that scene, Dai Mubai couldn't help but shudder. Although they have frictions with the Four Elements Academy, it is not a life-and-death fight. But Shui Yuer's expression and angry look all proved that Tianshui Academy was ready to teach Tang San a lesson. Damn, that's weird. What did Tang San do? Can attract so much hatred. Seeing Dai Mubai hesitant to speak, Ma Hongjun and others were slightly stunned and a little confused. Boss Dai, could it be that you know something? Ning Tian whispered at this time that Dai Mubai was a very face-conscious person. If you called him Boss Dai, he would treat you as a brother. Xiao Tian, you don't know that Shui Binger from Tianshui College came to me today and asked me whether Tang San was dead or not. At first, I thought she was here to get information, but I didn't expect that she was just asking about this matter. Chapter 202. In the blink of an eye, it was a week later. During this week, the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent was in full swing. Many Soul Masters showed their talents, many Soul Masters left the scene dejectedly, and were full of energy again the next day. Among them, Zhu Zhuqing is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Whether it is her super strength or her spirit ring ratio and speed, it is all amazing. He is obviously a quick attack spirit master, but he possesses more powerful strength than a strong attack spirit master. There is no way to beat him. If you want speed, you get speed. If you want strength, you get strength. You don't know until you check. Once you check, everyone's eyes twitched and they were speechless. Zhu Zhuqing, who is good at agile attack, actually became a disciple of a soul saint of strong attack. The teaching was in the wrong direction, but it was abnormally powerful and terrifying. That day, after the drawing of lots, the Shrek people prepared to return to the academy. Zhu Zhuqing left on her own because she was not sociable. But the more she walked, the more she felt something was wrong. The reason why she fell into this illusion was that she had no vigilance at all. You know, she is a contestant, and she just left the fighting arena and she was caught in an illusion. This kind of situation is unthinkable. After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. This was no longer Soto City, but the outskirts of Tiando City. The person who cast the illusion on her must be quite capable. Clap clap clap. There was a round of applause, as if encouraging something. The one who was clapping was a white-haired old man. He had a hawkish look on his face and one could tell that he was not a good person. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you are not only so powerful, but also have extraordinary mental strength and a strong will. You are the strongest among all the geniuses I have hunted. He praised Zhu Zhuqing without reservation, then covered his forehead and laughed a few times. Interesting, really interesting. Only by hunting down geniuses like you can I bring some happiness to this old man. He just stood 10 meters away from Zhu Zhuqing. He was not interested in a beauty like Zhu Zhuqing because he was not interested in that. I don't care about things like that at all. The only pleasure he has is hunting down those he considers geniuses and watching them scream, beg for mercy, and go crazy. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing subconsciously kept a certain distance from the old man and then asked. This old man, like the teacher, is a soul saint. It's just that the ratio of his soul rings is slightly worse, which makes him completely incomparable to Zhao Wuji. But a soul saint is a soul saint after all. After hearing this, the old man put his hands behind his back, looked sideways at Zhu Zhuqing, and said, when I was young, I was the leader of the Canghui team. Shi Nian had no intention of hiding anything and revealed his true identity. What kind of person can keep a secret? Of course it's a dead person. From the moment his identity was exposed, Zhu Zhuqing had no hope of escaping alive, because he would do his best to kill Zhu Zhuqing here. I have no grudge against you, why? Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to finish her words, Shen Yan waved his hand, meaning that there was no need to say more. Didn't your teacher teach you that the real world of soul masters never talks about these things? Killing people to steal treasures, bullying others by taking advantage of one's power, and bullying the weak, this is the real world of soul masters. Shen Yan said calmly that the real world of soul masters is not something that these little kids from academies can understand. They were able to grow to the soul sage level, having experienced countless betrayals and things. This is also one of the reasons why many independent soul masters particularly hate geniuses with power and background. Because this is one of the original sins, jealousy. Envy makes people look different. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing said calmly, the teacher did teach me this, but seeing it in person and hearing it verbally are two different experiences. Zhao Wuji had indeed taught these things. He himself was a well-known scoundrel in the soul master world and had seen countless dark sides. Afraid that Zhu Zhuqing would suffer a loss when entering the world of soul masters, Zhao Wuji taught her everything he knew. Being teachable is one thing, but encountering the real thing is another. It's like talking about war on paper. Without actually experiencing the baptism of the battlefield, you have no idea how terrifying the battlefield is. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have thought of something, and asked Shen Yan in confusion, you came to hunt me, just to enjoy the pleasure of hunting geniuses? This made Zhu Zhuqing very confused. Are there such people in the world? It's not for money or sex, he just wants to kill the genius. This is indeed a bit strange. I have never seen or even heard of it before. Yes. Shen Yan nodded and continued, of course, there is another reason, you are too powerful, in order to prevent any accidents, you must be killed. If it wasn't for the stable advancement of Tsanhui Academy, he wouldn't necessarily take the risk to come and kill Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, he really wanted to kill Zhu Zhuqing, and Tsanhui and Shrek happened to run into each other. With the combination of these two situations, Shen Yan finally made a decision. Are you afraid that Team Tsanhui will lose to us? Shen Yan waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I've told you everything I should and shouldn't say. Now, it's time for me to have fun, hunting down the so-called darling of heaven. Having said this, Shen Yan paused and continued, to be honest, you really make me jealous. At this age, with this much soul power and strength, these are what I longed for but could not achieve when I was young. Unfortunately, no matter how talented or evil you are, you still need to grow up. You are still too weak now. There is nothing wrong with what Shen Yan said. No matter how talented a person is, he still needs to grow up before he can be called a strong person. A genius is just a genius. Many geniuses are only at the threshold of becoming soul saints. Seeing that Shen Yan was about to take action, Zhu Zhuqing naturally would not sit still and wait for death, and her martial spirit instantly possessed her. 7th Soul Skill, Nightmare. Zhu Zhuqing, lost in illusion. Shen Yan is different from normal soul saints, his 7th soul skill is not his martial soul's true form. Because his martial soul was incomplete, he did not have a true martial soul, but instead had a powerful soul skill. A nightmare fantasy. Now he is only at the soul sage level and cannot see the situation in a nightmare illusion. If he breaks through to the title Douluo, he will probably be able to see clearly what is happening in the nightmare illusion. At this moment, he could only appreciate the genius screams, pleas for mercy and fear, but he had no idea what the other person had been through. When the nightmare illusion enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, a glimmer of clarity flashed in her eyes, but she was still pulled into the illusion. After all, Shen Yan is a spiritual soul saint and possesses a head soul bone, so his mental power is naturally not comparable to Zhu Zhuqing's. Chapter 203. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned and looked at the surroundings in confusion. She vaguely remembered that a soul saint named Shen Yan was about to use a soul skill called Nightmare to kill her. Why did she come to this forest that seemed familiar yet strange? Could it be that the so-called nightmare is just an illusion? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out, bringing Zhu Zhuqing back to her senses. He, Miss Zhuqing, you better go back with us obediently. The familiar words and familiar clothes really made Zhu Zhuqing stunned. Aren't these the Zhu family guards who hunted down her back then? She remembered this scene very clearly because it was the scene where she and Yingji met for the first time. At the same time, it was also the scene where she had just escaped from the Xinglua Empire and was hunted down by Zhu Zhuyan's men. The reason why Yingji killed these people was because they were evil and had done many bad things, so Yingji killed them. And not because these people were chasing her. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded and said, I'll go back with you. Because of Yingji's appearance, Zhu Zhuqing understood one thing, Zhu Zhuyun, as her biological sister, never really wanted to kill her. She did this because she had to. Zhu Zhuyun always cares for her younger sister. A hint of clarity flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. If it weren't for Yingji, she might really have been lost in this illusion. Because this illusion is so real. But because Inji exists in her memory, she cannot forget and loses her past memories. This is an illusion. She wanted to see what would happen if she didn't follow the illusion. As her words came out, the entire illusion space seemed to pause, whether it was the wind, the trees, or the people. This answer is not the answer that the fantasy space needs. So, the fantasy space crashed. Nightmare illusions are derived from the people and things that a person remembers most, respects the most, fears the most, and venerates the most. The screen will progress along with the progress bar. If you get lost in it, there will be no recovery. But Zhu Zhuqing was clear-headed from the beginning and knew that this was an illusion, so the illusion space naturally could not function normally. The scene of the first meeting with Inji was also the scene that most subverted Zhu Zhuqing's cognition. Almost every night, she would recall the scene at that time. Although the illusion looked real, she was not lost in it. Therefore, the illusion space really could not do anything to her. Unlike Tang San, what Tang San fears most is the blame from the elders of the Tang sect. He is pointed at by thousands of people and accused of being an ungrateful villain and a thief who stole the sect's wealth. What he feared most was exposing his true identity and the Shentian treasure record. Therefore, the scene he thought about the most was what happened before he jumped off the cliff in his previous life. This is why in the original time and space, Tang San saw the elders and the leader of the Tang sect in the nightmare illusion. The next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's illusion changed. Zhu Zhuqing only felt a black screen before her eyes, and those men in black disappeared as if glass was shattered. When the picture appeared in front of her eyes again, a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure appeared in front of her. "My dear friend, you look a little pale, do you need any help?" Looking at this familiar figure in the somewhat distorted space, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes twitched slightly. A dignified soul saint, this is the effect of his soul skills. Do you dare to be a little more fake? If it was a little more fake, she would believe it. Zhu Zhuqing complained in her heart. What made her even more speechless was that he in this illusory space was only 3/10 similar to his original body. "You only look a little like him, yet you have a peerless beauty that brings back my past memories. Unfortunately, you are not destined to be him, and you are not worthy of calling me a close friend." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, then without warning threw a punch, sending the figure in front of her flying. Outside, Shern Yen covered his stomach, feeling a surge of convulsions and cold sweat dripping down his forehead. What the hell, is she really a spirit master of the agility attack system? This punch almost killed him. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Why doesn't she show any emotion? You've clearly been under an illusion, why do you still dare to attack the person you respect the most, admire the most, or fear the most? Shern Yen just couldn't understand this. The nightmare illusion is very strange. No matter who is affected, they will face the person they respect the most, honor the most, and fear the most in their heart, which will cause negative emotions such as fear. No matter which one it is, Zhu Zhuqing shouldn't take the initiative to attack. Caught off guard, he was hit hard by a punch. Fortunately, Shern Yen didn't know what Zhu Zhuqing saw, otherwise, he would be speechless. Such a fake illusion, such fake character creation, they are so real at first glance. No one will believe it. Illusion, real and unreal, true and false. The figure that Zhu Zhuqing saw was fake, but its identity was fake. It was constructed by Shern Yen's body, and what she attacked was also a real entity. The real figure was now 200 meters away with the fourth sister, staring at this side. Pure beauty, everywhere. Why does this spiritual soul saint look a bit stupid? The fourth sister blinked and said speechlessly. This soul saint named Shern Yen was holding a small knife. He just approached Zhu Zhuqing and was about to attack, but then Zhu Zhuqing punched him in the chest. His old bones had at least 3 broken ribs. Although Shern Yen is a soul sage, it does not mean that his physique is equally strong. You know, he is different from normal soul saints because his major is mental power. Compared with soul saints of the same level, his physique is very fragile. Among the strong soul masters, not many have strong physiques, let alone a soul sage like Shern Yen who has a serious imbalance in his studies. It was reasonable for him to be knocked away by Zhu Zhuqing's punch. That's not the case, he just underestimated the willpower of his best friend. Inji shook her head. There was nothing wrong with Shern Yen's approach. Under normal circumstances, a soul sage versus a soul master should not lose. But he seriously underestimated Zhu Zhuqing's mental strength and fighting ability. When the person being cast the spell enters the illusion and knows it is a false illusion, this devilish gentleman is doomed to fail. Second brother, should I kill him? Inji opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. After a while, he said, this is a pure and beautiful experience for a close friend, let's not take action for now. Oh. The fourth sister didn't say much, as if she was not satisfied with the answer. Such an evil human being should become the nourishment for her growth. This is also his only contribution to Douluo Continent. Chapter 204. The moment Shun Yan fell to the ground and vomited blood, the environment and space around Zhu Zhuqing was instantly shattered. Looking at Shun Yan lying on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing was slightly stunned and a little dazed. She just punched the fake Inji in the illusion, and then the caster fell to the ground. Is it even necessary to think about it? The fake Inji just now was the person in front of me in disguise. Disciple, if someone wants to kill you and you can't beat them, don't hesitate, just run. Of course, if the other party encounters some accidents and gets hurt, then we should take advantage of his illness and kill him. Being soft-hearted is the biggest taboo for soul masters. Zhao Wuji's warning echoed in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, and murderous intent emerged in her eyes. If she wanted to escape now, it would be no problem at all thanks to the characteristics of her fourth soul skill and soul bone. But Shun Yan was seriously injured. If she didn't seize this opportunity to get rid of Shun Yan, she might be in danger next time. You may not be so lucky. Shun Yan was just careless and didn't dodge, which is why he got hit hard. In a normal fight, if he didn't have this mentality, he would be very difficult to kill and almost impossible to win. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing no longer hesitated, and light flashed on her fourth soul ring and right leg. Shun Yan, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up at this time, his eyes wide open. Soul bone. You little girl actually have a soul bone. Shun Yan was a little bit unbelievable. You know, this soul bone of his was not easy to come by. He didn't expect that a little kid at the soul sect level would also possess a soul bone. Although it is only the right leg soul bone. It is a soul bone after all. At the moment when Shun Yan was stunned, one Zhu Zhuqing had turned into 8. Zhu Zhuqing. Physical clone. Shun Yan was a little confused. He couldn't quite understand Zhu Zhuqing's soul skills and soul bone skills. Are spirit rings and spirit bones both clones? This also illustrates one thing, that is, Zhu Zhuqing is blessed with great luck. Soul rings and soul bones come from the same soul beast. It was just a few broken ribs, which was just a small problem for a soul sage level warrior. He is not completely without the strength to fight. At this time, Shun Yan was a little hesitant. He didn't know how to deal with Zhu Zhuqing's attack. There had never been any problem with the 7th soul skill, but it appeared today. Not only that, Zhu Zhuqing, who was only at the soul sect level, also punched him. He was really careless about this punch and did not dodge. What? A mere soul sect member wants to kill a soul saint like me? Shun Yan didn't get angry but smiled instead, but his eyes were very gloomy. The physical clone was very restrained towards him. Even though he was a soul sage level warrior, he was unable to tell which Zhu Zhuqing was the real one. And his soul skills are all single target illusion soul skills. If he had controlled his clone, he would probably have been in trouble today. This was unacceptable at the time. Why not? A Zhu Zhuqing said, with a sharp light in her eyes, as if she wanted to skin Shun Yan alive. After hearing this, Shun Yan laughed. It turns out that he is still young and easy to fool. It was just a set phrase to let him know the existence of the real body. If the real body was controlled, what would be the use of these physical clones? No matter how many there were. As they were talking, 8 Zhu Zhuqings had surrounded Shun Yan, looking like they were ready to attack at any time. One of them, Zhu Zhuqing, tentatively attacked Shun Yan, but Shun Yan ignored her because he knew it was fake. Little girl, you venture into the world of soul masters without any experience, you won't regret dying. Shun Yan sneered, then prepared to attack. After hearing this, Inji and fourth sister were slightly stunned. Isn't there something wrong with what Nyen said? If you don't venture into the world of soul masters, where will you gain experience? Entering the world of soul masters without any experience. Anyone who ventures into the world of soul masters will have experience. Only a reborn person like Tang San has the memory of the previous life, which allows him to have some experience before going out into the world. Zhu Zhuqing sneered, mocking her for her lack of experience. That's right. She is indeed inexperienced, but she is not stupid. The 6th soul skill. Shun Yan raised his hand and used his 6th soul skill. He was afraid that other soul skills would not be able to restrict Zhu Zhuqing. To be on the safe side, it would be safer to use the 6th soul skill. As for why he didn't use his 7th soul skill, it was because his 7th soul skill had been broken and he was still in the process of backlash, so he couldn't use it for a short period of time. He just chose what he thought was the real body, but the next moment, he regretted it. The 8 Zhu Zhuqings attacked almost at the same time and surrounded him. With their unified speed, Shun Yan really couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. He is an illusionist, but now he has to distinguish the authenticity of a physical clone. It is really a cold joke. It has always been the geniuses who have to figure out whether his illusions are real or fake. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. After gritting his teeth, Shun Yan finally chose Zhu Zhuqing, whom he believed in. The 3rd soul skill, Netherworld Slash. When the remaining 7 used their third soul skills to attack him at the same time, Chunmei knew that he had made the wrong choice. Physical clones. Only when the attacks of these clones fall on him, can he distinguish which one is the real one, and the one with the greatest attack power and strength is the real one. But damn, this little girl broke many of his ribs with just one attack without any reinforcement. If you take the blow head on, you might get seriously injured. I never thought that I would be wrong, little girl, you are pretty good. Chunmei praised, but finally, he was ready to take Zhu Zhuqing's attack. Only when you wander on the brink of death can you understand the true meaning of life. He likes killing, especially cruel killing. But this time it was different, he could experience more advanced killing. When he thought that such a genius would die in his hands, Chunmei couldn't help but tremble all over. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand why Chunmei was still laughing, the attack fell on Chunmei. Although the clone's attack is weak, her basic attributes are extremely powerful. The attributes allocated to these clones are almost equivalent to those of strong people of the same level. As for the Soul Ring clone, it surpasses the strong ones of the same level, even though its attributes are only 70 to 80% of the original body. After Chunmei took this blow, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really an attack that the Soul Sect can launch? The Soul Sect is so terrifying that he has to wash his hair while standing upside down. Pfft. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, his head began to flash, and his 6th soul ring also flashed again. Little girl, you are still too young after all. Chunmei shouted frantically, as if he had already secured victory. Under normal circumstances, Chunmei should have won. All the trump cards were played, and the Soul Saint was injured. But that's all. His true body's location has been exposed. Chunmei is a soul sage after all, there is no way he would let go of such an opportunity. Chapter 205. Go to hell, little girl. Sorry, I can't die yet. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her expression extremely determined. At the moment the attack landed, she took advantage of Chunmei's unpreparedness and her 4th soul ring flashed again. In other words, what Chunmei believed in as ontology was not the so-called ontology at all. The real body had already switched places with the clone. It's not up to you. As Chunmei finished speaking, his soul skill also fell again. The next moment, the smile on his face froze, and a long sword pierced through his back and emerged from his heart. He lowered his head in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. Little girl, my judgment should be correct, why? The powerful Soul Saint was killed on the spot in a one-on-one battle with the Soul Sect. His death as a Soul Saint was too miserable. He even had 3 chances to kill Zhu Zhuqing, but he did not seize them. I have been playing with illusions all my life, true and false, false and true. Today, I was taught a lesson by the physical clone. Illusions are just illusions after all, but the physical clones are all real. All clones can be the original body, and can also be clones. Zhu Zhuqing's cold answer stunned Chunmei. After a moment, he suddenly realized. Ha ha ha, old man. You win, after I die, my skull and soul bone will be the trophy of your victory. Be sure to hide it carefully. Well, it's all true and all false. Although Chunmei closed his eyes, he did not die with his eyes open. He just felt it was a pity that he didn't have the strength of a titled Douluo. If he possessed the strength of a titled Douluo, he would be able to make this little girl forever immersed in illusion. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough and was played around by a little girl at the Soul Sect level. Those who kill will always be killed. Zhu Zhuqing didn't feel any guilt at all. At that time, Nian was the scourge of Douluo Continent. If it weren't for her unique soul skills, she would have been killed today. No, maybe I'll die twice. Once in fantasy, once in reality. Head soul bone, a trophy. Chunmei fell down, and after a moment, a fluctuation of soul power emanated from his head. Zhu Zhuqing's expression looked a little strange. When humans absorb soul bones, will the soul bones fall out after being killed? Although she was a young lady from a large family and a student of a powerful soul saint, no one had ever told her about this problem. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing didn't know whether she should take out the head soul bone. Just then, 2 familiar figures appeared in front of her. My dear friend, congratulations on passing this pure beauty test. Not afraid of danger, brave and resourceful. Looking at Inji, Zhu Zhuqing blinked, and then she glanced at Chunmei. Little girl, this is not an illusion. The 4th sister smiled softly and said. The Soul Sect killed the Soul Saint. This kind of thing would be quite explosive in the entire Douluo Continent. Even though he didn't have a martial soul body, it was still very explosive. Those below the level of Soul Saint are just ants. This also proves the power of the martial soul's true body. Silver Branch Knight, Lord Spider Emperor. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. After all, she was just a little girl who had just turned 14. After experiencing such a thing, her heart beat much faster than usual. Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect that her performance just now was seen by Yingji and the human-faced Spider King. Okay, why do you feel like we are bullying you? The fourth sister waved her hands and said helplessly. After a pause, she seemed to have thought of something, and with a wave of her hand, a mixed-color soul power fell on Shunyan. In just a moment, Shunyan's body disappeared, leaving behind only a small and exquisite head soul bone emitting a gemstone glow. With another wave of his hand, the head soul bone flew towards the fourth sister and landed steadily in her hands. The quality of this soul bone is not bad, but according to the human beings, the research on the compatibility of soul bones and martial souls shows that this soul bone is not suitable for you. Zhu Zhuqing is an agile attack type soul master, but this soul bone is a gem type soul bone, so it is naturally not suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing did not doubt it and nodded subconsciously. The human-faced Spider Emperor would not deceive her for a 10,000-year soul bone. If the fourth sister wanted this soul bone, she should have taken action when Shunyan exposed the soul bone before. Since it is not suitable for me, Lord Spider Emperor, please take it. Zhu Zhuqing knew that the human-faced Spider King could devour the energy in the soul bone, so giving it to her would be considered repaying some favor. This is your trophy, I'm not at the point of competing with a little girl for it. The fourth sister shook her head and smiled. As if she had thought of something, the fourth sister glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then looked at Yingji, and finally fixed her gaze on Zhu Zhuqing. How about this, since you can't use this soul bone, I'll go and get you a piece that you can use. However, in the future you must give me a soul bone of equal or greater value. The fourth sister tossed the soul bone in her hand, looking indifferent. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was a little confused. She didn't understand why Lord Spider Emperor wanted to help her. Is it just because she is more familiar with Yingji? Maybe, it is really because of this reason. Help her exchange a soul bone, and give the Spider Emperor a soul bone of equal or greater value in the future. There is no time limit for the future. In recognition of her kindness, let alone giving her one, even giving her all the unused soul bones would be acceptable. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing no longer hesitated and bowed slightly to her fourth sister. But this scene made the fourth sister's face turn black, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. I don't know how this little girl looks like. Could it be that she is really gifted? If you think about it carefully, her sister Zhu Zhuyan seems to be just as majestic as this, even a little more majestic than Zhu Zhuqing. So it really is a matter of talent and genetics. It's really weird that humans can have such talents and genes. Would such an existence really not affect actions? As for the transaction between the fourth sister and Zhu Zhuqing, Yingji just watched and did not interrupt. How they trade is their business, and if he has to say something about everything, it would seem like he is meddling too much. Time passed, and with Zhu Zhuqing looking dazed, the three of them returned to Tiando City. The reason why Zhu Zhuqing was in this state was because the fourth sister found a rope from somewhere and directly tied the head soul bone to her waist. He just walked down the street with his soul bone in his arms. Anyone who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. When they saw clearly who was carrying the soul bone, the crazy thoughts in their minds finally disappeared. This is a fishing expedition. Is this how the human-faced Spider King hunts? Chapter 206. The attraction of soul bones to soul masters is even stronger than that of beautiful women to men. Many people have heard of soul bones, know their importance, and understand the position of the head soul bone among the 6 regular soul bones. But today they saw someone tying soul bones around his waist as a decoration. I have never seen or even heard of such a thing before. Who, after obtaining a soul bone, would not hide it carefully or absorb it directly? But this person used a head soul bone as a decoration. This is a 10,000-year level head soul bone. The news spread quickly and soon attracted a large crowd of people to watch. This naturally includes people from various major forces and a number of contestants. The pupils of the Sanhui team members shrank, somewhat incredulous. If they are not mistaken, this soul bone should belong to their teacher Shunyan. You know, they were plotting to kill Shunyan and get this soul bone, but they never expected. That old fellow Shunyan could have offended anyone else, but he had to offend these two. What can I do? They are not destined to have this soul bone, so they have to pretend not to know. What if the other party knew that they were Shunyan's disciples and wanted to wipe them out completely? Forget about the soul bones. They don't understand why Shunyan died at the hands of these two people, but no matter what, they can't afford to offend these two people. As for inciting the people around them to accuse the human-faced Spider Emperor of killing Shunyan and taking back his soul bones, they didn't even dare to think about it. The human-faced Spider King dared to say in front of more than 80,000 people that he would kill them all. He meant to kill more than 80,000 people. Not to mention the people on this street. Sanhui and his group looked at each other, as if they had made up their minds, and left without looking back. Hi. Everyone took a deep breath, as if they were feeling the aura emanating from the soul bones. This soul bone is truly extraordinary, it should be a gem-type soul bone that is more than 20,000 years old. I can only say that you are worthy of being the Spider Emperor. The gem-like head soul bone is used to embellish yourself and for decoration, it is really. After hearing this, the faces of the people around him looked a little strange. The track this old man was walking on was so scary. Why didn't they think of that? Such soul bones are useless to the human-faced Spider Emperor and Silver Branch, so no one asked if the other party was willing to exchange them for something else, or to directly purchase them with gold soul coins. It was well known that Inji was not a local, and did not even have a martial spirit. As for the human-faced Spider Emperor, she is a soul beast, and soul bones are equally useless to her. Being used as a decoration has become one of the few uses of soul bones. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads. It's not that they don't want to, but the value of this soul bone is too high. First of all, gem-type soul beasts are extremely rare, and it is even more difficult to get soul bones from them. Secondly, this is a 10,000-year level head soul bone, and its value itself exceeds that of the limb soul bones. Finally, the compatibility of this soul bone is not strong, so even if you buy it, it will probably be useless. Gem-type head soul bones are very expensive. Very expensive. But it has no compatibility and is only suitable for gem-type soul masters. If it is a spiritual head soul bone, its value can be even higher. The spiritual system is compatible with all types of soul masters and is suitable for absorption by all soul masters. Because the spiritual system simply increases spiritual power, for all soul masters. The increase of spiritual power is a good thing, so there is no need to consider the spiritual system head soul bone at all. Of course, there are many people who understand the compatibility of soul bones. When soul bones are placed in front of them, there are soul masters who can consider such things, but they are only a very small number. Is the fourth sister fishing? She was indeed fishing. With her strength, naturally no villain would dare to snatch the soul bone. The meaning of hanging it around her waist is also very simple, this soul bone is useless to her. Even if ordinary forces knew this, they would not dare to have any ideas, because they could not afford to buy or replace it on time. But the top forces are different. Make way, everyone please make way. Who are you? Before he finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure, which made him slightly stunned. No matter who you are, humility is a virtue of a soul master. Master Ning, your Majesty Chunmei, please come in. Make way, everyone, give way to Sect Master Ning and His Majesty Chunmei. As the saying goes, those who understand current affairs are heroes. Seeing this, Ning Fengji nodded and didn't say much. After a while, they came to the front of the team and saw the soul bone around the fourth sister's waist. Sure enough, it's the same as the news sent back, it's a gem-type head soul bone. Isn't the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower a gemstone-type martial spirit? It is also a superior martial spirit among gem-type martial spirits. Normal gem-type martial spirits, without absorbing spirit rings, should be able to take all routes. Strong attack, agile attack, control, support, treatment, defense. As long as gem-type soul masters dare to think about it, they can absorb the corresponding soul ring. The reason why the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda is considered a superior martial spirit is because the route of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda is fixed. Moreover, compared with the enhancement of ordinary gem auxiliary routes, the enhancement of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is something they cannot understand. The difference between the two can be described as worlds apart. This soul bone must be taken. Ning Fengji clenched his fists and thought to himself. This soul bone can be regarded as the inherited soul bone of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Although there were many onlookers, no one dared to stop on the way Inji and Chunmei were moving. It looks crowded, yet orderly. Meet Silver Branch's dear friend, Lord Spider Emperor. Ning Fengji walked quickly up to Inji and fourth sister, clasped his hands together, and said. Chunmei guarded beside Ning Fengji and nodded at the two of them. Brother, you see I said I could catch fish. Everyone. What does the human-faced Spider King mean? Everyone looked at the soul bone hanging around her waist, and then looked at Ning Fengji. After thinking about it for a while, I understood the deep meaning. Wow, he used a gem-type head soul bone to make a nest just to catch the big fish Ning Fengji. If you think about it carefully, isn't the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower a gem-type martial spirit? Ning Fengji was stunned and a little confused. As a party involved, he was somewhat unable to see the situation clearly. But he is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect after all, and is definitely not a fool. After just a little thought, he understood the deep meaning. It turns out that the reason why the human-faced Spider Emperor carried the treasure around the city was to attract big fish like Ning Fengji. He gave a helpless smile but didn't say much. Fourth sister. The corners of Inji's eyes twitched slightly, and the words came to her lips, but she stopped herself. Chapter 207. Ning Fengji admitted that he was the big fish, it was indeed this soul bone that was too attractive. After a while, the group of four arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant is owned by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, so Ning Fengji can feel more at ease talking here. I wonder what form Lord Spider Emperor intends to use to exchange this soul bone. Ning Fengji spoke straight to the point. The intention of the human-faced Spider Emperor is already very clear. She is just fishing, looking for a sucker for this soul bone. But he prefers Fengji and is willing to be the scapegoat. If it was just gold soul coins, the other party wouldn't be so ostentatious. There should be a deeper meaning. Ning Fengji is a straightforward person. Since you also believe in purity and beauty, I will give you a generous price. A 50,000-year-old spiritual head soul bone, or a 70,000 to 80,000-year-old limb soul bone. After these words were spoken, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian's faces turned dark and they were speechless. This is a robbery. Also because he is a believer in pure beauty. Lord Spider Emperor, this. Ning Fengji smiled bitterly. Although he really wanted to get this soul bone, he was not a fool. For the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the value of this soul bone is indeed very high. But no matter how high it is, there is a limit. The terms of exchange clearly exceeded this limit. You can bargain. The fourth sister spread her hands. She was just giving it a try. She didn't expect that even a sucker like Ning Fengji could not accept such a price. It seemed that the price was indeed too high. If my guess is correct, neither my dear friend Silver Branch nor you, Lord Spider Emperor, need soul bones. Can you tell me the intention of exchanging soul bones? Ning Fengji asked tentatively. The other party does not need soul bones, but wants to exchange soul bones. Isn't this a contradiction? My dear friend, fourth sister was entrusted by someone to exchange soul bones. This soul bone is not our trophy. After Inji said this, the fourth sister savored it carefully, then folded her arms, looking very complacent. He. After hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded. He felt it was quite strange. Why would the two of them behave like this when they clearly didn't need something? I wonder what kind of soul master this is. Sensitive attack system. Inji did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Ning Fengji was stunned, and after looking at Chen Xian, he had the answer in his mind. Agility attack type, this soul bone is most likely the trophy of that girl. If she had more experience, couldn't she just go and ask Ning Tian to make the change? If you think about it carefully, she is right to do so. I would rather believe in the character of Inji and Sime than anyone else. I understand. Ning Fengji nodded and said to Chen Xian, Uncle Jian, please go back to the sect and get the head soul bone from the treasure house. Chen Xian was about to take action, but stopped and said in confusion, Feng Ji, that is a spiritual head soul bone that is more than 50,000 years old. It was obvious that Chen Xian was telling Ning Fengji that this was an unfair deal. Just think of it as an investment in friend Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Xian did not stay any longer, but turned around and left to get the soul bone. As for Ning Fengji's safety, there is no need to worry at all. With Inji and the human-faced Spider Emperor here, it is safer than Ning Fengji staying in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Please wait a moment, because the sect has moved to Soto City. Even with Uncle Jian's speed, it will take quite a while to retrieve the soul bone. When Ning Fengji said this, he subconsciously looked at Inji. Why did Kobayashi go to Soto City? This knight is the culprit. As expected of sect master Ning, you can guess the owner of this soul bone from just a little information. The fourth sister threw the soul bone to Ning Fengji and said seriously. Master Spider Emperor is joking. Ning is not a person who keeps secrets. There shouldn't be many people in the entire Douluo Continent who can get help from both Silver Branch's best friend and Lord Spider Emperor at the same time. But Tiando City happens to have a young genius girl who is a spirit master of the Agility Attack Department. Zhu Zhuqing's affairs are no secret. She was able to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring with her fourth soul ring, and it was the human-faced Spider Emperor's suggestion. You don't even have to think about it carefully to know who the owner of this soul bone is. Zhu Zhuqing is a genius and is very worthy of investment. This transaction has given Ning an opportunity. I would like to thank you too. Speaking is an art, and Ning Fengji knows how to judge the situation. Time passed, and in the early morning of the next day, Chen Xian returned with the soul bone, and the transaction came to an end. Inji and the fourth sister went to Shrek Academy, delivered the soul bone to Zhu Zhuqing, and explained its origin and Ning Fengji's investment. After Zhu Zhuqing returned to Shrek Academy yesterday, she did not continue to pay attention to other things. After experiencing a life-and-death battle, she needs a good rest. I didn't expect that the fourth sister could exchange soul bones in this way. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sex Investment. After collecting the soul bone, Zhu Zhuqing bowed to her fourth sister to express her inner gratitude. After Inji and the fourth sister left, another group of people came to Shrek Academy. These people had only one goal, and that was Zhu Zhuqing. Uncle Fu, why are you here? Zhu Zhuqing subconsciously took 2 steps back. Uncle Fu was the steward of the Zhu family. His strength had reached the soul saint level. In the Zhu family, he was also a well-known figure. Not only did Uncle Fu come, but there were also several strangers. "Miss, this is His Majesty's steward." Uncle Fu nodded at Zhu Zhuqing, and then began to introduce the visitors to Zhu Zhuqing. They have an important mission on this trip. Everyone had a smile on their face, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Zhu Zhuqing was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it was as if they were looking at a piece of beautiful jade, or a rare treasure. "Meet Miss Zhuqing." Everyone bowed slightly to Zhu Zhuqing and saluted. Zhu Zhuqing was a little stunned. All the people who came were well-known figures in the Xinglua Empire. Although they have no titles, the people they represent are the most honorable ones in the entire empire. Not only are there people representing the royal family, but there are also representatives from the Zhu family and the Xingguan family. The Xingguan family is the Xinglua royal family that succeeded in ascending to the throne 10,000 years later. "We may need to rely on you in the future, young lady, I hope you will accept this gift." Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be trying to dodge and avoid the greeting, Xingluo Emperor's steward spoke. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing came back to her senses. "You have a game later, and we can't disturb you for too long, so let's make it short." The Emperor deeply feels that it was an extremely wrong and influential thing for him to have you engaged with the third Prince Dai Mubai. For this, the Emperor felt deeply guilty and could not sleep or eat well all day long. Chapter 208. Emperor Xinglua was more than just unable to sleep or eat. Zhu Zhuqing is not only Yingji's best friend, she is also a demon with a fourth soul ring that has lasted for 10,000 years. Whether she and Dai Mubai win or lose, it will not be a good thing for the Xinglua Empire. No one thought that Dai Mubai would win, and Davis was basically being trained as the crown prince. Most of the civil and military officials in the court supported and endorsed Davis. But if Zhu Zhuqing defeated Davis and Zhu Zhuyan alone without relying on a useless third prince, would it still be a fight between princes? Zhu Zhuqing is too strong, she must be banned. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was slightly stunned. How did it relate to her engagement with Dai Mubai? Also, is Emperor Xinglua unable to sleep or eat because of this? The Emperor feels deeply guilty, so he cancels the engagement between you and the third prince, and confer you the title of princess of a different surname. Although Zhu Zhuqing is of the Zhu family's bloodline, the blood relationship between the Zhu family and the Dai family is extremely complicated. There's nothing wrong with saying that she is a proper princess. This eldest princess of a different surname actually raised Zhu Zhuqing's status. It means that she will be the eldest princess in the future. I've met the eldest princess. The visitor bowed respectfully to Zhu Zhuqing, not giving her any chance to refuse. Besides, she is a member of the Zhu family and has no reason to refuse. Even though she knew that this was a means for Xinglua Emperor to win her over, she was unable to refuse. "Please get up." Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand and said indifferently, but in fact, she was a little panicked inside. The eldest princess of the empire. Although this status is not as high as that of the queen, it is very honorable within the empire. Except for the emperor, the crown prince, and the queen, anyone who met the eldest princess had to address her as Her Royal Highness. Even if you don't have any real power, your status is there. "Your Highness, this is a reward and compensation from the emperor hopes you will not refuse it." After everyone stood up, Xinglua Emperor's steward took out an ancient rectangular box. He glanced at the box and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. This is the treatment of evildoers. Even a soul saint like him had never received such a reward from the great emperor. Before, Zhu Zhuqing was just a discarded pawn, and her death or alive did not cause any loss to the Xinglua royal family. But now it's different, she is a monster, her network of relationships is very important and terrifying. She can't die. In that life and death battle, it would be fine if she won, but what if she lost, should she be killed or not? Killing such a being would be a pity. Whether it is for the empire or for any other reason, Zhu Zhuqing cannot die and can only be won over. As for Dai Mubai, what does his battle have to do with Zhu Zhuqing? It's not like the Zhu family doesn't have other girls, so just find one and go through the process. This is a very unfair thing for this random girl, but where is fairness in the world? If you have the ability, you can also get the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years and get to know Yingji and the human-faced spider emperor. If these cannot be achieved, there will be no fairness. The world is just like this. Zhu Zhuqing has the qualifications to be crowned, and has the potential to become a super Douluo. She must not harbor hatred towards the royal family. This is also the reason why Emperor Xinglua took the initiative to win her over. Even if cancelling the engagement would affect his reputation, he would still do it. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have thought of something, and subconsciously said, "But I promised Dai Mubai that I would face the competition with him." "Your Highness, you are not the third prince's fiancé, so you are not qualified to face the competition with the third prince, Zhu Zhuqing." This made so much sense that she had no way to refute it. She finally understood the purpose of the royal family's actions. The main purpose was to win her over, and secondly to prevent her from participating in the competition. Your Highness, you should put this thing away first. This thing is a first-class treasure even if it is placed in the imperial treasury. I hope you can understand your majesty's difficulties. Zhu Zhuqing was silent for a while, but finally took the quaint rectangular box. From the other party's words and the shape of the box, she roughly guessed what was inside. Soul bone. After Zhu Zhuqing put away the box, the others gave a few more instructions before leaving. They also need to talk to the wrong third prince about this matter. To be honest, the third prince Dai Mubai is really pitiful. From no chance of winning, to a 60 chance of winning, and then to no chance of winning at all, it is unknown whether he can withstand this wave of pressure. If it were any one of them, they would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure. I hope the third prince will not lose his mentality, withstand the pressure, and die gloriously. Dai Mubai. After a while, everyone found Dai Mubai. This time, Uncle Fu did not show up because he was a member of the Zhu family and it was not appropriate for him to show up in such matters. When Dai Mubai heard the order from Emperor Xingluo, he was stunned and stood there in a daze. What? His engagement with Zhu Zhuqing was cancelled. Not only that, Zhu Zhuqing was also named the eldest princess. For Dai Mubai, this is also a trivial matter, because it has little to do with his interests, but Zhu Zhuqing has lost the qualifications to face Davis and Zhu Zhuyun with him. Tell me honestly, does father want me to die? Dai Mubai couldn't help it and said directly. He already had the answer in his mind, but it was a little hard to believe. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope for victory, it was cut off by Emperor Xingluo. After a while, seeing that everyone was still silent, Dai Mubai confirmed the answer in his heart. It seems that his father just wants him to die. Third Prince, you should know the talents and interpersonal relationships of Her Royal Highness the Princess. She cannot have any accidents, so, you know. After hearing this, Dai Mubai clenched his fists. Calling him the third prince is just a symbolic term, and it does not mean any respect at all, it is just you. But Zhu Zhuqing is addressed as Her Royal Highness the Princess. This was when Zhu Zhuqing was not around, and they didn't even try to hide it at all. However, please rest assured, third prince, before the official competition, the Zhu family will arrange for a talented girl to accompany you to death, to accompany you to face the first prince and the princess. Is there a possibility that Dai Mubai doesn't want to die? Dai Mubai did not blame Zhu Zhuqing for what happened. He understood that his father wanted Davis to win. They said that the candidate for the crown prince would be decided through a competition, but in reality, Dai Mubai had no chance from the very beginning. The age gap between him and Davis is too big. I understand, go back and tell my father that I understand his good intentions. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and said. Is he really willing? Chapter 209. As time passed, Dai Mubai arrived at the fighting arena in a daze. Although he was unwilling, he was powerless to resist. After all, this was arranged by his father, and he had no right to refuse. You know it all. Okay, I see, this is not your fault, it's only my fault. Dai Mubai waved his hand, telling Zhu Zhuqing there was no need to say more. After all, plans cannot keep up with changes. Where should he go? Zhu Zhuqing, we have no relationship from now on, you should be happy, why do you have this expression? Dai Mubai turned his head, looked at Zhu Zhuqing with some confusion, and asked. I've been like this since I was a kid. Whatever the mood. As if afraid that Dai Mubai didn't understand, Zhu Zhuqing explained. It turns out that I was the only one who was hurt. Dai Mubai wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought Zhu Zhuqing was sad, but he didn't expect her to say such words. Well, she has indeed been cold since she was a child, and she only smiles when she sees Xingji. Shrek and his group were bewildered and looked at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. Zhao Wuji seemed to be thinking about something, especially Dai Mubai's words, from today on, you are free. Thinking of those people in the morning, I was dissatisfied and couldn't guess their purpose. For Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai is also a very good student, but since he is the prince of Xingluo, he must fight for it. If he cannot win, the only outcome will be death. Ah. Zhao Wuji sighed. He had no way to deal with this matter. He could only rely on Dai Mubai's luck. Not to mention that he is just a mere soul saint, even if he is a soul Douluo, an ordinary title Douluo, he cannot help Dai Mubai at all. After all, it is a behemoth like the Star Luo Empire. Today, the Shrek team will face the Tsunhui team. Compared with the original time and space, this game will be held much earlier. At this time, in the rest area of the Tsunhui team, everyone was discussing whether to use their trump cards. Fortunately, the Tsunhui team was not well known, and Tai Long did not take the initiative to provoke them, so he did not have any enmity with the Tsunhui team. Should I just forget about watching this? Defeating Zhu Zhuqing would certainly make me famous, but if I make that person unhappy, would I end up following in Shunyan's footsteps? They were Shunyan's disciples and did not have to wait for the reckoning, which meant that Shunyan's matter was over. But if they reveal their strength, the other party will be afraid and remember that they are Shunyan's disciples, and then settle accounts with them. As Shunyan's disciple, I understand one thing: human hearts are complicated. Just as Shunyan treats them very well and treats them as his successors. But they were planning to murder Shunyan because of his soul bone. Only bad people know how bad they are. They know this clearly, which is why they are afraid. Boss, I think with their strength and status, they will not attack us, little Karami. If they want to attack, no matter how hard we hide, will we never release the fusion skills in our lifetime. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. If they didn't use the soul fusion technique, they might as well withdraw from the competition. They wouldn't win at all. You can use soul fusion skills, but no matter who you use it on or which team you use it on, it will eventually be exposed. Sooner or later it will be exposed, so why not get a chance to make a name for yourself? As long as they defeat Zhu Zhuqing, they will have such an opportunity. Everyone looked at each other, and the confusion in their eyes gradually disappeared. The bold ones will be starved to death, and the timid ones will be starved to death. You're right. Brothers, this battle must be fought beautifully. Yes, boss. Everyone responded quickly. They had already made up their minds. If they died like this, it would be better to make a name for themselves first. Even if they died, they would have left their footprints on Douluo Continent. What are these Tsanhui students talking about? They don't think they can beat Shrek, do they? The other contestants around said subconsciously. The members of Tsanhui gathered together to conspire, and their determined look at the end was really hard to understand. Don't underestimate them. Haven't you noticed one thing? Suddenly, a voice broke everyone's imagination. Captain, what's going on? The captain groaned for a moment, then said, so far, that Tsanhui team has not lost a single game either. Moreover, in every battle they fight, they always win by a slight margin, no matter who they fight. Every battle was won with a slight advantage, and this was true for both the strong and weak teams. If there weren't any problems, this would be impossible. At the same time, this is also one of the reasons why the Tsanhui team has no presence at all. Although they are an undefeated team, they give people the illusion of being weak, as if they could defeat Tsanhui with just a little effort. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was wrong. It turned out that the Tsanhui team was wrong. Just wait, it will be very exciting. Even if they lose to Shrek in the end, they won't lose too badly. This is definitely comparable to the Four Elements. Some people remained skeptical, while others spread the news. Even the win-loss ratio of Tsanhui versus Shrek was adjusted because of this remark. Time passed, and after about 2.5 hours, it was finally the turn of Team Tsanhui to play against Team Shrek. There was no hostility between the two sides, and they came to the ring as soon as possible. The Tsanhui team chose to go all out, and the ones who appeared were naturally the 7 sons of Tsanhui, that is, the 7 people who possess gem-type martial spirits. The Shrek team that appeared were Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Jiang Zhu, Ning Tian, Wang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Ma Hongjun. Tang San recovered from his injuries a few days ago and returned to the starting team. He was lucky these days and did not encounter any strong teams. Even if someone targeted him, he was able to resolve them one by one. Not all teams can severely injure Tang San like the Royal Fighting Team 2 did. After recovering from his injuries, Tang San became more cautious and vigilant. Tyrone was speechless and helpless about this. He had the illusion of giving Tang San experience. Although it was targeting Tang San, it also promoted Tang San's growth. After thinking for a long time, Tyrone came up with a great plan. Doing so might be unfair to the many dead tribesmen, but he had no other choice. Tang San, I'll let you live for another 2 months. Tai Long smiled evilly, but soon regained his composure. He can't be careless until things are done. On the stage, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Song Hui and his group with a slightly strange look. After all, these people are Shunyan's disciples. Being such a bad person, the disciples he taught would most likely not be good people either. Zhu Zhuqing, let me first confirm one thing here: you are very strong, you are the strongest player in the Tiendo preliminaries, bar none. But, this is a 7-player game, your teammates are just a burden after all. Hiatus dropped.